Chapter 17:17. There were a total of 8 people who appeared before everyone's eyes. Among the 8 people, 4 of them were in the lead. These 4 people were either middle-aged men or old men. The other 4 people standing behind them were all young men. I'm the Vice Palace Master of Mystical Sky Mansion's Heaven Palace. I'm the Vice Palace Master of Earth Palace. I'm the Vice Palace Master of Mystical Palace. I'm the Vice Palace Master of Yellow Palace. Under the watchful eyes of Duan Lingtian and the others, the 4 people in the lead introduced themselves one after another. The sound of heavy breathing instantly reverberated in the air. As everyone knew, as a quasi-third-rate force, the mystical sky mansion was divided into 4 palaces. The 4 palaces complemented each other and competed with each other. Among the 4 palaces, the palace master was the leader, followed by the vice palace masters. Currently, the appearance of the vice palace masters of Heaven, Earth, Mystical, and Yellow palaces in Mystical Sky Mansion naturally shocked the people present on the scene. This was because the scene was just too grand. All Saints stage geniuses below the age of 40 float in the air. Everyone else stand on the ground. The Vice Palace Master of Heaven Palace, an old man, said in a deep voice as he swept his gaze across the people present on the scene. At once, many young figures rose into the air, including Duan Lingtian. As for the others, they remained on the ground obediently. Including Duan Lingtian, there were a total of 37 people who rose into the air. All of them were Saint Stage Martial and Dao cultivators below the age of 40. Even in the Mystical Sky Mansion, such geniuses could be considered as top-notch geniuses. There's a total of 37 people. My Heaven Palace wants 10 people, and each of your palaces wants 9 people each. What do you think? At this moment, the Vice Palace Master of Heaven Palace looked at the other 3 Vice Palace Masters and asked. The Heaven Palace was the most powerful palace in the Mystical Sky Mansion. It was even stronger than the other 3 palaces. Due to this reason, although the other 3 Vice Palace Masters were dissatisfied with the domineering attitude of the Vice Palace Master of Heaven Palace, they could only nod their heads in agreement. In that case, we'll follow the old rules. Each palace will pick one person and will take turns to pick. The Vice Palace Master of Heaven Palace continued to say, however, since my Heaven Palace wants an extra person this time, the selection will start from the Earth, Mystical, and Yellow palaces. My Heaven Palace will be the last one. The other 3 Vice Palace Masters of the Heaven Palace had no objections. Each hall will pick one person and take turns to choose. When Duan Lingtian and the others heard the Deputy Hall Master's words, they could not help but be stunned. After a while, everyone was curious about how the Mystical Sky Mansion's 4th palace would select them. Just as they were feeling extremely perplexed, they suddenly felt a powerful and majestic pressure coming from above their heads and pressing down on their bodies, causing their scalps to go numb. At the same time, the powerful pressure seemed to want to completely suppress them. However, in the face of this pressure, everyone used their true essence and the pressure was greatly reduced. Is this the way to select people? Duan Lingtian thought to himself as he felt the pressure continue to increase. However, this little bit of pressure was nothing to him. From the beginning to the end, he didn't even frown. What happened? This pressure seems to be increasing. If this goes on, even if our strength is not bad, we will still be suppressed. It seems that this pressure is a test. At that time, they'll definitely prioritize those who are not afraid of this pressure. One had to admit that there were still many smart people who could guess the reason for the sudden appearance of the pressure. They gritted their teeth and held on. However, even if they gritted their teeth and gave it their all, many people were still crushed and fell from the sky in a wretched manner. The pressure was still increasing. Gradually, only a few people, including Duan Lingtian, remained on the spot without moving at all. What surprised Duan Lingtian was the female disciple from the Tyrannical Saber Mansion actually managed to hold on until now. Moreover, it seemed like she still had some energy left. Not bad. Even Duan Lingtian could not help but praise the female disciple in his heart when he saw how relaxed she was. It seems like there are some good seedlings this time. The Vice Palace Master of Earth Palace looked at Duan Lingtian and the others who were still standing there. His eyes suddenly lit up as he glanced back and forth between Duan Lingtian and the others. It was as though he was considering who he should select. Soon after, someone could not withstand the pressure anymore. At this moment, there were only 3 people, including Duan Lingtian, who were still standing on the spot. Other than Duan Lingtian and the female disciple from the tyrannical saber mansion, there was still a sexless cultivator with an ordinary appearance and a medium build. This sexless cultivator was the kind who would not stand out if he was thrown into a crowd. However, the fact that he could still stand until now was enough to show that he was not simple. That female disciple from the tyrannical saber mansion is so tenacious. She actually managed to hold on until now. At the same time, many people's gazes landed on the female disciple from the tyrannical saber mansion. They did not expect that the last 3 people standing would be a lady. Moreover, it was the female disciple from the tyrannical saber mansion. In fact, the other 2 male disciples from the tyrannical saber mansion had already fallen from the sky in a wretched manner. Only this female disciple managed to hold on until now. Who said that women were inferior to men? This female disciple from the tyrannical saber mansion proudly proved this to everyone. When the vice palace master of Heaven Palace saw that Duan Lingtian, the female disciple from the tyrannical saber mansion, and the sexless cultivator did not show any signs of falling, he could not help but frown slightly. Currently, there were 3 people who were the most outstanding. However, he had announced earlier that the Heaven Palace would be the last to pick. Due to this reason, the most outstanding 3 people were destined to have no fate with the Heaven Palace. Time continued to pass by quietly. The pressure continued to increase with every passing moment. Very soon, the sexless cultivator could no longer hold on and fell from the sky. At this moment, only Duan Lingtian and the female disciple from the tyrannical saber mansion were left. Up until now, Duan Lingtian still acted as though nothing had happened. It was as though he could not feel the pressure at all. On the other hand, the female disciple from the tyrannical saber mansion was already sweating profusely. It was obvious who was stronger and who was weaker. At this critical moment, the pressure suddenly disappeared. It disappeared as quickly as it came. At this moment, Duan Lingtian noticed the pressure had disappeared. Of course, disappearing or not disappearing didn't mean much to the current him. Earlier, the pressure continued to increase. However, when it landed on his body, it felt like a tickle. Putting aside his current cultivation base, just the strength of his physical body alone was not something that could be affected by the pressure. In fact, the strength of his physical body was even more terrifying than a 6-clawed divine dragon with the same cultivation base. You, come to our Earth Palace. The Vice Palace Master of Earth Palace, a middle-aged man, said with a smile as he looked at Duan Lingtian. Hermf, what's so good about the Earth Palace? Little fellow, it's better for you to come to our mystical palace. Chapter 17-18. The Vice Palace Master of Mystical Palace was an old man with a white beard. Coupled with his long white hair and white eyebrows, he looked like a celestial being. Presently, when he looked at Duan Lingtian, his childlike face revealed a wisp of an amiable smile. Based on the pressure test earlier, it was obvious Duan Lingtian was the most outstanding Saint Stage genius below the age of 40. Naturally, he had to fight for such a genius. Old man Tian, what do you mean by this? When the Vice Palace Master of Earth Palace saw the Vice Palace Master of Mystical Palace interfering, he felt slightly embarrassed. He said with dissatisfaction, "Don't forget that according to the order, the Earth Palace is the first to pick a disciple. As for the Mystical Palace, you'll have to wait until the Earth Palace picks a disciple before you can pick another one." I know. The Vice Palace Master of Mystical Palace was called Tianji. When he saw the dissatisfaction on the Vice Palace Master of Earth Palace's face, not only did he not feel apologetic, but he even said with a smile, "Indeed, the Earth Palace has the right to pick first. According to the rules, it's also before the Mystical Palace. However, he can still reject you when you pick a disciple, right? If he rejects you, you won't be able to pick him anymore. You'll have to pick another disciple. When it's the Mystical Palace's turn, as long as he's willing, the Mystical Palace can also take him in." Tianji smiled. The moment Tianji's words left his mouth, the Vice Palace Master of Earth Palace was rendered speechless. There was no way he could refute this. Haha, Tianji is right. At this moment, the Vice Palace Master of Yellow Palace also spoke up. He looked at Duan Lingtian and asked with a smile, "Young man, what's your name?" Lingtian. Duan Lingtian did not expect he would attract the attention of the 3 palace masters of Mystical Sky Mansion, even though he did not do anything special. He was rendered speechless. However, in the face of the Vice Palace Master of Yellow Palace's question, he still told him his current name. Lingtian was his current alias. As for his face, it was also disguised. Although he was still handsome, it was not his original face. Due to the ingenuity of his disguising secret tactic, other people would not be able to see through his disguise at all. Lingtian, what a good name! The Vice Palace Master of the Yellow Palace was a middle-aged man with a medium build. He nodded at Duan Lingtian and continued to say, "Lingtian, as long as you reject the invitation from the first 2 palaces and enter my Yellow Palace, I, Sun Lin, promise you that you won't have to compete for a spot to enter the St. Martial Secret Zone 3 months later. I can represent the Yellow Palace to give you a spot." Although the voice of the Vice Palace Master of Yellow Palace, Sun Lin, was not loud, due to the quiet environment, his words were easily heard by everyone present. Even the group of people standing on the ground could hear Sun Lin's voice. The Vice Palace Master of the Mystical Sky Mansion's Yellow Palace actually thinks so highly of that young man called Lingtian. He hasn't even joined the Mystical Sky Mansion, but he already promised him a spot to enter the St. Martial Secret Zone. Yeah, it's really surprising. Humph. I noticed that Lingtian was one of the 2 people who didn't feel pressured from the beginning until the end. Even the female disciple from the Tyrannical Saber Mansion began to tremble in the end. He was the only one who didn't move at all. It was as though he wasn't affected at all. To be able to do that, he must be the strongest among the 36 Saint Stage geniuses below the age of 40. With such a strong strength, even if he participates in the competition for the spot to enter the St. Martial Secret Zone, he'll definitely be able to get a spot. The Vice Palace Master of Yellow Palace's promise may sound good, but he's just doing him a favor. That's indeed the case. The group of people discussed among themselves. However, the way they looked at Duan Lingtian had also changed. The fact that this young man was fought over by the 3 Vice Palace Masters of the Mystical Sky Mansion was enough to show his value. He would definitely have a bright future in the Mystical Sky Mansion in the future. Renzhong, the Vice Mansion Master of Sky Hurdle Mansion, and Lu Hongguang, the second elder of Raging Wave Mansion, looked at each other and saw the helplessness in each other's eyes. If Li Feng, the person who stood them up, the strongest person on the Rising Sky ranking, appeared here today, he would definitely receive the same treatment as Lingtian. They were almost certain about this. Unfortunately, Li Feng did not seem to be interested in the recruitment of disciples in the Mystical Sky Mansion, so he was not present. Perhaps, he's really a sectless cultivator from the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. He must have taken a stroll in the Debussy subterranean and returned because he was bored. This was what the 2 of them thought. However, whether it was Renzhong or Lu Hongguang, both of them would never have imagined that the Saint Stage genius, Lingtian, who was surrounded by the 3 great Vice Palace Masters of Mystical Sky Mansion, was actually Li Feng. Both of them were the same person. Put aside how shocked the others were, even the group of Saint Stage geniuses who were suppressed by the pressure looked at Duan Lingtian with envy and jealousy. Who did not want their value to be recognized? This was especially true for people like them who had entered the Saint Stage before the age of 40. Each of them was a prodigy. However, when they gathered together, they felt that they were so ordinary. Under such circumstances, Lingtian's appearance made them feel ashamed of their inferiority. This was the first time a sense of defeat rose from the bottom of their hearts. Humph! Sun Lin, I thought you were going to make a promise. Our Earth Palace can also agree to this promise. The Vice Palace Master of Earth Palace snorted coldly before he looked at Duan Lingtian and said, Lingtian, as long as you're willing to join our Earth Palace, not only will we give you the qualification to enter the St. Martial Secret Zone directly, but will also provide you with the best cultivation environment and resources. Moreover, There are many powerhouses in our Earth Palace who can guide you in your cultivation. If you're willing, I, Zhangqing, the Vice Palace Master of the Earth Palace, am willing to recommend you to become a disciple of the Earth Palace Master. As long as the Earth Palace Master takes a fancy to you, it's not impossible for you to become his direct disciple. It was obvious Zhangqing was anxious when he saw how popular Duan Lingtian was. Zhangqing's promise, naturally, shocked many people. They did not expect a young man who had yet to enter the mystical sky mansion would be so popular. The female disciple from the tyrannical saber mansion stood at the side. From the beginning until the end, her eyes never left Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian was definitely the most outstanding person of the same age as her that she had ever seen. In the past, whether it was in the tyrannical saber mansion or outside, she had never seen any martial or Dao cultivators below the age of 40 who could compare to her. Moreover, before she came to the mystical sky mansion, she did not think there was anyone who could compare to her. Unless Li Feng from the Rising Sky Mansion's district had come as well. Li Feng was a sexless cultivator who had appeared in the Rising Sky Mansion's district. The moment he appeared, he immediately charged to the top of the Rising Sky ranking and killed Su Jing, the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion. It was said that Li Feng was a martial cultivator at the peak of the refined saint stage. If there was anyone among the younger generation that she was completely convinced by, it would definitely be Li Feng. In fact, even she was only at the early refined saint stage and was close to the intermediate refined saint stage. However, when she saw Ling Tian today, she realized she was just a frog in a well. As it turned out, in the Debussy subterranean, apart from Li Feng, there were other people of the same age who could surpass her in terms of innate talent and strength. Earlier, during the pressure test, both she and Ling Tian had persevered until the end. However, at that time she was already close to her limit. On the other hand, Ling Tian still had a calm expression on his face as though he did not feel any pressure at all. It was obvious who was stronger between them. At that moment, a sense of defeat rose in her heart. Due to this reason, she was very interested in this person of the same age who was stronger than her. In fact, as an outstanding woman, she had always been proud and arrogant. Although there was no lack of suitors among the younger generation of male disciples in the tyrannical saber mansion, she did not take any of them seriously at all. In her opinion, only a man who was stronger than her was qualified to be with her. In fact, Duan Lingtian had long noticed the gaze of this female disciple from the tyrannical saber mansion. However, he could only pretend he did not see it. What else could he do? Look at her and tell her to back off? However, this female disciple from the tyrannical saber mansion was obviously not a shy little girl. If he really looked into her eyes, it would most likely backfire. Due to this reason, Duan Lingtian chose to ignore her. What an interesting man! If you're outstanding enough, I, Wang Fei Xian, don't mind taking the initiative to pursue you. Wang Fei Xian was the name of this female disciple from the tyrannical saber mansion. At the same time, she had another identity. The current mansion master of the tyrannical saber mansion was her biological grandfather. The reason she found Duan Lingtian interesting was because this was the first time Wang Fei Xian had seen a man from the same generation as her who could ignore her. It was as though her charm was completely overshadowed by this man. Duan Lingtian was unaware of Wang Fei Xian's thoughts. Otherwise, he would have been shocked and would have kept a respectful distance from her. Although Wang Fei Xian was extremely attractive to men, as a man with two devastatingly beautiful fiancées and a devastatingly beautiful confidant, he had a certain degree of immunity to her beauty. Whether it was Ke, Li Fei, or Feng Tianwu in terms of beauty, none of them were inferior to Wang Fei Xian. Tianji, the Vice Palace Master of Mystical Palace, and Sun Lin, the Vice Palace Master of Yellow Palace, were dumbfounded when they saw Zhangqing, the Vice Palace Master of Earth Palace, making such a heavy promise. Since Zhangqing had already made such a promise, what else could they take out to compete with him for Ling Tian? At most, the things they could take out were on par with Zhangqing's. Ling Tian, with your innate talent, I think it's best for you to stay in the Heaven Palace. Just when most people thought Duan Ling Tian would accept Vice Palace Master Zhangqing's invitation, A voice resonated in the air and attracted everyone's attention. The person who spoke was none other than the Vice Palace Master of Heaven Palace. Chapter 17:19. The Heaven Palace is the head palace in the mystical sky mansion. It's not appropriate for me to promise you too much now that you've come to the Heaven Palace. However, if you're able to stand out in the Heaven Palace, I guarantee you'll be able to obtain much more than the other palaces. I believe that the other 3 Vice Palace Masters will not deny this. After the Vice Palace Master of the Heavenly Palace finished speaking to Duan Lingtian, he glanced at the other 3 Vice Palace Masters. The 3 Vice Palace Masters smiled wryly when they saw the Vice Palace Master of Heaven Palace had spoken. Tianji, the Vice Palace Master of Mystical Palace, could not help but ridicule. Old Shao, you're not being kind. It's one thing for the Heaven Palace to ask for 10 spots, but now you want to monopolize the most outstanding Saint Stage genius as well? In the mystical sky mansion, the Heaven, Earth, Mystical, and Yellow Palaces were led by the Heaven Palace. The Sky Palace had the most experts, and the cultivation resources they possessed were also the best. Therefore, in many aspects, the other 3 palaces were inferior to the Heavenly Palace. Of course, although the Sky Palace was good, the competition was even greater. Perhaps, with one's strength and talent, one might not be able to enjoy the best treatment in the Sky Palace, but one would be able to enjoy the best treatment in the other 3 palaces. Therefore, to those who were confident, the Heavenly Hall was undoubtedly the best choice. For ordinary people, the other 3 palaces were the best choices. If you are willing to give Ling Tian and her to my Heavenly Palace, I will give the others to you. The Vice Palace Master of the Heavenly Palace glanced at Duan Lingtian before shifting his gaze to the female disciple from the tyrannical saber mansion. He then shifted his gaze to the lone cultivator who was eliminated by the pressure. The 3 people he named were undoubtedly the most outstanding among the 37 Saint Stage geniuses this time. Thus, after the Vice Palace Master of the Heavenly Palace said those words, the other 3 Vice Palace Masters all shut their mouths and did not respond. What a joke! If they could recruit these 3 most outstanding geniuses under their wing, they would be willing to only have 3 spots. In fact, Duan Lingtian was already tempted when the Vice Palace Master of the Heavenly Palace spoke. The Heavenly Hall was indeed his best choice. Vice Palace Master Zhang, my apologies. Therefore, Duan Lingtian could only apologize to Zhang Qing. It doesn't matter. Even if you didn't come to the Earth Palace, as long as you've entered the mystical sky mansion, you're still one of us. 5style_txt. Faced with a Saint Stage genius like Duan Lingtian, even though Zhang Qing was the Vice Palace Master of the Earth Palace, he did not dare to be careless. With this Ling Tian's innate talent and strength, as long as he did not die prematurely, he would definitely become one of the mystical sky mansion's pillars in the future. It would not be impossible for him to become the mansion master in the future. As for becoming one of the palace masters of the Heaven, Earth, Mystical, and Yellow Palaces, as long as he could maintain his innate talent, it would not be a problem at all. Seeing that Duan Lingtian had expressed his intention to enter the Sky Hall, the 2 Vice Hall Masters of the Shen Hall and the Yellow Hall could not help but smile bitterly. Only the Vice Hall Master of the Sky Hall had a smile on his face. Since Duan Lingtian was out of the question, Zhang Qing could only set his sights on the female disciple from the tyrannical saber mansion. If I'm not mistaken, you must be the little granddaughter of the mansion master of tyrannic saber mansion, Wang Fei Xian, right? Zhang Qing asked. Yes. Upon hearing Zhang Qing's voice, Wang Fei Xian guiltily withdrew her gaze from Duan Lingtian and turned to look at Zhang Qing. I've long heard about you. A smile appeared on Zhang Qing's face. Speaking of which, your grandfather and I are quite close. Why don't you come to my Earth Palace? In Zhang Qing's opinion, since he had already said so much, Wang Fei Xian would definitely be willing to go to the Earth Palace. However, the moment his words left his mouth, before Wang Fei Xian could reply, the Vice Palace Master of Mystical Palace, Tianji, began to poach her again. Girl, in terms of friendship with your grandfather, this Zhang Qing can't compare to me at all. I believe your grandfather must have mentioned me to you before, right? Vice Palace Master Tianji, my grandfather often talks about you as well. Wang Fei Xian nodded. Ha. Upon hearing Wang Fei Xian's words, Tianji laughed out loud as though he had expected it. If that's the case, then come to my Earth Palace. With your innate talent and strength, in addition to your grandfather's face, I'll definitely not treat you unfairly. Old man Tian, aren't you going a little overboard? Zhang Qing frowned in dissatisfaction. In terms of friendship, he had only met the mansion master of Tyrannic Saber Mansion once. However, Tianji could be considered as a friend of the mansion master of Tyrannic Saber Mansion. In this regard, he really did not have any advantage. Upon seeing Zhang Qing's dissatisfied expression, Tianji did not feel apologetic at all. Instead, he chuckled. However, the smile on his face quickly froze. This was because Wang Fei Xian's voice resonated in his ears. Vice Palace Master Tian, originally, based on your friendship with my grandfather, I should have chosen the Mystical Palace. I would have been able to receive more care there. However, I have a choice now, and it's not the Mystical Palace. I'm sorry, not the Mystical Palace. When these 4 words entered Tianji's ears, it was no different from a bolt from the blue. Ha. When Zhang Qing saw Tianji was stunned, he could not help but laugh out loud. Old man Tian, are you dumbfounded? This girl from the Wang clan is an honest person. I invited her first, but she still gave up on your Mystical Palace and came to our Earth Palace. Humph. Tianji glanced at Zhang Qing indifferently and snorted. Zhang Qing's action was no different from rubbing salt on his wound. Vice Palace Master Zhang, I'm afraid you've misunderstood. I don't intend to go to the Earth Palace. I want to go to the Heaven Palace. When Wang Fei Xian reached the end of her sentence, she glanced at Duan Lingtian, causing Duan Lingtian's scalp to go numb. Could it be that this valiant young miss followed him to the Heaven Palace because he was going to the Heaven Palace? It was no wonder Duan Lingtian had such doubts. When Wang Fei Xian made this decision, she had been looking at him from the beginning until the end. Even the Vice Palace Master of Heaven Palace, Wang Fei Xian, did not look at him at all. Ha. Zhang Qing, little Wang doesn't want to go to your Earth Palace. Aren't you being too full of yourself earlier? Why didn't I realize you're so thick-skinned before this? This time it was Tianji's turn to laugh. Zhang Qing, on the other hand, had an awkward expression on his face. Earlier, when he saw Wang Fei Xian had rejected Tianji, he thought Wang Fei Xian wanted to come to his Earth Palace. It did not cross his mind that he had misjudged her. The Heaven Palace welcomes you. When the Vice Palace Master of Heaven Palace saw Wang Fei Xian had taken the initiative to join the Heaven Palace, he smiled. At the same time, he looked at Duan Lingtian meaningfully. He could see Wang Fei Xian seemed to be interested in this saint stage genius named Lingtian. He had heard of Wang Fei Xian before this. Although she was young, she was already an early refined saint stage martial cultivator. She was not far away from breaking through to the intermediate refined saint stage. With such innate talent, she could be ranked in the top 10 among the younger generation in the Heaven Palace. That Ling Tian is even stronger than Wang Fei Xian. His cultivation base is at least at the intermediate refined saint stage. There are only 3 intermediate refined saint stage powerhouses below the age of 40 in our mystical sky mansion. He can be considered as the 4th one. The Vice Palace Master of Heaven Palace thought to himself as he glanced at Duan Lingtian. The depressed Vice Palace Master of Earth Palace, Zhang Qing, shifted his gaze to the sexless young man who was eliminated in the end. Don't tell me you're thinking of going to the Heaven Palace as well? Although the Heaven Palace is good, I think the Earth Palace is more suitable for me. Although the sexless young man had an ordinary appearance, he was very good-looking when he smiled. It was as though he was bathing in the spring breeze. In his opinion, with his innate talent and strength, although he would receive more resources if he entered the Heaven Palace, it would definitely not be as exaggerated as Ling Tian and Wang Fei Xian. He still understood the saying, it's better to be the head of a lion than the tail of a phoenix. Haha, great. The Earth Palace welcomes you. Upon hearing this, Zhang Qing immediately laughed out loud. At the same time, he looked at Tianji provocatively. Although the latter was extremely annoyed, he could not be bothered with Zhang Qing when he noticed Zhang Qing's gaze. Unlike Duan Lingtian, Wang Fei Xian, and the sexless young man, the remaining 34 Saint Stage geniuses below the age of 40 were randomly divided among the 4 palaces. Huh? Duan Lingtian stood behind the Vice Palace Master of Heaven Palace with Wang Fei Xian by his side. He looked around and saw 2 familiar faces among the 10 people from the Heaven Palace. One of them was none other than Lu Jian, the disciple of Lu Hongguang, the second elder of Raging Wave Mansion. The other person came with the Vice Mansion Master of Sky Hurdle Mansion. He was a young genius from Sky Hurdle Mansion. If there's a chance, I'll help them out. Consider this as returning a favor to Vice Mansion Master Ren and Elder Lu. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. He still felt guilty when he thought about the incident where he stood them up. Whether it was Renzhong or Lu Hongguang, both of them had taken care of him during the Rising Sky ranking battle. He owed them a favor, and that was why he felt guilty. Disciples of the various palaces, please follow the Vice Palace Masters of the various palaces back to their respective palaces. As for the others, please leave the mystical Sky Mansion's estate. After 15 minutes, there will be patrolling disciples chasing you away. Please leave as soon as you can. The Vice Palace Master of Heaven Palace said as he glanced at the group of people on the ground. The group of people on the ground was here to accompany the Saint Stage geniuses. They were basically the friends and family of the Saint Stage geniuses. When they heard the Vice Palace Master of Heaven Palace's words, they immediately turned around and left. Hey, Ling Tian, are you a sexless cultivator? Why don't I see your friends and family? Suddenly, a soft voice resonated by Duan Lingtian's ears. A fragrance wafted into his ears, causing Duan Lingtian to feel a little restless. Yes, Duan Lingtian nodded when he heard Wang Fei Xian's voice. Sexless cultivators are really amazing. First, there's Li Feng, and now there's a freak like you. I really don't know how sexless cultivators like you manage to cultivate to this stage without any support. Wang Fei Xian sighed emotionally. Li Feng? Upon hearing Wang Fei Xian's words, the corner of Duan Lingtian's mouth twitched slightly. What? Don't tell me you don't know Li Feng? Wang Fei Xian asked. Of course I know him. Speaking of which, he's my friend. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly. What? Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Wang Fei Xian's eyes widened as she said in disbelief. Why you said Li Feng is your friend? That's right. Is there a problem? Duan Lingtian nodded as a mischievous smile appeared on his face. Li Feng's friend? Chapter 1720. Li Feng. Naturally, this name was not unfamiliar to the people present on the scene. The battle in the Rising Sky ranking battle had made Li Feng famous. Ever since that battle, not only did Li Feng's name sweep through the entire Rising Sky Mansion's district, but it even affected the surrounding districts as well. Currently, in the entire Debussy subterranean, as long as it was not in a remote place, most people would know about Li Feng. It was precisely because of this that many quasi-third-rate forces extended an olive branch to Li Feng. Unfortunately, ever since the Rising Sky ranking battle, Li Feng had completely vanished without a trace. It was as though he had completely vanished before the eyes of the world. However, today, someone actually said Li Feng was his friend. If this person was just an ordinary person, the people present on the scene would not take his words to heart at all. However, the problem was this person was also a young genius martial cultivator with monstrous innate talent and strength. He was not even 40 years old, but his cultivation base was suspected to be at the intermediate refined saint stage or above. You really know Li Feng? Is Li Feng really your friend? Wang Fei Xian asked skeptically as she sized up Duan Lingtian with her bright eyes. Why would I pretend to be Li Feng's friend for no reason? Duan Lingtian smiled nonchalantly. When this smile entered the eyes of the people present on the scene, it seemed even more unfathomable. I'm just wondering how Li Feng got to know a friend like you when he's so strong. Wang Fei Xian blinked her beautiful eyes and said with a smile, although Li Feng is strong, it doesn't mean I'm weak. Duan Lingtian's smile did not fade as he said nonchalantly. Don't tell me your strength is comparable to Li Feng's? He's not even 40 years old, but he's already at the peak of the refined saint stage. Don't tell me your cultivation base is also at the peak of the refined saint stage like Li Feng's? When Wang Fei Xian reached the end of her sentence, she began to laugh. Wang Fei Xian's laughter was so charming that it seemed to make everything in the surroundings pale in comparison. Even Duan Lingtian could not help but be dazed for a moment. In terms of appearance, Wang Fei Xian was absolutely devastatingly beautiful. Coupled with her seductive figure, she was not inferior to his fiancée, Li Fei. Although Duan Lingtian was only dazed for a moment, Wang Fei Xian still noticed it. Wang Fei Xian immediately had a smile on her face. At this moment, she finally did not have to doubt her own charm. Let alone the peak of the refined saint stage, I haven't even entered the mastery refined saint stage or the intermediate refined saint stage. Duan Lingtian returned to his senses and said with a faint smile. He hasn't even entered the intermediate refined saint stage? Who are you kidding? Wang Fei Xian glared at Duan Lingtian. However, this appearance was more like the flirting between lovers. Wang Fei Xian, who had regained her senses, could not help but reveal an alluring blush on her beautiful face. Believe it or not, it's up to you. Seeing that Wang Fei Xian didn't believe him, Duan Lingtian shrugged and said indifferently, although my cultivation is low, my strength is comparable to Li Feng's. With my current strength, even defeating Li Feng wouldn't be a problem. When Duan Lingtian's words entered the ears of the crowd, including Xiao Yi, the vice palace master of Heaven Palace, it sounded like he was boasting shamelessly. Fortunately, those who heard Duan Lingtian's words were those who had entered the Heaven Palace. Otherwise, if the people from the other three palaces heard it, they would most likely mock Duan Lingtian. At some point, Xiao Yi had begun to frown as well. He hasn't entered the intermediate refined saint stage? His strength surpasses Li Feng's? This Ling Tian's innate talent and strength are not bad. It's just that he's boasting a little too much. However, it's understandable that young people like to show off in front of the opposite sex. However, I'm afraid it's impossible for Wang Fei Xian to believe him since he's boasting so much. As someone who had been through this, Xiao Yi could understand Duan Lingtian's current state. At the same time, he felt Duan Lingtian's words were not true. If his cultivation base had not entered the intermediate refined saint stage, how could he be so calm during the pressure test? In fact, the pressure that appeared during the pressure test was personally controlled by him. Unless it was a powerhouse at the intermediate refined saint stage or above, it was impossible for those below the intermediate refined saint stage to remain calm until the end as though they did not feel any pressure at all. Due to this reason, he was almost certain Duan Lingtian was at the intermediate refined saint stage or above. As for Duan Lingtian's claim that he had not even entered the intermediate refined saint stage, he did not believe it at all. As for Duan Lingtian's claim that he knew Li Feng, although he did not doubt it, he still had his reservations. He felt Duan Lingtian might be making things up. The reason Xiao Yi had such thoughts was, naturally, because he did not know Duan Lingtian well. Currently, not only had Duan Lingtian's cultivation base not entered the intermediate refined saint stage, but it was also quite far away from the early refined saint stage. Although it was not far away, he would still need to put in some effort and look for an opportunity to make a breakthrough. However, although Duan Lingtian's cultivation base was not high, due to the existence of the Sun True Origin, his strength was extraordinary compared to ordinary people. With his current cultivation base at the peak of the pristine saint stage, coupled with his powerful body, he was invincible below the eminent saint stage even without the help of the Jasper Celestial Sword. Even an ordinary early eminent saint stage marshal or Dao cultivator might not be a match for him. Naturally, he was not making things up when he said he could defeat Li Feng. This was because Li Feng was him and he was Li Feng. The Li Feng everyone knew was still the him from a year ago. His cultivation base was only at the intermediate pristine saint stage. Currently, his cultivation base had broken through to the peak of the pristine saint stage. Naturally, his strength was no longer the same as before. Currently, he would be able to defeat the Duan Lingtian from a year ago with just one blow. Naturally, nobody believed Duan Lingtian when he said he was telling the truth. I can't believe that a person like you who looks decent and has good strength and innate talent actually likes to boast so much. Wang Fei Xian wrinkled her nose and said snappily. Nowadays, nobody believes the truth anymore. Duan Lingtian shook his head and sighed softly. It seemed like he was telling the truth. However, due to the fact that his words were too exaggerated, the group of people, including Xiao Yi, the Vice Palace Master of Heaven Palace, did not believe him at all. To think that I really thought you're Li Feng's friend. I can't believe you're just boasting. Wang Fei Xian said in disappointment. It's up to you whether you believe it or not. Duan Lingtian said casually. It seemed like he did not care at all. What else could he do? Say he was Li Feng? Let's go. Follow me to the Heaven Palace. At this moment, Xiao Yi opened his mouth and ordered Duan Lingtian and the others to head to the steep mountain in the east. The Heaven Palace stood there. When they got close to the mountain, Duan Lingtian could see the sparse buildings on the mountain. From afar, it looked like the estate of an independent force. However, this was not an independent force. It was the Heaven Palace, one of the quasi-third-rate forces in the mystical Sky Mansion. Wang Pai, take them to get their identity medallions. Tell them about the other things as well. When they arrived at the mountainside of the steep mountain, Xiao Yi said to the young man following behind him. Duan Lingtian had long noticed this young man. When Xiao Yi appeared, he had been following closely behind Xiao Yi. The other 3 Vice Palace Masters also had a young man following behind them. However, from the beginning until the end, the 4 young men did not say anything at all. When the young man heard Xiao Yi's words, he nodded immediately. Yes, Master. Master. One must admit that the moment the young man, Wang Pai, left his mouth, Duan Lingtian, Wang Fei Xian, and the others in a daze. This Wang Pai, who had not spoken at all, was actually the disciple of Vice Palace Master Xiao Yi. The 10 of you will follow Wang Pai to collect your identity tokens. As for the other matters, Wang Pai will tell all of you in one go. After Xiao Yi instructed everyone, he looked at Duan Lingtian again. Lingtian, since you rejected the other 3 palaces and joined the Heaven Palace, I won't treat you badly. After you collect your identity token, follow Wang Pai to the Heaven Palace's spirit pool. I hope you'll have a breakthrough there. Spirit pool? When Duan Lingtian heard Xiao Yi's words, he could not help but be stunned. A confused expression appeared on his face. This was the first time he had heard of this term. However, Duan Lingtian soon discovered that everyone, including Wang Pai and Wang Fei Xian, was looking at him enviously. How could I have forgotten about the spirit pool? If I didn't join the Heaven Palace and join the Earth Palace or the Mystical Palace instead, I'd definitely be able to enter their spirit pool. Although their spirit pool is not as good as the Heaven Palace's spirit pool, it's still better than nothing. At least it's better than me not being able to enter the spirit pool now. While Wang Fei Xian was feeling regretful, she glared at Duan Lingtian angrily. In her opinion, if it was not for the fact that Lingtian had ignored her charm, she would not have joined the Heaven Palace due to her desire to excel. Duan Lingtian was unaware of Wang Fei Xian's current thoughts. Otherwise, he would feel even more wronged than Dou Yi. After all, he had been shot even though he was lying down. After informing Duan Lingtian, Xiao Yi left. Senior brother Wang Pai, what's the spirit pool? After Xiao Yi left, Duan Lingtian looked at Wang Pai and asked curiously. Although Wang Pai had the appearance of a young man, Duan Lingtian could sense that he was not young. Moreover, he could even faintly sense the aura of an eminent saint stage powerhouse from Wang Pai. In other words, Wang Pai was most likely a powerhouse at the eminent saint stage. You don't know about the spirit pool? Wang Pai, who was originally looking at Duan Lingtian with an envious expression, was rendered speechless when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. It seemed like this guy still did not know what kind of benefit he was about to receive. The 9 people, including Wang Fei Xian, also looked at each other speechlessly when they heard Duan Lingtian's words. After a long while, they finally looked at Duan Lingtian in confusion. Chapter 17:21. The spirit pool is the source of the spring in the quasi-third-grade Saint Stone Reserve. Every 6 months, it'll be filled with heaven and earth spirit energy. If you can cultivate in it, you'll be able to achieve twice the result with half the effort. Naturally, the spirit pool is only beneficial to martial and Dao cultivators below the eminent saint stage. Those above the eminent saint stage won't benefit at all. For this reason, our mystical sky mansion's spirit pool usually doesn't allow powerhouses above the eminent saint stage to enter. Wang Pai explained patiently. Naturally, although people above the eminent saint stage don't fight for the spirit pool, it doesn't mean anyone below the eminent saint stage can enter the spirit pool. There's a total of 4 spirit pools in the mystical sky mansion. They're in the heaven, earth, mystical, and yellow palaces respectively. Moreover, only one person can enter to cultivate every 6 months. Therefore, unless one's innate talent and strength have reached a certain level, it's impossible for one to enter the spirit pool. Wang Pai continued to explain. A spring formed from a quasi-grade 3 Saint Stone reserve? It'll be filled with heaven and earth spirit energy in half a year? Upon hearing Wang Pai's words, Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up immediately. Although the cultivation environment in the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda was better with each level, there was still a gap between the 3rd level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda and the spirit pool formed from a quasi-grade 3 Saint Stone reserve. I was just wondering when I'll be able to break through to the refined saint stage when Vice Palace Master Xiao Yi gave me such a good fortune. Perhaps I'll be able to break through to the early refined saint stage with the baptism of the spirit pool this time. The moment Duan Lingtian thought of this, he was naturally excited. At this moment, he finally understood why Wang Feixian and the others were looking at him with envy. With the preciousness of the spirit pool, it was indeed worthy of their jealousy. You're really lucky. The spirit pool can only be formed from quasi-grade 3 Saint Stone reserves. In the Debussy subterranean, only quasi-third-rate forces have quasi-grade 3 Saint Stone reserves. Wang Feixian looked at Duan Lingtian and said sourly. However, as she finished speaking, she seemed to have thought of something. Her beautiful eyes abruptly lit up as she leaned forward and approached Duan Lingtian. I say, why don't you give me your chance to enter the spirit pool this time? As long as you're willing, I'll give you a chance to pursue me. How about it? If it were any other man, they would probably be very excited to hear Wang Feixian's words. However, to Duan Lingtian, Wang Feixian was far less attractive than the spiritual pond. His 2 fiancés, Ke, Li Fei, and his confidant, Feng Tianwu, were not inferior to Wang Feixian. Not interested. Due to this reason, Duan Lingtian only replied indifferently when faced with Wang Feixian's temptation. Wang Feixian did not expect Duan Lingtian would reject her so straightforwardly. She glared at Duan Lingtian angrily as she began to doubt her own charm. No, there's no problem with me. It must be him. He definitely doesn't like women. The moment Wang Feixian thought of this, she felt goosebumps all over her body. Fortunately, Duan Lingtian did not know what Wang Feixian was thinking at this moment. Otherwise, he would have slapped her immediately. This woman actually doubted his sexual orientation. Let's go. I'll bring all of you to collect your identity tokens first. From today onward, all of you are Heaven Palace's disciples. In the mystical sky mansion, all of you can compete with the other Heaven Palace's disciples and the disciples from the other 3 palaces. However, when you're outside, I hope all of you will remember that all of you are mystical sky mansion's disciples and must stick together. Wang Pai said solemnly as he led Duan Lingtian and the others up into the air. Duan Lingtian and the others nodded their heads to show they understood. Under Wang Pai's lead, they quickly collected their identity tokens. After collecting their identity tokens, Wang Pai brought Duan Lingtian and the others to their residence. It was a row of independent courtyards halfway up the mountain. There was a house in each courtyard and an empty space outside the house. It was more than enough for them to cultivate their martial techniques. Lingtian, the next opening of the spirit pool will be in 10 days. At that time, I'll come and look for you. After making arrangements for Wang Feixian and the others and Duan Lingtian, Wang Pai said to Duan Lingtian, "All right." Duan Lingtian replied before sending Wang Pai off with his eyes. When Wang Pai's silhouette disappeared from his sight, he turned around and entered his room in the courtyard. As soon as he entered his room, before he could even close the door, Duan Lingtian's ears twitched slightly as he heard footsteps coming from behind him. He could tell who the person was just by the sound of the footsteps. Such light footsteps, it was obvious it belonged to a woman. The woman who came to look for him at this time could only be the great miss of the tyrannical saber mansion, Wang Fei Xin. Great Miss Wang, are you looking for me? Duan Lingtian turned around and looked at Wang Fei Xian with a frown on his face. Although Wang Fei Xian was a beauty, he was annoyed by how she kept sticking to him. Name a price. Wang Fei Xian reached out and brushed her long hair behind her back before she said to Duan Lingtian, "What price?" Duan Lingtian was stunned. The spirit pool. Wang Fei Xian reminded him. Upon hearing this, Duan Lingtian finally understood. Turned out this great Miss Wang was still thinking about the spirit pool. She was even willing to ask him to name a price as long as he was willing to let her have the spirit pool. Great Miss Wang, I must go to the spirit pool myself. If there's nothing else, please leave. Duan Lingtian's expression darkened as he sent her off. Wang Fei Xian did not expect Duan Lingtian to be so difficult to talk to. She had already said so much, but he still did not give her any face. She instantly became angry. Lingtian, you bastard. As soon as Wang Fei Xian finished speaking, she turned around and left in a huff. Bastard? When Duan Lingtian heard Wang Fei Xian's words, he could not help but smile. He was a bastard just because he did not give the spirit pool to her? Then what was her attitude of forcing him to give her the spirit pool? Duan Lingtian shook his head and no longer bothered with Wang Fei Xian. He closed the door and entered the third level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. 10 days in the outside world was equivalent to 50 days in the third level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. Almost 2 months was enough for Duan Lingtian to raise his cultivation base to the next level. In that case, it would be helpful for him to undergo a qualitative change in the spirit pool. With the rich heaven and earth spirit energy in the spirit pool, as long as my current cultivation base improves, it's not impossible for me to break through to the refined saint stage with the help of the spirit pool's energy. The moment Duan Lingtian thought of this, he immersed himself in his cultivation. Naturally, Duan Lingtian, who was immersed in his cultivation, did not know the news of him obtaining the opportunity to enter the Heaven Palace's spirit pool in 10 days had already spread throughout the entire Heaven Palace. The spirit pool was a very sensitive place in the Heaven Palace. This was because all of the Heaven Palace's disciples below the eminent saint stage wanted to enter the spirit pool. Due to this reason, the opportunity to enter the spirit pool would be decided through competition every 6 months. This time, many people were eager to compete for the opportunity to enter the spirit pool in 10 days. However, it did not cross their minds that someone would appear out of nowhere and forcefully snatch the opportunity to enter the spirit pool away. Moreover, it was a new disciple who had just entered the mystical sky mansion. For a time, complaints could be heard everywhere in the Heaven Palace. He's just a disciple who has just entered the Heaven Palace. What did he do to obtain the opportunity to enter the spirit pool? Many of the Heaven Palace's disciples sounded jealous. It's said that he's the most outstanding among the 37 saint stage geniuses below the age of 40 who joined our mystical sky mansion this time. Since he chose our Heaven Palace, Vice Palace Master Xiao gave him the opportunity to enter the spirit pool. So it's Vice Palace Master Zhao's decision. Humph! So what if it's Vice Palace Master Zhao's decision? He's just a rookie who has just entered the mystical sky mansion. He doesn't even know how strong he is and whether he's qualified to enter the spirit pool or not. What? Don't tell me you want to snatch the opportunity to enter the spirit pool? Let me tell you that's Vice Palace Master Zhao's decision. It's impossible to change it unless he gives up the spirit pool on his own accord. Otherwise, whoever dares to snatch the opportunity will definitely infuriate Vice Palace Master Xiao. It's not a good thing to infuriate Vice Palace Master Xiao. Hee. Since Vice Palace Master Xiao has already spoken, naturally, I don't dare to think about snatching the opportunity to enter the spirit pool. However, since we're curious about the strength of this genius who's treated so well by Vice Palace Master Xiao, it shouldn't be a problem for us to spar with him, right? You can even think of something like this: you're too ruthless. Similar discussions could be heard everywhere in the Heaven Palace. Some of the Heaven Palace's disciples at the Mastery Refined Saint stage and the peak of the Refined Saint stage were even eager to see the strength of the genius martial cultivator, Ling Tian, who had snatched the spirit pool away. However, after cultivating on the third level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda for a month, Duan Ling Tian woke up when he felt his cultivation base had improved slightly. "Who's there?" The commotion outside was so loud that even Duan Ling Tian, who was in the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, could hear some of it. "In my opinion, we should just break down the door and enter. It's not a good idea to just wait here." "That's right. In a few days, senior brother Wang Pai will be here to bring him to the spirit pool. At that time, what's done can't be undone. Even if we teach him a lesson, it won't be enough to vent the anger in my heart." "That's right. If we teach him a lesson after he enjoys the heaven and earth spirit energy in the spirit pool, he won't feel any pain at all. In fact, he might become even more arrogant." The voices clearly entered Duan Lingtian's ears one after another. Duan Lingtian instantly understood what was going on. It was none other than those refined Saint Stage Heaven Palace's disciples who were unhappy that he had obtained the opportunity to enter the spirit pool. They were blocking his door and wanted to teach him a lesson. Teach me a lesson? This was because only martial and Tao cultivators below the eminent saint stage would be able to improve their strength after entering the spirit pool. For this reason, those who wanted to stop him and teach him a lesson were definitely below the eminent saint stage. The moment Duan Lingtian thought of this, a mocking smile appeared on his face. Since he knew what was going on, Duan Lingtian left the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda and opened his door. Chapter 1722. Senior Brothers. "Is there anything I can help you with?" Duan Lingtian asked with a faint smile on his face as he narrowed his eyes and looked at the few people who had taken a few steps back. "He's that Ling Tian?" At the same time, the group of Heaven Palace's disciples outside Duan Lingtian's room also shifted their attention to Duan Lingtian. "He's actually so young. It's not a big deal that he's young. The most important thing is that he's not even 40 years old yet. He's suspected to have entered the intermediate refined saint stage before the age of 40. How strong is his innate talent? In fact, there are only a few people in the mystical sky mansion who have broken through to the intermediate refined saint stage before the age of 40. Those few people are the most outstanding people among the younger generation in the mystical sky mansion. Now there's another one. Hermf. He's given the opportunity to cultivate in the spirit pool as soon as he entered the Heaven Palace. Vice Palace Master Shao thinks highly of him." The group of Heaven Palace's disciples whispered among themselves, but their eyes never left Duan Lingtian. It was obvious that they were interested in Duan Lingtian, the saint stage genius who had obtained the opportunity to cultivate in the spirit pool as soon as he entered the Heaven Palace. "You're Lingtian?" The three Heaven Palace's disciples who initially wanted to break in and took a few steps back when Duan Lingtian opened the door regained their senses at this moment. They looked at Duan Lingtian with hostility in their eyes. "That's right." Duan Lingtian nodded. Although he looked calm on the surface, there was a hint of dissatisfaction in the depth of his eyes. These few fellows actually wanted to break in earlier. In his opinion, this was extremely rude. "Lingtian, I heard you're the most outstanding saint stage genius who has entered the mystical sky mansion this time. I'm here today because I want to spar with you. What do you think? Do you dare to accept my challenge?" One of the three men stepped forward and stared at Duan Lingtian with a burning gaze. This was a middle-aged man with a medium build. There seemed to be a haze between his eyebrows at all times. His eyes were fixed on Duan Lingtian, and his fighting spirit soared. Of course, behind this rising battle intent was provocation, naked provocation. "Spar?" Duan Lingtian raised his eyebrows. "Not bad." The middle-aged man nodded and continued to say, "Don't worry. My cultivation base is only at the intermediate refined saint stage as well. I heard that you're also at the intermediate refined saint stage, so you won't be at a disadvantage if we fight." Hearing the middle-aged man's words, before Duan Lingtian could say anything, the gazes of the other Heavenly Palace's disciples turned strange. The middle-aged man was no stranger to them. Although the middle-aged man was an intermediate refined saint stage martial cultivator, he had been at the intermediate refined saint stage for many years. He could break through to the mastery-refined saint stage at any time. His strength could be considered as above average among the intermediate refined saint stage powerhouses in the Heaven Palace. It was precisely because of this that the gazes of the other Heavenly Palace's disciples became so strange upon hearing his words. After all, in their opinion, even if both of them were at the intermediate refined saint stage, this was not a fair fight since the middle-aged man had a greater advantage. At a corner where nobody noticed, a charming figure stood there. This woman had a devilish figure and an angelic face. At this moment, she was looking at Duan Ling Tian, who was facing off against the three Heaven Palace's disciples from afar. A faint smile could be seen on the corner of her mouth. "Humph! Who told you not to transfer the opportunity to enter the spirit pool to me? Do you like this gift from me?" Based on her muttering, it was obvious she was Wang Fei Xian. She was also the most beloved granddaughter of the mansion master of Tyrannic Saber Mansion. Originally, although Duan Ling Tian had obtained the opportunity to enter the spirit pool, most people did not dare to voice their displeasure, since it was Vice Palace Master Xiao who had spoken up. However, with Wang Fei Xian's secret encouragement, many people began to make a move. This was how a group of refined Saint Stage Heaven Palace's disciples blocked Duan Ling Tian's entrance. "You're right." Naturally, Duan Ling Tian noticed the strange gazes from the group of Heaven Palace's disciples. However, he did not care about it. As the saying went, everyone is the only one awake. Currently, this was exactly what he felt. In fact, when he had just left the spirit pool, he had already activated the secret tactic, the divine eye, that Hualao had passed to him. Before the three Heaven Palace's disciples could react, he had already probed their cultivation bases. All three of them were at the intermediate refined saint stage. Let alone three, Duan Ling Tian was not afraid even if there were 30 or even 300 intermediate refined saint stage powerhouses. For this reason, when he heard the words of the Heaven Palace's disciple, he also said that he was not at a disadvantage. "In that case, please make your move, junior brother Ling Tian." The Heaven Palace's disciple standing in front of Duan Ling Tian said confidently. It was obvious he felt it was not a big deal even if Duan Ling Tian made his move first. He would definitely win in the end. "Senior brother, are you sure you want me to make my move first?" Duan Ling Tian asked with narrowed eyes when he heard the provocation from the Heaven Palace's disciple. "Of course. I, Huang Ji, am a man of my word," the Heaven Palace's disciple said matter-of-factly. "In that case, please enlighten me, senior brother." Duan Ling Tian cupped his hands slightly before his eyes narrowed. His body suddenly moved. At this moment, a faint golden radiance appeared on the surface of Duan Ling Tian's body as he pounced toward Huang Ji like an agile leopard. Naturally, it was impossible for him to unleash his full strength now. If he unleashed his full strength, he would definitely be able to defeat and kill Huang Ji before anyone could react. However, if he did that, he would appear to be too high profile. Moreover, if he did that, he would expose his son's true origin. At that time, someone would definitely link him to Li Feng. Even if his disguising secret skill was flawless, and no one would think he was Li Feng, the trouble that Li Feng caused would definitely fall on him. Although he was not afraid, he would still choose to avoid it if he could. Even if he would still be exposed in the end, that would be a matter for the future. As for the fact that he told Wang Fei Xian that he was Li Feng's friend, he did not expect anyone to believe him. In fact, it was true that no one believed him. However, if he used the same true origin as Li Feng, there would definitely be people who would link him to Li Feng. After all, his true origin was too rare. It was different from an ordinary person's true origin. An ordinary person's true origin was a very common true origin. Good timing. Faced with Duan Ling Tian, who was charging at him like a leopard, Huang Ji narrowed his eyes as a cold gleam flashed in his eyes. In the next instant, the true origin in his body began to stir and appeared on the surface of his body. It was a flame-like true origin. It was none other than the fire attribute true origin. Blazing flame heaven-covering palm. Huang Ji suddenly shouted as he raised his hand. His true origin surged and transformed into a gigantic palm print that was the size of a cattail leaf fan. He slapped it at Duan Ling Tian, who was charging at him. The moment he slapped his palm out, the air trembled. It was as though a blazing flame had broken through the sky, blotting out the sun. Wherever the palm passed, the air would be scorching hot due to the friction. At the same time, a sneer appeared on the corner of Huang Ji's mouth. It was as though he could already see Duan Lingtian being flustered. Although he did not use his full strength, he had used 80% of his strength. An ordinary refined Saint Stage martial cultivator would not be able to withstand his palm strike at all. In his opinion, with Duan Lingtian's age, even if he was an intermediate refined Saint Stage martial cultivator, he must have just broken through to the intermediate refined Saint Stage not long ago. His strength was limited. However, when he saw Duan Lingtian's figure had disappeared and his palm strike had missed, the smile on Huang Ji's face froze. His eyes widened in disbelief. How's this possible? Huang Ji, be careful. He's behind you. At the same time, a voice rang behind Huang Ji. Huang Ji shuddered and was about to turn around when he felt a chill on his head. It was as though a sharp weapon was pressed against his head, causing his body to stiffen. He did not dare to move at all. At the same time, Huang Ji's forehead was covered in cold sweat. Even his back was drenched in cold sweat. From the beginning until the end, he did not even notice how the other party had appeared behind him. In other words, the other party's speed was so fast that he could not catch up to him at all. How's this possible? Don't tell me a young man who's not even 40 years old is a mastery-refined Saint Stage powerhouse? The moment Huang Ji thought of this, he found it hard to believe. In fact, before this, there was no mastery-refined Saint Stage powerhouse below the age of 40 in the mystical Sky Mansion. If he's not a mastery-refined Saint Stage powerhouse, how can he be so fast? Huang Ji could not figure it out. Huang Ji only regained his senses when he heard a laughter that sounded like a silver bell. At this time, he also noticed that the sharp weapon that was pressing against his head was no longer there. However, for some reason, he still felt a chill on his head. At the same time, Huang Ji turned around and saw Ling Tian standing near him. He was looking at him with a faint smile on his face. Huang Ji's face turned grave immediately. Although he was unwilling to admit defeat, he knew he was not a match for the other party. Soon after, Huang Ji noticed the atmosphere was a little strange. Each and every one of the Heaven Palace's disciples was looking at him strangely. Moreover, these people's gazes were all fixed on his head. Huang Ji subconsciously raised his hand to touch his head. In an instant, his face turned completely pale, deathly pale. At this moment, Huang Ji discovered the hair on his head had completely disappeared. He had no idea where it had gone. No wonder he felt a chill on his head earlier. As it turned out, he had become bald. Huang Ji was not angry or humiliated by the fact that he had become bald. Instead, he felt lucky. If the other party had moved a little lower, would his head not have been cut open like a watermelon? Thank you for showing mercy. Huang Ji's face turned pale as he cupped his hands together at Duan Lingtian. Feeling ashamed, he soared into the sky and left. What a useless fellow. Chapter 17:23. When the remaining Heaven Palace's disciples saw the bald Huang Ji leaving with a gloomy face, they could not help but feel embarrassed. Naturally, most of the Heaven Palace's disciples knew their limits. For example, the two Sky Palace's disciples who wanted to break through the door with Huang Ji earlier knew that their strength was at most on par with Huang Ji's. Even Huang Ji had been oppressed just now. If they went up, they would definitely end up in the same situation. I just remembered that I have something to do. One of them slapped the back of his head and left in a hurry. It was as though he really had something important to do. When the other Heaven Palace's disciple saw the person beside him leaving with an excuse, it was naturally inappropriate for him to leave as well. However, he still retreated to the side with a flushed face and stood with the other Heaven Palace's disciples. This Ling Tian is so strong. Earlier, I didn't notice any changes in his true origin, but his speed suddenly soared. I wonder how he did it. I'm afraid this Ling Tian is not just an intermediate refined Saint Stage martial cultivator. He's most likely at the mastery refined Saint Stage. Mastery refined saint stage? Is that possible? He's not even 40 years old yet. I find it unbelievable as well. However, the truth is right in front of our eyes. We have no choice but to believe it. The group of Heaven Palace's disciples whispered among themselves. When most of them looked at Duan Lingtian again, there was a hint of respect in their eyes. A mastery-refined saint stage powerhouse who was not even 40 years old. In the history of the mystical Sky Mansion, there were only a few people like this. Those few people, without exception, had all become influential figures in the Debussy subterranean. In the end, they all went to the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land where there were many powerhouses. Mastery-refined saint stage. Wang Fei Xian, who was walking over from afar, regained her senses. She looked at Duan Lingtian with a complicated gaze. Is there any other senior brother who wants to spar with me? Duan Lingtian asked with a smile as he swept his gaze across the crowd. He looked very polite, causing many of the Heaven Palace's disciples to have a good impression of him. After all, there weren't many people who could still be so good-tempered when their doorstep was blocked. Through his divine eye, Duan Lingtian discovered the strongest among the Heaven Palace's disciples present on the scene was only at the mastery-refined saint stage, and there were only 4 of them. As for the Heaven Palace's disciples at the peak of the refined saint stage, there was not even one of them. It was not that the Heaven Palace's disciple at the peak of the refined saint stage did not want to look for trouble with Duan Lingtian. It was just that he felt it would be akin to bullying the weak. If news of this reached Vice Palace Master Zhao's ears, he would definitely offend him. With his cultivation base at the peak of the refined saint stage, even if he defeated Lingtian, the saint stage genius who had just entered the mystical Sky Mansion, there was nothing to be proud of. Instead, he would be mocked for bullying the weak. Due to this reason, the group of Heaven Palace's disciples who came to stop Duan Lingtian were all at the intermediate and mastery-refined saint stage. Now that they saw Duan Lingtian asking if there was anyone else who wanted to give them some pointers, all of the Heavenly Palace's disciples focused their gazes on one person. This person was a young man with an ordinary appearance. He had a solemn expression. With just one look, one could tell he was an old-fashioned person. It seems like this person is the strongest one among them. When Duan Lingtian noticed the group of Heaven Palace's disciples were looking at this person, it was easy for him to figure this out. However, he was not afraid since this person was only at the mastery-refined saint stage. His name is Guolu. His strength is ranked in the top 3 among all the mastery-refined saint stage disciples in Heaven Palace. At this moment, a familiar voice resonated in Duan Lingtian's ears. The owner of this voice was none other than Wang Fei Xian. "Why are you so kind as to remind me?" Duan Lingtian asked through voice transmission as he glanced at Wang Fei Xian indifferently. When Wang Fei Xian laughed earlier, he had already noticed her. He also knew she had been watching the show from the side. Unfortunately, it was destined that she would not be able to watch the show. In Duan Lingtian's opinion, Wang Fei Xian must be disappointed that he had defeated Wang Fei Xian. However, he did not expect Wang Fei Xian would take the initiative to remind him of Guolu's background at this moment. "Humph! Do I look like such a narrow-minded person?" Wang Fei Xian said snappily. "You don't." Duan Lingtian shook his head. "At least you have good taste." Wang Fei Xian smiled. "What's the rush? I haven't finished speaking. You don't look like one because you are." Duan Lingtian added, causing Wang Fei Xian to explode. "Hey, Ling, I'm reminding you out of goodwill, and this is how you treat me? I'd like to see if you'll end up worse than Huang Ji after you're defeated by Guolu." Huang Ji was the Heavenly Palace's disciple who had challenged Duan Lingtian and was shaved bald by Duan Lingtian. "You don't have to worry about that because I won't lose." Duan Lingtian continued to transmit his voice. His tone was calm but filled with confidence. At this moment, Wang Fei Xian did not reply Duan Lingtian. She did not expect Duan Lingtian to be so calm after knowing Guolu's background. Naturally, the reason she reminded Duan Lingtian about Guolu's background was not out of goodwill. Instead, she wanted to see if Duan Lingtian would be frightened to the point of turning pale after knowing Guolu's background. However, she did not expect the outcome to be completely different from what she had imagined. After learning about Guolu's background, Duan Lingtian was not afraid at all. Instead, he displayed great confidence as though he was not afraid of Guolu at all. Don't tell me he can really defeat Guolu? This thought suddenly appeared in Wang Fei Xian's mind. It was completely out of the blue. Impossible! However, Wang Fei Xian quickly suppressed this thought. She looked at Duan Lingtian and muttered to herself angrily. He's not even 40 years old yet. It's impossible for him to have the strength to defeat Guolu. Otherwise, he's not much weaker than Li Feng. Wang Fei Xian did not know Lingtian and Li Feng were the same person. Otherwise, she would not have such thoughts. Under the watchful eyes of the group of Heaven Palace's disciples, Guolu finally walked out. He looked at Duan Lingtian and nodded. Junior brother Lingtian, it's admirable that you're able to break through to the mastery-refined saint stage when you're not even 40 years old. We've underestimated you previously. Now, I finally know why Vice Palace Master Xiao treats you so well. With your innate talent and strength, no matter which palace you join, they'll definitely give you the opportunity to enter the spirit pool. Although the opportunity to enter the spirit pool was given to you by Vice Palace Master Xiao without any competition, I think you deserve it. The moment Guolu opened his mouth, he expressed his admiration for Duan Lingtian. Perhaps, he did not think Duan Lingtian's strength would be able to defeat him. However, how old was Duan Lingtian compared to him? He admired Duan Lingtian from the bottom of his heart for being able to achieve so much at such a young age. Senior brother Guolu, you flatter me. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly. His impression of Guolu had improved greatly. On the other hand, Wang Fei Xian, who was standing at the side, was slightly displeased. Not only did the hostility she expected did not appear, but the scene seemed to be very harmonious instead. However, as everyone expects, I still want to spar with you, junior brother Lingtian. Of course, we'll stop when it's appropriate. When Guolu looked at Duan Lingtian again, his eyes were filled with battle intent. Faced with a saint stage genius like Duan Lingtian, even he could not help but feel excited. He believed as long as the news of Duan Lingtian possessing a cultivation base at the mastery-refined saint stage before the age of 40 spread out, he would definitely be crowned as the strongest person among the younger generation in the mystical sky mansion. Naturally, he would be excited to spar with such a genius. Senior brother Guolu, please. Duan Lingtian nodded and gestured for Guolu to make the first move. Upon seeing this, Wang Fei Xian could not help but snort softly. This fellow is really arrogant. He actually asked Guolu to make the first move. Guolu's strength is not something that useless fellow can compare to. In fact, it was not only Wang Fei Xian who felt Duan Lingtian was arrogant. Even the other Heaven Palace's disciples felt the same way as well. Who was Guolu? He was ranked in the top 3 among the mastery-refined saint stage powerhouses in the Heaven Palace. He was one of the best among the mastery-refined saint stage powerhouses. It would be difficult for an ordinary mastery-refined saint stage powerhouse to survive more than 10 moves from him. However, this new disciple who had just entered the mystical sky mansion a few days ago actually asked Guolu to make the first move. Was he not looking for a beating? Although the group of Heaven Palace's disciples knew Duan Lingtian was a mastery-refined saint stage martial cultivator, they did not think Duan Lingtian was a match for Guolu. Guolu's reputation in the Heaven Palace was built from his punches and kicks. It was not an undeserved reputation. However, to their surprise, Guolu did not reject Duan Lingtian's modesty. When Guolu first interacted with Duan Lingtian, he did not feel anything. However, when he was facing Duan Lingtian, he did not know where to start. Although the person in front of him was young, the feeling he gave off was much more terrifying than the opponents he had faced before. I really wonder how he cultivates. Guolu sucked in a breath of cold air and sighed inwardly. Due to this reason, Guolu did not reject Duan Lingtian's modesty. Instead, his expression was solemn as he made his move step by step. What happened next stunned everyone present on the scene. This was because Duan Lingtian actually managed to deal with Guolu's attacks with ease. In the end, he was evenly matched with Guolu. Half an hour later, both of them stopped and ended up in a draw. Naturally, Duan Lingtian had intended for this to happen. He had a good impression of Guolu, so he did not embarrass him in front of everyone. They actually ended up in a draw? The group of Heaven Palace's disciples, including Wang Fei Xian, were dumbfounded. It did not cross their minds that this would happen. This result was completely out of their expectations. Compared to the group of Heaven Palace's disciples who were shocked, Guolu was even more shocked. This was because he could feel his opponent was still able to deal with his attacks with ease even when he had unleashed his full strength. Moreover, he could feel his opponent was holding back most of the time. Otherwise, he would have been defeated long ago. Due to this reason, he was shocked. Chapter 17:24. Junior brother Ling Tian, your strength is truly admirable. Naturally, Guolu knew Duan Lingtian did not want to embarrass him in public. That was why he fought to a draw with him. Due to this reason, when he looked at Duan Lingtian again, a hint of gratitude could be seen in his eyes. Senior brother Guolu, you're very strong as well. We can spar more in the future. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled in a refined and courteous manner. The farce had come to an end along with Duan Lingtian and Guolu ending in a tie. Although this was the result of Duan Lingtian holding back, apart from Guolu, nobody knew the truth. Even so, this news still shocked the entire Heaven Palace and the entire mystical Sky Mansion. A mastery-refined Saint Stage martial cultivator below the age of 40. In the history of the mystical Sky Mansion, there were only a few people like this. Naturally, with Duan Lingtian in the mystical Sky Mansion, it also meant that such a peerless genius had appeared in the current generation. The group of Heaven Palace's disciples looked at Duan Lingtian with respect in their eyes before they left with Guolu in an orderly manner. When they came, they were still filled with resentment. They felt Duan Lingtian was lucky enough to be baptized in the spirit pool in a few days since Vice Palace Master Xiao took care of him. However, now that they had witnessed Duan Lingtian's strength, they were completely convinced and felt that the opportunity to be baptized in the spirit pool should be given to Duan Lingtian. In this world where the strong were respected, the strong would be respected no matter where they went. Moreover, Duan Lingtian was a young man who was not even 40 years old yet. He was not even 40 years old, but his cultivation base had already entered the mastery-refined saint stage. As long as he was given enough time, he would definitely become one of the pillars of the mystical Sky Mansion in the future. As long as his innate talent did not diminish, it was not impossible for him to become the supreme mansion master of the mystical Sky Mansion. After the group of Heaven Palace's disciples left, only two people were left on the scene. Apart from Duan Lingtian, Wang Fei Xian was there as well. Wang Fei Xian stared at Duan Lingtian for a long time without shifting her gaze. The young man in front of her had given her a huge shock. Even Guolu, who was ranked in the top 3 among all the mastery-refined Saint Stage powerhouses in the Heaven Palace, could not defeat him and ended in a draw with him. At this moment, Wang Fei Xian's heart was filled with a sense of defeat. In the past, she thought that Li Feng was the only person in the younger generation whom she could look up to. However, it seemed like there was another person like her. Perhaps this man was not as strong as Li Feng, but compared to her, he was much stronger. Are you done looking at me? Wang Fei Xian only regained her senses when a voice resonated in the air. It was none other than Duan Lingtian, who frowned when he realized Wang Fei Xian was staring at him. Bah! Who's looking at you? Wang Fei Xian snapped back to her senses. Her beautiful face flushed red as she spat on the ground. I'm just asking if you're done looking at me? I didn't say you were looking at me, did I? Are you admitting that you're looking at me? Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow as he tried to hold back the smile on his face. He did not expect this great young Miss Wang, who had always been rude and unreasonable in front of him, would have such a shy side to her. Compared to before, she was much cuter now. When Duan Lingtian saw Wang Fei Xian's face was turning redder, he turned around and returned to his room before closing the door behind him. Bang! Wang Fei Xian only snapped back to her senses when she heard the sound of the door closing. She clenched her fists angrily and muttered, "What an unromantic fellow!" Unromantic? Duan Lingtian, who had just entered the room, naturally heard Wang Fei Xian's words. He could not help but smile bitterly. He could naturally feel Wang Fei Xian's interest in him. Perhaps Wang Fei Xian's current interest in him was only limited to his innate talent and strength. But who knew if it would change into something else as time passed? Putting aside the fact that he already had 2 fiancées and a confidant, his fiancée, Kerr, was still in danger. He was not in the mood to flirt with other women. Therefore, whenever he faced Wang Fei Xian, he would try his best to avoid her. I can't afford to offend her, but can't I just avoid her? There are still a few days left. Hopefully, I can make further progress. With this thought in mind, Duan Lingtian returned to the 3rd level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda and continued to cultivate. Duan Lingtian, who was immersed in his cultivation, was, naturally, unaware that news of him defeating Huang Ji, an intermediate refined Saint Stage Heaven Palace's disciple, and coming to a draw with Guolu, a mastery refined Saint Stage Heaven Palace's disciple, had already spread like wildfire in the Heaven Palace, shocking everyone. He's not even 40 years old, but his strength is actually on par with Guolu. Guolu's strength can be ranked in the top 3 among all the mastery refined Saint Stage Martial and Dao cultivators in the Heaven Palace. Even so, he's only on par with Ling Tian. Where did this freak come from, Ling Tian? His strength and innate talent are almost on par with Li Feng, who was the talk of the town. A mastery-refined Saint Stage powerhouse below the age of 40 has only appeared a few times in the history of our mystical sky mansion. I can't believe it's happening again. Don't tell me the golden age of our mystical sky mansion is about to arrive? If Ling Tian can maintain his current innate talent and progress, he might be able to lead our mystical sky mansion to the peak of the Debussy Subterranean, just like the new mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion. Similar discussions could be heard everywhere in the Heaven Palace. There were even some who linked Duan Lingtian to the current mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion. After all, it was only after Duan Lingtian became the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion that the Azure Cloud Mansion was able to stand at the peak of the Debussy Subterranean and rival the Mountain Shade Black Market. However, they did not know the current mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion was Ling Tian's father. Naturally, even Duan Lingtian was unaware of this. Otherwise, he would not have come to the mystical sky mansion. Good lad. He actually managed to defeat Huang Ji and come to a draw with Guolu. When Xiao Yi, the vice mansion master of Heaven Palace, heard about this, he was also shocked. Initially, he thought Duan Lingtian was only an intermediate refined Saint Stage martial cultivator. It did not cross his mind that Duan Lingtian was actually a mastery refined Saint Stage martial cultivator. Moreover, his strength was not something an ordinary mastery refined Saint Stage powerhouse could compare to. This could be seen from the fact that he was able to come to a draw with Guolu. However, even in his dreams, Xiao Yi would never have thought that the reason why the person who had fought Guolu to a draw was because he had shown mercy. Otherwise, he would have been able to defeat Guolu in just one move. At the same time, the news of Duan Lingtian coming to a draw with Guolu had also spread to the Earth Palace, Mystical Palace, and Yellow Palace. Although Guolu was only an ordinary disciple in the Heaven Palace, many people from the other 3 palaces knew about him due to his strength being at the peak of the mastery-refined Saint Stage. This was especially true for the disciples from the other 3 palaces who were also at the mastery-refined Saint Stage. Guolu is ranked in the top 3 among the Heaven Palace's mastery-refined Saint Stage disciples? Such a person actually came to a draw with Ling Tian? My goodness! Ling Tian is actually so strong. Originally, I thought his cultivation base being at the intermediate refined Saint Stage was already ridiculous enough. I didn't expect him to be so freakish. Speaking of freakish, I think Li Feng, who appeared in the Rising Sky Mansion's district, is even more ridiculous. Li Feng has already broken through to the peak of the refined Saint Stage when he's not even 40 years old yet. Compared to Ling Tian, there's still a huge gap between them. Indeed, Li Feng is even more freakish. The disciples from the 3 palaces could not help but compare Duan Lingtian to Li Feng. If Duan Lingtian heard their words, he would definitely smile wryly. Li Feng was merely him from a year ago. Currently, his strength was on a completely different level compared to a year ago. Naturally, even if Duan Lingtian heard their words, He would only smile wryly and would not explain himself. After all, he was no longer Li Feng but Ling Tian. No matter what, the news of Duan Ling Tian coming to a draw with Guolu still swept through the entire mystical sky mansion like a hurricane. Even many of the important figures in the mystical sky mansion were shocked by this news. Many of them even wanted to take him in as their disciple. No matter how the undercurrent was stirring, Duan Ling Tian still stayed obediently in the third level of the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda to cultivate. He only came out of the third level of the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda when the day of the spirit pool's opening arrived. He opened the door and walked out before he sat in front of the stone table in the courtyard. With a raise of his hand, a bottle of wine appeared in his hand. Duan Ling Tian took a sip from it. He was waiting. Not long after, Duan Ling Tian heard a light gust of wind. He raised his head immediately. Initially, he thought Wang Pai had come. He did not expect the person who came was Wang Fei Xian. For some reason, Duan Ling Tian felt a headache whenever he saw Wang Fei Xian. He could neither scold nor hit this woman. After all, other than her temper, she did not do anything out of line to him. Naturally, Duan Ling Tian was unaware that Wang Fei Xian was the one who had instigated the group of Heaven Palace's disciples a few days ago. Otherwise, his opinion of Wang Fei Xian would have changed. Ling fellow, you actually came out on time so early in the morning. I was thinking if you didn't come out, I would have told senior brother Wang Pai that you gave me the opportunity to be baptized in the spirit pool. Wang Fei Xian walked in casually and sat opposite Duan Ling Tian without any trace of politeness before she said to Duan Ling Tian, "Do you think senior brother Wang Pai will believe you?" Duan Ling Tian replied calmly as he gulped down a mouthful of wine. "Humph!" Wang Fei Xian snorted softly. Her light eyebrows were slightly knitted together. It was a beautiful sight. The instant he saw Wang Fei Xian frowning, Duan Ling Tian, who was inadvertently glancing at Wang Fei Xian, froze as though his acupuncture points had been pressed. The reason for this was because when Wang Fei Xian frowned, she looked a little similar to his fiancée, Kerr. As the saying went, the sight of a beautiful sight makes one sad. When Duan Ling Tian saw the resemblance between Wang Fei Xian and Kerr, he was momentarily stunned. Could it be that this fellow has been enlightened? Chapter 17:25. Wang Fei Xian didn't know why Duan Ling Tian was staring at her in a daze. Otherwise, she would have slapped him. After all, it was extremely humiliating for a woman to be thinking about another woman while looking at her. If it was any other man who stared at her like this, Wang Fei Xian would have already exploded. However, Wang Fei Xian was not repulsed by the man before her. It was so much so that when she discovered that he was looking at her, not only was she not angry, she even felt slightly proud of herself. Who asked you to pretend to be so serious earlier? Aren't you still subdued by my charm now? Huh? Suddenly, Wang Fei Xian realized that the man in front of her had retracted his gaze. This wasn't a big deal, but she realized that the man in front of her had a sad expression on his face after he retracted his gaze. Especially his originally sparkling eyes. At this moment, they seemed to have experienced a lot of vicissitudes. Seeing this scene, even Wang Fei Xian didn't know why, but her heart actually hurt. What's wrong? The pride on Wang Fei Xian's face disappeared, and she asked worriedly, "I'm sorry, I was a little rude. It's just that when you frowned, you looked a little like my fiancée, and I thought of her." When he heard Wang Fei Xian's voice, Duan Ling Tian came back to his senses and apologized. When she heard Duan Ling Tian's words, Wang Fei Xian's pretty face suddenly darkened. When you saw me, you thought of your fiancé. As mentioned before, this kind of thing was definitely a humiliation to a woman. I'm sorry. Duan Ling Tian naturally understood this, so he straightforwardly apologized and looked very sincere. When she heard Duan Ling Tian's apology and saw Duan Ling Tian's gloomy face, Wang Fei Xian's anger subsided a lot. I say, surnamed Ling, shouldn't you be happy when you think of your fiancé? Why are you pulling a long face? My fiancé. Forget it, you won't understand even if I tell you. Duan Ling Tian subconsciously opened his mouth, but halfway through, he changed the topic and did not continue. What do you mean I won't understand even if you tell me? Wang Feixian said angrily. You didn't say it, so I don't know. How do you know that I don't understand even if you say it? There's nothing to say. Duan Lingtian shook his head. The matter of Kerr was undoubtedly painful for him. If he brought it up again, it would be tantamount to reopening his scars. Hey, I say, why are you like this? You whet my appetite, but you don't say anything. No, you have to tell me. If you don't, I'll pester you every day and make it impossible for you to cultivate. Wang Feixian was enraged as she threatened. Duan Lingtian frowned. He did not expect Wang Feixian to be so difficult to deal with. If he had known earlier, he would not have brought up the matter of his fiancée. The reason he had brought up his fiancée earlier was to let Wang Feixian know that he had a fiancée so that she would back off. Who would have thought that after Wang Feixian found out that he had a fiancée, not only did she not show any strange emotions, but she was also very curious about his fiancée's current situation. When Duan Lingtian saw the determination in Wang Feixian's eyes, he knew that she was not joking. For a moment, he could not help but smile bitterly in his heart. He had really shot himself in the foot. I can tell you, however, you have to promise me that you won't tell anyone else. Not even your family. Don't think that I'm joking. Once you spread this matter, it won't do you any good. Even you and the tyrannical saber mansion behind you might face a disaster. Duan Lingtian said with a serious expression. Don't think that I'm exaggerating. I'm serious. He thought that Wang Feixian would be nervous when she heard him speak so seriously. However, he did not expect that after hearing his words. Wang Feixian was not nervous at all. Instead, her eyes lit up and she said with a curious expression, hearing you say that, it seems very interesting. I'm really getting more and more curious now. As for you asking me not to spread this matter, naturally that's not a problem. I'll swear on the lightning penalty oath right now. After saying that, Wang Feixian swore on the lightning penalty oath. Duan Lingtian wanted to stop her, but it was too late. He wanted to stop her because he felt that there was no need to swear on the lightning penalty oath for such a small matter. It would be fine as long as she promised him verbally. Although he had not known Wang Feixian for long, he could tell that this woman with a devilish figure and angelic face was more manly than most men in many aspects, even though she was a woman. He believed that she would be able to keep her word. Boom, 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 boom. Accompanied by 9 claps of thunder, Wang Feixian's lightning penalty oath was considered to have come true. Under Wang Feixian's curious gaze, Duan Lingtian told her about Kerr. Of course, he emphasized that Kerr's twin sister was very strong. Duan Lingtian also told Wang Feixian about how Zoroastrianism's twin sister was. Zoroastrianism? After listening to Duan Lingtian's nonsense, Wang Feixian could not help but narrow her eyes in shock. As a member of the fourth-rate force, the Tyrannic Saber Mansion, and the most beloved granddaughter of the current mansion master of Tyrannic Saber Mansion, Wang Feixian had more or less dabbled in some of the secrets and records in the Tyrannic Saber Mansion that had been passed down since ancient times. Due to this reason, she was not unfamiliar with Zoroastrianism. A long time ago, before the Tao Martial Saint Land was divided into the Upper Province and Lower Province, it was the golden age of the Tao Martial Saint Land. During that era, there were 3 great sects that towered above the Tao Martial Saint Land. They were also the 3 greatest forces in the Tao Martial Saint Land. In the Tao Martial Saint Land, the division of forces was simplified in 4 words. 3 religions and 9 schools. 3 religions referred to the 3 great sections, 9 schools referred to the forces from the 9th rate to the 1st rate. The 3 great sects were the 3 great forces that towered above the 1st-rate forces. They were the 3 great behemoths in the Tao Martial Saint Land. They had existed for a long time, but their status had never wavered. This was enough to show how powerful and exaggerated their foundation was. Zoroastrianism was one of the 3 great sections. Your fiancé's sister is actually a member of Zoroastrianism? Moreover, based on her tone, it seems like Zoroastrianism has sent many people to look for your fiancé, but she beat them to it? After a long while, Wang Feixian finally regained her senses. After inhaling a breath of cold air, she asked with a shocked expression. That's right. Duan Lingtian nodded. Since Zoroastrianism has sent people to look for your fiancé, it's enough to show that your fiancé is not simple. At the very least, she's not simple to Zoroastrianism. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been looking for someone who has been missing for more than 30 years. Wang Feixian deduced. Her deduction was similar to Duan Lingtian's earlier deduction. However, since the person who took your fiancé away is her twin sister, I'm sure she won't harm her. Don't worry, your fiancé must have gone to the upper province. She should be fine. Wang Feixian comforted him. At this moment, Wang Feixian finally understood the sadness in Duan Lingtian's eyes. As it turned out, he had experienced something like this before. Wang Feixian could understand Duan Lingtian's pain when she put herself in his shoes. Helplessly watching his fiancé being taken away without being able to do anything, no one would feel good about that kind of feeling. I hope so. Duan Lingtian nodded. Then, as though he was reminded of something, he sighed. However, what I'm most worried about is the child in her stomach. After her twin sister found out about our relationship, she was furious. I don't know if she'll do something to our child. Both of you have a child? Wang Feixian stared at him. Yes, they should have been born by now. Duan Lingtian nodded. A hint of fondness could be seen in his eyes. Both of his children should have been born by now. However, up until now, he had yet to see his children. He only knew Li Fei had given birth to a son for him. I can't believe you're so young, but you're already such a playboy. I really don't know how you usually cultivate. I've been cultivating tirelessly, and until now, I'm only at the early refined saint stage. You, on the other hand, have a fiancé and a child. How much time did you spend? You actually managed to break through to the mastery refined saint stage at such a young age. When Wang Feixian reached the end of her sentence, a hint of jealousy could be heard in her tone. In terms of innate talent, the most important thing in cultivation was time. It was apparent the time she spent cultivating was much more than the young man in front of her. However, her strength was 2 stages lower than his. This caused Wang Feixian to feel extremely unbalanced. You only have one woman? Wang Feixian asked as she stared at Duan Lingtian as though she was reminded of something. Her eyes were filled with anticipation. Duan Lingtian shook his head. I have 2 fiancés and a confidant. If there's no accident, all 3 of them will be my wives in the future. When he thought of Ke, Li Fei, and Feng Tianwu, a rare happy smile appeared on Duan Lingtian's face. 3. That's not a lot. Wang Feixian nodded solemnly, causing Duan Lingtian to feel speechless. 3 isn't a lot? In fact, in Duan Lingtian's previous life, apart from a few ethnic minorities, the rest of the people in his country practiced monogamy. Although it was normal to have 3 wives and 4 concubines in this world, he also felt 3 women was a lot for a man. Who would have thought that Wang Feixian would be so valiant? As a woman, she even said that having 3 women was not a lot. When Duan Lingtian saw Wang Feixian looking at him again, he was at a loss for words. Junior brother Lingtian. At this moment, Wang Pai's voice resonated from afar. After a while, Wang Pai landed in Duan Lingtian's courtyard. Senior brother Wang Pai. When he saw Wang Pai, Duan Lingtian immediately stood up as though he had seen his savior. Are we going to the spirit pool? Hee. Looks like junior brother Lingtian can't wait any longer. In that case, let's go. Chapter 17:26. Wang Pai's sudden appearance naturally displeased Wang Feixian. However, even though she was displeased, she did not dare to show it. No matter what, Wang Pai was still the direct disciple of the Heaven Palace's Vice Palace Master. Although she was the biological granddaughter of the Mansion Master of Tyrannic Saber Mansion, if she were to go out, in terms of status, other people would definitely be more wary of Wang Pai. Moreover, this was the Heaven Palace. If it was not necessary, she was naturally unwilling to offend Wang Pai. I'll go and have a look as well. When Wang Feixian saw Duan Lingtian was preparing to leave with Wang Pai, she immediately soared up into the air and followed them. However, she stayed next to Duan Lingtian. At this moment, Duan Lingtian could vaguely sense Wang Pai's ambiguous gaze. Junior brother Lingtian, this great young Miss Wang seems to be very interested in you. Why don't you take her in? As long as you take her in, you'll be the son-in-law of the tyrannic Saber Mansion. At this moment, Wang Pai's voice resonated in Duan Lingtian's ears. Senior brother Wang Pai, please don't joke around. I already have 2 fiancés and 1 confidant. Although Duan Lingtian could tell Wang Pai was teasing him, he quickly explained to avoid any misunderstandings. That's only 3 women. With your innate talent, your future will be limitless when you grow up. At that time, let alone 3 women, even 30 women won't be considered a lot. In this world where the strong are respected, as long as a strong man has enough energy, he can have many women and make those women fall head over heels for him. Wang Pai continued. When Duan Lingtian heard this, he was speechless. Why did he feel that Wang Pai was even more valiant than Wang Feixian? Soon after, under the guidance of Wang Pai, Duan Lingtian and Wang Feixian entered the canyon on the side of the steep mountain where the heavenly palace was located. The entrance to the canyon was a thin line that could only accommodate 1 person. After entering, he was greeted by a sea of emerald green. Within the gorge, hundreds of grasses grew, and tens of thousands of flowers vied for beauty, giving people a feeling of tranquility and peace. The end of the canyon was shrouded by a dense fog. Due to the existence of the fog, one could not see what was behind it. A ray formation? As soon as he entered the canyon, Duan Lingtian discovered that the fog was the effect of a formation. In front of the formation, there was an old man guarding it. The old man's face was full of wrinkles, and he looked very old. His hair and eyebrows were white, and he was dressed in gray robes. One of his arms was missing, and he stood there as though he was one with heaven and earth. With just a glance, Duan Lingtian could tell that this old man was not simple. Senior. Wang Pai brought Duan Lingtian and Li Wuyo to descend before the one-armed old man and bowed respectfully. The space between his brows was filled with respect. Senior. Duan Lingtian and Wang Feixian quickly followed suit and bowed. The one-armed old man nodded calmly. There was no expression on his face, and he was very calm from the beginning until the end. After responding, he casually glanced at Wang Pai. Why did you come here personally? Could it be that little Xiao has obtained a rare saint stage genius for the heavenly palace and gave him the opportunity to be baptized in the spirit pool? Yes. Wang Pai nodded. Then, he looked at Duan Lingtian next to him. This is junior brother Lingtian. He's also the saint stage genius that Master has obtained for the heavenly palace. He's not even 40 years old, but he's already at the mastery refined saint stage. He was not even 40 years old, but he was already at the mastery refined saint stage. One must admit that Wang Pai's words had shocked the one-armed old man. At the very least, the one-armed old man who was originally calm raised an eyebrow when he heard Wang Pai's words. Then he shifted his gaze to Duan Lingtian. His gaze was dull, but when it landed on Duan Lingtian, it seemed as though it could see through everything. Duan Lingtian had nowhere to hide. However, at this moment, Duan Lingtian's attention was not on this at all. Let alone Duan Lingtian, even Wang Feixian's attention was not on this. Little Xiao? Earlier, they had clearly heard the one-armed old man before them address the Vice Palace Master of Heaven Palace as Xiao Yi. This was clearly how a senior addressed a junior. It was apparent that as Xiao Yi's direct disciple, Wang Pai did not react to the old man addressing him as master. It was as though it was normal. Duan Lingtian could not help but look at Wang Feixian. Coincidentally, Wang Feixian was also looking at him. Senior, could it be that you're a powerhouse from the older generation in the mystical sky mansion? Wang Feixian asked through voice transmission. I think so. Duan Lingtian was not certain, so he immediately asked Wang Pai through voice transmission. Wang Pai quickly replied, This is the previous Vice Palace Master of our Heaven Palace. In terms of seniority, he's my master's junior uncle. This junior ancestral uncle had lost an arm back then, and his strength was greatly reduced. That's why he didn't go to the upper province with Grand Master and the others. Originally, I should have addressed him as Senior Granduncle. However, since he doesn't want too many people to know his identity, I've only addressed him as Senior. More than 90% of the other Heaven Palace's disciples don't know his true identity. Upon hearing Wang Pai's words, Duan Lingtian knew he had guessed correctly. At the same time, Duan Lingtian instinctively glanced at the old man's severed arm. As far as he knew, even the medicinal pills in the Dao Martial Saint Land could not regrow a severed arm. The only thing he knew about that could regrow a severed arm was the legendary immortal spirit herb. He had obtained one before, but he had used it in the end. Senior. At the same time, Duan Lingtian saw Wang Pai pass a token that was emitting a green light to the old man. The word spirit was carved on it. Then, Duan Lingtian saw the old man looked at him after receiving the token and said, "Go on in." After the old man finished speaking, he glanced behind him. The moment the old man opened his mouth, the mist behind him suddenly trembled. In the end, it twisted and formed a vortex, like a door to the void. Duan Lingtian knew it was the old man who had opened the formation. "Junior brother Lingtian, go on in. You can come out after you've finished absorbing the heaven and earth spirit energy inside." Wang Pai looked at Duan Lingtian and smiled. "All right." Duan Lingtian nodded and glanced at Wang Fei Xian. He nodded lightly at her before he walked into the giant whirlpool formed by the mist. The moment he stepped into the whirlpool, Duan Lingtian felt a huge force sucking him in. After he was sucked in, Duan Lingtian's vision turned black before it lit up again. When it lit up again, a scenery painting that looked like a paradise appeared before his eyes. Naturally, it was not a scenery painting but a real thing. The environment in front of him was a corner of the canyon. It was shrouded by a formation, and it was filled with heaven and earth spirit energy. However, Duan Lingtian did not cultivate just like that. Since it was called a spirit pool, it was definitely not that simple. Although the heaven and earth spirit energy in this place was rich, it was only comparable to the heaven and earth spirit energy in the third level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. It was not very attractive to Duan Lingtian. As he continued to walk forward, Duan Lingtian saw a small lake through the misty heaven and earth spirit energy. The lake was filled with a milky white liquid that emitted waves of heaven and earth spirit energy. No wonder it's called a spirit pool. The heaven and earth spirit energy here has already been liquefied. When Duan Lingtian saw the small lake in front of him, he finally understood the origin of the spirit pool's name. Although the lake was not big, the heaven and earth spirit energy in the form of a liquid was extremely rich. At the very least, it was much more rich than Duan Lingtian had imagined. With such a good cultivation environment, if I still can't break through to the early refined saint stage, I might as well just kill myself. Duan Lingtian was not confident he would be able to make a breakthrough in the spirit pool before he came here. However, now that he had seen the large amount of heaven and earth spirit energy in the spirit pool, he was almost 100% confident he would be able to successfully break through to the early refined saint stage. Once I've broken through to the early refined saint stage, my strength will be greatly elevated as well. At that time, I'll be stronger than the top young geniuses in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Duan Lingtian knew very well that due to the uniqueness of the Sun True Origin and his powerful body, it would not be difficult for him to defeat ordinary eminent saint stage martial and Dao cultivators once he had broken through to the early refined saint stage. Moreover, once he had broken through to the early refined saint stage and activated the Celestial Supreme Treasure, the Jasper Celestial Sword, not many powerhouses at the peak of the eminent saint stage would be able to block his sword. Whoosh! After taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian suppressed the excitement in his heart and leaped into the spirit pool. Splash! When Duan Lingtian leaped into the spirit pool, it was like a huge rock falling into the water, breaking the tranquility of the lake. However, the spirit pool soon regained its tranquility. At this moment, Duan Lingtian had already arrived at the bottom of the spirit pool. He sat down cross-legged and greedily absorbed the liquid heaven and earth spirit energy as he cultivated using the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique. The 9 dragons carried the liquid heaven and earth spirit energy and circulated it once before it finally transformed into the Sun True Origin. As he cultivated in the spirit pool, Duan Lingtian felt as though his entire body was covered by something. This feeling was extremely comfortable. It was as though he had returned to his mother's womb. While Duan Lingtian was cultivating, Wang Pai brought Wang Fei Xian out of the valley where the spirit pool was located. The spirit pool would only open once every 6 months, and only one person could enter at a time. Senior brother Wang Pai, will I have a chance to enter the spirit pool the next time the Heaven Palace opens? After they came out, Wang Fei Xian immediately asked. It was obvious she was very concerned about this. The spirit pool. The reason she entered the mystical sky mansion this time was not only for the St. Martial secret zone, but also for the spirit pool. Sometimes she even regretted coming to the Heaven Palace in the first place. If she could go to the other 3 palaces, perhaps she would be cultivating in the spirit pool as well. With the help of the spirit pool, she was confident she would be able to successfully break through to the intermediate refined saint stage before entering the St. Martial secret zone. However, without the help of the spirit pool, although there was still hope for her to break through, the chances were slim. You'll have to fight for this yourself. Chapter 17:27. That's as good as not saying anything. Wang Fei Xian was obviously satisfied with Wang Pai's reply. Naturally, she knew it was not up to Wang Pai to decide who would be given the opportunity to enter the spirit pool. Humph! That fellow's strength will definitely improve after he enters the spirit pool. Based on the cultivation base he displayed earlier, it's probably not as simple as just breaking through to the mastery refined saint stage. In other words, it's very likely that he'll break through to the peak of the refined saint stage with the help of the spirit pool. The peak of the refined saint stage. The moment Wang Fei Xian thought of this, her heart began to beat faster. Li Feng was only at the peak of the refined saint stage. If that fellow has broken through to the peak of the refined saint stage, he'll be so proud of himself. It seems like I'll have to treat him better when he comes out. If I can form an alliance with him in the St. Martial secret zone, how would the others be able to compete with us? The moment Wang Fei Xian thought of this, she became slightly excited. Duan Lingtian, naturally, did not know Wang Fei Xian had her eyes on him. Currently, he was fully immersed in his cultivation. Although he was cultivating outside and did not have as much time as inside the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, due to the liquid heaven and earth spirit energy, his cultivation speed here was more than 10 times faster than when he was on the 3rd level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. Moreover, due to the 99 saint veins in his body, his speed of absorbing the liquid heaven and earth spirit energy was even faster. It was ridiculously fast. Ridiculously fast. The one-armed old man who was guarding outside seemed to have sensed the rapid absorption of the heaven and earth spirit energy. This little fellow is really not simple. A rare smile appeared on the old man's wrinkled face. He's not even 40 years old, but his cultivation base is already at the mastery refined saint stage. If he can break through to the mastery refined saint stage through the spirit pool, it'll definitely be a great surprise to our mystical sky mansion. At that time, he'll be on par with Li Feng. Although the old man usually stayed here, he had heard rumors about Li Feng. He knew there was an outstanding young genius in the Debussy subterranean who had broken through to the peak of the refined saint stage before the age of 40. At the same time, in the distant Azure Cloud Mansion, a small matter also happened. The reason it was called a small matter was because it was just a small matter among the subordinates. It did not involve the decision-makers in the Azure Cloud Mansion, let alone the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion, Duan Ruffing. Yun Dong was one of the people in charge of the Azure Cloud Mansion's outpost outside. At the same time, he was also an old man who was over 100 years old. He could be considered a veteran in the Azure Cloud Mansion. In the eyes of the people in the outer circle of the Azure Cloud Mansion, Yun Dong could be considered as a high-ranking person. Many of the people at the bottom of the Azure Cloud Mansion would want to curry favor with him. The person in charge of the stronghold was usually rotated between 2 people, and they would rotate every half a year. Recently, it was Yundong's turn to rest. Old Zhang, I'll leave this to you. I'll head back first. After handing over the affairs in his hands, Yundong said to the person who had come to replace him, Go on. You must be in a hurry to see Yun Kuan. However, when I left the Azure Cloud Mansion's estate, I heard he seemed to have gone on a long journey. I don't know if he's back yet. You might not be able to see him when you return this time." The old man who was addressed as Old Zhang said with a smile. "He went on a long journey?" Upon hearing Old Zhang's words, Yundong could not help but be stunned. Then he frowned. "He actually didn't tell me he went on a long journey. Looks like he's really grown up now." Yun Kuan was his younger brother. He was also his biological younger brother, his only biological younger brother. The two brothers had lost their family since they were young, and they relied on each other for survival. Due to the fact that he was older, he took on the role of both father and mother. He single-handedly raised his younger brother. Later on, both of them joined the Azure Cloud Mansion. Not only did they have a place to stay, but they also rose rapidly and made their own achievements. Now that he had become the person in charge of a stronghold in the Azure Cloud Mansion, although it was just a small stronghold, it was enough for him to be proud. After all, the Azure Cloud Mansion stood at the peak of the Wuxia subterranean. It was a quasi-third-rate force. In the Wuxia subterranean, only the mountain-shade black market could be mentioned in the same breath as the Azure Cloud Mansion. Haha, say, how old is your younger brother already? Why do you still act as if he's still young? I think he didn't tell you this time because he's worried you won't let him go out alone. Old Zhang laughed. Forget it, let's not talk about it anymore. I'll go back first to see if he's back. For some reason, after Yundong found out his younger brother had left the Azure Cloud Mansion for a long journey, he felt a sense of panic. He was eager to return to the Azure Cloud Mansion. Go on. Naturally, Old Zhang could understand Yundong's feelings. In fact, he had watched Yundong and Yunkuan grow up together. Although Yunkuan was Yundong's younger brother, Yunkuan was more like Yundong's son in many aspects. In front of Yunkuan, Yundong was both a brother and a father. Yundong left and returned to the Azure Cloud Mansion. Due to the panic in his heart, he did not make any stops along the way. As soon as he returned to the Azure Cloud Mansion, Yundong discovered he was even more panicked. He went to look for his younger brother, but he discovered his younger brother had not returned yet. When he returned to his residence in the Azure Cloud Mansion, he discovered his younger brother's soul pearl had shattered. Who's that? When Yundong saw Yunkuan's soul pearl that had shattered, his eyes turned red immediately. He let out a low growl as his body emitted waves of terrifying killing intent. However, Yundong had lived for more than 100 years, so he quickly forced himself to calm down. This was because he knew it was useless no matter how sad he felt. The most important thing now was to calm down and find out where his younger brother had gone after leaving the Azure Cloud Mansion. After spending an hour, Yundong asked his younger brother's friends and finally obtained the answer he wanted. He went to Windfall Nation, the place where the Devil Seal tablet appeared before. Naturally, Yundong had heard about the news of the Devil Seal tablet appearing in Windfall Nation. Moreover, when he first heard about it, he was tempted and wondered if he should make a trip there to try his luck and see if he could obtain the Devil Seal tablet. However, when he thought about it again, he felt the probability of that happening was too low. Moreover, he would not be able to leave, so he dismissed that thought. However, it did not cross his mind that his younger brother had actually gone to Windfall Nation and never returned. Currently, his soul pearl had shattered. The strongest person in Windfall Nation, or even a sixth-rate Saint Nation, is an ordinary refined Saint stage martial or Dao cultivator. Little Kuan is a martial cultivator at the peak of the refined Saint stage. The person who killed him is definitely not from Windfall Nation. Yundong took a deep breath as his eyes burned with rage. No matter who it is, I'll kill you for killing my younger brother. Yundong's throat moved as he growled. Naturally, Yundong did not go to Windfall Nation just like that. Instead, he reported his younger brother's death to the Azure Cloud Mansion. After all, the death of someone from the Azure Cloud Mansion was a blatant provocation to the Azure Cloud Mansion. As long as he reported this matter, the Azure Cloud Mansion would send someone to help Yundong. After Yundong reported Yun Kuan's death, the Azure Cloud Mansion quickly sent someone over. It was a middle-aged man with a cold expression who was dressed in a fiery red robe with gold embroidery. Revered Elder Hua. Upon seeing the middle-aged man, even Yun Dong could not help but gasp. Although he knew as the person in charge of the Azure Cloud Mansion's stronghold, the Azure Cloud Mansion would definitely take his death seriously and send a powerhouse to help him. However, it did not cross his mind that the Azure Cloud Mansion would send someone to help him. Jin Hua was a revered elder of the Azure Cloud Mansion. He could be ranked in the top 10 powerhouses in the entire Azure Cloud Mansion. I already know about what happened to you. In the near future, I will go with you to investigate Yun Kuen's death. As long as we find the murderer, if you are no match for him, I will act. If you're not strong enough, you'll be defeated, Jin Hua said as he glanced at Yun Dong indifferently. He only glanced at Yun Dong briefly before he shifted his gaze elsewhere. He appeared extremely arrogant. Yun Dong was not unhappy about this. Instead, he was pleasantly surprised. Thank you, revered Elder Hua. With Jin Hua by his side, he was no longer worried about encountering someone he was no match for. After Yun Dong and Jin Hua left the Azure Cloud Mansion, they went directly to the Southern Ridge Yuan Mansion. The Southern Ridge Yuan Mansion was a fifth-rate force, while the Windfall Nation was a sixth-rate Saint Nation. When they arrived at the capital of Windfall Nation, Yun Dong heard that his younger brother was treated as an honored guest by the Windfall Nation's imperial family. For this reason, he immediately went to the Windfall Nation's imperial palace. Why, you're Master Yun's elder brother? Facing Yun Dong, the Windfall Nation's emperor, Zhu Yuan, did not even dare to breathe loudly. In the past, when Yun Kuen was still in the Windfall Nation's imperial palace, he had mentioned his elder brother more than once. The person in charge of the Azure Cloud Mansion stronghold was also an eminent saint stage powerhouse. It was not that Zhu Yuan had not seen an eminent saint stage powerhouse before, but he had only seen them from afar. This was undoubtedly his first time meeting an eminent saint stage powerhouse at such a close distance in his life. Who killed my brother? Yun Dong did not waste his breath on Zhu Yuan and asked directly. When Zhu Yuan heard this, he no longer dared to change the topic. He quickly told Yun Dong what had happened that day. After he finished speaking, he said, "That powerhouse didn't report his origin. Perhaps he's worried about the Azure Cloud Mansion's revenge." No origin? When Yun Dong heard Zhu Yuan's words, he could not help but frown. Then, do you still remember his appearance? Can you confirm if he's wearing a disguise or not? Although I don't dare to probe him, I'm certain he's not wearing a disguise. On this point, Zhu Yuan was still certain. Since he was wearing a disguise, even if he did not probe him intentionally, his divine consciousness would definitely be able to detect this. In that case, you and those who have seen that person draw a portrait of him for me, Yun Dong said bluntly. Yes, Yun Dong said bluntly. Apart from Zhu Yuan and Zhu Lai, there was also Bai Li Hong who had seen the person who killed Yun Kuen. Chapter 1728. In the Situ clan's estate in the capital of Windfall Nation, Bai Li Hong was already prepared for the arrival of the people from the Azure Cloud Mansion. He cooperated and drew Duan Ling Tian's appearance after he had disguised himself. Then he passed the portrait to Yun Dong. Although the three portraits were drawn by three different people, they were all drawn by the same person. I heard that Duan Ling Tian, who possesses the Devil Seal tablet, is your junior brother? After Yun Dong put the portrait away, his eyes shone brightly as he looked at Bai Li Hong. Yes, Bai Li Hong nodded. Everyone knew about this, so there was no need for him to hide it. Do you know where he is now? Yun Dong asked in a low voice. Although the main reason he came this time was to find the murderer of his younger brother, if it was possible, he also wanted to know the whereabouts of the Devil Seal tablet. I don't know. Bai Li Hong shook his head. Just as Yun Dong was about to say something, a cold snort entered his ears. Do you think the person who killed Yun Kuen will let him go if he knows something? Don't forget the purpose of our trip. This cold snort naturally came from Jin Hua, the powerhouse who was ranked in the top 10 in the Azure Cloud Mansion. Yes, revered Elder Hua. When Yun Dong heard Jin Hua's impatient tone, he did not dare to stay any longer. After glancing at by Li Hong indifferently, he left. However, Yun Dong did not know Jinhua had interjected not because he was impatient, but because if Yun Dong continued to ask, it would involve Duan Lingtian. His adoptive father was a subordinate of the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion. He could be said to be the mansion master's right-hand man. Rong Yuan, Elder Rong, was his adoptive father. Previously, when news of the Devil Seal tablet had spread to the Azure Cloud Mansion, he wanted to join in the fun and see if he could obtain the Devil Seal tablet. However, he was stopped by his adoptive father in the end. At that time, he finally found out Duan Lingtian, who possessed the Devil Seal tablet, was none other than the only son of the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion. He was also the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion. As for why the vice mansion master was wandering outside, he had also asked his foster father about it. In the end, the answer he got was that the mansion master wanted the vice mansion master to go out and gain experience. After learning that Duan Lingtian was the young mansion master of their Azure Cloud Mansion, Jinhua, naturally, would not allow Yun Dong to make things difficult for Duan Lingtian. After all, Duan Lingtian was their young mansion master's senior brother. Of course, Yun Dong was destined not to know about this. Jinhua didn't plan to tell him either. However, even Jinhua did not expect the powerhouse who killed Yun Kuin, Yun Dong's younger brother, was none other than the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion, Duan Lingtian. If he had known, not only would he not have followed Yun Dong out this time, but he would also denounce Yun Dong. He would even ask Yun Dong why his younger brother, Yun Kuin, had provoked the vice mansion master. If necessary, he would kill Yun Dong. Although Yun Dong was also an official in the Azure Cloud Mansion, he was merely the person in charge of a small foothold. In Jinhua's opinion, he was no different from an ordinary disciple at the bottom of the Azure Cloud Mansion. Naturally, Duan Lingtian was unaware that Yun Dong and Jinhua had come to Windfall Nation. At this moment, he was at the critical juncture of his breakthrough. At this moment, more than half of the spirit pool that looked like a small lake had disappeared. One could vaguely see Duan Lingtian sitting cross-legged at the bottom of the pool. The liquid heaven and earth spirit energy had also reached his neck. One could see the heaven and earth spirit energy was being depleted at a speed visible to the naked eye. This was enough to show how fast Duan Lingtian's cultivation speed was. After all, how could Duan Lingtian's cultivation speed not be fast since he had 99 saint veins? When the liquid heaven and earth spirit energy continued to be depleted until it reached Duan Lingtian's abdomen, Duan Lingtian's body began to tremble for no reason. In the end, the trembling became more and more intense. At this moment, the Sun True Origin in Duan Lingtian's body had almost filled his Naiwen Palace. Only Saint Stage powerhouses had the Naiwen Palace. It was formed from the transformation of the Qi. The True Origin was usually stored in the Naiwen Palace. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was on the verge of a breakthrough. In his body, the True Origin was rapidly moving like dragons. It was extremely frenzied. Every movement of the True Origin was hitting the saint veins in his body viciously. The 99 saint veins were vibrating, and the feeling of pain was clearly transmitted to Duan Lingtian's nerves. It was precisely because of this that Duan Lingtian's body began to tremble violently. Although he could endure the intense pain all over his body, he could not help but tremble violently. Crack! All of a sudden, the hairband on Duan Lingtian's head broke, and his long hair fluttered without any wind. One could vaguely see a faint golden halo flowing in his long hair. It was Duan Lingtian's Sun True Origin. At the same time, a faint golden halo appeared on the surface of Duan Lingtian's body. The golden halo continued to solidify and expand until it enveloped Duan Lingtian's entire body. It was as though it had turned into a cocoon that enveloped Duan Lingtian. This was a large cocoon that shone with a golden halo. It expanded to a diameter of about 2 meters before it stopped expanding. Coo, 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 coo. At this moment, the liquid heaven and earth spirit energy in Duan Lingtian's abdomen in the spiritual pool began to surge as though it was being boiled. In just a few breaths of time, the spiritual chi of heaven and earth disappeared. Naturally, it did not really disappear. Instead, It was devoured by the large golden cocoon that enveloped Duan Lingtian. The large golden cocoon was like a gluttonous child. It only took a few breaths before it completely absorbed the remaining liquid heaven and earth spirit energy in the spiritual pool. Hualao, what should I do now? Inside the golden cocoon, Duan Lingtian sat cross-legged. However, his eyes had already opened. At this moment, he was mumbling to himself. It was obvious he was talking to the three-legged golden crow Elder Hua, inside the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda. In fact, with the thickness of his true origin, he could have made a breakthrough earlier. However, just as he was about to make a breakthrough, Hualao stopped him. After I teach you the golden crow's wings, the basic divine ability of the three-legged golden crow clan, you'll complete the breakthrough. In this way, when you break through to the eminent saint stage, you'll be able to cast the golden crow's wings officially. Of course, before that, you'll have to consolidate the embryonic form of the golden crow's wings first. It's the best time to do it now since there's still a surplus of liquid heaven and earth spirit energy. This was what Hualao had told him to stop him. When he heard Hualao's words, he was naturally confused. It was his first time hearing about the golden crow's wings. However, after listening to Hualao's explanation, Duan Lingtian finally understood what the golden crow's wings was. It was the basic divine ability of the three-legged golden crow clan that could be mastered by other clans as well. Once it was cast, a pair of wings similar to the golden crow's would appear on one's back. With just a flap of the wings, one would be thousands of miles away in just a blink of an eye. Naturally, this was the effect of the golden crow's wings when one's strength had reached a certain stage. As long as you can consolidate the embryonic form of the golden crow's wings and build a good foundation before you break through to the refined saint stage, you'll be able to cast the golden crow's wings officially when you break through to the eminent saint stage. At that time, your speed will undergo a qualitative change. An increase in speed means an increase in strength as well. Speed was the only unbeatable martial tactic in the world. Duan Lingtian knew about this. Due to this reason, Duan Lingtian was, naturally, excited when he heard Hualao's words. Due to this reason, he was not in a hurry to break through the final barrier of the peak of the pristine saint stage to the refined saint stage. Everything would have to wait until he had consolidated the embryonic form of the golden crow's wings first. The appearance of the golden cocoon was also due to Hualao's guidance to Duan Lingtian. It was also due to Hualao's guidance that the golden cocoon absorbed all the remaining liquid heaven and earth spirit energy in the spirit pool in just a dozen breaths. Subsequently, under Hualao's guidance, as time passed by, a ferocious crack appeared on the golden cocoon outside of Duan Lingtian's body before it split into two. After it split into two, the separated golden cocoon transformed into two lumps of golden liquid. Subsequently, a pair of golden wings appeared in the air. It was none other than the wings of the three-legged golden crow. Now's the time. When Hualao shouted, Duan Lingtian jolted and regained his senses. He immediately closed his eyes and circulated the sun true origin in his body to guide the pair of wings into his body. To be more precise, it was fusing into his back. After the fusion, Duan Lingtian could clearly feel the two lumps of heat on his back. It was only after half an hour had passed that the two lumps of heat gradually disappeared. All right, you can complete the breakthrough now. Hualao's voice resonated in a timely manner as he reminded Duan Lingtian. Upon hearing this, Duan Lingtian immediately calmed his qi and circulated the true origin in his body to complete the breakthrough. Previously, he had already touched the threshold of the breakthrough and was only one step away. However, due to Hualao's interference, he had stopped. Now that he had started cultivating again, it was naturally very smooth. As an invisible airwave swept out, the true origin in Duan Lingtian's body began to undergo an earth-shattering change. His Naiwan palace was still the same size as before. It did not seem to have changed at all. However, the sun true origin in Duan Lingtian's body seemed to have undergone a tremendous change. It seemed to have become even more dazzling and golden. Compared to the sun true origin before his breakthrough, it was like a concentrated essence. I've made a breakthrough. Duan Lingtian clenched his fists slightly as a brilliant smile appeared on his face. Although he had only broken through to the early refined saint stage, due to the uniqueness of the Sun True Origin, the Sun True Origin at the early refined saint stage was comparable to the True Origin at the early eminent saint stage. In other words, with his extraordinary physical body, he could easily deal with ordinary early eminent saint stage martial and Tao cultivators without using the Jasper celestial sword. As for those below the eminent saint stage, they were on a completely different level compared to him now. I wonder how long I've been cultivating. It's time for me to leave. With just a thought, Duan Lingtian leaped up and left the empty spirit pool. At this moment, not even a drop of liquid heaven and earth spirit energy could be seen in the spirit pool. All of it had been absorbed by Duan Lingtian. Senior, how long have I been cultivating in there? Chapter 17:29. When the one-armed old man saw Duan Lingtian coming out, he thought his eyes were playing tricks on him. When he regained his senses, he realized his eyes were not playing tricks on him. This little fellow who had entered the spirit pool 20 days ago had indeed come out. Faced with Duan Lingtian's question, the old man was not in a hurry to answer. Instead, he entered the spirit pool immediately. When he saw the empty spirit pool, even though he had lived for almost 200 years and had seen many things, he still could not help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Senior, you're... When Duan Lingtian saw the old man did not answer him and entered the spirit pool instead, he was puzzled. When he saw the old man coming out of the spirit pool, he could not help but feel puzzled. How did you do it? The old man who walked out of the spirit pool looked at Duan Lingtian as though he had just seen a ghost. Is there something wrong? When Duan Lingtian saw the old man making a fuss about nothing, he was puzzled as well. Why did he not notice this side of his senior before this? I've been guarding the Heaven Palace's spirit pool for many years. After entering, the fastest person to come out took 1.5 months. Most of them took 2 months. However, you only took 20 days to come out of the spirit pool. How did you do it? When the old man reached the end of his sentence, he stared at Duan Lingtian with a burning gaze, as though he wanted to see through Duan Lingtian. 20 days? Duan Lingtian did not expect he had actually stayed in the spirit pool for 20 days. However, based on the old man's words, the others had spent at least 1.5 months in there. Most of them had spent more than 2 months in there. At once, Duan Lingtian realized his performance was a little too monstrous. It must be because the cultivation method I cultivate is different. Duan Lingtian brushed it off perfunctorily. As for whether the old man believed him or not, he could not be bothered. After bidding farewell to the old man, he swiftly slipped away, leaving only the silhouette of his back to the old man. It seems like this little fellow has many secrets. However, no matter how many secrets he has, as long as he doesn't do anything that will harm the mystical sky mansion, I'll just let him be. With his innate talent and strength, he would definitely become one of the pillars of the mystical sky mansion when he grew stronger. In the future, it's not impossible for him to lead the mystical sky mansion to the peak like how the new mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion, Duan Rufang, led the Azure Cloud Mansion to the peak of the Debussy Subterranean. As the old man muttered to himself, he was filled with confidence in Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian was naturally unaware of all this. On the way back, Duan Lingtian came across many Heavenly Hall's disciples. When they saw him, their gazes were the same as the one-armed old man's, filled with astonishment. Although they didn't go to the spirit pool with Duan Lingtian, they knew when the Duan Lingtian went to the spirit pool. The opening time of the spiritual pool was fixed. With a simple calculation in his heart, he could calculate that the last time the spiritual pool opened was exactly 20 days ago. It seems a little too high profile. Duan Lingtian rubbed his nose and muttered to himself awkwardly. However, since he had already come out, Duan Lingtian did not plan to hide. He swaggered all the way back to his residence. There's still 2 months before the opening of the Mystical Sky Mansion's St. Martial Secret Zone. In these 2 months, I'll study and comprehend the Sovereign Heart Sword. As for the rest of my time, I'll go to the Mystical Sky Mansion's library to have a look. As a quasi-third-rate force, the books in the Mystical Sky Mansion's library must have recorded many things that I didn't know before. Duan Lingtian planned for the next 2 months. Naturally, during this time, he would still have to compete with the Saint Stage geniuses below the age of 40 in the Heaven Palace for the spot to enter the Saint Martial Secret Zone. When Duan Lingtian arrived at the Heaven Palace, other than the privilege of entering the spirit pool to cultivate, he did not have any other privileges. However, to him, competing for the spot to enter the Saint Martial Secret Zone was just a formality. With his current strength, let alone the powerhouses below the age of 40 in the Wuxia subterranean, even the powerhouses below the age of 40 in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land would not be a match for him. Just as Duan Lingtian was filled with confidence about his strength, a beautiful figure appeared in his mind. The appearance of the beautiful figure was like a bucket of cold water that was splashed on his head, causing him to shudder. The owner of the beautiful figure was a woman. Duan Lingtian was very familiar with the appearance of the woman since she looked exactly the same as his fiancée, Kerr. Kerr's sister is a member of Zoroastrianism. I wonder how strong she is compared to the younger generation of Zoroastrianism. Although Kerr's sister did not make a move that day, Duan Lingtian was certain that Kerr's sister had most likely surpassed the eminent Saint Stage. After all, even Diju, the 5-clawed golden dragon from the Dragon Clan, had to tuck his tail between his legs when he faced her. Diju must have surpassed the eminent Saint Stage. Currently, Duan Lingtian was still unaware that his father, Duan Rufeng, had already set a wager for him. The wager was between him and Diju. If he won, he would be able to enter the Saint Land of Dragons, the Dragon Cleansing Pool. That wager was less than 3 years away from now. After he had broken through to the refined Saint Stage, Duan Lingtian's confidence had increased greatly when he thought about all the things he could rely on. He felt as though he was invincible among the younger generation in the Dao Martial Saint Land. However, when he thought about Kerr's sister, he regained his senses. If Kerr's sister was here, he might not be a match for Kerr's sister even if he wielded the Jasper Celestial Sword with all his might. Zoroastrianism. Due to this reason, Duan Lingtian's heart felt even heavier. If a young disciple of Zoroastrianism was already so powerful, how powerful would the high-ranking officials be? Duan Lingtian instantly felt the pressure on him increase. Naturally, even if the pressure increased, it did not change his determination to go to Zoroastrianism to look for Kerr. No matter how difficult the road ahead was, he still wanted to go to the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land and go to Zoroastrianism to rescue Kerr and his child so that they could reunite. After taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian finally shifted his attention away from the Jasper Celestial Sword. Through the Jasper Celestial Sword, he continued to study and comprehend the Supreme Sword Dao mental cultivation method, the Sovereign Heart Sword. Duan Lingtian's goal was to reach the 3rd stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword. Throughout his journey, Duan Lingtian had learned a lot of things. However, after he obtained the Sovereign Heart Sword, he devoted all his attention to it. As for the other martial tactics, they were temporarily thrown to the back of his mind. Perhaps the martial arts techniques that he had cultivated in the past were of great help to him in the past. But after he obtained the Sovereign Heart Sword, those martial arts techniques became somewhat useless. As the Supreme Sword Dao mental cultivation method, the profundity contained in the Sovereign Heart Sword could not only be used for offense, but it could also be used for defense and speed. Duan Lingtian sat quietly in his room as he comprehended the Sovereign Heart Sword. He was unaware that the outside had become lively again because of him. Lingtian entered the spirit pool 20 days ago, and he came out today. Impossible, right? It's only been 20 days. Don't tell me he has already absorbed all of the liquid heaven and earth spirit energy in the spirit pool. If it was in the past, I would think it's impossible as well. However, the problem is I saw him coming back from the direction of the Heaven Palace's spirit pool with my own eyes. When I saw him, I seriously calculated the time when the spirit pool opened. It was exactly 20 days ago. He only spent 20 days to come out of the spirit pool. Isn't Lingtian's cultivation speed a little too exaggerated? No wonder he already has a cultivation base at the Mastery Refined Saint stage when he's not even 40 years old. As it turns out, his innate talent is already so exaggerated. I wonder if he has already broken through to the peak of the refined saint stage after coming out of the spirit pool. It was very lively in the Heaven Palace. Each and every one of the Heaven Palace's disciples were discussing Duan Lingtian. They felt it was too exaggerated that Duan Lingtian had only spent 20 days to come out of the spirit pool. Naturally, some people felt it was exaggerated while others felt it was impossible. Impossible. No matter how high his innate talent is, it's impossible for him to only spend 20 days to absorb all of the liquid heaven and earth spirit energy in the spirit pool. In my opinion, he must have come out before he finished absorbing all of the heaven and earth spirit energy. That's possible. However, if it were you, would you come out before you finished absorbing all of the heaven and earth spirit energy in the spirit pool? That's right. If it were you, would you come out? No matter what, most of the people were more inclined to believe that Duan Lingtian had indeed only spent 20 days to absorb all of the heaven and earth spirit energy in the spirit pool. Although his performance was monstrous and heaven-defying, other than that, it was not plausible at all. Naturally, they did not know that if he cultivated normally, even if Duan Lingtian had 99 saint veins, he would still need a month's time to absorb all of the liquid heaven and earth spirit energy in the spirit pool. However, after Duan Lingtian had spent 20 days to absorb enough heaven and earth spirit energy to break through, he had used a special method to form the embryonic form of the golden crow's wings because of Hua Lao's guidance. In order to form the embryonic form of the golden crow's wings, Duan Lingtian had swallowed the remaining heaven and earth spirit energy in just a few breaths. For this reason, in the eyes of others, Duan Lingtian had only spent 20 days to absorb all of the heaven and earth spirit energy in the spirit pool. Naturally, the truth was only known to Duan Lingtian and Hua Lao. The others would not have thought of this at all. He came out. Chapter 1730. Wang Feixian remembered it clearly. 20 days ago was the day she followed Lingtian to the spirit pool. Naturally, she only took a stroll outside. Only Lingtian, who had obtained permission, could enter the spirit pool. She had also learned about the mystical Sky Mansion's spirit pool. There were a total of 4 spirit pools in the mystical Sky Mansion. Among them, the Heaven Palace's spirit pool was the best. However, even if it was the Heaven Palace's spirit pool, ordinary people would need about 2 months to completely absorb the heaven and earth spirit energy inside. Those with monstrous innate talent would need at least 1.5 months to do so. However, Lingtian only took 20 days to come out. Don't tell me he came out before he finished absorbing the heaven and earth spirit energy? Naturally, Wang Feixian dispelled this thought as soon as it popped up in her mind. It made sense when she thought about it. The opportunity to enter the spirit pool was so rare. Moreover, there was no time limit, and there was still some time before the Saint Martial Secret Zone opened. As long as one was not an idiot, one would not be in a hurry to come out of the spirit pool. Was Lingtian an idiot? Wang Feixian dismissed this possibility. Forget it, I'll just ask him. The moment Wang Feixian thought of this, she left her residence and went to look for Duan Lingtian. However, when she arrived at Duan Lingtian's residence, she discovered he was not there at all. It was as though he had gone into hiding. She was so angry that she stomped her feet. That damn fellow. He hid so quickly. However, does he think I won't be able to find him just because he's hiding? Duan Lingtian did not see this. Otherwise, he would have been speechless. Today, he had the heart to study and comprehend the Sovereign Heart Sword. However, due to the fact that he had just broken through to the refined saint stage, it was difficult for him to suppress his excitement. Due to this reason, he could not calm down. Due to this reason, he temporarily put aside his comprehension of the Sovereign Heart Sword and went to the Mystical Sky Mansion's library. The Mystical Sky Mansion's book collection pavilion was divided into 5 places. The Heaven, Earth, Mystical, and Yellow Palaces each had one. There was also the library on the floating island in the middle of the 4 palaces. That library was the biggest library in the Mystical Sky Mansion. It contained all sorts of books and records. Apart from some of the secrets of the Mystical Sky Mansion, everything that could be learned at the Mystical Sky Mansion's level was recorded in there. Duan Lingtian wanted to learn more about things that he didn't know before, and the library on the floating island was undoubtedly the best choice. Apart from being the resting place of the mystical Sky Mansion's high-ranking officials, the floating island was also filled with outstanding disciples in the mystical Sky Mansion. As long as one could enter the mystical Sky Mansion's mystical sky ranking, one would be able to stand on the floating island and obtain a place to cultivate. Generally, those who could enter the mystical sky ranking were existences at the eminent saint stage or above. Generally, there was no existence above the great sage realm in a sixth-rate force. Even in a fifth-rate force, such an existence would be a high-level figure. In a fourth-rate force, although their position was not high, they still had a certain amount of status. However, it was not enough when placed in a quasi-third-rate force. This was because there were many powerhouses who had surpassed the eminent saint stage in quasi-third-rate forces. Some outstanding disciples would be able to make a breakthrough to the eminent saint stage as long as they reached the age limit. Due to this reason, eminent saint stage powerhouses were nothing in a quasi-third-rate force like the mystical Sky Mansion. Apart from those on the mystical sky ranking, mystical Sky Mansion's disciples can only enter the main mansion once every 3 months. The main mansion was the floating island in the middle of the mystical Sky Mansion's estate. This time, Duanling Tian planned to use the opportunity that would only come once every 3 months to enter the main mansion's library and broaden his horizons. As for the other things in the main mansion, they were not very tempting to him. Only the cultivation environment in the main mansion was better. The cultivation environment in his 7 treasures exquisite pagoda was much better than the main mansion in the mystical Sky Mansion. For this reason, it was not important to Duanling Tian whether he could enter the main mansion or not. Whoosh! Accompanied by the sound of the wind, a ghostly figure approached the floating island in the mystical Sky Mansion's estate. Whoosh! 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 However, before this figure could get close to the floating island, he was blocked by several swift figures. The owners of these figures were none other than mystical Sky Mansion's disciples who were wearing special uniforms. In the mystical Sky Mansion, only the disciples on duty would wear the special uniforms. Ordinary disciples would only need to carry their identity tokens. You're a Heaven Palace's disciple? The group of mystical Sky Mansion's disciples who appeared swiftly were none other than the patrolling disciples of the mystical Sky Mansion. The leader of the group was a middle-aged man. His piercing gaze shifted from the newcomer to the identity token hanging on his waist. The word Tian was carved on the identity token. I'm Ling Tian, a Heaven Palace's disciple. Greetings, senior brothers. The newcomer was none other than Duanling Tian, who came from the Heaven Palace. Duanling Tian smiled and greeted the group of patrolling disciples in front of him. I'm here because I want to go to the library in the main mansion. Ling Tian. However, the group of patrolling disciples did not hear the last part of Duanling Tian's words. This was because their attention was completely focused on the first part of Duanling Tian's words. Ling Tian. This name was not unfamiliar to them. It was to the extent that it had twice carried shocking news into their ears. Ling Tian was a new disciple of the mystical Sky Mansion and a Heaven Palace's disciple. As soon as he entered the Heaven Palace, he came to a draw with Guolu, a mastery-refined saint stage disciple from the Heaven Palace. Guolu's strength could be ranked in the top 3 among all the mastery-refined saint stage disciples in the Heaven Palace. This was the first time they had heard of the name Ling Tian. At that time, their hearts were filled with shock. A saint stage genius who was not even 40 years old already possessed such shocking strength. How strong would he be when he grew stronger in the future? As for the second time hearing Ling Tian's name, it was today. Ling Tian had entered the Heaven Palace's spirit pool 20 days ago and came out early this morning. It seemed like he had only spent 20 days to completely absorb the liquid heaven and earth spirit weapon in the Heaven Palace's spirit pool. Perhaps, for those who had just entered the mystical Sky Mansion, this news was insignificant. However, as long as one was a veteran in the mystical Sky Mansion, all of them knew how shocking this news was. In the history of the mystical Sky Mansion, there had never been a disciple below the eminent saint stage who was able to completely absorb the heaven and earth spirit energy in the spirit pool in just 20 days, let alone the Heaven Palace's spirit pool that was the best among the 4 spirit pools in the mystical Sky Mansion. In the mystical sky mansion's past record, someone had spent 1 month and 3 days to completely absorb the heaven and earth spirit energy in the spirit pool. However, that was the Yellow Palace's spirit pool. There was still a certain difference between it and the Heaven Palace's spirit pool. However, this time, a new disciple who had just entered the mystical sky mansion had actually only spent 20 days to completely absorb the heaven and earth spirit energy in the Heaven Palace's spirit pool. To them and the entire mystical sky mansion, this was undoubtedly earth-shattering news. "You're Ling Tian from the Heaven Palace?" The middle-aged man who was the leader was the first to regain his senses. His eyes shone brightly as he stared at Duan Ling Tian. Ha! Originally, it was not a big deal to be stared at. However, Duan Ling Tian noticed when the middle-aged man stared at him. Apart from a hint of shock, there was also a hint of hostility in the depths of his eyes. This caused him to feel slightly puzzled. This is my first time meeting him. Why is he looking at me with such hostility? At the same time, the group of patrolling disciples behind the middle-aged man had also regained their senses. They also noticed the hostility between the middle-aged man and Duan Ling Tian. For a moment, they began to whisper among themselves. "I almost forgot. Senior brother Huang Tong's younger brother went into closed-door cultivation not long ago because he was humiliated by Duan Ling Tian. It's said that he even said he won't come out until he has broken through to the mastery refined saint stage. I heard that Huang Ji went to challenge Duan Ling Tian, but he was shaved bald instead. Not only has this matter spread out in the Heaven Palace, but it has also spread out in the Earth Palace, Mystical Palace, and Yellow Palace as well. Huang Ji has become a laughingstock. He's senior brother Huang Tong's only biological younger brother. How can senior brother Huang Tong not be angry when he was humiliated like this? That's right. It's fine if Ling Tian doesn't appear in front of senior brother Huang Tong. Senior brother Huang Tong can't take the initiative to seek revenge due to reason. But now, this Ling Tian has walked right into the muzzle of the spear himself. If senior brother Huang Tong doesn't do anything, others might say that he's as cowardly as a mouse, not even daring to stand up for his younger brother. The group of patrolling disciples whispered among themselves. Although their voices were not loud, it still entered Duan Lingtian's ears clearly. Huang Tong, Huang Ji's brother? At this moment, Duan Lingtian finally understood why Huang Tong would be so hostile toward him. As it turned out, he was Huang Ji's biological brother. As for Huang Ji, naturally, Duan Lingtian had an impression of him. Nearly a month ago, a group of Heaven Palace's disciples refused to accept the fact that he was given the opportunity to enter the spirit pool and blocked his door. Huang Ji and 2 other people even wanted to break in, but they did not succeed because he appeared in time. Although they did not succeed, they still provoked him with words. Subsequently, Huang Ji even took the initiative to challenge him. When Duan Lingtian saw Huang Ji's rudeness, he was so angry that he shaved all of his hair. In his opinion, he was already being merciful. He had always been a person who would return kindness tenfold. Just like Guolu, who was polite to him and gave him a peach, he returned the favor. Although he could easily defeat Guolu, he purposely fought him to a draw because Guolu was not a bad person, so he managed to save Guolu's face. Due to this reason, when Duan Lingtian learned Huang Tong was Huang Ji's biological brother, he only looked at Huang Tong calmly. He was only slightly surprised, but he did not feel anything else. He was not worried Huang Tong would seek revenge. With his current strength, he was not even afraid of the ordinary high-ranking officials in the mystical sky mansion, let alone Huang Tong, who was just a patrolling disciple. With his current strength, he was confident he could kill more than 90% of eminent saint stage powerhouses if he wielded the Jasper Celestial Sword with all his might. Did you hear what they said? Chapter 1731. Yes, I heard that. Duan Lingtian nodded his head nonchalantly when he heard Huang Tong's question. It was as though he was not bothered by this matter at all. In fact, he was not bothered by this matter at all. You're much stronger than my brother, but you don't have the bearing of a powerhouse and humiliated my brother. Don't you think you've gone too far? Huang Tong asked as his expression turned grave. Gone too far? Duan Lingtian smiled. You keep saying that I've gone too far, but do you know that your brother tried to force his way in and interrupt my cultivation? When he saw me coming out, he kept provoking me and even challenged me. If you were me, what would you do? Tolerate? Tell him you're stronger than him so he'll back off? Duan Lingtian explained the ins and outs of the matter to Bai Luochu. In fact, Huang Tong also knew what had happened. He knew his brother was in the wrong. Otherwise, he would not have spoken so politely to Duan Lingtian after finding out his identity. However, even though Huang Tong knew what had happened, it did not mean that the other patrolling disciples knew as well. At this moment, their gazes were a little strange. They only knew Huang Tong's brother, Huang Ji, was shaved bald. But they did not know Huang Ji had brought this upon himself. My brother has indeed gone too far, but don't you think you've gone too far? How do you expect him to face others in the future if you treat him that way in front of so many people? Huang Tong asked in a questioning tone after he took a deep breath. I don't think I've gone too far. Duan Lingtian continued to say indifferently, it's only because we're in the mystical sky mansion. If it was outside and he still dared to force his way in and interrupt my cultivation, he'd be crippled even if he didn't die. When Duan Lingtian reached the end of his sentence, a hint of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. He was not a kind person to begin with. In his opinion, he had already shown mercy to Huang Ji, and the matter had already passed. However, now that someone had brought this matter up, it was undoubtedly a blatant provocation. You! Huang Tong did not expect the Duan Lingtian to be so extreme. In the face of the Duan Lingtian's rudeness, his face became completely gloomy. His eyes were burning with rage, as if they could burn everything. Senior Huang Tong, seeing that the situation had become somewhat hostile in an instant, the group of patrolling disciples behind Huang Tong became anxious and hurriedly stepped forward to dissuade Huang Tong. What a joke! At the end of the day, Ling Tian was still in the right. If a conflict really broke out, even if this Ling Tian was at a disadvantage, Huang Tong would definitely be punished in the end. With the innate talent and strength that Ling Tian had displayed, he would definitely become the pillar of the mystical sky mansion in the future. It was not impossible for him to become the next mansion master of the mystical sky mansion. Naturally, putting aside the future, it was likely that not only had the palace master of Heaven Palace heard about Ling Tian's deeds, but even the mansion master of the mystical sky mansion had also begun to pay attention to him. After all, the strength and innate talent that he had displayed since he came to the mystical sky mansion was too shocking. In terms of strength, he was able to come to a draw with the elite mastery refined saint stage disciples in the Heaven Palace. This meant his strength was at the mastery refined saint stage or even close to the peak of the refined saint stage. Most importantly, he was not even 40 years old yet. Even in the history of the mystical sky mansion, there were not many people who were at the mastery refined saint stage below the age of 40. Moreover, those few people were not as monstrous as him. In terms of innate talent, he only used 20 days to completely absorb the heaven and earth spirit energy in the Heaven Palace's spirit pool. After all, the higher one's innate talent was, the faster one's cultivation speed would be. Naturally, the speed at which one absorbed the heaven and earth spirit energy would be faster as well. From the matter of the Heaven Palace's spirit pool, one could see that Ling Tian's innate talent was absolutely monstrous. Such innate talent was enough to shake the entire mystical sky mansion. How could Huang Tong not think of this when the other patrolling disciples could think of this? Under the persuasion of the others, he finally calmed down. After glancing at Duan Lingtian indifferently, he brought his men and left. However, when he left, Duan Lingtian clearly saw the hint of coldness that flashed in his eyes. However, Duan Lingtian was not bothered by it at all. He did not take Huang Tong seriously at all. After entering the suspended island in the mystical sky mansion, Duan Lingtian was stopped again. This time, the person who stopped him was the disciple guarding the suspended island. You're that Ling Tian from the Heaven Palace? When the disciple guarding the island was helping Duan Lingtian to register, he looked at his identity token and saw the two words Ling Tian carved on the back. He could not help but be shocked. Perhaps Ling Tian from the Heaven Palace had just entered the mystical sky mansion not long ago. But in the mystical sky mansion, his name was like thunder to the ears of the people from the mystical sky mansion. Recently, if one were to ask who was the most popular person in the mystical sky mansion, it would undoubtedly be Duan Lingtian. Yes, Duan Lingtian nodded with a smile. When the disciple guarding the island saw his smile, it made him feel as though he was bathed in a spring breeze. His impression of Duan Lingtian improved greatly. Junior brother Lingtian, I've already registered you. Since you're not a disciple on the mystical sky ranking, you can only stay in the main mansion for a month at most. Within a month, you must come and register with me again before you leave. Thank you, senior brother. After receiving his identity token, Duan Lingtian quickly thanked the disciple guarding the island. Junior brother Lingtian, take this jade token with you. It records the things to take note of when you enter the main mansion. There are also some places that you can't simply barge into. The disciple guarding the island took out a jade token and passed it to Duan Lingtian as he kindly reminded him. After Duan Lingtian received the jade token, he thanked the disciple again before he left. Looking at Duan Lingtian's disappearing silhouette, the disciple guarding the island who helped him register sighed emotionally. This junior brother Lingtian has both strength and innate talent, but he's not arrogant at all. How rare. That's right. Compared to him, the few young geniuses in our mystical sky mansion are far inferior. Not only can their innate talent and strength not be compared to junior brother Lingtian, but their conduct can't even catch up to junior brother Lingtian. Another disciple guarding the island chimed in. Even Duan Lingtian himself did not know that he would be able to establish such a good reputation. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was reading the contents of the jade token. Soon after, he found out where he could go and where he could not go in the main mansion. The main mansion was an island that was suspended high up in the sky. It was shrouded in clouds and mist, making it look like a paradise. Along the way, Duan Lingtian could vaguely see a few silhouettes scattered around. Some of them were the patrolling disciples of the main mansion. Some of them were the mystical sky mansion's high-ranking officials who were cultivating in the main mansion, and some of them were disciples on the mystical sky ranking. Duan Lingtian did not forget the purpose of his visit to the main mansion. Due to this reason, the moment he arrived at the main mansion, he immediately went to the library. The library contained all kinds of books that had been passed down in the mystical sky mansion since ancient times. Moreover, they were all original copies. As for the books in the Heaven, Earth, Mystical, and Yellow Palaces libraries, they were all rubbings. Since the library only contained books that recorded miscellaneous matters and did not contain any cultivation methods or martial tactics, the security was not that strict. After Duan Lingtian registered his name, he entered the library. After he entered, all he could see were bookshelves of varying heights. They were arranged in an orderly manner. There are so many books. How long will it take me to read all of them? When Duan Lingtian saw the huge pile of books on the bookshelves, he could not help but click his tongue. There's only a month's time. Due to this reason, I can only pick and choose. Duan Lingtian's purpose of coming to the library was to understand the powerhouses who had surpassed the eminent saint stage in the Tao martial saint land. Duan Lingtian did not know much about these powerhouses. Naturally, this was also because the place he stayed at in the past was not at that level. However, it was different now. He had come to the mystical sky mansion, and the mystical sky mansion was one of the top forces in the Debussy subterranean. Here, he would be able to learn many things that he did not know in the past. I'll take my time. A month's time should be enough. The moment Duan Lingtian thought of this, he began to look through the books in the library. He only flipped through the books that he did not want to read before he closed them again. He did not have much time to waste on these books. As he continued to read the books, the world after the eminent saint stage began to open a door to Duan Lingtian. After the eminent saint stage is the divine saint stage. Once one has broken through to the divine saint stage, one will be able to come into contact with divine abilities. For example, a divine saint stage Tao cultivator would be able to cast the duplicated embodiment divine ability. One can attach the divine ability to an object. Once someone activates the object, the Tao cultivator's duplicated embodiment will appear. However, this duplicated embodiment can only protect the juniors. It has no effect on the main body. When Duan Lingtian read about the divine ability, he immediately thought of his golden crow's wings. According to Hualao, he had already consolidated the embryonic form of the golden crow's wings. As long as he made another step forward and entered the eminent saint stage, he would be able to cast the divine ability, the golden crow's wings. The golden crow's wings was a speed-type divine ability. Hualao. The moment Duan Lingtian thought of this, he could not help but call out to Hualao, who was in the Seven Treasures exquisite pagoda. From these books, I read that in the Tao martial saint land, only those at the divine saint stage and above can master divine abilities. Previously, you said I'll be able to master the divine ability, the golden crow's wings, once I break through to the eminent saint stage. Is that true? Of course, it's true. Hualao replied, don't forget that the true origin flowing in your body is not an ordinary true origin. It's the sun true origin. You're currently at the early refined saint stage, but the power of your sun true origin is comparable to the true origin of an ordinary eminent saint stage powerhouse. Once you break through to the eminent saint stage, your sun true origin will naturally be comparable to the power of a divine saint stage powerhouse. The divine ability relies on the energy in the user's body. Do you understand what I'm saying? Hualao asked. I understand. Duan Lingtian nodded. It would be unreasonable if he still did not understand at this moment. The divine ability relied on the Russian energy in the user's body. Ordinary martial, Tao, and devil cultivators would only be able to cast the divine ability at the divine saint stage. Chapter 1732. Just like how there was a divide between the non-saint stage and the saint stage, there was also a divide between the eminent saint stage and the divine saint stage. The strength of a divine saint stage powerhouse was so powerful that they had come into contact with divine abilities. Divine abilities were different from martial tactics, true origin consolidated weapon, true origin consolidated beast, and true origin consolidated territory. They were completely independent techniques. The divine abilities that ordinary divine saint stage powerhouses mastered were basically rudimentary divine abilities. For example, as long as a divine saint stage Tao cultivator's cultivation base had reached a certain level, they would be able to easily master the duplicated embodiment divine ability through the experiences left behind by their predecessors. This was because it was a very simple and common divine ability. As for divine saint stage martial cultivators, they also had their own rudimentary divine abilities. Naturally, similar to the duplicated embodiment divine ability of Tao cultivators, the divine ability that they mastered was not powerful and was not useful in a real battle. Where did the divine abilities come from? Duan Lingtian was puzzled by this. He was puzzled by the origin of the divine abilities. Puzzled, he asked Hualao again. The divine abilities are different from the martial tactics in the Tao martial saint land. They're above the martial tactics in the Tao martial saint land. There are many ways to master the divine abilities. The most common way is to pass it down. The second way is to master the divine ability through the relics left behind by the predecessors. Similar to passing it down. For example, the divine ability, the golden crow's wings, that I passed on to you through this method. Hualao said in an orderly manner, there are also some divine abilities that are instinctive. For example, my golden crow's wings is a divine ability that I was born with. When my cultivation base reached the point where I could cast it, it would naturally appear in my mind. It's similar to an inherited memory. Naturally, there are also some almighty beings who created their own divine abilities and left them behind. Hualao continued. Upon hearing this, Duan Lingtian could not help but sigh emotionally. In fact, the true origin consolidated beast, true origin consolidated weapon, and true origin consolidated territory that you've mastered can also be considered as divine abilities. Of course, these divine abilities are just some ordinary divine abilities. As long as one's cultivation reaches a certain level, they can be easily grasped. Therefore, no one in this world calls them divine abilities. Hualao continued. Duan Lingtian was enlightened. He now had a certain understanding of the word divine ability. However, it was precisely because of this that he was filled with anticipation for the divine ability, the golden crow's wings, that Hualao had imparted to him. This was because it was not an ordinary divine ability, but a powerful and practical divine ability. However, if I want to use the golden crow's wings, I'll have to wait until I've broken through to the eminent saint stage. With my current progress, even with the help of the 3rd level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, I'm afraid I'll need at least 2 years to complete the breakthrough. After all, I've just broken through to the refined saint stage not too long ago. When Duan Lingtian thought about how he had just broken through to the refined saint stage not too long ago, he felt as though a bucket of cold water had been poured over him. The enthusiasm in his heart faded away. After retracting his attention, Duan Lingtian continued to understand the world of powerhouses above the eminent saint stage. The divine saint stage was not the end of one's cultivation. After the divine saint stage, there was still the exemplary saint stage and the quintessential saint stage. Naturally, according to the records that Duan Lingtian had read, there were no quintessential saint stage powerhouses in the WCI subterranean. The most powerful one was only at the exemplary saint stage. Exemplary saint stage powerhouses usually only existed in quasi-third-rate and fourth-rate forces. Naturally, in terms of quantity, the exemplary saint stage powerhouses in fourth-rate forces could not be compared to the exemplary saint stage powerhouses in quasi-third-rate forces. Not only in terms of quantity but in terms of strength as well. Divine saint stage, exemplary saint stage, quintessential saint stage, the strongest powerhouses in the WCI subterranean are at the exemplary saint stage. Compared to the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, the WCI subterranean is like a remote village. The quasi-third-rate forces that dominate the WCI subterranean are as numerous as the hairs on a cow in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. They're not even worth mentioning at all. The moment Duan Lingtian thought of this, he took a deep breath. In other words, not only are there powerhouses at the quintessential saint stage and above in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, but there are also powerhouses who have surpassed the quintessential saint stage. Since divine saint stage powerhouses are able to come into contact with divine abilities, exemplary saint stage powerhouses must be even more powerful. Since quintessential saint stage powerhouses are above the exemplary saint stage, they must be even more powerful. Powerhouses who have surpassed the quintessential saint stage. Duan Lingtian did not dare to continue thinking about it. Naturally, even if he thought about it, he did not know how powerful such powerhouses were. Although Duan Lingtian did not know how strong such a powerhouse was, he knew the strength of such a powerhouse was definitely beyond his imagination. Zoroastrianism was once one of the 3 great forces in the Dao Martial Saint Land. In the end, they moved to the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Ker's twin sister is so powerful that she's at the divine saint stage at the very least. She's a disciple of Zoroastrianism, but she managed to break through to the divine saint stage at such a young age. There must be someone who has surpassed the quintessential saint stage among the high-ranking powerhouses in Zoroastrianism. Duan Lingtian was certain of this, and because he was sure of it, his heart felt heavy. No matter how difficult the road ahead is, no matter how terrifying the powerhouses of Zoroastrianism are, I, Duan Lingtian, will definitely save Ker and our child. The strength of Zoroastrianism did not destroy Duan Lingtian's will and belief. Instead, it strengthened Duan Lingtian's will and belief. Throughout his journey, Duan Lingtian had always been strong. His will and belief were indestructible. It would be no exception this time as well. The upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land was a mysterious place. To be more precise, it was an ancient and mysterious barren land. There were mountains and rivers in this barren land, but there was not even a hint of green. In this barren land, apart from the mountains and rivers, the most common thing one could see was red. From afar, the red color looked like red flowers. However, they were not real flowers. For humans, it was a very representative thing. Without it, survival would be a problem. Flame, the red flowers that filled the ancient and mysterious barren land, were the flame that humans relied on to survive. In this barren land, The flame was like a veil of mystery. Spacious altars could be seen everywhere in this barren land. In the center of these altars, there were large braziers that were held up by brackets. Dazzling flames rose from the braziers as a scorching aura swept out and turned into heat waves that hit the people in the surroundings, causing many of them to break out in cold sweat. However, these people did not feel uncomfortable or disgusted. Instead, they prostrated themselves on the ground and kowtowed to the braziers. To be more precise, they were kowtowing to the flame that rose from the braziers. If one looked closely, one could see the sincerity in their eyes when they looked at the flame. It was as though each of them was a devout believer of the flame, and the flame was their religion. That was the truth. In this land that was completely ruled by Zoroastrianism, one of the three great transcendental forces in the upper province of the Tao Martial Saint Land, everyone believed in the flame. They were the most devout believers of the flame. In their eyes, the flame was everything. Only with the flame would there be a world. In this ancient and mysterious barren land that was completely ruled by Zoroastrianism, there were many active volcanoes in the south. The peaks of the volcanoes were constantly spewing out scorching flames. Every time they spewed out flames, it would be like red clouds soaring into the sky, causing the surroundings to be extremely bright. In this place, there was no night. Perhaps night would only truly descend when these active volcanoes stopped spewing out flames. The active volcanoes surrounded a gigantic volcano like stars surrounding the moon. This gigantic volcano was also an active volcano. However, the frequency of its spewing was not high. It would only spit out flames once a month. However, every time it spat out flames, it would cause the surrounding active volcanoes to tremble, causing the ground to shake. In the sky above this gigantic volcano, there were islands floating in the air. On these islands, there were sparsely scattered buildings. The floating islands surrounded a gigantic floating island in the middle. Of course, the position of this huge floating island was much higher than the other floating islands. Obviously, it was the main island. One could vaguely see people flying past these floating islands from time to time. Most of these people were wearing white hooded robes. There was a fiery red flame embroidered on the chest of their white hooded robes. It was obvious it was some kind of seal. The hoods on their robes were placed on their heads, leaving only their faces exposed. If there were knowledgeable people who saw the special robes on their bodies, they would be able to tell these people were from Zoroastrianism with just a glance. On one of the inconspicuous floating islands, there was a mansion that occupied a large area. However, it was extremely quiet. In the spacious backyard, a devastatingly beautiful woman was sitting quietly in the pavilion. The brush in her hand kept moving as she drew portraits that were almost identical. Upon closer inspection, these portraits were of the same young man. It was just that their expressions were different. "Young master, Kerr misses you so much," the woman muttered to herself. Her eyes were filled with reminiscence and concern. "Mother, mother." The woman only returned to her senses when a childish voice sounded. At the same time, she looked in the direction of the voice. "Mother, look. Does my portrait look like father?" Chapter 1733. The little girl was about 2 years old. Her rosy cheeks were adorable. She walked up to the woman and handed the portrait in her hand over as though she was asking for praise. The woman took the portrait and looked at the scribbles on it. Tears streamed down her cheeks as she said, "Yes, yes, Si Ling's portrait is very similar to father's portrait. It's more similar than mother's portrait." "Mother, why are you crying?" "Auntie said that those who cry are cowards. Si Ling isn't a coward, and mother isn't a coward as well," the little girl said in a childish voice. At the same time, she stood on her tiptoes and extended her chubby hands to wipe away the tears on the woman's face. "All right, mother and Si Ling aren't cowards." The woman nodded and hugged the little girl. She did not let go of her for a long time. She looked into the distance through the sky as she muttered to herself, "Young master, this is our daughter. Her name is Duan Si Ling." I'm sure you'll be happy to see how mature she is. The woman was none other than Kerr. After being taken away, Kerr had followed her twin sister to the upper province of the Tao Martial Saint Land and was placed in the Zoroastrianism's estate. This was Kerr's sister's residence. Usually, people would not come here. Ever since Kerr came here, her sister had made her stay here and did not allow her to come in contact with anyone else until she gave birth to the child in her stomach. Until today, apart from her twin sister, the only other person she came in contact with after coming to the upper province of the Tao Martial Saint Land was Zi'er, the girl by her sister's side, and a powerful saint beast. For more than 2 years, she was certain her sister did not have any ill intentions toward her. Instead, she seemed to be protecting her. However, she could not figure out why her sister brought her back but put her under house arrest here and did not allow her to reunite with her family. She had asked her sister many times, but the answer she received was that it was not the right time yet. If she was alone, perhaps, Kerr would have been so bored that she did not know what to do. Fortunately, she had a cute daughter who was always by her side, relieving her of loneliness and sadness. This daughter was the daughter of her husband, Duan Lingtian. Because she missed her man, she gave her the name Duan Siling. It meant that she missed Lingtian. Mother, when are we going to see father? Duan Siling blinked her big, bright eyes as she looked at Kerr. Soon, soon. Although Kerr didn't know when she could go back to see her man, she still comforted him. At the same time, she made a decision in her heart. After all, he was a 2-year-old child. After playing for a while, he complained that he was tired. After coaxing Duan Siling back to her room to sleep, Kerr went to look for her twin sister and asked, "What do you mean? You brought me here from the lower province for more than 2 years. But you didn't allow me to go out or see anyone. I've been abandoned here for more than 2 years. I want to go back to the lower province to look for my man." "Your man?" Upon hearing Kerr's words, the woman who looked identical to Kerr frowned immediately. "Kerr, do you think I imprisoned you on purpose? Isn't that the case?" Kerr's face seemed to be covered with a layer of frost. "If you didn't bring me away, Si Ling and I would have been together with her father. Why would you separate them? To be honest, I didn't reject you when you brought me away because I wanted to come back with you to see my family. However, until now, you still haven't brought me to see my family. Every time I ask you, you say it's not the right time. Today, I'd like to ask you properly. When is the right time?" When Kerr reached the end of her sentence, she frowned. It was obvious that she was furious. "Why? Why do you have to intrude into my life and separate me from my man? You're my twin sister. Can't you see that I'm living a good life?" When Kerr reached the end of her sentence, she asked in a questioning manner. At this moment, Kerr seemed to have completely released the emotions that she had suppressed for over 2 years, causing her sister to be unable to help but be stunned. This was because this was the first time she had seen Kerr lose her composure like this. How could she have known that Kerr had temporarily buried her weak character for the sake of her daughter? "Sister Kerr, it's not what you think." At this moment, the purple-clad young girl standing at the side quickly explained, "Sister, she's just... Forget it, Zi'er. Let me tell her myself. It's time for me to tell her some things. She has the right to know as well. If she still wants to return to the lower province to look for her man after I've told her everything, I won't stop her. Instead, I'll personally send her back to the lower province." Kerr's sister interrupted the young girl and said confidently. Upon hearing her sister's words, Kerr's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that her sister had something that she could not say? The moment Kerr thought of this, she could not help but feel a little guilty. She was originally a kind-hearted girl. Otherwise, she would not have endured everything silently for more than 2 years. It was only when she saw her daughter in such a state that she mustered up the courage to question her sister. However, now it seemed like things were not as she had imagined. Back then, when both of us were just born, we were chosen by a great figure in Zoroastrianism. In the end, you were chosen as the saint girl of Zoroastrianism. As for me, although I wasn't chosen, I was still taken in as a direct disciple by my current master. I've worked hard all the way until today to finally achieve what I have today," Kerr's sister said. Saint girl. Kerr frowned. She had no idea what the saint girl of Zoroastrianism meant. Moreover, she did not know why she had to leave the upper province of the Tao Martial Saint Land in the end, since she was chosen as the saint girl of Zoroastrianism. Not only did she end up in the lower province, but she even ended up in such a remote corner of the mortal continent. The saint girl of Zoroastrianism is the symbol of holiness in Zoroastrianism. A person is chosen every 100 years. Back then, since you've already gone through the ceremony, even I can't replace you as the new saint girl. After you went missing, the entire Zoroastrianism was shaken, and many people were sent to look for you. Naturally, they only searched for you in the upper province in the beginning. However, a few years ago, they couldn't find any clues about you in the upper province at all. Due to this reason, they shifted their attention to the lower province, thinking that you might have gone to the lower province. At that time, the higher-ups ordered that if you were no longer a virgin when they found you, they would bring you to the **** and punish you severely according to the sex rules. Usually, a saint girl who has lost her virginity would be sentenced to death. I was worried about you, so I went to the lower province to investigate your whereabouts. In the end, I finally found a clue about you. In the end, I also found you. When Kerr's sister reached the end of her sentence, she felt lucky. Saint girl? Virginity? Execution? Kerr's expression seemed to be covered by a layer of frost again. She said with a grave expression, "I've been wandering outside since I was young. I don't remember anything about my past at all. Even if I'm the saint girl of Zoroastrianism, it's their responsibility to lose me, right? What right do they have to tell me what to do? Moreover, I know my past identity. Although that's the case, the sex rules are cold and merciless. Those enforcement elders in the sect don't care about this. Otherwise, I wouldn't have searched everywhere for you. I wouldn't have prayed that you didn't find another man and that you're still a virgin." Kerr's sister sighed. "However, when I sensed your aura on that man, I had a bad premonition. In the end, it was proven that my premonition was right. Not only are you no longer a virgin, but you're also pregnant with his child. Do you know that if these things are found out by others who are looking for you, what awaits you is definitely a death sentence. At that time, not only will you and the child in your womb be killed, but your man will also die." He blasphemed the saint girl of Zoroastrianism. The Zoroastrianism will not let him go. Kerr's sister said sternly. At this moment, Kerr's face turned deathly pale. She did not expect her past identity would have such a huge impact that it would even affect her man's life and death. Perhaps she did not know how powerful Zoroastrianism was in the past. However, after coming to the upper province for more than 2 years, although she did not meet many people, she had learned a lot about the upper province from Zir, who was always by her sister's side. She knew that Zoroastrianism was one of the 3 great transcendental forces in the upper province. In the Tao Martial Saint Land, Zoroastrianism was a colossal existence. It was a huge evil. If Zoroastrianism really wanted her man to die, it was almost impossible for him to survive. "I brought you back because I was worried that you would be found by others. Initially, I planned to bring you somewhere else to hide. However, when I thought about it, I felt that the most dangerous place was the safest place. Due to this reason, I brought you back to Zoroastrianism." Kerr's sister continued, "Although I hate that man of yours very much, and he was the one who harmed you, I have never harbored any thoughts of harming your child with him. If it was only his child, I definitely wouldn't have let her give birth to it in peace. However, the problem is, she's your child. She's also my niece. How can I harm her? As for reuniting with your family, I've thought about it as well. However, there are many Zoroastrianism spies in our family. If I'm not confident, I won't dare to take the risk of exposing you to others. If your identity is exposed, both you and Si Ling won't be able to survive." When Kerr's sister reached this part of the sentence, she gasped. As a disciple of Zoroastrianism, she knew very well what Zoroastrianism was capable of. Kerr's expression changed rapidly. In the end, it turned pale. She did not expect things would turn out this way. "Sister, I'm sorry." At this moment, She finally confirmed that she was the one who had misunderstood her elder sister. Chapter 1734. You're my sister. There's no need to be so courteous between us. Kerr's sister shook her head before she said, Now that I've said my piece, if you still insist on leaving Zoroastrianism and the upper province to look for your man in the lower province, I'll personally send you and your daughter to reunite with him. No, I won't go. Kerr quickly shook her head. Although she missed her young master and hoped that her daughter would be able to reunite with her father, she immediately dismissed the thought when she thought about how her young master would be in danger if she and her daughter returned. Even if she had to die, she did not want anything to happen to her young master. In her eyes, her young master's life was more important than her own. That was the man she was willing to give up her life for. Ganruyen, how dare you? Just as Kerr's sister heaved a sigh of relief when she heard Kerr's words, an angry shout suddenly came from the sky. Upon hearing the voice, Kerr's sister, Ganruyen's expression changed drastically. She could tell who the voice belonged to. It was one of the vice hall masters of the Zoroastrianism Law Enforcement Hall, Xueqin. Ganruyen lifted her head and saw 4 figures standing in the sky. The 4 of them were led by a middle-aged man. The middle-aged man had an ordinary appearance, but his eyes were as sharp as a goshawk's. Especially when he looked at her now, she felt a chill run down her spine. The middle-aged man was one of the vice hall masters of the Zoroastrianism Law Enforcement Hall, Xueqin. There were 3 people standing behind Xueqin. 2 of them were young men with cold expressions. It was not difficult for Ganruyen to guess their identities. They were most likely disciples of the Law Enforcement Hall. However, when she saw the last person standing behind Xueqin, her expression darkened again. The last person was a young woman with a graceful figure and beautiful features. Of course, in terms of looks, this woman was far inferior to Ganruyen. At this moment, the woman looked at Ganruyen with a hint of schadenfreude in her eyes. At the same time, she did not forget to send a voice transmission to her. Ganruyen, congratulations on finding your long-lost sister. I'm afraid even your master, Guardian Qinghua, might not be able to help you avoid such a crime, right? I almost forgot. Your good sister didn't just violate the rules and lose her virginity. She even gave birth to a child. This is definitely a blasphemy to us Zoroastrianism. You and her will definitely be punished even more. At the end of the voice transmission, the woman's tone was filled with pride. Wen Yen, were you the one who brought Vice Hall Master Jiang here? Although Ganruyen didn't know why the woman in front of her knew everything, she couldn't help but ask through voice transmission. Her tone was filled with uncontrollable flames of anger. What do you mean by I brought him here? Ganruyen, don't tell me you think I'm abusing my authority to avenge a personal grudge? Wen Yan's voice transmission was still filled with pride. As a disciple of Zoroastrianism, everyone has the obligation to uphold the rules of the sect. If you think I'm abusing my authority to avenge a personal grudge, you can complain to Vice Hall Master Jiang Qin and ask him to bring his people away. As soon as she finished speaking, a gloating smile appeared on Wen Yan's face. She and Ganruyen were both outstanding disciples of the younger generation of Zoroastrianism. However, she was always suppressed by Ganruyen and had always lived in Ganruyen's shadow. This made her angry and helpless at the same time. It was only recently that she discovered Ganruyen had secretly brought someone back. After 2 years of investigation, she finally found out who that person was. With this, she finally had the opportunity to strike at Ganruyen. In the past, no matter what, she had never won against Ganruyen. However, today she had won. Although it was an unfair victory, she did not care about the process. She only cared about the result. Whoosh! Accompanied by the sound of wind, Jiang Qin, the Vice Hall Master of the Zoroastrianism's Enforcement Hall, descended from the sky and appeared in front of Kerr in just a blink of an eye. His sharp eyes gleamed as he stared at Kerr. You look exactly like Ganruyen. It seems like you're really the little saint girl, Ganruyen, who was abducted that year. Gan Yuyen was a name that Kerr was unfamiliar with in the past. However, ever since she followed her sister here, she had found out her original name. It was indeed Gan Yuyen. It was only one word different from her sister's name. I'm not Gan Yuyen, and I'm not a saint girl. Ever since I can remember, my name has always been Kerr. Faced with Jiang Qin's stare, Kerr said nonchalantly. At this moment, she could tell that someone was trying to harm her sister. Therefore, she decided to play dumb. Naturally, she was speaking from the bottom of her heart. Ever since she could remember, her name had always been Kerr. For as long as she could remember, her life was tough. She and her mother depended on each other. It was only after her mother died that she sold herself to bury her mother that she met her young master. From then on, she transformed from a pheasant into a phoenix. She lived a life that she did not even dare to imagine in the past. She was very satisfied. Humph. Do you think you can deny your identity as the Zoroastrianism saint girl just because you say that? The Zoroastrianism saint girl is Gan Ruyan's twin sister. This is a fact that everyone in the sect knows. It's useless even if you don't admit it. Your face alone is enough to prove that you're Gan Ruyan's twin sister. You're also the Zoroastrianism saint girl, Gan Yuyen. At this moment, when Yen descended from the sky, she stared at Kerr fiercely as a cold smile appeared on her face. It's a pity that you've led a wandering life without any self-respect. Not only have you lost your chastity, but you're also pregnant with another man's bastard child. What's even more ridiculous is that you've given birth to that bastard child. Bastard child? Upon hearing Wen Yan's words, Kerr was naturally enraged. Nobody dared to insult her daughter. Kerr seemed to have turned into a tigress protecting her calf. She suddenly became violent. However, with her little strength, she was no match for Wen Yan. Wen Yan simply raised her hand and restrained her. I heard that in the past, everyone said that you, the saint girl, were more talented than Gan Ruyan. That's why you were chosen as the Zoroastrianism's saint girl. I didn't expect that the outside world would reduce you to such a state. Even a random disciple from the sect is 10 times, no, 100 times stronger than you. Wen Yan. At this moment, an angry shout was heard. Following that, Gan Ruyan attacked and sent the defenseless Wen Yan flying. Gan Ruyan. Wen Yan didn't expect Gan Ruyan to be so ruthless. Her expression changed drastically. She reached out to wipe the blood from the corner of her mouth and glared at Gan Ruyan. What? You've already lost to me. Do you still want to fight me? Gan Ruyan sneered as she looked at Wen Yan with contempt. Although Wen Yan was considered a top figure among the younger generation of Zoroastrianism, she was not even worth mentioning in front of Gan Ruyan. Wen Yan's expression changed when she heard this. Bring that child out. Suddenly, Jiang Qin ordered. In an instant, the 2 disciples from the Hall of Justice who had followed Jiang Qin here turned into 2 bolts of lightning and shot into Gan Ruyan's residence. Their figures disappeared. Vice Hall Master Jiang. She's only a child. Gan Ruyan's expression changed drastically when she heard this. She wanted to stop the 2 disciples from the Hall of Justice, but Jiang Qin stopped her. Gan Ruyan, you've also violated the sex rules by harboring a saint girl who has violated the sex rules. However, since your guardian Qing was last disciple, I won't make things difficult for you for now. However, the Hall of Justice will seek an explanation from guardian Qing regarding this matter. Jiang Qin said nonchalantly. As for the saint girl and her illegitimate daughter, I'll bring them to the Hall of Justice. After reporting this to the sect leader, we'll consider the sect leader's opinion and deal with them according to the sect's rules. As soon as Jiang Qin finished speaking, the 2 disciples from the Hall of Justice who had barged into Gan Ruyan's residence came out. One of them was carrying a little girl in his arms. Baddie, put me down. If you don't put me down, I'll ask my aunt to beat you to death. My aunt is very powerful. The little girl said in a childish voice as she struggled. Si Ling. Kerr's expression changed drastically. She wanted to save her daughter immediately, but she was stopped by Wen Yan. At this moment, Wen Yan no longer had the anger from before. Instead, She had a smile on her face. Saint Girl, it's time for you and your precious daughter to visit the Hall of Justice. Vice Hall Master Jiang, you won't even let go of such a young child? Gan Ruyen asked in a trembling voice. Her eyes were red as she stared at Jiang Qin. Although her strength was not bad, in front of the Law Enforcement Hall's Vice Hall Master, she was still lacking by more than just a little. It was impossible for her to snatch her daughter away from him. Let's go. Jiang Qin ignored Gan Ruyen. As soon as he finished speaking, he soared into the air. At the same time, he raised his hand and pulled Kerr with him using an invisible force. The two disciples from the Hall of Justice followed closely behind. Sister, please save Xiling. It doesn't matter what happens to me in the end. Nothing can happen to Xiling. She's only 2 years old. She hasn't even met her father and her grandparents yet. Kerr's voice was trembling in despair when it entered Gan Ruyen's ears. Whoosh! Upon hearing Kerr's words, Gan Ruyen's eyes turned red immediately. She could not help but make a move. She looked at one of the disciples from the Hall of Justice. It was the disciple who was carrying Duan Xiling. However, before Gan Ruyen could touch the disciple from the Hall of Justice, a terrifying energy swept through the air and hit her, sending her flying. A cold voice rang in the air. Gan Ruyen, if you continue to obstruct the Hall of Justice, I won't show you any mercy even if your guardian Qing was direct disciple. Jiang Qin glanced coldly at Gan Ruyen, who was sent flying before he led the two disciples from the Hall of Justice away with Kerr and her daughter. Chapter 1735. If it was any other time, Wen Yen would have left after saying such things. However, today, she was not in a hurry to leave. Instead, she looked at Gan Ruyen gloatingly. Currently, Gan Ruyen was injured by Jiang Qin, the Vice Hall Master of the Enforcement Hall. Her strength was also greatly restricted, so she was not afraid at all. Sister, the purple-clad young girl, Zier, supported Gan Ruyen. Her face was filled with worry and helplessness. She was worried about her sister, Kerr, and her daughter. Unfortunately, she was too weak and could not help at all. Wen Yen, Gan Ruyen, will remember what happened today. Don't fall into my hands in the future. Otherwise, I'll make sure you beg for death. Gan Ruyen said sternly as she glared at Wen Yen coldly. She had originally thought that the safest place was also the most dangerous place. However, she had never expected that Wen Yen would actually spend 2 whole years to figure out the situation here and then go to the law enforcement hall to complain because of the conflict between them. Even in the past, she did not think Wen Yen would hate her to this extent. More than 2 years, unless there was some kind of unresolvable enmity between them, who would have the patience to spend so much time scheming against someone? If she knew Wen Yen was such a person, she would not have brought her sister back to the Zoroastrianism. When Gan Ruyen thought about this, her heart was filled with guilt. She felt she was the one who had harmed her sister. Ha 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 ha! When Wen Yen heard Gan Ruyen's words, she immediately laughed before she said disdainfully, Gan Ruyen, you can't even protect yourself now, and you're still thinking of taking revenge on me? How naive. However, I'll wait for that day to come. The moment Wen Yan's words left her mouth, she laughed as she left. Sister, what should we do now? Sister Kerr and Xiling will die. Zier had a worried expression on her face. I didn't think that things would develop to this point. If I had known that Wen Yen hated me so much, I would have killed her long ago. Since things have come to this point, I can take one step at a time. No matter what, I will never let anything happen to Kerr. I only have one sister. Gan Ruyen's eyes shone brightly. Now, it's time for me to return to the clan and tell Mother and the others about Kerr. After that, I'll look for Master and hope that Master can intercede for Kerr and Xiling, having made her decision. Gan Ruyen left Zoroastrianism and returned to her family. Although her clan, the Gan clan, was only a second-rate force in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, due to their complicated relationship with Zoroastrianism, even those powerful first-rate forces did not dare to easily offend the Gan clan. Gan Ruyen was the granddaughter of the current clan leader of the Gan clan. She was a direct descendant of the Gan clan. Ke, on the other hand, was Gan Ruyan's twin sister. Naturally, she was also a direct descendant of the Gan clan. Naturally, Duan Ling Tian was unaware that Ke and her daughter had encountered a calamity and were on the verge of death. However, even if he did not know, he still felt anxious. Duan Ling Tian, who was immersed in reading the books in the main mansion's library, suddenly felt anxious. He could no longer calm down. What's going on? Could it be that something has happened? The moment Duan Ling Tian thought of this, horror dawned on his face. He believed that something that could make him feel this way would not be ordinary. Moreover, the person who was in trouble must be someone close to him. Is it Ke or Tian Wu? Duan Ling Tian did not consider Li Fei because he knew she was with his parents. Instead, he thought of his fiancée Ke and Feng Tianwu. Duan Ling Tian took a deep breath and barely suppressed the feeling of anxiety in his heart. After the feeling of anxiety subsided, it did not appear again. However, Duan Ling Tian did not have the mood to continue reading the books. Moreover, he already knew the things that he wanted to know. Moreover, he did not have much time left in the main mansion. Therefore, he decided to leave. After leaving the library, Duan Ling Tian went to register his departure from the main mansion again. Junior brother Ling Tian, you don't look well. Did something happen? When the disciple on guard helped Duan Ling Tian to register his departure, he noticed Duan Ling Tian's expression was not too good. Since Duan Ling Tian was a good person, he decided to be nosy and ask about it. It's nothing. Thank you for your concern, senior brother. Duan Ling Tian shook his head and forced a smile before he bade farewell and left. The few disciples on guard looked at Duan Ling Tian's departing silhouette. They only regained their senses when Duan Ling Tian's silhouette disappeared from their sight. At the same time, they could not help but whisper among themselves. Do you think someone has offended junior brother Ling Tian? Otherwise, why would his expression be so grave? One of the disciples on guard could not help but speculate. That's possible. Another disciple on guard nodded in agreement. Humph! I really don't know who's so blind as to offend junior brother Ling Tian. Perhaps junior brother Ling Tian's strength is limited, but how old is he? If he's given more time, who among the mystical Sky Mansion's disciples would be able to compete with him? That's right. No matter who it is, anyone who offends junior brother Ling Tian is destined to be unlucky in the future. Junior brother Ling Tian is such a good person, and yet, someone has a conflict with him. That person must be the one who started it. Isn't it obvious? Naturally, Duan Ling Tian did not expect the few disciples on guard of the main mansion would think of so many things just because his expression was slightly grave. After leaving the main mansion, Duan Ling Tian returned to the Heaven Palace and returned to his residence. There's still more than a month before the Saint Martial Secret Zone opens. As for the competition to enter the Saint Martial Secret Zone, it'll be held 10 days before the Saint Martial Secret Zone opens. On the way back, Duan Ling Tian regained his senses and muttered to himself as he temporarily shifted his thoughts elsewhere. However, he was still worried in the depths of his heart. Naturally, at the same time, he felt helpless as well. He did not know anything, and there was nothing he could do. I hope it's just a coincidence and they're fine. Duan Ling Tian could only console himself like this. You're finally back. When Duan Ling Tian arrived outside his residence, he heard a delicate voice calling out to him. When he regained his senses, he saw a beautiful figure standing in his courtyard. The owner of the beautiful figure was none other than Wang Fei Xian. You're looking for me? Duan Ling Tian stepped on the air and landed steadily in front of Wang Fei Xian as he asked with a frown on his face. Where have you been for the past 20 days? Wang Fei Xian was not in a hurry to reply to Duan Ling Tian. Instead, she pulled a long face and asked, Do you know I've been looking for you for more than 20 days? These 20 days have also delayed my cultivation progress. You've been looking for me for more than 20 days? Duan Ling Tian's frown deepened. You're looking for me? Of course. Wang Fei Xian nodded matter-of-factly. Why would I look for you if there's nothing? Tell me, How are you going to compensate me for delaying my cultivation for more than 20 days? Delaying your cultivation? Upon hearing Wang Fei Xian's words, Duan Lingtian could not help but feel amused. Great Miss Wang, you're the one who didn't focus on your cultivation. How can you blame me for that? I don't think you'll stop cultivating because of me. As far as I know, you're known as a cultivation maniac. Let alone the tyrannical Saber Mansions district, you're even famous in the Mystic Sky territory. Wang Fei Xian did not expect Duan Lingtian to know her so well. She was momentarily stunned. However, when she regained her senses, she began to act shamelessly again. I don't care. You have to compensate me anyway. Otherwise, I'll pester you every day and stop you from cultivating. This again. Duan Lingtian was speechless. His expression darkened immediately. Great Miss Wang, do you think it's fun to play like this? I'm just joking. Why are you so serious? When Wang Fei Xian saw Duan Lingtian's darkened expression, she could not help but stick out her tongue playfully before she continued to say, All right, I won't tease you anymore. I don't want your compensation. You're so stingy. Stingy? Duan Lingtian was speechless again. However, his expression slowly returned to normal after he heard Wang Fei Xian's words. He continued to ask, Tell me, why are you looking for me? The Saint Martial Secret Zone. Perhaps Wang Fei Xian was shocked by Duan Lingtian's seriousness earlier. She did not beat around the bush this time and went straight to the point. The Saint Martial Secret Zone? Isn't the Saint Martial Secret Zone only going to open a month later? Why are you looking for me? Duan Lingtian had a puzzled expression on his face. Of course, I know the Saint Martial Secret Zone will only open a month later. However, I'm looking for you because of another matter that's related to the Saint Martial Secret Zone as well. Wang Fei Xian said. Speak. Duan Lingtian said nonchalantly. Before I speak, I want to ask you, how much do you know about the Saint Martial Secret Zone? Wang Fei Xian asked as she looked at Duan Lingtian. I only heard that there are many good things in there. Moreover, if you can stay in there for a long time, you'll be able to obtain some benefits in your cultivation. As for the rest, I'm not too sure. Duan Lingtian said. Do you know why only quasi-third-rate forces in the WCI subterranean have the Saint Martial Secret Zone? Wang Fei Xian asked again. I don't know. Duan Lingtian shook his head decisively. He had only heard from other people that only quasi-third-rate forces in the WCI subterranean had the Saint Martial Secret Zone. As for the reason, he had no idea at all. Think about it. What do the quasi-third-rate forces have that other forces in the Dao Martial Saint Land don't have? Wang Fei Xian asked. What other forces don't have? Duan Lingtian frowned. He thought about it for a moment before he relaxed his frown. Let's not talk about the powerhouses and only talk about the things. I only know quasi-third-rate forces have different mineral reserves. Only quasi-third-rate forces have quasi-third-rate Saint Stone reserves. Don't tell me the formation of the Saint Martial Secret Zone is related to quasi-third-rate Saint Stone reserves? The moment his words left his mouth, Duan Lingtian looked at Wang Fei Xian. That's right. Chapter 1736. It's said that the existence of the Saint Martial Secret Zone is mostly dependent on formations. Those formations also require an endless supply of energy to support them. The energy that supports them comes from the quasi-third-grade Saint Stone Reserve. Wang Fei Xian continued to say, As far as I know, the foundation of the Saint Martial Secret Zone's formation will accumulate a large amount of heaven and earth spirit energy every once in a while. At that time, it'll explode. That's the day the Saint Martial Secret Zone opens. It's precisely because of this that the Saint Martial Secret Zone opens every once in a while. Wang Fei Xian continued to explain. Duan Lingtian finally understood. Apart from that, there are many things in the Saint Martial Secret Zone that even powerhouses who have surpassed the eminent saint stage would want to obtain. When Wang Fei Xian reached this part of her sentence, her voice became hurried. Things that even powerhouses who have surpassed the eminent saint stage would want to obtain? When Duan Lingtian heard this, he was naturally, shocked. Yes. Wang Fei Xian nodded. What's that? Duan Lingtian was extremely curious. He really could not figure out what was in the Saint Martial secret zone that only Saint stage geniuses below the age of 40 could enter that would attract powerhouses who had surpassed the eminent Saint stage. Divine ability. Wang Fei Xian spat out 2 words at a speed that was neither fast nor slow as she looked at Duan Lingtian. Divine ability. Upon hearing these 2 words, Duan Lingtian could not help but be stunned. If it was in the past, perhaps, he would not know what a divine ability was. However, after consolidating the embryonic form of the golden crow's wings some time ago, he already knew what a divine ability was. Divine ability was a technique that only powerhouses at the divine saint stage and above could master. It was above all martial tactics. Naturally, although most of the divine saint stage powerhouses had mastered divine abilities, more than 90% of them had mastered divine abilities that were of little value. They were completely useless in a real battle. It was similar to the divine ability, the duplicated embodiment, that almost all divine saint stage Dao cultivators could master. Apart from being a protective talisman for their juniors, it had no other use. It's normal that you haven't heard of the divine ability. It's a technique that only powerhouses above the divine saint stage can master. When Wang Fei Xian saw Duan Lingtian was stunned, she thought this was the first time he had heard about divine abilities. She explained patiently, the divine abilities mastered by ordinary divine saint stage powerhouses are very ordinary. In the Debussy subterranean, only the divine abilities mastered by powerhouses at the exemplary saint stage and above can be considered as useful in an actual battle. As long as an ordinary divine saint stage Dao cultivator is willing, they can easily master a divine ability. That divine ability is called the duplicated embodiment. Wang Fei Xian patiently explained to Duan Lingtian and gave him an example. It was as though she was showing a world of divine abilities to Duan Lingtian. Of course, there are also a small number of divine saint stage powerhouses in the Debussy subterranean who have mastered some useful divine abilities. These divine abilities are either comprehended from relics left behind by powerhouses in the past or directly taught to them by other people. Naturally, even if they come across relics and are taught by other people, not everyone can master it. Mastering a divine ability requires innate talent and comprehension ability. Wang Fei Xian continued to explain. Then, does this mean there's a relic that contains divine abilities in the Saint Martial secret zone? Duan Lingtian was not stupid. It was easy for him to figure out something from Wang Fei Xian's words. That's right. Wang Fei Xian nodded. The relics left behind by powerhouses are the most precious treasures in the Saint Martial secret zone. Although people like us can see the relics when we enter the Saint Martial secret zone, we can only remember them in our minds. It's almost impossible for us to comprehend them. Those relics can't be copied. For this reason, even if we obtain them, we won't be able to share them with the people outside. Only when one of us has broken through to the divine saint stage and mastered the divine ability will we be able to pass it down. Wang Fei Xian continued to say, no matter which quasi-third-rate force it is, the reason they value the Saint Martial secret zone so much is because of the divine ability relic inside. As long as there's a divine saint stage powerhouse among those who enter and master the divine ability inside, there's a chance they'll be able to share the divine ability. No wonder the mystical Sky Mansion has so many saint stage geniuses below the age of 40 but still wants to recruit disciples from the outside. As it turns out, they have such a plan in mind. Duan Lingtian finally understood. His train of thought finally became clear. Divine ability relic. That was something that any quasi-third-rate force would covet. This was because only saint stage geniuses below the age of 40 could enter the Saint Martial secret zone to search for divine ability relic. For this reason, every quasi-third-rate force would seize the opportunity when the Saint Martial secret zone opened to search for saint stage geniuses below the age of 40 to enter. Naturally, it was extremely difficult for any quasi-third-rate force to obtain the divine ability contained in the divine ability relic in the Saint Martial secret zone. It was already considered good if there was a divine saint stage powerhouse among the saint stage geniuses who had entered the Saint Martial secret zone. However, If they wanted him to master the divine ability contained in the divine ability relic that he had seen many years ago, it would undoubtedly be too much. For this reason, there were not many quasi-third-rate forces who had successfully passed down the divine ability contained in the divine ability relic in the Saint Martial secret zone. Apart from the divine ability relic, the other things don't seem that important. In fact, they're not attractive to me at all. Wang Feixian looked at Duan Lingtian as she said, "Let's get down to business." Duan Lingtian said as he raised an eyebrow. It was not difficult for him to figure out that Wang Feixian came to look for him because of the Saint Martial secret zone. "I'd like to work with you." When Wang Feixian saw Duan Lingtian going straight to the point, she immediately looked at Duan Lingtian with a hopeful expression. "Work with you? How?" Duan Lingtian asked. To be honest, he knew nothing about the Saint Martial secret zone. He did not know what was inside. It was apparent that Wang Feixian had a certain level of understanding about the Saint Martial secret zone. For this reason, after he asked this question, he looked at Wang Feixian with a puzzled expression. He wanted to know what Wang Feixian meant by work with you. Wherever there are people, there will be battles. It's the same even in the Saint Martial secret zone. Wang Feixian seemed to be able to tell Duan Lingtian did not know about the Saint Martial secret zone. Therefore, she began to explain the Saint Martial secret zone to Duan Lingtian. For example, there's a divine ability relic in the Saint Martial secret zone that can only be comprehended by one person at a time. As a result, the people who see the divine ability relic at the same time will fight each other. Only the person who stays behind will be able to comprehend the divine ability relic. Naturally, it's a little flattering to say that we'll be able to comprehend it. Without a cultivation base at the divine saint stage or above, it's almost impossible for us to comprehend the divine ability relic. The only thing we can do is to memorize the words and characteristics on the divine ability relic. Moreover, although we've memorized everything on the divine ability relic, it's impossible for us to copy it. Even if we copy it by force, we'll only copy its appearance but not its spirit. It's impossible for us to comprehend the divine ability contained in the copied divine ability relic. Wang Feixian explained. Duan Lingtian could understand what Wang Feixian had said. Otherwise, those quasi-third-rate forces would not recruit saint-stage geniuses below the age of 40. They did it so that there would be divine saint-stage powerhouses among the saint-stage geniuses who entered the Saint Martial secret zone. Moreover, they would be able to comprehend the divine ability contained in the divine ability relic they saw in the Saint Martial secret zone. Once one successfully comprehended the divine ability, it would mean one had mastered the divine ability and would be able to pass it down. Naturally, not everyone would be able to master the divine ability through passing it down. However, at the very least, there was hope. Moreover, it was a very high hope. The divine ability relics in the Saint Martial secret zone are also divided into different grades and grades. The lowest grade divine ability relic contains the most useless divine ability. It's at the level of the duplicated embodiment. It's completely useless in a real battle. On the other hand, a better divine ability can be used together with a martial tactic to achieve a miraculous effect. A powerful divine ability can even bestow great strength to the person who successfully comprehended it. Mastering such a divine ability is equivalent to mastering an extremely powerful and terrifying martial tactic. When Wang Feixian reached the end of her sentence, her eyes burned with passion. In the Saint Martial secret zone, the higher the grade of the divine ability relic, the rarer it is. In order to obtain the opportunity to comprehend it, one would have to go through many tests. During this process, if one fails the test, one would be directly kicked out of the Saint Martial secret zone. When Wang Feixian reached the end of her sentence, she looked at Duan Lingtian. "For this reason, I want to work with you. If the two of us work together, I'm sure we'll be able to go far. Even if we obtain the opportunity to comprehend the highest grade divine ability relic, it's not impossible." The moment Wang Feixian's words left her mouth, her eyes burned with passion. "You're really counting your chickens before they hatch." After hearing Wang Feixian's words, Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. "However, I'm not interested in working with you. You Wang Feixian did not expect Duan Lingtian would reject her immediately. Her expression turned grave immediately. Why are you like this? I'm asking you to work with me out of goodwill, and you're rejecting me without even thinking about it? Don't tell me you think there's no benefit in working with me? I really don't think there's any benefit in working with you. Duan Lingtian said bluntly as he sized up Wang Feixian. Put aside the fact that Wang Feixian was only an early refined Saint Stage martial cultivator. Even if she was an intermediate refined Saint Stage martial cultivator, he would not be interested in working with her. To him, bringing along Wang Feixian was no different from bringing along a burden. If it was an ordinary man, he would have agreed to Wang Feixian's request without even thinking about it. After all, it was difficult to reject a beauty's request. Chapter 1737. After rejecting Wang Feixian, Duan Lingtian returned to his room. He did not even care if Wang Feixian was still outside before he closed the door. However, speaking of cooperation, I can work with Lu Jian and the others. After returning to his room, Duan Lingtian's heart jolted as he recalled Lu Jian and Renfei who had entered the Heaven Palace with him. Lu Jian was from the Raging Wave Mansion. At the same time, he was also the nephew of Lu Hongguang, the second elder of Raging Wave Mansion. Renfei was from the Sky Hurdle Mansion and seemed to have a close relationship with Renzhong, the vice mansion master of Sky Hurdle Mansion. Whether it was Lu Hongguang or Renzhong, Duan Lingtian had stood them up previously. Until now, he still felt a little guilty about it. He always thought of returning the favor if he had the chance. After learning about the matters in the St. Martial Secret Zone, Duan Lingtian immediately realized this was a good opportunity to return the favor. As long as he worked with Lu Jian and Renfei and allowed them to comprehend the highest grade divine ability relic in the St. Martial Secret Zone, he would be able to return the favor to Lu Hongguang and Renzhong. Duan Lingtian had never liked owing people favors. Naturally, he would feel relieved if he could return the favor. Speaking of which, it's all thanks to Wang Feixian that I'm able to find out about the matters in the St. Martial Secret Zone. Since I'm going to work with Lu Jian and Renfei, it doesn't matter if she's one more person. The moment Duan Lingtian thought of this, he opened the door again. However, he discovered Wang Feixian was still lost in her thoughts. However, Wang Feixian stood there as though she had lost her soul. She did not regain her senses for a long time. Wang Feixian was the biological granddaughter of the mansion master of Tyrannic Saber Mansion. She was the eldest young miss of Tyrannic Saber Mansion. In the Tyrannic Saber Mansion, everyone treated her like a little ancestor, especially the younger generation of Tyrannic Saber Mansion's disciples. One could say that she was the pride of the heavens in the Tyrannic Saber Mansion. Of course, even if she left the Tyrannical Saber Mansion with her identity, no one would look down on her. Other people of the same generation, when facing her, were also like a piece of bone skin plaster, sticking to her and not letting go. If she had any request, they would fulfill it. However, after coming to the mystical Sky Mansion and encountering Duan Lingtian, Wang Feixian had suffered setbacks time and time again. All of these setbacks came from Lingtian, the Saint Stage genius. He was also the most outstanding person among the Saint Stage geniuses who had just joined the mystical Sky Mansion. Today, she had finally waited for that Lingtian. She had thought that Lingtian would readily agree to her request for cooperation. Who would have thought that the other party would disdain to cooperate with her? Although she could understand this, she found it hard to accept. The reason why she said that she could understand was because she knew her own limits. With regards to that Duan Lingtian, her little bit of strength really couldn't be of much help. She found it hard to accept this because a great beauty like her had taken the initiative to ask for cooperation, but she was actually rejected by a hot-blooded man. Otherwise, if she knew that fellow already had 3 women, she would really think that fellow did not like women. Due to this reason, Wang Feixian was greatly affected. Hey! Just when Wang Feixian was about to go crazy in her heart, the voice that was extremely annoying to her entered her ears in a timely manner. It woke her up from her stupor, and she immediately looked at the source of the voice. That fellow whom she hated had appeared before her eyes again. What's the matter? Wang Feixian was not the kind of woman who would stick to the skin plaster. Since the other party had rejected her, she, naturally, would not be so shameless as to stick her hot face to the other party's cold buttocks. I'll agree to your request for cooperation. Faced with Wang Feixian's indifference, Duan Lingtian did not take it to heart at all. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, Wang Feixian was once again stunned. The fellow who had just rejected her request for cooperation actually agreed to her request now. It was said that women were fickle, but why did she feel that this fellow was even more fickle than women? However, I have a request. Immediately after, Wang Feixian heard the voice again. This caused her expression to darken, and she glared at Duan Lingtian with an unfriendly gaze. If you want to use this to threaten me and take advantage of me, then you're wrong. Although I want to cooperate with you, I'm not at the point of selling myself out. Humph. After speaking, Wang Feixian did not wait for Duan Lingtian's response. She turned around and walked away. Her entire movement was as smooth as flowing water, and it was very elegant. Duan Lingtian was dumbfounded. This woman, did she think that he would make such a request? Did he look like that kind of person? Wait. However, Duan Lingtian knew that if he did not say anything at this time, it would be equivalent to admitting that he had such thoughts. Therefore, he quickly spoke up and stopped Wang Feixian. Wang Feixian stopped in her tracks and turned around. She coldly glanced at Duan Lingtian, but did not say anything. I say, Miss Wang, are you feeling too good about yourself? Or do you think that I'm that kind of shameless person? Duan Lingtian spread his hands and shook his head helplessly. To be honest, although you're not bad-looking and have a good figure, you're really not that attractive to me. My 2 fiancés and 1 confidant are not any worse than you. When Duan Lingtian said this, Wang Feixian was instantly stunned. She seriously looked into Duan Lingtian's eyes and saw the purity in them. For a moment, she realized that she had misunderstood him. The eyes were the windows to a person's soul. The eyes would not lie. At this moment, Wang Feixian's beautiful face could not help but blush. She looked extremely charming. What do you want? If it was not an outrageous request, she would still be able to accept it. After all, she really wanted to work with Duan Lingtian. Of course, rather than saying that she wanted to work with Duan Lingtian, it was more accurate to say that she wanted to ride on his coattails. She believed that only by following Duan Lingtian would she be able to maximize her chances of comprehending the high-grade divine ability relic. I need you to help me find 2 people to join us and work with us, Duan Lingtian said to Wang Feixian. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Wang Feixian's eyes lit up immediately. Who? In her opinion, even a saint-stage genius like her was initially rejected by Duan Lingtian. However, now that Duan Lingtian had taken the initiative to work with 2 other people, those 2 people would definitely be stronger than her. This was a good thing for her. I can't believe this fellow has already gotten to know a saint-stage genius in the Mystical Sky Mansion so soon after arriving at the Mystical Sky Mansion. In the Heaven Palace, there are only 2 saint-stage geniuses below the age of 40 who are stronger than me. Don't tell me Duan Lingtian wants me to look for them? The moment Wang Feixian thought about this, she felt excited. If that was the case, then she would be riding on 3 coattails this time. It would be difficult for her not to obtain the opportunity to comprehend the high-grade divine ability relic. Lu Jian, Ren Fei, Duan Lingtian said to Wang Feixian. When Duan Lingtian's words entered Wang Feixian's ears, it was as though a bucket of cold water had been splashed on her head, extinguishing all the enthusiasm in her heart. Naturally, she was not unfamiliar with the names Lu Jian and Ren Fei. In fact, she had even met them a few times before. After all, they were both young geniuses from 4th-rate forces. Ren Fei had even tried to pursue her before. However, after being beaten up by her, he no longer dared to pursue her. Are you close to them? Wang Feixian asked with a frown. She really could not understand why this fellow would want to work with Lu Jian and Ren Fei. She was not even comparable to those 2 fellows. Not only would she not be of help to them, but she would also be a burden to them. I don't know them. Duan Lingtian shook his head. Initially, Wang Feixian thought Duan Lingtian knew Lu Jian and Ren Feixian and was close to them. That was why he wanted to work with them and help them out. However, when she heard Duan Lingtian's words, she was rendered speechless. You don't know them, but you still plan to work with them? Do you know that although they're young geniuses from the Raging Wave Mansion and the Sky Hurdle Mansion, their cultivation base has not even broken through to the refined saint stage? That Ren Fei, in particular, is only a mastery pristine saint stage martial cultivator. When Wang Feixian reached the end of her sentence, she had a gloomy expression on her face. Although I don't know them, I owe both of their seniors a favor. I've decided to repay this favor in the Saint Martial Secret Zone. Duan Lingtian said, if you're unwilling to work with them, you can reject them. Naturally, even if you don't help me look for them, I'll look for them myself. If you don't want to work with them, it means you won't work with me as well. Duan Lingtian directly gave Wang Feixian a chance to choose. Upon hearing this, Wang Feixian felt even more gloomy. She wanted to work with Duan Lingtian because she valued his strength. She thought he would be able to bring her to greater heights. However, if she wanted to work with Duan Lingtian, she would have to bring along two burdens. To be honest, she was not willing at all. What do you think? Great Miss Wang, have you made up your mind? Duan Lingtian asked. It's fine if you let them join us. However, you have to promise that they'll work with us and won't drag us down. Wang Feixian said solemnly. Why? Great Miss Wang, do you have so little confidence in me? Duan Lingtian smiled faintly. Perhaps, it was Duan Lingtian's smile that infected Wang Feixian. Wang Feixian could sense the confidence in Duan Lingtian's tone. Wang Feixian no longer said anything and obediently left to look for Lu Jian and Ren Fei. What? You want me to join your little group? And Ling Tian as well? Originally, Lu Jian was puzzled when he saw Wang Feixian coming to look for him. He wondered why this young lady was looking for him. However, when Wang Feixian told him the reason for her visit, he was instantly overjoyed. Wang Feixian and Ling Tian were the two strongest people among the 37 people who had joined the Mystical Sky Mansion previously. Entering the Saint Martial Secret Zone this time was filled with difficulties. Initially, he was still thinking if he should find a few people to work with to help each other. However, he did not expect Wang Feixian would come before he could even make a move. Not only that, but she had also delivered a huge gift to him. If you're willing, then this matter is settled. Naturally, it's fine if you're not willing. However, you'll have to come with me to inform that fellow. Otherwise, he'll think I didn't inform you and say you're not willing. Chapter 1738. I'm willing. I'm willing. I'm willing. As soon as Wang Feixian's words left her mouth, Lu Jian quickly replied. It was as though he was afraid he would lose the opportunity to work with Wang Feixian and Ling Tian if he was too late. What a joke! Working together with Wang Feixian and Ling Tian to enter the Saint Martial Secret Zone was definitely a great thing that would only benefit him. Unless he was kicked in the head by a donkey, he would definitely not reject it. Since you're willing, then it's decided. However, there's still one more thing you have to do. Wang Feixian nodded nonchalantly. At the same time, she looked at Lu Jian again and said, You should know Ren Fei from the Sky Hurdle Mansion, right? Yes. Lu Jian quickly nodded. At the same time, he looked at Wang Feixian in confusion and thought to himself, Don't tell me this little miss wants me to help her teach Ren Fei a lesson to prove my allegiance to her, so that I can work with her and Ling Tian? He had heard about Ren Fei pursuing Wang Feixian before. From the beginning, he did not think highly of Ren Fei's actions. In the end, it was just as he had guessed. Ren Fei and the others who pursued Wang Feixian were all beaten up. When he heard Wang Feixian mentioning Ren Fei, Lu Jian's first reaction was that this little miss was not satisfied with beating Ren Fei up previously and wanted him to help her beat Ren Fei up again. Ren Fei, I'm sorry. Lu Jian quickly made up his mind. In order to work with Wang Feixian and Ling Tian, he would accept it even if he had to offend Ren Fei and fall out with him. However, Wang Feixian's next words stunned him. At the same time, he realized he had misunderstood. Go look for Renfei and ask him if he's interested in joining our small team. If he's willing, ask him to prepare himself and compete for the spot to enter the St. Martial Secret Zone. If he can't even get a spot, then he's not qualified to work with us. If he's unwilling, you can take him to Ling Tian and ask him to personally refuse to cooperate. Wang Fei Xian said, "Let Renfei join us?" Lu Jian frowned. Renfei's strength was a notch weaker than his. To be honest, even if Wang Fei Xian did not come to look for him today, he would not even consider Renfei if he were to look for someone to work with. He would only consider those saint stage geniuses whose cultivation bases were on par with him or even stronger than him. Naturally, those saint stage geniuses who were stronger than him might not necessarily be willing to work with him. After all, the St. Martial Secret Zone was filled with benefits. No one was willing to cooperate with the weak and let the weak have a share of the profits. It was precisely because of this that he was ecstatic when Wang Fei Xian came to him for a collaboration. This was because it was like a meat pie falling from the sky. What? We haven't even despised you yet, and you're already despising Renfei? Seeing Lu Jian frown, how could Wang Fei Xian not know what he was thinking? Disdain immediately appeared on her face. Hearing this, Lu Jian felt a little awkward. That was right. With Wang Fei Xian and Ling Tian's strength, they did not despise him. What right did he have to despise Renfei? Miss Fei Xian. Lu Jian took a deep breath as though he had mustered up his courage before he asked. With your and Ling Tian's strength, you'll definitely be invincible in the St. Martial Secret Zone if the two of you join forces. Why did you look for Renfei and me to work with you? If you bring us along, I'm afraid we'll be a burden to you. Can you tell me the reason? As one of the two strongest people among the younger generation in the Raging Wave Mansion, Lu Jian was naturally not stupid. Ling Tian and Wang Fei Xian did not bring them along out of kindness. There must be a reason behind it. He really wanted to know the reason. Naturally, he did not think Wang Fei Xian and Wang Fei Xian were trying to harm them. With Wang Fei Xian and Wang Fei Xian's strength, if they really wanted to harm them, there was no need for them to go through so much trouble to work with them. In any case, the reason doesn't lie with me. If it's possible, I don't want to work with two burdens like you. Wang Fei Xian was a straightforward woman. She did not hold back when she spoke. Lu Jian did not get angry. He only smiled wryly as he said, "In that case, the reason lies with Ling Tian. May I ask, Miss Fei Xian, did Ling Tian tell you the reason?" He didn't say much. All he said is that he owes your seniors a favor and wants to use this opportunity to return the favor. Both of you are really lucky. With him around, perhaps you'll be able to come into contact with the highest grade divine ability relic in the St. Martial Secret Zone. Wang Fei Xian said indifferently, "Don't forget what I asked you to do." After saying this, Wang Fei Xian left. She passed the task of inviting Renfei to their group to Lu Jian. Naturally, Lu Jian did not dare to neglect Wang Fei Xian's request. He immediately went to look for Renfei and told him about working with Wang Fei Xian and Ling Tian. Miss Fei Xian wants to work with us? When Renfei heard Lu Jian's words, his eyes lit up immediately. He smiled as he said, "It seems like Miss Fei Xian is still very sentimental. It seems like my efforts to pursue her weren't in vain. Sigh, with the way Miss Fei Xian has taken care of me this time, I'm sure she has me in her heart. If I had put in more effort back then, I might have been able to win her heart. However, it's not too late now. Since Miss Fei Xian wants to work with me, I'm sure she still has feelings for me. Perhaps, as long as I put in more effort, I'll be able to break through the last layer of paper and win her heart." As Renfei muttered to himself, his eyes lit up like the stars in the night sky. Although Renfei was muttering to himself, his voice was not soft. Everything was heard by Lu Jian, causing the corners of Lu Jian's mouth to involuntarily twitch. Isn't this guy a little too full of himself? However, in order to avoid angering Wang Fei Xian and missing out on this opportunity to work with her, Lu Jian could not help but remind him, "Renfei, don't think too much about it. It's not Miss Fei Xian's idea to get us involved in this collaboration. According to Miss Fei Xian, she really doesn't want to bring two burdens like us along." "It's not Miss Fei Xian's idea?" Lu Jian's words were like a bucket of cold water that was splashed on Ren Fei's head, causing him to wake up from his dream. It's Ling Tian's idea? However, I don't know him. I don't know him as well. Lu Jian smiled wryly. However, according to Miss Fei Xian, it seems like he owes our senior a favor, and he intends to return the favor in the St. Martial secret zone. I see. Ren Fei finally understood. In that case, it's a good thing. With Ling Tian's strength, we'll definitely be able to comprehend a good divine ability relic if we work with him. Indeed, Lu Jian agreed. Time continued to pass by quietly. Perhaps it was due to Ren Fei and Lu Jian's participation, Wang Fei Xian felt a lot of pressure. She actually managed to successfully break through to the intermediate refined saint stage before she competed for the spot to enter the Saint Martial secret zone. After breaking through to the intermediate refined saint stage, her confidence was naturally boosted. Even in the entire mystical sky mansion, there were only a few people who were at the intermediate refined saint stage below the age of 40. However, Wang Fei Xian was one of them. For this reason, apart from the boost in her confidence, Wang Fei Xian could not help but feel a little complacent. Ling fellow, I've just broken through. Why don't you spar with me? After breaking through, Wang Fei Xian instantly went to look for Duan Lingtian. You've broken through? Duan Lingtian was also surprised by Wang Fei Xian's breakthrough. He already knew Wang Fei Xian was an early refined saint stage martial cultivator. An early refined saint stage martial cultivator below the age of 40, moreover, she was a woman. This was already considered rare. However, Wang Fei Xian had broken through again. Duan Lingtian had to admit that Wang Fei Xian's innate talent was second only to Ker's sister among all the young women he had met. If I don't break through, I'm really afraid those two burdens will drag us down. Wang Fei Xian snorted. In the end, you still don't believe me. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. Then, he asked, however, are you sure you want to spar with me? Of course. I also want to know how big the gap is between us after I've broken through. Wang Fei Xian nodded eagerly. Come then. Duan Lingtian nodded and calmly received Wang Fei Xian's attack. Wang Fei Xian did not hold back and made the first move to gain the upper hand by striking first. After her territory was consolidated, she launched a barrage of attacks at Duan Lingtian from all directions. It was as though she wanted to defeat Duan Lingtian in one move. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly in the face of Wang Fei Xian's attack. He calmly mobilized the Sun True Origin in his body. Soon after, the Sun True Origin appeared on the surface of his body and transformed into faint golden sword rays that flew around him rapidly. This was the defensive technique that Duan Lingtian had cast by combining his true origin with the Sovereign Heart Sword and the defensive martial tactic, the Colossal Arrow Bell, that he had cultivated in the past. Of course, his current defensive technique was much more powerful than the Colossal Arrow Bell. He had given this defensive technique a name, Colossal Sword Bell. It sounded the same but had different characters. From afar, Duan Lingtian stood there with a faint golden brilliance emanating from his body. At the same time, the golden sword rays were like golden talismans as they flew around him rapidly and formed a layer of powerful defensive light shield that seemed to be able to defend against everything. Finally, Wang Fei Xian's attack that blotted out the sky finally landed on Duan Lingtian's body. Boom! 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 Wang Fei Xian was an intermediate refined saint stage martial cultivator after all. Her attack tore through the air and set off a series of explosions in the air. The attacks landed on the golden light shield on the surface of Duan Lingtian's body like a storm. Break! At this moment, Wang Fei Xian cried out as her attack became even more ferocious. Boom! 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 At the same time, the golden light shield on the surface of Duan Lingtian's body began to tremble. Chapter 1739. Although Wang Fei Xian knew she was not a match for Duan Lingtian before she made her move, she was still curious. What she wanted to know more was the gap between her and Duan Lingtian. Before she had broken through to the intermediate refined saint stage, She did not even have the courage to fight with Duan Lingtian since Duan Lingtian was at the mastery-refined saint stage. Moreover, he was not an ordinary mastery-refined saint stage powerhouse. Moreover, Duan Lingtian had gone to the spirit pool to cultivate. Even if he had not broken through to the peak of the refined saint stage, his strength must have increased tremendously. Now that she had broken through to the intermediate refined saint stage, her confidence was greatly boosted. That was why she thought of sparring with Duan Lingtian. How's this possible? However, when Wang Fei Xian saw she could not break the defense on the surface of Duan Lingtian's body, even after she had unleashed her full strength, she was dumbfounded. The confidence she had gained from breaking through to the intermediate refined saint stage had completely crumbled at this moment. You've broken through to the peak of the refined saint stage? A terrifying thought instantly appeared in Wang Fei Xian's mind as she stared at Duan Lingtian in a daze. The only explanation for the scene before her eyes was that he had broken through to the peak of the refined saint stage. No matter how powerful a mastery-refined saint stage powerhouse was, it was impossible for him to block her full-powered attack so easily. Originally, Wang Fei Xian was wondering if this fellow had broken through to the peak of the refined saint stage after he came out from the spirit pool. However, after she tested him herself, she was certain this fellow must have broken through to the peak of the refined saint stage. Otherwise, it was impossible for him to be so ridiculously powerful. Duan Lingtian merely shrugged and smiled faintly in the face of Wang Fei Xian's question. He did not say anything. However, in Wang Fei Xian's eyes, Duan Lingtian had tacitly agreed. If Duan Lingtian knew what Wang Fei Xian was thinking, he would be rendered speechless. The reason he did not say anything was because he was afraid it would frighten Wang Fei Xian. Moreover, Wang Fei Xian might not believe him. After all, his current cultivation base was only at the early refined saint stage. It was not even comparable to the current Wang Fei Xian. Of course, what was mentioned here was only cultivation and not strength. Duan Lingtian's current strength was no longer limited to cultivation. Even if he did not rely on his powerful physical body, even if he did not rely on external forces, his strength was already comparable to a great sage realm initial powerhouse. 3 days later will be the day our Heaven Palace will compete for the spot to enter the Saint Martial Secret Zone. At that time, I'll come and look for you and we'll go together. After being dealt a blow by Duan Lingtian, Wang Fei Xian's confidence had also crumbled. She was unwilling to stay here any longer. The moment her words left her mouth, she left in a hurry. We'll compete for the spot in 3 days. The Saint Martial Secret Zone will open in 13 days. I'm really looking forward to the Saint Martial Secret Zone. Duan Lingtian muttered to himself as he looked at Wang Fei Xian's departing figure. Duan Lingtian was unaware that while he was waiting to compete for the spot to enter the mystical Sky Mansion's Saint Martial Secret Zone in 3 days, news of his identity as Ling Tian had begun to spread. It had even reached the ears of a few quasi-third-rate forces. Ling Tian, a saint stage genius who was not even 40 years old. As soon as he entered the mystical Sky Mansion, he fought to a draw with a mastery-refined saint stage powerhouse from the Heaven Palace. After that, he entered the Heaven Palace's spirit pool and only spent 20 days to completely absorb the heaven and earth spirit energy in the spirit pool. Let alone the mystical Sky Mansion, such a saint stage genius was extremely rare even in the other quasi-third-rate forces. For example, the Mountain Shade Black Market and the Azure Cloud Mansion were the leaders of the 2 quasi-third-rate forces in the Debussy Subterranean. Although they also had such young geniuses, they only had one. Moreover, compared to Ling Tian from the mystical Sky Mansion, they seemed to be slightly inferior. Due to this reason, the news of Ling Tian had spread to the Mountain Shade Black Market and the Azure Cloud Mansion, causing quite a commotion. In the Mountain Shade Black Market's headquarters, the supreme leader, Dugu, had also learned about this news. Has it been confirmed? Dugu asked in an indifferent tone as he looked at the black-clad old man who was standing respectfully below him. Yes, Lord Leader, the black-clad old man replied respectfully. This news was sent back by the people our Mountain Shade Black Market planted in the mystical Sky Mansion. There's no way it's fake. Lord Leader, Ling Tian is definitely a rare genius in our WCI subterranean. If our Mountain Shade Black Market can get him, even if you go to the upper province in the future, our Mountain Shade Black Market will still be glorious for a few hundred years. You seem to think highly of him. However, do you really think he's stronger than Black Hawk? Dugu asked again. Lord Leader, I suspect that Ling Tian from the mystical Sky Mansion has already broken through to the peak of the refined saint stage. Although Black Hawk is a rare genius in our Mountain Shade Black Market, he's already 39 years old. He'll definitely have to wait until he's 40 years old before he can break through to the peak of the refined saint stage. The black-clad old man said again. In the Tao Martial Saint Land, those below the age of 40 were considered young. Those above the age of 40 were no longer considered young. How old is Ling Tian? Dugu asked again. It's said that he's not even 38 years old. The black-clad old man replied. Not even 38 years old? Dugu's eyes lit up immediately. Then, does this mean that Ling Tian is not inferior to Li Feng who appeared in the Rising Sky Mansion's district not long ago? Perhaps he's slightly inferior to Li Feng, but it's not too far off. The black-clad old man's eyes gleamed as he continued to say, however, that Li Feng was short-lived. Many people guessed that he's from the upper province. However, this Ling Tian is different. If he's from the upper province, it'll be easy for him to join those powerful forces. There's no need for him to come to our lower province to join a quasi-third-rate force. Good. Very good. Dugu nodded. Make a trip there and try your best to bring Ling Tian back. If he's unwilling, kill him. With him in the mystical Sky Mansion, won't they be able to ride on our Mountain Shade Black Market's head in another 100 years? I don't want the mystical Sky Mansion to become the second Azure Cloud Mansion. Do you understand? Understood. When the black-clad old man heard this, he nodded solemnly and retreated at the same time. Ling Tian. This name sounds a little familiar. Dugu muttered to himself. Dugu muttered to himself after the old man left. Then he seemed to have recalled something. Oh right. Duan Rufeng's son is called Duan Ling Tian. Although he felt the name of Duan Rufeng, the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion's son, was similar to the name of the genius from the mystical Sky Mansion, Leader Dugu of the Mountain Shade Black Market did not link the two of them together. The reason he did not link the two of them together was because he felt it was impossible for Duan Rufeng's son to be so monstrous. Secondly, he felt if Ling Tian was Duan Rufeng's son, he would definitely not go to the mystical Sky Mansion. Compared to the current Azure Cloud Mansion, the difference between the mystical Sky Mansion and the mystical Sky Mansion was huge. Since the Mountain Shade Black Market had received the news, the Azure Cloud Mansion that was not any weaker than the Mountain Shade Black Market had naturally received the news as well. On the celestial island that was suspended in the air, inside a huge palace, a blue-robed middle-aged man sat on the main seat in the main hall. The two jade beads in his hands were spinning continuously as they emitted a soft sound. It was especially ear-piercing in this quiet main hall. Elder Yuan, you said the genius from the mystical Sky Mansion is called Ling Tian? Finally, the blue-robed middle-aged man who was also the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion, Duan Rufeng, spoke. At the same time, he looked at one of the two old men seated below him. Yes, the old man that Duan Rufeng was looking at was none other than Rong Yuan. At the same time, he was also Duan Rufeng's right-hand man. In the Azure Cloud Mansion, he was as famous as Kumi. When Rong Yuan heard Duan Rufeng's question, he nodded solemnly. At this moment, Kumi, who was standing at the side, also chimed in. Lord Mansion Master. This mystical Sky Mansion's Ling Tian seems to have appeared out of nowhere. Moreover, his name is exactly the same as young mansion masters. Could he be the young mansion master? Tianer? Upon hearing Kumi's words, Duan Rufeng's eyes flashed. In fact, he had also thought of this possibility. However, he found it hard to believe that his son's cultivation base was already at the peak of the refined saint stage. After all, how long had his son been in the Tao Martial Saint Land? If he's really Tian, there's hope for him to fight with the five-clawed golden dragon, Diju, 2 years later to obtain the opportunity to enter the dragon cleansing pool. However, is it possible that he's Tian? Duan Rufeng did not think it was possible. I don't think so. Rong Yuan shook his head and said, 2 years ago, when the young mansion master left Windfall Nation with the Devil Seal tablet, he was only at the Paramount Saint Rudiment stage. How's it possible for him to break through to the peak of the refined Saint stage from the Paramount Saint Rudiment stage in just over 2 years? Perhaps it's impossible for ordinary people, but he's the young mansion master, the son of Lord Mansion Master, Kumi said confidently. Based on his words, it was obvious he had confidence in the young mansion master whom he had never met before. Naturally, this was also because of Duan Rufeng's monstrous talent. In his opinion, like father, like son. Upon hearing Kumi's words, Rong Yuan glanced at Duan Rufeng and fell silent for a moment. The rise of the mansion master of their Azure Cloud mansion was definitely legendary. If his son inherited his monstrous talent, it was not impossible for him to break through to the peak of the refined Saint stage from the Paramount Saint Rudiment stage in just over 2 years. When Duan Rufeng noticed Kumi and Rong Yuan's gaze, he shook his head. He was the only one who knew his own experience. He was able to rise up in such a short period of time mostly because of the powerful devil cultivator, Black Underworld. At that time, in order to increase his strength, Black Underworld took many shortcuts. It was not a cultivation path that could be replicated by ordinary martial cultivators or Dao cultivators. For this reason, only he knew unless his son had a fortuitous encounter as well, it was impossible for him to break through to the peak of the refined Saint stage from the Paramount Saint Rudiment stage in just over 2 years. Elder Ku, whether he's Tian-er or not, you should make a trip to the mystical Sky Mansion to have a look. Chapter 1740. 3 days passed by in just a blink of an eye. 10 days later, the mystical Sky Mansion's St. Martial Secret Zone would open. At that time, only 30 people would be able to enter to train. Naturally, instead of calling it training, it would be more accurate to call it treasure hunting. There were many good things in the St. Martial Secret Zone. The most attractive thing was undoubtedly the various divine ability relics hidden inside. Those divine ability relics were ancient relics left behind by powerhouses in the past. Not many of those powerhouses were from the mystical Sky Mansion. After all, the mystical Sky Mansion had only been promoted to a quasi-third-rate force recently. The mystical Sky Mansion had spent a lot of effort to recruit Saint Stage geniuses below the age of 40 in hopes of having more people. If someone successfully broke through to the Divine Saint stage after coming out of the Saint Martial Secret Zone and comprehended the divine ability recorded in the divine ability relics in the Saint Martial Secret Zone, that would be the greatest reward. In the history of the mystical Sky Mansion, there were only a handful of people who had broken through to the Divine Saint stage and comprehended the divine ability recorded in the divine ability relics after coming out of the Saint Martial Secret Zone. Those who managed to pass down their divine abilities were even rarer. 10 days later, the mystical Sky Mansion's St. Martial Secret Zone would open. Since there were only 30 spots, they would have to compete for the spots to enter the St. Martial Secret Zone. Out of the 30 spots, the Heaven Palace had 10 spots. The remaining 20 spots were divided among the other 3 palaces. Although the Heaven Palace had 10 spots, the Heaven Palace's disciples who met the requirements to enter the St. Martial Secret Zone were not happy at all. If it was possible, they would rather compete with the other 3 palaces. Although the other 3 palaces only had less than 7 spots on average, the number of outstanding young disciples from the other 3 palaces was not even half of the Heaven Palaces. Although the Heaven Palace had 10 spots, the competition was extremely intense. There was a vast and boundless platform at the peak of the steep mountain where the Heaven Palace was located. The competition for the spots to enter the St. Martial Secret Zone would be held here. For this reason, it was already crowded early in the morning. Many people from the other 3 palaces even came to watch the show. Although they were also competing for the spots to enter the St. Martial Secret Zone, it was not as exciting as the Heaven Palaces. For this reason, the Earth Palace, Mystical Palace, and Yellow Palace's disciples who were not qualified to compete had all come to the Heaven Palace early in the morning to watch the show. The spots for the Heaven Palace's spots. A palace's Heaven Palace's Heaven Palaces. One of the Heavenly Palace's disciples lamented. That's right. It sounds like our heavenly palace has more quotas than the other 3 palaces. However, if we were to really compete for it, the weakest of the 10 heavenly palaces disciples who obtain the quotas will definitely be stronger than the weakest 3 disciples from the other 3 palaces. Another heavenly palace's disciple said, "Isn't what you're saying nonsense? Putting everything else aside, just the powerhouses above the refined saint stage are already 4 in the heaven palace. More than 2 months ago, our heaven palace had new disciples. That Ling Tian and that Wang Fei Xian are both at the refined saint stage. With this, our heaven palace will have 6 refined saint stage powerhouses below the age of 40. The 6 of them will definitely be able to obtain a spot to enter the Saint Martial Secret Zone today. The competition for the remaining 4 spots will definitely be very intense. I suspect that without a cultivation base at the peak of the pristine saint stage, I'm afraid it's impossible to obtain a spot to enter the Saint Martial Secret Zone. So many sage-level geniuses have been recruited into the mansion this time, and this has also put a lot of pressure on the people who originally met the requirements. That's right. Initially, I didn't think much of it when they said they were going to recruit Saint Stage geniuses. I thought no matter how many they recruited, there would definitely not be anyone above the refined Saint Stage. However, it did not cross my mind that not only did they recruit 2 refined Saint Stage powerhouses, but both of them even came to our heaven palace. Let's not talk about Wang Fei Xian. She's the granddaughter of the mansion master of Tyrannic Saber Mansion. She's also famous in our mystical sky mansion. That Ling Tian, I wonder where he came from. His strength is the strongest among all the disciples below the age of 40 in our mystical sky mansion. That Ling Tian was able to fight Guolu to a draw previously. His cultivation base must be close to the peak of the refined saint stage. After that, he went to the spirit pool again. It only took him 20 days to completely absorb the heaven and earth spirit energy in the spirit pool. Do you think it's possible that he has already broken through to the peak of the refined saint stage? Isn't that obvious? I think he must have broken through. I think so too. Around the vast platform, one by one, the Heaven Palace's disciples discussed animatedly. The topic shifted from the competition to enter the Saint Martial Secret Zone to Duan Lingtian. Almost 80% of the Heaven Palace's disciples felt that Duan Lingtian must have broken through to the peak of the refined saint stage. At the corner of the crowd, Guolu stood there quietly with a faint smile on his face. Only he knew that his junior brother Lingtian's strength had most likely broken through to the peak of the refined saint stage a long time ago. To junior brother Lingtian, the baptism in the spirit pool only gave him a push on his path to the eminent saint stage. Naturally, the reason Guolu had such thoughts was because Duan Lingtian had gone easy on him previously. Due to this reason, he felt Duan Lingtian's cultivation base was already at the peak of the refined saint stage at that time. After the baptism in the spirit pool, he might not have broken through, but his cultivation base must have improved. Due to this reason, he did not comment on the discussion of the group of Heaven Palace's disciples. Guolu, do you also think that Ling Tian has broken through to the peak of the refined saint stage? Suddenly, 2 figures appeared next to Guolu. They were 2 young men. Upon closer inspection, they looked exactly the same. Not only that, but both of them were dressed in white. Coupled with their handsome faces, they appeared graceful and extraordinary. The person who spoke was the white-clad young man on the left. It was impossible to distinguish between these 2 white-clad young men because one of them had a red mole between his brows, while the other one had a black mole between his brows. The person who spoke to Guolu was the white-clad young man with the black mole between his brows. I don't know. When Guolu saw the 2 of them, he could not help but frown. Although these 2 fellows did not have any deep enmity with him, they liked to flaunt their strength. After he had been defeated by the 2 of them, they actually came to challenge him frequently, and each time they showed no mercy. Moreover, there was once when he admitted defeat, they did not hold back and made him bedridden for half a month. Due to this reason, Guolu did not have a good impression of them. The 2 white-clad young men who looked exactly the same were the 2 mastery-refined saint stage disciples in Heaven Palace who were stronger than Guolu. They were a pair of twins, and both of them were stronger than Guolu. Once they joined forces, they could even defeat some ordinary powerhouses at the peak of the refined saint stage with the help of the telepathy between the twins. Due to this reason, they were extremely arrogant. Guolu, you're really getting worse as you age. Isn't it just a brat who's still wet behind the ears? How embarrassing. The white-clad young man with the black mole between his brows, Luo He, who was the younger twin, glanced at Guolu disdainfully and sneered. It's fine if you're embarrassing yourself, but you actually dragged us into this as well. Due to the fact that you came to a draw with him that day, there are people who suspect that after that brat comes out of the spirit pool, both of us might not be a match for him at all. The other white-clad young man with the red mole between his brows, Luo Shan, said in a deep voice as he glanced at Guolu. If you want to prove yourself, why don't you look for junior brother Ling Tian to spar? Why are you acting all high and mighty in front of me? Guolu said nonchalantly. Guolu, you're seeking death. Luo He's expression turned grave as true origin surged out of his body. It was obvious he wanted to attack. Am I wrong? Guolu smirked. I admit that I'm inferior to both of you. If both of you want to find a balance with me, I'll accept it. However, that would only make both of you look like cowards who bully the weak and fear the strong. Guolu did not intentionally lower his voice when he spoke, and it attracted the attention of many Heaven Palace's disciples. The group of Heaven Palace's disciples instantly surrounded them and looked at Guolu and the Luo brothers with interest. Humph! Luo He's expression turned grave when he saw Guolu had purposely lured them over. If he still made a move at this moment, it would really prove Guolu's words were true. A tree needed its bark, and a man needed his face. Luo He, could not afford to lose this face. Guolu, we'll let you know that any one of us brothers is stronger than that brat. Luo Shan said with a grave expression. Everyone knows how to boast. Why don't you wait until both of you can defeat junior brother Ling Tian before you say that? The smirk on Guolu's face deepened. At this moment, the group of Heaven Palace's disciples who had surrounded them had roughly figured out what was going on. They began to whisper among themselves. The Luo brothers actually want to spar with Ling Tian? Any one of the Luo brothers is stronger than Guolu. However, it's very likely that Ling Tian has already broken through to the peak of the refined saint stage. If it's just one of them, I'm afraid they won't be a match for Ling Tian. That's right. The difference between the peak of the refined saint stage and the mastery refined saint stage is not a joke. If Ling Tian has already broken through to the peak of the refined saint stage, unless the Luo brothers join forces, they won't be a match for Ling Tian at all. You've gone overboard with your words. Saying that Ling Tian has already broken through to the peak of the refined saint stage is merely a guess. Perhaps he hasn't broken through yet? If he really hasn't broken through, any one of the Luo brothers will stand a chance. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian was, naturally, unaware that he was being targeted by two of the most powerful people among the mastery-refined saint stage disciples in Heaven Palace, a pair of twins. Outside the steep mountain wall, Duan Ling Tian and Wang Fei Xian soared into the air together as they made their way to the peak. Have you notified Lu Jian and Ren Fei? Duan Ling Tian asked as he looked at Wang Fei Xian. Yes. Chapter 1741. None of them managed to obtain a spot? Upon hearing Wang Fei Xian's words, Duan Ling Tian could not help but frown. He had not thought of this possibility before. Now that he thought about it, it was indeed possible. However, his frown quickly disappeared as he said nonchalantly, if none of them managed to obtain a spot to enter the Saint Martial secret zone, there's nothing I can do to help them. As for the favor I owe their seniors, I'll find a chance to repay it in the future. Upon hearing this, Wang Fei Xian's eyes lit up immediately. I hope those two fellows won't be able to obtain a spot to enter the Saint Martial secret zone this time. Wang Fei Xian thought to herself. In her opinion, even if Lu Jian and Ren Fei managed to obtain a spot to enter the Saint Martial secret zone, their strength would definitely be at the bottom among the group of Mystical Sky Mansion's disciples who would enter the St. Martial secret zone. They would only be a burden if they followed her and Ling Tian. For this reason, she hoped those two fellows would not be able to obtain a spot to enter the St. Martial secret zone today. Naturally, Duan Lingtian saw the anticipation in Wang Fei Xian's eyes. Duan Lingtian could guess what she was thinking. However, he did not say anything about it. Since he had agreed to work with Wang Fei Xian, he would work with Wang Fei Xian as well. As for Lu Jian and Ren Fei, it would depend on whether they would be able to live up to his expectations. If they were not, he would not be able to help them. However, if they were, he would be able to help them in the St. Martial secret zone and try his best to give them a chance to comprehend a high-grade divine ability relic. Naturally, he could only say that he would try his best. After all, he did not know much about the situation in the St. Martial secret zone. Due to this reason, he did not dare to make any guarantees. We're here. After Duan Lingtian rose into the air and entered the peak, Wang Fei Xian's voice resonated in his ears. Then, both of them rose into the air side by side and landed on the vast platform on the peak. The appearance of the two naturally attracted the attention of many people. The young man and woman, who were like a golden couple, walked side by side, like an immortal couple. Sensing the gazes around her, Wang Fei Xian's pretty face flushed a rare shade of red, revealing a rare shyness of a little girl. It's Wang Fei Xian. It really is her. I've seen this young miss of the Tyrannic Saber Mansion once before, but I didn't expect she'd really join our Mystical Sky Mansion. Moreover, she's even in our Heaven Palace. Just as the rumors say, this Miss Wang not only has martial talent and strength that are not inferior to men of the same age, she also has a face that can cause the downfall of a nation. God really treats her well, giving her all the good things. I'm afraid that other girls of the same age would feel ashamed of their inferiority when facing her. Soon after, many people recognized Wang Fei Xian. Based on their words, they praised Wang Fei Xian to the heavens. They were just short of saying this woman should only exist in the heavens. If it was any other time, Wang Fei Xian would not feel anything when she heard such praise. However, there was another person by her side now. Moreover, it was someone she admired. Due to this reason, she felt a little smug. At the same time, she instinctively turned her head to look at the man next to her. Soon after, Wang Fei Xian was disappointed. This was because she realized the man next to her did not react at all when he heard the people around him praising her. This caused her to feel a sense of defeat. What a blockhead! Wang Fei Xian cursed inwardly. I really don't know how he managed to deceive those three women of his. Even a blockhead like him knows how to woo girls? Someone recognized Wang Fei Xian. After a while, more and more people learned about Wang Fei Xian's arrival. Wang Fei Xian, the great young miss of the Tyrannic Saber Mansion. It's said that she's already an early refined saint stage martial cultivator at such a young age. She can be considered as the strongest woman among the younger generation in the Mystical Sky territory. Not only is this great young Miss Wang's innate talent in martial Tao, but she's also as beautiful as a flower. Not only that, but she also has a powerful background as well. Whoever marries her will have to work harder for at least 30 years. You're right. Unfortunately, although great young Miss Wang has many suitors, she doesn't care about any of them at all. It's obvious she has high standards. I'm afraid there aren't many men in this world who can catch her eye. As time passed by, more and more people came closer and looked at Wang Fei Xian one after another. Great young Miss Wang actually came with a man. Who's he? Great young Miss Wang is actually so close to him. My God. Is this really the great young Miss Wang who keeps men at arm's length? Soon after, many people noticed Duan Lingtian, who was standing next to Wang Fei Xian. All eyes were trained on Duan Lingtian. However, Duan Lingtian did not seem to notice these gazes as he continued to walk forward. When Wang Fei Xian noticed the gazes from the surroundings and saw Duan Lingtian's calm reaction, she rolled her eyes as a sinister smile appeared on her face. Following that, under the watchful eyes of the others, Wang Fei Xian extended her hand at lightning speed and held Duan Lingtian's arm as they walked forward. What are you doing? Duan Lingtian came to a halt when his arm was held. He looked at Wang Feixian with a frown on his face. Hey, you can't be so petty, right? I'm just hugging your arm. Do you have to be like this? Wang Feixian did not expect Duan Lingtian to stop because of her little action. Moreover, he even questioned her in a questioning tone. She instantly felt wronged. She was the great young miss of the tyrannical saber mansion who had countless pursuers. Today, she took the initiative to hug a man's arm and was treated in such a manner. When had she ever been treated like this? At this moment, Wang Feixian showed a rare expression of being wronged. Duan Lingtian's heart softened a little. If you like hugging, then go ahead. Duan Lingtian shook his head and did not say anything else. Who knew if this young lady would cry if he continued? The crowd was dumbfounded when they saw Wang Feixian hugging Duan Lingtian's arm as they walked forward. Who is that guy? Great young Miss Wang is hugging his arm? Am I seeing things? You're not seeing things. I saw it too. Oh my God. Since when did great young Miss Wang fall to the point of taking the initiative? In the past, many young men wanted to pursue her, but they were all rejected by her. However, today she actually took the initiative to hug a man's arm. I'm so envious. How nice would it be if I were that man? Stop dreaming. With your ugly appearance, it'd be a wonder if great young Miss Wang would take a fancy to you. Many gazes that were as sharp as knives landed on Duan Lingtian. If looks could kill, Duan Lingtian would have died many times over. To the men in the mystical sky mansion, Wang Feixian was undoubtedly the woman of their dreams. She was high and mighty and could not be profaned. However, today Wang Feixian actually took the initiative to hug a man's arm in front of them. Who's he? I've never seen him before. Although Duan Lingtian's alias, Lingtian, had long become famous in the mystical sky mansion, not many people had seen him before. Due to this reason, many people did not recognize him. Isn't that Lingtian? Finally, someone recognized Duan Lingtian after confirming his identity a few times. At the same time, he could not help but exclaim in a low voice. His words were like a huge rock that had fallen into a calm lake. It caused the surface of the lake to explode, causing waves of uproar and ripples to arise. Lingtian? He's Lingtian? He's the Duan Lingtian who fought Guolu to a draw, and only stayed in the spirit pool for 20 days before completely absorbing the heaven and earth spirit energy in the spirit pool. I can't believe this Lingtian is not only strong, but he's also so handsome. I just realized. My heart is beating really fast. I think I might have fallen in love with him. Many pairs of eyes that were trained on Duan Lingtian were filled with shock and astonishment. Many female disciples kept throwing flirtatious glances at Duan Lingtian. Based on their postures, it was as though Duan Lingtian could push them down at any time if he wanted to. When Wang Feixian saw Duan Lingtian's identity had been exposed, her limelight was completely overshadowed. However, she was surprised to discover that not only was she not unhappy, but she was also in a good mood. As long as one was not a mystical sky mansion's disciple who was particularly ill-informed, almost everyone had heard of Wang Feixian. Although Lingtian had just risen in the mystical sky mansion, his deeds were enough to amaze everyone. Lingtian is here? Let's go. Let's go and have a look. I haven't seen this saint stage genius from our heaven palace before. Me too. I've only heard of him before, but I've never seen him before. In the distance, more and more heaven palace's disciples learned that Duan Lingtian had arrived. Immediately, a group of people began to swarm toward Duan Lingtian. Their purpose was, naturally, to see Duan Lingtian's true colors. To be more precise, they wanted to see the true colors of Duan Lingtian, who Lingtian had assumed the name of Lingtian. Without any surprise, Duan Lingtian instantly became the center of attention. More and more people began to gather from all directions, including the mystical sky mansion's disciples from the other 3 palaces who had come to join in the fun. They were also curious about this monstrous disciple from Heaven Palace. They wanted to see what kind of person he was. Since so many people knew Duan Lingtian had arrived, Guolu, naturally, knew as well. He immediately went over and looked at the Luo brothers who were standing nearby provocatively. It was as though he was saying to them, "The real deal is here. Do you dare to challenge him?" When the Luo brothers sensed Guolu's provocative gaze, their expressions turned grave. At the same time, it was unknown if they were hot-headed or they really wanted to challenge Duan Lingtian. After Guolu retracted his gaze, they began to make their move and walked toward the crowd. Junior brother Lingtian. Unlike the others who were standing at the side and whispering among themselves, Guolu walked through the crowd and greeted Duan Lingtian with a smile on his face. Senior brother Guolu. Duan Lingtian had a good impression of Guolu, so he responded with a smile. Junior brother Lingtian, the Luo brothers will most likely challenge you in a while. You can just spar with them alone. If they join forces, you can just reject them directly. When the two of them join forces, they've even defeated many powerhouses at the peak of the refined saint stage. Since they're twins, they have a telepathic connection with each other. Chapter 1742. Luo Brothers? Upon hearing Guolu's voice transmission, Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow. He seemed to have heard of the Luo brothers before. Great young Miss Wang, have you heard of the Luo brothers? Duan Lingtian could not recall anything at this moment. He could not help but ask Wang Feixian, who was next to him through voice transmission. Aren't the Luo brothers the two most powerful people among the mastery-refined saint stage disciples in the Heaven Palace? They're even stronger than Guolu. However, with your current cultivation base, it'll be easy for you to defeat any one of them. However, if they join forces, you might not be able to win. After all, you've just broken through to the peak of the refined saint stage. It was rare for Duan Lingtian to take the initiative to speak to Wang Feixian. When Wang Feixian heard his question, she immediately responded as though she was afraid someone would beat her to it if she was too slow. At this moment, she had completely forgotten that Duan Lingtian was communicating with her through voice transmission. Others would not be able to hear it at all. I remember now. With Wang Feixian's reminder, Duan Lingtian finally remembered. Previously, when the news of him coming to a draw with Guolu spread in the Heaven Palace, he had heard that Guolu was ranked in the top 3 among the mastery-refined saint stage disciples in the Heaven Palace. His strength was only inferior to a pair of twins. The twins were the Luo brothers. However, at that time he did not think much of it. In his opinion, the Luo brothers' strength was not much different from Guolu's. If he wanted to, he could easily defeat them. Twin brothers? Telepathy? Although Duan Lingtian had heard of the Luo brothers before, he did not know much about them. After hearing Guolu and Wang Feixian's words, he became curious. Senior brother Guolu, I don't know the Luo brothers at all. Why would they challenge me? Duan Lingtian asked through voice transmission. Guolu didn't hide anything and told him about the conflict between him and the Luo brothers. In the end, he said with an apologetic expression, Junior brother Lingtian, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to drag you into this, but the two of them really went too far. Besides, I believe that with your current strength, it won't be difficult for you to defeat any one of them. However, if they want to join forces, you must not accept the challenge. In that situation, even if you don't accept the challenge, no one will say anything about you. Instead, they will say that they are useless and only dare to fight you if they join forces. As he finished speaking, Guolu reminded him again. Duan Lingtian did not have a good impression of the Luo brothers when he heard Guolu talking about their belligerence. If it was just a normal battle lust, it could be interpreted as a pursuit of martial arts. However, the Luo brothers didn't even let go of those who had lost to them. Just like Guolu, even though he had already admitted defeat, they still continued to provoke him, forcing him to make a move and humiliating him. In his opinion, both of their belligerence had reached the point of abnormality. He was disgusted by it. Only a saint stage genius like Lingtian is worthy of this great young Miss Wang from the Tyrannic Saber Mansion. More and more people gathered around them. Apart from the Heaven Palace's disciples, there were also many Earth Palaces, Mystical Palaces, and Yellow Palace's disciples. The men looked at Ling Tian enviously while the women looked at Wang Feixian enviously. Wang Feixian was very attractive to the men present on the scene, but Duan Ling Tian was also very attractive to the women present on the scene. Junior brother Ling Tian. We're all very curious. Have you already broken through to the peak of the refined saint stage after coming out from the spirit pool? Soon after, a middle-aged Heaven Palace's disciple looked at Duan Ling Tian and asked with a smile. The moment he finished speaking, the crowd shifted their attention to Duan Ling Tian in unison. They were also very curious about this. Among them, Wang Feixian was included as well. 3 days ago, Wang Feixian had asked Duan Ling Tian if he had already broken through to the peak of the refined saint stage. Duan Ling Tian had only smiled and did not answer her directly. Although she was almost certain Duan Ling Tian had already broken through to the peak of the refined saint stage, she still wanted to hear the answer from Duan Ling Tian at this moment. Faced with the group of people's attention, Duan Ling Tian smiled nonchalantly. Is this important? Was this important? Nobody expected Duan Ling Tian to give such an answer. The crowd fell silent immediately. Many people even thought to themselves, looks like this Duan Ling Tian hasn't broken through to the peak of the refined saint stage. Otherwise, he wouldn't have said such a thing. Humph! What a bluff! A loud voice suddenly resonated in the air when the atmosphere became slightly gloomy due to Duan Ling Tian's indifferent reply. Following that, 2 tall figures walked out from behind the crowd and entered Duan Ling Tian's line of sight in just a blink of an eye. These were 2 young men dressed in white who looked exactly the same. The person who spoke was none other than the white-clad young man with a black mole between his brows. He's the younger brother of the Luo brothers, Luo He. At the same time, Guolu's voice transmission entered Duan Ling Tian's ears and reminded him. The one with a red mole between his brows is the elder brother, Luo Shan. Luo Shan and Luo He. Duan Ling Tian nodded. At the same time, he glanced at the 2 men indifferently. He could feel the intense hostility in their eyes. If it was not for Guolu's reminder, he would have been puzzled as to why these 2 men whom he had never met before would look at him with such hostility. However, with Guolu's reminder, he was already used to it. It's the Luo brothers. Don't tell me there's a conflict between these 2 brothers and Ling Tian. I'm not sure. Based on their actions, I don't believe there's no conflict between them at all. When the onlookers saw the Luo brothers appearing in such a domineering manner and opposing Duan Ling Tian, they looked at them expectantly. Bluff? Luo He, what do you mean? Guolu stood next to Duan Ling Tian and looked at Luo He with a grave expression as he stood next to Duan Ling Tian. Don't tell me he's not bluffing? Luo He sneered. If he has really broken through to the peak of the refined saint stage, why can't he admit it? In my opinion, although he has gone through the baptism in our Heaven Palace's spirit pool, he definitely hasn't broken through to the peak of the refined saint stage. It's not that easy to break through to the peak of the refined saint stage. Guolu, you're really getting worse as you age. Luo Shan looked at Guolu and sneered. He's just a disciple who has just entered our mystical sky mansion. And yet, you're trying to curry favor with him. Are you willing to be his dog and follow him everywhere? Guolu did not expect Luo Shan to have such a sharp tongue. He was so angry that his face turned red. What nonsense are you spouting? I'm spouting nonsense. The sneer on Luo Shan's face deepened. If I'm spouting nonsense, would you stand on his side and stand up for him? He's my friend, Guolu said in a deep voice. What nonsense? Friend? What a joke. Luo Shan said disdainfully. As far as I know, you've only met him once before today. Moreover, you even fought during the first time you met. However, this is only the 2nd time you've met him, and you're telling me he's your friend? Are you trying to tell me you don't know each other and appreciate each other? So what if I do? Guolu said coldly. Luo Shan opened his mouth and was about to say something when Duan Lingtian's hand landed on Guolu's shoulder. Senior brother Guolu, some people don't even have friends. What's the difference between discussing this with him and playing the lute to a cow? Playing the lute to a cow? The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, everyone looked at Luo Shan strangely. In the mystical Sky Mansion's Heaven Palace, the Luo brothers did not have many friends due to their arrogance. Even if they did have friends, they were just fair-weather friends. For this reason, the moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, it was like a needle that pierced the Luo brothers' Achilles' heel. Both of their expressions turned grave immediately. Playing the lute to a cow. This analogy is quite apartment. Many of the onlookers laughed. Most of these people were not afraid of the Luo brothers. Some of them even came from the main mansion. They were all eminent Saint Stage disciples who were ranked on the Mystical Sky Mansion's Mystical Sky ranking. You're right, junior brother Ling Tian. I've been too sensitive. When Guolu heard Duan Lingtian's analogy, the corner of his mouth could not help but twitch. At the same time, he nodded solemnly and played along. Ling Tian, everyone says you're very talented and strong, but I can't believe you're so good at talking as well. You're widely acknowledged as the strongest person among the younger generation in the Mystical Sky Mansion. Do you dare to fight with me, Luo He? Luo He, who had a grave expression, took a step forward and glared at Duan Lingtian fiercely as he issued a challenge. Whoosh! Although many people had vaguely guessed this would happen, they still burst into an uproar when they saw it with their own eyes. Luo He was challenging Ling Tian. Everyone present, especially the Heaven Palace's disciples, was very familiar with Luo He. Luo He was a mastery-refined Saint Stage martial cultivator. His strength could be ranked second among the mastery-refined Saint Stage disciples in the Heaven Palace, second only to his twin brother, Luo Shan. As a Heaven Palace's disciple, Luo He's strength was widely acknowledged. Even among all the mastery-refined Saint Stage disciples in the Mystical Sky Mansion, it was not difficult for Luo He to be ranked in the top 5. Unlike Luo He, Ling Tian had only entered the Mystical Sky Mansion 3 months ago. Although he had just entered the Mystical Sky Mansion, Ling Tian's fame was much greater than Luo He. In the Heaven Palace, perhaps everyone knew about Luo He and Ling Tian, but in the entire Mystical Sky Mansion, there were definitely more people who knew about Ling Tian. This was because Ling Tian was widely acknowledged as the strongest person among the younger generation in the Mystical Sky Mansion. Many people even said the Mansion Master of Mystical Sky Mansion intended to take Ling Tian as his direct disciple. However, today Luo He actually wanted to challenge Duan Lingtian. Isn't Luo He afraid that Ling Tian has really broken through to the peak of the refined Saint Stage? Many people looked at each other and whispered among themselves. Just like what Luo He said earlier, based on Ling Tian's reaction earlier, it's highly likely that his cultivation base has not broken through to the peak of the refined Saint Stage. Perhaps it's because of this that he has the courage to challenge Ling Tian. More and more people whispered among themselves. Oh. Chapter 1743. Of course, if he's certain Ling Tian has already broken through to the peak of the refined Saint Stage, why would he be so courageous to challenge Ling Tian? If Ling Tian has really broken through to the peak of the refined Saint Stage, unless the two brothers join forces, it's impossible for them to be a match for Ling Tian. That's right. Even if Ling Tian has broken through to the peak of the refined Saint Stage, he must have just broken through not too long ago. The Luo brothers will definitely be able to defeat such a martial cultivator at the peak of the refined Saint Stage if they join forces. The problem is Ling Tian might not have broken through to the peak of the refined Saint Stage. For this reason, he's in a very dangerous situation. 2 months ago, before Ling Tian entered the spirit pool, he was already evenly matched with Guolu. Now that he has undergone the baptism of the spirit pool, even if he hasn't broken through, his cultivation base must have improved a lot. If he fights Luo he might even be able to defeat him. The group of Mystical Sky Mansion's disciples discussed among themselves. All of them were looking forward to the battle that was about to begin. From the beginning until the end, they did not seem to be worried Duan Lingtian would not accept the challenge at all. Ling Tian, don't tell me you don't dare to accept the challenge? Luo he could not help but mock Duan Lingtian when he saw he did not seem to have any reaction to his challenge. Do I need to accept the challenge? Just make your move. Faced with Luo he's provocation, Duan Lingtian only glanced at Luo He indifferently under the watchful eyes of the crowd. His tone was extremely casual, as though he did not think much of Luo He at all. In fact, he did not think much of Luo He at all. Why would he be afraid of a mastery-refined saint stage martial cultivator? Ling Tian seems very confident. At this moment, many people could see Duan Lingtian's confidence. Don't tell me Ling Tian has really broken through to the peak of the refined saint stage? It's possible. We'll be able to tell if he has really broken through to the peak of the refined saint stage or not when he makes his move. More and more people were anticipating Duan Lingtian to show his cultivation base at the peak of the refined saint stage. If Duan Lingtian was really at the peak of the refined saint stage, it was normal for him to be so confident. Luo Shan frowned as his heart jolted. This Duan Lingtian is actually so confident. Don't tell me he has really broken through to the peak of the refined saint stage? In fact, it was not only Luo Shan. Even Luo He was hesitating. Duan Lingtian's confidence made him somewhat unsure whether Duan Lingtian was deliberately mystifying, or if he really had the strength. However, based on the current situation, there was no way out for him. After all, he was the one who initiated the challenge. If he retreated now, he would definitely become the laughingstock of the mystical sky mansion. He would not be able to hold his head up high in the mystical sky mansion in the future. Ling Tian, I have to say, you're really crazy. Luo He took a deep breath as he looked at Duan Lingtian with a solemn expression. His voice was cold as he said, I'd like to see what makes you so confident. The moment his words left his mouth, he did not wait for Duan Lingtian's reply. The true origin that he had been accumulating in his body suddenly rose up. In just an instant, the air within a 100-meter radius of Luo He began to tremble. The ground began to tremble as well, causing the onlookers to retreat one after another, making way for them. A mere mastery-refined saint stage powerhouse actually dares to challenge Ling Tian? This Luo He really overestimates himself. Wang Feixian, who had retreated far away, could not help but sneer when she saw Luo He making his move. She knew very well about Ling Tian's strength. Even when she unleashed her full strength, she still could not break through the defensive technique that Ling Tian cast. Based on this, it was very likely that Ling Tian had already broken through to the peak of the refined saint stage. Due to this reason, she did not have any doubts about the outcome of this battle. Water attribute true origin? When Luo He consolidated his territory with his true origin, Duan Lingtian could clearly feel the aura of water. Moreover, it was getting denser and denser. This territory seems to be formed by water as well. However, the water in this territory is not something ordinary water can compare to. It has a very strong offensive ability. The moment this thought appeared in Duan Lingtian's mind, he noticed a vast stream of water had suddenly appeared in Luo He's territory. Before he could react, the vast stream of water had already transformed into a gigantic water dragon that charged toward him. Boom! 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 The water dragon charged out, causing the air to tremble. It bared its fangs and brandished its claws as it charged toward Duan Lingtian. It was as though it wanted to swallow Duan Lingtian whole. A dragon! When Duan Lingtian saw the water dragon that Luo He's territory had transformed into, he raised an eyebrow. In the next instant, the sun true origin in his body began to stir and swept out through his 99 saint veins. In just a blink of an eye, it covered the surface of his body, causing him to look as though he was enveloped in a layer of golden light. In just a blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian's sun true origin left his body and rose up into the sky. It was as though it had transformed into a blazing sun that hovered in front of everyone's eyes. It was extremely dazzling. As soon as the blazing sun appeared, it immediately attracted everyone's attention. What kind of true origin is this? Many people were dumbfounded. This was their first time seeing such an exaggerated true origin. This true origin. In the crowd, Lu Jian and Renfei, who were standing side by side, frowned. Then, they looked at each other tacitly and communicated through voice transmission. This true origin seems to be quite similar to the true origin of Li Feng, who appeared in the Rising Sky Mansion's district. According to my uncle, the moment Li Feng's true origin appeared, it emitted a dazzling golden light like the blazing sun. Don't tell me this Ling Tian really knows Li Feng and has some kind of relationship with Li Feng? At this moment, whether it was Lu Jian or Ren Fei, they could not help but recall that when they entered the Heaven Palace, Duan Ling Tian had mentioned that he knew Li Feng and was Li Feng's friend. However, at that time, most people thought Duan Ling Tian was bragging. However, now that they saw Duan Ling Tian's true origin, they felt things might not be as they thought. Perhaps Duan Ling Tian was not bragging and did indeed know Li Feng and had a close relationship with Li Feng. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian, naturally, did not know his true origin had attracted Lu Jian and Ren Fei's attention. Naturally, even if he knew, he would not care. This was because he knew his true origin would be exposed sooner or later. It did not matter if it was exposed sooner or later. In any case, nobody would think he was Li Feng who had appeared in the Rising Sky Mansion's district. He was very confident in his disguising secret tactic. Roar! Under the watchful eyes of the others, the water dragon that Luo he had transformed into with his territory seemed to have let out a furious roar. In just a few moments, it appeared in front of Duan Ling Tian at lightning speed. Whoosh! At the same time, they saw the blazing sun hanging above Duan Ling Tian's head suddenly expanded as though it had exploded. It was so dazzling that many people could not help but squint their eyes. In just a blink of an eye, a golden divine dragon that was shrouded in blood-red energy appeared above Duan Ling Tian's head. Roar! As soon as the golden divine dragon appeared, it roared as well. Then, it moved its huge and long body toward the water dragon. In terms of size, the golden divine dragon was not even half the size of the water dragon. However, in terms of force, the golden divine dragon was not any weaker than the water dragon. True origin consolidated beast? Upon seeing this, many people could not help but be stunned. They could see Duan Ling Tian had cast the true origin consolidated beast technique. Compared to the true energy condensed domain, this technique was a level lower. Why would Duan Ling Tian cast the true origin consolidated beast under such circumstances? Doesn't he know he's at a disadvantage? Many people looked at each other, puzzled by Duan Ling Tian's actions. This guy didn't cast the true origin consolidated territory but cast the true origin consolidated beast instead. Luo he is not an intermediate refined saint stage martial cultivator who can be trampled on by him. A mastery refined saint stage martial cultivator might not be a match for him, but he'll definitely be at a disadvantage since he's looking down on his opponent. In the distance, Wang Fei Xian frowned. She felt Duan Ling Tian was being too careless. You're seeking death. Upon seeing this, Luo he sneered. At the same time, he continued to mobilize his true origin and infused it into the water dragon through his territory. In an instant, the water dragon's body expanded again. When it flew out, it was like a black cloud pressing down on the city. Everywhere it passed, the sunlight seemed to be completely covered by it. It was as if the sun and the moon had lost their light. Boom! Accompanied by an earth-shattering roar, the void trembled, as if the world was about to collapse. The golden divine dragon, surrounded by blood-red aura, finally collided with the water dragon. It was like two meteorites flying from the horizon fiercely colliding with each other. The former was the true origin consolidated beast that Duan Ling Tian had cast. The latter was the true origin consolidated territory that Luo he had cast. The latter was a level higher than the former. Duan Ling Tian is being too careless. That's right. At this moment, even if he's a martial cultivator at the peak of the refined saint stage, his true energy consolidated beast would at most be on par with Luo he's true energy consolidated territory. If he's not a martial cultivator at the peak of the refined saint stage, I'm afraid he'll be at a disadvantage and might even be forced into a passive situation. I really don't know what he's thinking. Most of the onlookers did not know what was going on in Duan Ling Tian's mind. We'll soon find out if Duan Ling Tian has broken through to the peak of the refined saint stage or not. However, to most of the onlookers, the result of the collision between the two divine dragons would expose Duan Ling Tian's cultivation base to them. Finally, Along with the waves of air created by the collision of the two dragons, the gusts of wind gradually stopped. Everyone saw that the golden divine dragon and the water dragon had disappeared. On the other hand, Ling Tian and Luo He were standing in their original positions, completely unharmed. It was apparent the two forces that collided earlier were on par with each other. Gasp! 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 When the onlookers saw the result, they fell silent again. However, a few moments later, the sound of people inhaling cold breaths resonated in the air. Ling Tian has really broken through to the peak of the refined saint stage. There was only one possibility for such a result. Ling Tian was a martial cultivator at the peak of the refined saint stage. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to be on par with Luo He, who had cast the true energy consolidated territory with just his true energy consolidated beast. Oh. Chapter 1744. Naturally, the battle between Duan Lingtian and Luo He was only a temporary tie. After all, he had only used the True Origin Consolidated Beast technique, while Luo He had used the True Origin Consolidated Territory technique. In fact, it was also because Duan Lingtian had held back. Otherwise, with his current strength, he would be able to easily defeat Luo He even with the True Origin Consolidated Beast technique. The reason he did not make such an exaggerated move was because he did not want to reveal his trump card too early. Since many people thought he had broken through to the peak of the refined saint stage, he would maintain his strength at the peak of the refined saint stage. It was impossible for an ordinary martial cultivator at the peak of the refined saint stage to defeat a mastery refined saint stage martial cultivator's true energy consolidated territory technique using the true energy consolidated beast technique. At most, it would be a tie. The peak of the refined saint stage. Ling Tian has really broken through to the peak of the refined saint stage. As it turned out, Duan Ling Tian had achieved what he wanted. After the initial battle between him and Luo He, everyone present on the scene thought he was a martial cultivator at the peak of the refined saint stage. This fellow. So what if he has broken through? He actually refuses to admit it. Wang Feixian shook her head. She glanced at Duan Ling Tian in embarrassment. A hint of resentment could be seen in her eyes. The peak of the refined saint stage. Luo He's expression changed drastically. It did not cross his mind that Ling Tian had really broken through to the peak of the refined saint stage. No matter how weak a martial cultivator at the peak of the refined saint stage was, it was not someone he could fight alone. Luo Shan, who was watching from the sidelines, also had a slightly solemn expression on his face. Ling Tian has really broken through. Since Duan Ling Tian had displayed his strength at the peak of the refined saint stage, he did not intend to stop after his attack failed. His figure flashed as he charged toward Luo He like a ghost. Be careful, Luo He. Luo Shan's expression changed as he reminded Luo He. In fact, even if Luo Shan didn't warn him, Luo He had already sensed the danger and wanted to dodge at the first moment. However, as a mastery refined saint stage martial cultivator, how could he possibly evade a martial cultivator at the peak of the refined saint stage who made the first move? Currently, Duan Ling Tian was charging toward Luo He at his fastest speed as a martial cultivator at the peak of the refined saint stage. Bang! Under the watchful eyes of the others, Duan Ling Tian appeared at the spot where Luo He was standing earlier. On the other hand, Luo He was sent flying and smashed into the ground in a very sorry state. From the beginning to the end, Luo He's Zhun Yuan was suppressed by Duan Ling Tian's Zhun Yuan, and was in a state of collapse, unable to condense. Silence. The scene was dead silent. Luo He had provoked Ling Tian, and then challenged Ling Tian. But in the end, he had ended up like this, being sent flying by Ling Tian with a single strike. If Ling Tian hadn't used the quintessential essence condensed beast method to play with Luo He, I'm afraid that Luo He would have been defeated in just one exchange. Isn't it obvious? Luo He really overestimated himself. He's asking for humiliation. Most of the spectating Mystical Sky Mansion's disciples had a hint of mockery in their eyes when they looked at Luo He, who was crawling up from the ground. Their words were not polite at all. More and more people began to mock Luo He. In the end, more than 90% of them were mocking Luo He. Perhaps many of them were not a match for Luo He, but since most of them were mocking him, they were not worried Luo He would seek revenge on them. After all, it was impossible for Luo He to seek revenge on everyone present on the scene. After Luo He stood up, his face turned pale. However, he could not say anything. At this moment, what else could he say since he was not as strong as others? Ling Tian. At this moment, Luo Shan opened his mouth and successfully shifted everyone's attention to him. He looked at Duan Ling Tian and said in a deep voice, "First of all, I'd like to congratulate you for breaking through to the peak of the refined saint stage after the spirit pool's baptism. Now that you've broken through to the peak of the refined saint stage, it's normal that my brother and I aren't a match for you. However, if I'm willing to accept both of your challenges and defeat both of you will submit to me, right?" Before Luo Shan could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by Duan Lingtian. The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, all the Heaven Palace's disciples present on the scene looked at Luo Shan with a strange expression on their faces. If what Duan Lingtian said was true, Luo Shan was really shameless. In the mystical Sky Mansion's Heaven Palace, who did not know that the Luo brothers could defeat many powerhouses at the peak of the refined saint stage if they joined forces? Luo Shan frowned. He did not expect Duan Lingtian to know what he was going to say next. However, at this moment he had no other choice. Thus he nodded and said, "That's right. Of course, if you don't dare to accept the challenge, you can reject it. Even if you reject it, nobody will say anything about it. After all, you're indeed stronger than both of us brothers." No one thought that Luo Shan would say something like that so frankly. Although it sounded a bit shameless, it was actually quite open and aboveboard. "Ling Tian, do you dare to fight with both of us brothers?" At this moment, Luo He, who had consumed a healing medicinal pill and recovered slightly, looked at Duan Lingtian and asked in a deep voice. Since Duan Lingtian was already a martial cultivator at the peak of the refined saint stage, it was not embarrassing for him to defeat him. However, if there was a chance for him to defeat Duan Lingtian and dampen Duan Lingtian's spirit, he would not miss it even if he and his brother joined forces to defeat Duan Lingtian. Ignore them. The moment Luo He's words left his mouth, a familiar voice resonated in Duan Lingtian's ears. It was none other than Wang Fei Xian's voice. The Luo brothers are very strong individually. They're the strongest among the mastery-refined saint stage disciples in the Heaven Palace. Once they join forces, it's impossible for someone who has just broken through to the peak of the refined saint stage to be a match for them. In the Heaven Palace, it's said that the number of disciples at the peak of the refined saint stage who were defeated by their joint forces is no less than double digits. When Wang Fei Xian reached the end of her sentence, her voice was filled with solemnity. At the same time, another familiar voice resonated in Duan Lingtian's ears. It was none other than Guolu's voice. "Junior brother Lingtian, they're really as shameless as I thought. There's no need for you to pay attention to them." As soon as Guolu finished his voice transmission, he instantly looked at Luo Shan and said mockingly, "Luo Shan, if you want to outnumber him, just say so. Stop trying to sound so pompous. The combined age of both of you brothers is more than 100 years old. How dare you say you want to join forces to fight a new disciple who's not even 40 years old yet?" The moment Guolu's words left his mouth, many people looked at the Luo brothers strangely. Guolu has a point. The Luo brothers are too shameless. I think they're just unwilling to admit defeat and want to join forces to fight back. Shameless. They're too shameless. The combined age of both of them is more than 100 years old, and they're shameless enough to join forces to challenge a person who's not even 40 years old yet. Many people began to mock them, causing the Luo brothers' faces to turn green before it paled. Naturally, when both of them looked at Guolu again, their eyes gleamed coldly. If it was not for the fact that there were so many people present and the mystical Sky Mansion's rules were not strict, they would have long attacked and killed Guolu. "Ling Tian, I've already said that you can refuse." Luo Shan took a deep breath and looked at Duan Lingtian as he said this. "Ling Tian, if you don't dare to accept it, then you're a coward, A coward. Ling Tian. If you don't accept the challenge, then you're not a man. At the same time, two voice transmissions sounded in Duan Lingtian's ears. They were from the Luo brothers. At this moment, the purpose of their voice transmissions was self-evident. It was undoubtedly to provoke and enrage him so he would accept their joint challenge in a hot-headed state. Humph! Upon hearing their voice transmissions, Duan Lingtian snorted coldly. His expression turned grave as he looked at the Luo brothers coldly. Even if you didn't provoke or enrage me through voice transmissions, I wouldn't have rejected your challenge. Since both of you want to join forces to challenge me, come at me then. Come at me then. Duan Lingtian's words were like a bolt from the blue when they entered the ears of the people present on the scene. Most people did not expect Duan Lingtian would really accept the Luo brothers' joint challenge. You're too rash, junior brother Lingtian. At the same time, Wang Feixian and Guolu's voice transmissions sounded in Duan Lingtian's ears. Both of their voices were slightly anxious. They did not expect Duan Lingtian would still accept the Luo brothers' joint challenge even after they tried to dissuade him. To this means Lingtian agreed to it? He's too rash. Indeed, he's too rash. Any one of the Luo brothers is almost invincible among the mastery-refined saint stage disciples in the Heaven Palace. When both of them join forces, they've defeated more than 10 Heaven Palace's disciples at the peak of the refined saint stage with the help of their telepathy. Those at the peak of the refined saint stage, especially those who had just broken through, are no match for the two brothers at all. I'm afraid Lingtian doesn't know about this. Otherwise, he wouldn't have accepted the challenge. I think Lingtian knows about this. After all, he has a good relationship with Guolu. Guolu must have reminded him. I'm guessing he accepted the Luo brothers' joint challenge because they must have provoked him through voice transmissions. They must have said something unpleasant and successfully enraged him. Earlier, he seemed to have said the Luo brothers had teased him through voice transmissions. These Luo brothers are too shameless. In order to make Lingtian agree to their joint challenge, they're willing to do anything. They're an embarrassment to the Heaven Palace. Even if that's the case, Lingtian is too rash. Any normal person would be able to tell the Luo brothers had an ulterior motive behind their provocation. He's still too young. At this moment, the crowd of onlookers began to make a ruckus. Many people looked at the Luo brothers with a disdainful expression on their faces. There were also many people who looked at Duan Lingtian and could not help but shake their heads. They felt Duan Lingtian was too rash. Haha, good, good. Chapter 1745. He actually agreed to it. Looks like this fellow is a simple-minded martial maniac. Luo Shan sneered inwardly. No matter what, since Duan Lingtian had agreed to the Luo brothers' joint challenge, this matter was, naturally, a foregone conclusion. Although Wang Feixian and Guolu's expression was grave, they did not say anything to Duan Lingtian through voice transmission. They knew it was too late for Duan Lingtian to back out now. Don't tell me he's confident he can defeat the Luo brothers? Even Wang Feixian did not know why such a thought would appear in her mind. However, the moment this thought appeared in her mind, she felt it was impossible. In the mystical Sky Mansion's Heaven Palace, any disciple who has just broken through to the peak of the refined saint stage is no match for the Luo brothers when they join forces. The strength of the Luo brothers is widely acknowledged. Forget it. I'll let him suffer a little more so he won't dare to act alone and ignore other people's opinions in the future. Wang Feixian was, naturally, unhappy that Duan Lingtian did not listen to her advice. In fact, she was doing this for his own good. As Duan Lingtian and the Luo brothers stood facing each other, the atmosphere became a little tense. Although there were many people watching, they remained silent. It was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop on the ground. What's going on over there? At this moment, a voice resonated from afar. It was a Heaven Palace's disciple who had just arrived at the peak. He had a puzzled expression on his face as he walked over. Soon after, He learned about the situation from the people around him and joined the crowd. This Ling Tian is too arrogant. Although he has already broken through to the peak of the refined saint stage, he has just broken through not too long ago. It's impossible for him to be a match for the Luo brothers when they join forces. Subsequently, as Duan Ling Tian and the Luo brothers stood facing each other, more and more people arrived one after another. Senior brother Wang Pai. Unknowingly, some of the Heavenly Palace's disciples who were watching from afar were greeting the young man who had also joined the crowd. This young man was none other than the direct disciple of the Vice Palace Master of Heaven Palace, Xiao Yi Wang Pai. He was also the one who brought Duan Ling Tian to the spirit pool that day. Junior brother Ling Tian, you're being a little rash. I've also heard of the Luo brothers. Ordinary powerhouses at the peak of the refined saint stage might not be a match for them, let alone you who has just broken through to the peak of the refined saint stage not long ago. After Wang Pai appeared, he sent a message to Duan Ling Tian. Senior apprentice brother Wang Pai, don't worry. I never do things that I'm not confident in. Duan Ling Tian's response was full of confidence. Ha! Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's confident response, Wang Pai could not help but be stunned. Then, he took a deep look at Duan Ling Tian before he continued to reply through voice transmission. In that case, I'll look forward to your performance, junior brother Ling Tian. Naturally, even if you're no match for them, junior brother Ling Tian, you don't have to worry about them scheming against you and affecting your trip to the St. Martial Secret Zone. I'll make my move at the critical moment. Thank you, senior apprentice brother Wang Pai. Although Duan Ling Tian did not need Wang Pai's help at all, Wang Pai had good intentions. Due to this reason, he still thanked him through voice transmission. Ling Tian, the two of us won't bully you. You can make your move first. Luo Shan, who was standing next to Luo He, stared at Duan Ling Tian and said in a deep voice. At this moment, the auras of the Luo brothers who were standing next to each other had merged into one. It gave Duan Ling Tian a strange feeling. It was as though he was not facing two people but one person. As expected, it's not easy for the Luo brothers to join forces. Put everything else aside, just the merging of their auras is not something that ordinary twins can do. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself as he raised an eyebrow. Naturally, he was not worried at all even if that was the case. Currently, even if he did not use the Jasper Celestial Sword, he was not afraid of an early eminent saint stage martial cultivator, let alone a martial cultivator at the peak of the refined saint stage. Naturally, the others did not know about this. What a joke! Both of you are already so old, and yet you still have the cheek to say you won't bully me? I, Wang Fei Xian, have finally seen how shameless the Luo brothers are. Upon hearing Luo Shan's words, Wang Fei Xian was, naturally, displeased. Although her voice was not loud, it was still heard by everyone present on the scene. Most people agreed with her, causing the Luo brothers' expression to turn grave. However, they could not refute her. All they could do was glare at Wang Fei Xian. Naturally, Wang Fei Xian was not afraid of them. No matter what, she was the eldest young miss of the Tyrannic Saber Mansion. In the Mystical Sky Mansion, although the Luo brothers were quite strong, they were only ordinary disciples. If the Tyrannic Saber Mansion wanted to kill them, the Mystical Sky Mansion would not interfere as long as they had a good reason to do so. Naturally, putting aside the Tyrannic Saber Mansion, the Mystical Sky Mansion undoubtedly valued Wang Fei Xian more than the Luo brothers. Perhaps the former's strength was not as strong as the latter, but with her innate talent, it was only a matter of time before she surpassed the latter. Due to this reason, the Luo brothers only glared at Wang Fei Xian and did not threaten her through voice transmission. They knew their threats would not work on Wang Fei Xian. Moreover, they might even go against Wang Fei Xian because of this. This was not something they wanted to see. If it was possible, they did not want to offend Wang Fei Xian. Are you sure you want me to make the first move? Duan Ling Tian asked as he glanced at the Luo brothers indifferently. Why? Are you worried my brother will lie to you? Luo He sneered. Don't worry. I, Luo Shan, am a man of my word. My words represent the words of both of us brothers. Luo Shan snorted. In that case, I won't hold back then. Upon hearing this, Duan Lingtian nodded. His eyes turned cold as the sun true origin in his body surged out through his 99 saint veins. In just a blink of an eye, it transformed into a territory that covered a radius of 100 meters with him as the center. Duan Lingtian's territory was, naturally, the 10,000 swords territory. However, because of the existence of the sun true essence, his myriad sword domain seemed to have transformed into an enormous scorching sun. Not only did it envelop him, it also blocked the vision of the outside world and enveloped the Luo brothers who were not far away. For a time, the people outside, including Wang Pai, could not see what was going on inside at all. What's that? It looks like a territory. What territory is that? I can't see what's going on inside at all. Outside, many mystical sky mansions' disciples' eyes turned red from anxiety. The sudden appearance of such an obstacle at such a critical moment made them feel itchy, but there was nothing they could do. This is his territory. Wang Fei Xian had a shocked expression on her face. What territory is that? Although she had known Duan Lingtian for a long time, this was her first time seeing Duan Lingtian consolidate his territory. At the same time, Lu Jian and Renfei, who were in the crowd, looked at each other again. They could see the shock and disbelief in each other's eyes. This territory, why is it so similar to Li Feng's territory that my uncle described? I've also heard that after Li Feng's territory is consolidated, it'll be like a huge scorching sun. Ling Tian's territory is so similar to Li Feng's territory. It seems like he really has a special relationship with Li Feng. Both of them transmitted their voices to each other. They could hear the shock and astonishment in each other's voices. Meanwhile, in the territory that the crowd could not see, when Duan Lingtian's 10,000 swords territory consolidated and enveloped the Luo brothers, horror dawned on the Luo brothers. Inside Duan Lingtian's territory, they were shocked to discover that the true origin in their bodies seemed to have been restricted. This was the suppression of the true origin. How's this possible? Impossible. Even if he's a martial cultivator at the peak of the refined saint stage, the territory consolidated from his true origin shouldn't be able to suppress the true origin in our bodies. Only a powerhouse at the eminent saint stage or above would be able to suppress our true origin with a true origin consolidated territory. The Luo brothers were flustered. They did not know what the problem was. From the beginning until the end, they did not suspect Duan Lingtian was an eminent saint stage powerhouse at all. Duan Lingtian was merely a young man who was not even 40 years old. It was impossible for them to link such a young man to an eminent saint stage powerhouse. Naturally, Duan Lingtian was not an eminent saint stage powerhouse. The reason his territory consolidated from his true origin could suppress the true origin in the Luo brothers' bodies was because his true origin was the sun true origin. The sun true origin in his body was comparable to an ordinary early eminent saint stage powerhouse's true origin. For this reason, the true origin in the Luo brothers' bodies was suppressed. It must be the ability of his territory. That's right. It must be his territory that can suppress the true origin in our bodies. Soon after, Luo Shan was the first to mutter. Luo He, who heard his words, agreed as well. Although both of their voices were not loud, it was still heard by Duan Lingtian. For a moment, Duan Lingtian could not help but laugh. He did not expect their imagination to be so rich. It's time to end this. Duan Lingtian's eyes turned cold. Immediately after, the tens of thousands of solid golden sword lights in the myriad sword territory quickly pressed toward the Luo brothers. The void vibrated and the tens of thousands of swords whistled. At first glance, it gave people great pressure, let alone being in the center of the attack. Barf! Finally, when the tens of thousands of swords attacked from all directions and were getting closer, Luo He was the first to be unable to bear it. His face changed drastically from the pressure, and he spat out a large mouthful of blood. Not long after, Luo Shan also followed in his footsteps. What territory is this? At the same time, both of them tried their best to mobilize the true origin in their bodies to resist. At the same time, they looked at each other and saw horror and despair in each other's eyes. The pressure brought by the tens of thousands of swords was like thousands of mountains pressing down on them. Useless. Seeing the two of them in a sorry state, Duan Lingtian smirked disdainfully. He was no longer in the mood to tease them. With a move of his mind, the tens of thousands of swords quickly condensed into a giant golden sword. It broke through the air and slapped the two of them fiercely. Oh! Chapter 1746. The 10,000 Swords territory was consolidated by Duan Lingtian using his Sun True origin. His current Sun True spirit was even comparable to the true spirit of the early Great Sage Realm Martial Cultivator in terms of power. The attack of the giant sword formed by the thousands of sword lights in the domain condensed by this kind of true spirit was naturally extraordinary. Bang! As a result, the tremendous power surging from the huge sword landed on the two Luo brothers with a great boom, sending them flying. Due to the obstruction of the 10,000 Swords territory, the people outside could not see what was going on inside. However, just because they could not see what was going on inside did not mean they could not hear what was going on inside. Earlier, they had clearly heard the sound of the sword whistling in the air. Now that a loud sound rang from inside, they could not help but feel tense. In the next instant, they saw two wretched figures flying out of the golden territory. After flying for more than 100 meters, they finally fell to the ground, completely motionless. That's the Luo brothers? Soon after, someone recognized the two men who had fainted. He could not help but gulp. They were sent flying by Ling Tian? They actually fainted. Those are the Luo brothers. When the Luo brothers join forces, a martial cultivator who has just broken through to the peak of the refined saint stage is no match for them at all. Can someone tell me what's going on? Isn't that Ling Tian a little too valiant? The Luo brothers joined forces, but they were knocked out by him in just a short while. Unfortunately, Ling Tian's territory is blocking our line of sight. Otherwise, we'd be able to see how he defeated the Luo brothers and knocked them out. The sound of people inhaling sharply could be heard as the spectating mystical Sky Mansion's disciples discussed among themselves. Many of them were looking at the unconscious Luo brothers, while the remaining people were looking at the gradually fading golden ball of light. They were eager to see the person inside. All of them wanted to know if the person inside was injured since the Luo brothers had fainted. Freak! When the Luo brothers were sent flying, Wang Fei Xian was stunned. Although she had thought that the guy would win, she never thought that he would win so easily and so ridiculously. As soon as the domain appeared, it enveloped the Luo brothers. A moment later, the Luo brothers were blasted out along with the sound of swords whistling. Moreover, they had fainted like two dead dogs. Although Wang Fei Xian had thought that Duan Lingtian might be able to win, after all, Duan Lingtian had shown great confidence before. She only had such a thought. Subconsciously, she didn't think that Duan Lingtian could compete with the Luo brothers. She didn't expect that things would end up like this. Since this had happened, it was enough to show that not only had Duan Lingtian broken through to the peak of the refined saint stage, but his strength had also far surpassed ordinary powerhouses at the peak of the refined saint stage. After all, it was impossible for an ordinary powerhouse at the peak of the refined saint stage to defeat the Luo brothers' joint attack so easily. Under the watchful eyes of the others, Duan Lingtian withdrew his domain and revealed himself. Gasp! 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 Although they had long confirmed that Duan Lingtian was the only one inside the domain, many people could not help but gasp when they saw Duan Lingtian's figure was revealed after the domain was withdrawn. Strong. He's really strong. What kind of monster is Ling Tian? He has only broken through to the peak of the refined saint stage 2 months ago, and his strength is already so strong. Even the Luo brothers' joint attack was easily defeated by him. The Luo brothers must have thought that Ling Tian was easy to bully since he had just broken through to the peak of the refined saint stage. I'm afraid it would never cross their minds that although Ling Tian had just broken through to the peak of the refined saint stage not long ago, his strength is comparable to the best powerhouses at the peak of the refined saint stage. No wonder Ling Tian accepted the joint attack of the two brothers. As it turns out, he's not impulsive at all. He's really confident. Humph! The Luo brothers have really shot themselves in the foot this time. The group of profound Dragon Mansion's disciples who were spectating discussed among themselves. Some of them praised Duan Lingtian's strength, while others mocked the Luo brothers for overestimating themselves. I told you junior brother Ling Tian isn't an impulsive person. However, I really didn't expect junior brother Ling Tian would be able to defeat the Luo brothers' joint attack with his current strength. Guolu sighed emotionally as he looked at Duan Ling Tian, who was standing in the distance. When he first met Duan Ling Tian, he was evenly matched with Duan Ling Tian because of Duan Ling Tian's intention. At that time, he had suspected Duan Ling Tian was a martial cultivator at the peak of the refined saint stage. This was because the strength Duan Ling Tian displayed at that time and the way he controlled his strength when he fought to a draw with him was not something an ordinary mastery refined saint stage martial cultivator could do. Only a martial cultivator at the peak of the refined saint stage or above would be able to do it so easily. It must be the spirit pool's baptism that has greatly increased junior brother Ling Tian's strength. Guolu speculated inwardly. How powerful. In the distance, Lu Jian and Renfei exchanged glances again. They could see the shock in each other's eyes. Even the words that came out of their mouths were the same. Ling Tian's strength is not inferior to Li Feng, who appeared in the Rising Sky Mansion's district previously. Renfei said with a solemn expression. That's right. Li Feng is only at the peak of the refined saint stage, just like Ling Tian. If they really fight, Ling Tian might not be inferior to Li Feng. Lu Jian nodded. He agreed with Renfei's words. Duan Lingtian's technique is very similar to Li Feng's. It seems like he has a close relationship with Li Feng. Do you think the reason he said he wanted to return the favor to our seniors is because of Li Feng? As Lu Jian muttered to himself, an idea flashed through his mind. He looked at Renfei and asked, if you put it that way, it's really possible. Back then, Li Feng stood our seniors up, and our seniors took care of him during the Rising Sky ranking battle. Perhaps he feels guilty and feels like he owes our seniors. Ling Tian must have a close relationship with Li Feng. He must have heard about this from Li Feng before, so he wants to help Li Feng return the favor. Renfei nodded in agreement. Why don't we ask those who came earlier and find out why they're lying on the ground? As the group of Mystical Sky Mansion's disciples who had just arrived asked questions, many of the enthusiastic Mystical Sky Mansion's disciples who had been present since the beginning began to answer them one by one. They emphasized how Duan Ling Tian easily defeated the Luo brothers. What? It's Ling Tian who injured them and knocked them out. Heavens! That Ling Tian has really broken through to the peak of the refined saint stage? That's not the main point. The main point is Ling Tian has just broken through to the peak of the refined saint stage, and he defeated the Luo brothers who joined forces. What does this mean? This means Ling Tian's strength has far surpassed an ordinary powerhouse at the peak of the refined saint stage. Chapter 1747. Far stronger than an ordinary powerhouse at the peak of the refined saint stage? That's right. Don't forget who the Luo brothers are. In the past, they had joined forces and defeated more than 10 disciples at the peak of the refined saint stage from the Heaven Palace. Those disciples who had just broken through to the peak of the refined saint stage for less than a year were like chickens and dogs in front of them. They couldn't even withstand a single blow. That's right. Ling Tian must have made a breakthrough during the baptism in the spirit pool. In other words, he has only broken through to the peak of the refined saint stage for less than 3 months. Under such circumstances, he managed to defeat the Luo brothers who had joined forces. I can't believe that not only is Ling Tian's innate talent high, but he's also so strong. Indeed, without a certain level of strength, it's impossible for him to come to a draw with the Luo brothers since he has just broken through to the peak of the refined saint stage for less than 3 months, let alone defeating them. After learning about the conflict between the Luo brothers and Duan Ling Tian, The group of mystical Sky Mansion's disciples who had just arrived looked at Duan Ling Tian with respect. In this world where the strong were revered, as long as one was strong, one would be respected. Currently, Duan Ling Tian had received the respect of the group of mystical Sky Mansion's disciples. See that? Your innate talent and strength have already been acknowledged by them. After this battle, I'm afraid it won't be long before Lord Mansion Master comes looking for you. Wang Pai said with a smile when he sensed the burning gazes on Duan Ling Tian from the surroundings. Lord Mansion Master is looking for me? Duan Ling Tian was stunned. Why is he looking for me? Why else would he look for you? Naturally, he has taken a liking to your innate talent and wants to take you in as his direct disciple or his last disciple. When Wang Pai reached the end of his sentence, a hint of envy could be seen in his eyes as he looked at Duan Ling Tian. In the mystical Sky Mansion, the Mansion Master was a supreme existence. At the same time, he was also the strongest powerhouse in the mystical Sky Mansion. If one could become his disciple, one's future would be limitless. Direct disciple? Last disciple? If it was a normal person, they would be very excited to hear Wang Pai's words. However, for Duan Ling Tian this was a problem. In the past, when he was on the Cloud Continent, he had never acknowledged anyone as his master because he had the memories of the reincarnation Emperor Wu. No one was qualified to be his master. When he arrived at the Dao Martial Saint Land, due to the fact that he had met by Li Hong, he had another teacher. However, that person was not his master. Later on, when he obtained the Supreme Sword Dao Mental Cultivation Method, the Sovereign Heart Sword, from the Sword Saint, Feng Qingyang, in his heart, he regarded Feng Qingyang as his master. Feng Qingyang was also the only master he acknowledged in his heart. Due to this reason, even if the Mansion Master of the Mystical Sky Mansion wanted to take him as a direct disciple or even his last disciple, he was not interested at all. In his heart, there could only be one master. Currently, the master in his heart was the Sword Saint, Feng Qingyang, whom he had never met before. After he obtained the Sovereign Heart Sword, he regarded Feng Qingyang as his master. At the same time, he also regarded himself as the only successor of the Fog Rain progeny. Before the Heaven Palace's disciples who met the requirements competed for a spot to enter the Saint Martial Secret Zone, Duan Ling Tian had undoubtedly become the center of attention. The Mystical Sky Mansion's disciples gathered in groups of 3 to 5. They would occasionally look at Duan Ling Tian and talk about Duan Ling Tian. Ling Tian. At the same time, Lu Jian and Ren Fei, who were originally standing in the distance, also walked toward Duan Ling Tian with a warm smile on their faces. They took the initiative to greet Duan Ling Tian and thanked him. Thank you for giving us a chance to work with you. Before Duan Ling Tian could say anything, Wang Fei Xian, who was next to him, could not help but snort and interject. Don't be in such a hurry to thank him. Who knows if you'll be able to obtain a spot to enter the Saint Martial Secret Zone this time. If you can't even obtain a spot, you won't be able to enter the Saint Martial Secret Zone. There's no need to talk about working together then. You're right, Miss Fei Xian. Lu Jian nodded. Then, he said solemnly, I'll definitely do my best in today's competition. Naturally, if I don't manage to obtain a spot in the end, I can only blame myself for missing out on this opportunity to work with you. However, even then, I still owe you a favor, Ling Tian. When Lu Jian reached the end of his sentence, he looked at Duan Ling Tian with a serious expression on his face. One had to admit that Lu Jian's words were neither servile nor overbearing. Even Duan Ling Tian could not help but have a good impression of him. Me too. At this moment, Ren Fei chimed in as well. Humph. Among the 4 of us, you're the one who has the least chance of obtaining a spot to enter the Saint Martial Secret Zone. Wang Fei Xian snorted as she glanced at Ren Fei coldly. Upon hearing this, Ren Fei felt a little awkward. However, he did not dare to say anything. He had experienced how powerful this young lady was in the past. However, he did not expect this young lady would still hold a grudge against him for his rudeness even after such a long time had passed. Ren Fei knew that at this moment, keeping quiet was the right choice. Do you have enmity with him? When Duan Ling Tian sensed the hostility emitted from Wang Fei Xian, he was also curious. He immediately sent a voice transmission to Wang Feixian. I don't have enmity with him. I just can't stand the sight of this guy. Wang Feixian replied coolly through voice transmission. Upon hearing this, Duan Lingtian was speechless again. Luo Shan is awake. At this moment, someone suddenly shouted. Everyone, including Duan Lingtian and the others, shifted their attention to Luo Shan, who was originally lying on the ground. Luo Shan had finally regained consciousness. After consuming the healing pill, he struggled to sit up. Subsequently, he was also shaken awake by him. The two brothers sat cross-legged to further digest the healing pill's efficacy. As time went by, their faces turned from pale to rosy. However, they still looked extremely weak. They could only barely stand up by supporting each other. When they noticed the mocking gazes around them, they felt extremely ashamed. At this moment, there was only regret in their hearts. If they did not take the initiative to provoke that guy, they would not have ended up in such a state. The Luo brothers looked fearfully at Duan Lingtian in the distance before they prepared to leave the mountain peak. Are the two of you going to leave just like that? At this moment, Wang Feixian, who was next to Duan Lingtian, flew out and blocked the Luo brothers' path. She looked at them mockingly. Miss Feixian, do you have any advice for us? Luo Shan's expression changed. However, he did not flare up. Instead, he asked in a deep voice. With Wang Feixian's background, she was not someone he could afford to offend. Even without Wang Feixian's background, with his current weakened state, he was far from being a match for Wang Feixian. Therefore, although he was furious, he did not dare to flare up at all. Since you're so stupid, I have nothing to advise you on. I'm just curious if the so-called stray dogs are like you. Wang Feixian said indifferently. The moment Wang Feixian's words left her mouth, Luo Shan's expression changed drastically. He was so angry that his entire body trembled. He pointed at Wang Feixian and said, You. However, perhaps he was too angry. He did not manage to utter another word for a long time. If you don't retract your dog's paw, do you believe that I'll break it? Wang Feixian's eyes flashed fiercely as she shouted sternly. Before he could react, Luo Shan had already reached out at lightning speed and pulled his hand away. At the same time, he bowed to Wang Feixian and said, Miss Feixian, my younger brother doesn't know any better. As his elder brother, I apologize to you. Please forgive me. As the saying went, one does not slap a smiling person. Since Luo Shan had admitted defeat to this extent, Wang Feixian's anger had subsided. She no longer had any intention of teasing them. When the Luo brothers disappeared from everyone's sight, Wang Feixian returned to Duan Lingtian's side. You're really unforgiving when you're in the right. After Wang Feixian returned, Duan Lingtian looked at her and shook his head with a smile. Didn't I just help you vent your anger? Wang Feixian said, Previously, they provoked you in every possible way. If one of them couldn't do it, two of them went up against you. In the end, both of them were defeated by you in the blink of an eye. Wang Feixian's eyes lit up when she reached the end of her sentence. I say, can you tell me the truth? What's your current level of strength? When Wang Feixian said this, Wang Pai, Guolu, Lu Jian, and Run Fei's eyes fell on Duan Lingtian in unison. They were also quite curious about this. If I say that my current strength is invincible below the Great Saint stage, would you believe me? Duan Lingtian asked with a smile. Of course not. Wang Feixian rolled her eyes at Duan Lingtian. Do you really think there's no one at the peak of the refined saint stage who's a match for you after defeating the Luo brothers? Let me tell you, the Luo brothers are no match for a true powerhouse at the peak of the refined saint stage. Moreover, it's very likely that they'll be defeated in just a blink of an eye, just like the previous battle. When Duan Lingtian saw Wang Feixian thought he was boasting, he shook his head and smiled. He did not bother to explain himself. This made Wang Feixian even more smug and arrogant. She felt she had hit Duan Lingtian's weak spot, causing Duan Lingtian to be speechless. As for Wang Pai and the others, naturally, they did not believe Duan Lingtian's words, just like Wang Feixian. Invincible below the eminent saint stage. These 6 words sounded simple, but it was extremely difficult to actually do it. As time passed by, Xiao Yi, the Vice Palace Master of Heaven Palace, soon appeared. He was the host of the competition to enter the Saint Martial Secret Zone today. After Xiao Yi appeared, Wang Pai bade farewell to Duan Lingtian and the others before he went to Xiao Yi's side. At the same time, he told Xiao Yi about what happened earlier and emphasized on the strength Duan Lingtian had displayed. What? When Xiao Yi learned about this, he was naturally shocked. He defeated the Luo brothers in just a few breaths even when they joined forces. Chapter 1748. 2 mastery-refined saint-stage martial cultivators had joined forces to defeat a powerhouse at the peak of the refined saint stage. Even if the latter was not one of the best powerhouses at the peak of the refined saint stage, it was still something that was worth paying attention to. The Palace Master of Heaven Palace rarely interfered with the Heaven Palace's affairs. The Heaven Palace was basically managed by Xiao Yi, the Vice Palace Master. Due to this reason, it was normal for Xiao Yi to know about the Luo brothers. It was precisely because he knew about the Luo brothers' strength when they joined forces that he was shocked by Duan Lingtian defeating them in just a few breaths of time. This little fellow. It has only been less than 3 months since he came out of the spirit pool, but he's already so strong? Xiao Yi looked at Duan Lingtian in the distance with a hint of astonishment in his eyes. Although he knew Duan Lingtian's innate talent and strength was very strong, and he had already guessed Duan Lingtian had most likely broken through to the peak of the refined saint stage after he came out of the spirit pool, it did not cross his mind that Duan Lingtian would be able to defeat the Luo brothers who had joined forces. As far as he knew, a powerhouse at the peak of the refined saint stage who could defeat the Luo brothers could be considered one of the best powerhouses at the peak of the refined saint stage. Vice Palace Master. The opportunity to enter the spirit pool was given to him by Xiao Yi. Due to this reason, when Duan Lingtian saw Xiao Yi, he immediately approached him and greeted him with a smile. Lingtian, it didn't cross my mind that you've become so strong. With your current strength, I'm afraid you're comparable to Li Feng who appeared in the Rising Sky Mansion's district previously. Xiao Yi sighed emotionally. When Duan Lingtian had just entered the Heaven Palace, he knew Duan Lingtian would have a bright future. However, he did not expect Duan Lingtian would have such a huge improvement in such a short time. It's all thanks to the Vice Palace Master for giving me the opportunity to enter the spirit pool to cultivate. Otherwise, the Luo brothers wouldn't be the ones who were defeated today. Duan Lingtian spoke with a grateful look on his face. Although he could easily defeat the Luo brothers even without the spirit pool baptism, the spirit pool baptism had allowed him to break through from the peak of the pristine saint stage to the early refined saint stage. For this reason, he was grateful to Xiao Yi from the bottom of his heart. A satisfied smile appeared on Xiao Yi's face when he saw that Duan Lingtian did not forget that he was the one who had given him the opportunity to be baptized in the spiritual pool. With your talent, it is normal for us to give you a chance to be baptized in the spiritual pool, since you chose to join our sky hall. However, there are many people who have been baptized in the spiritual pool. However, none of them have improved as much as you. Hearing Xiao Yi's words, Duan Lingtian appeared calm on the surface, but he was secretly laughing in his heart. In fact, the benefit of the spirit pool's baptism was only a breakthrough from the peak of the pristine saint stage to the early refined saint stage. The reason he could easily defeat the Luo brothers was because of his powerful Sun True Origin. Currently, his Sun True Origin was comparable to the true origin of an early eminent saint stage powerhouse. When he defeated the Luo brothers, although he had held back and only used the sword body, the power of an early eminent saint realm powerhouse was not something the Luo brothers could easily resist even if he had held back. Alright, let's talk about this later. The reason I'm here today is to preside over the competition to enter the Saint Martial Secret Zone. After Xiao Yi smiled at Duan Lingtian, he raised his voice and asked all of the Heaven Palace's Saint Stage disciples below the age of 40 to gather at the center of the vast platform at the peak of the mountain. As for the other people who came to watch the show, they were all sent away by him. So many people? Soon after, Duan Ling Tian noticed that there were actually more than 40 people in the surroundings. In fact, there were only 10 people who entered the Heaven Palace with him previously. In other words, there were more than 30 Saint Stage disciples below the age of 40 in the Heaven Palace. You're Ling Tian? Suddenly, a voice resonated in Duan Ling Tian's ears. Then, he saw an ordinary-looking young man dressed in green walking over with a smile on his face. Nice to meet you. I'm Gao Peng. Gao Peng. This name was not unfamiliar to Duan Ling Tian. He had heard of this person not long after he arrived at the Heaven Palace. He was one of the 2 intermediate refined Saint Stage disciples below the age of 40 in the Heaven Palace. Before he appeared, Gao Peng and the other intermediate refined Saint Stage disciple below the age of 40 were known as the 2 strongest people among the younger generation in the Heaven Palace. However, due to his appearance, the 2 people's attention had shifted to him. Now that the strongest person among the younger generation in the Heaven Palace was mentioned, as long as one was a mystical Sky Mansion's disciple, they would think of him and not Gao Peng and the other person. Ling Tian. Naturally, although Duan Ling Tian had heard of Gao Peng before, he did not know much about him. However, since the other party had taken the initiative to greet him, he naturally could not ignore him. Thus, he responded with a smile. Ling Tian, before you appeared, there was no one among the younger generation in the mystical Sky Mansion who could convince me. Now, I have to say, I'm completely convinced by your innate talent and strength, and I'm really unable to catch up to you. I can't compare to you, Gao Peng said emotionally as he looked at Duan Ling Tian. You flatter me. Duan Ling Tian smiled humbly. Humph! At this moment, a cold snort sounded from afar, accompanied by the sound of footsteps. Duan Ling Tian turned around and looked over. With just a glance, he saw a young man dressed in luxurious robes walking over from afar. There were 2 other Heaven Palace's disciples following behind him. It was obvious they were his followers. They were like stars surrounding the moon as they made their way over to him. The young man was quite handsome. His aquiline nose was very eye-catching. It made him look even more handsome. He was the one who made the cold snort earlier. After a short moment, the young man in fine clothes arrived before Duan Ling Tian and sized Duan Ling Tian up from top to bottom. His gaze was slightly mixed with a sense of fear and a sense of superiority, as if he was looking down on Duan Ling Tian. It was as if Duan Ling Tian was only an inferior person before him. Intermediate refined Saint Stage? After activating his divine eye, Duan Ling Tian could easily see the other party's cultivation base. Apart from Wang Feixian and Gao Peng, there was only one other person who was at the intermediate refined Saint Stage standing here. Zhao Ji. Zhao Ji was as famous as Gao Peng in the Heaven Palace. He was the other intermediate refined Saint Stage martial cultivator below the age of 40 in the Heaven Palace. However, unlike Gao Peng who came from an ordinary background, Zhao Ji came from a noble background. His father was one of the vice mansion masters of the mystical Sky Mansion, and his grandfather was one of the 2 great guardians of the mystical Sky Mansion. The 2 great guardians of the mystical Sky Mansion were powerful people whose strength was only second to the mansion master in the mystical Sky Mansion. You're Ling Tian? Zhao Ji looked at Duan Ling Tian condescendingly as he snorted and asked in a questioning manner. Faced with Zhao Ji, even Wang Feixian had a hint of dread in her eyes. Although her background was powerful, it was still far from being comparable to Zhao Ji's. Put everything else aside, just Zhao Ji's grandfather alone would be able to turn the tyrannic Saber Mansion into history if he was willing and had enough patience and courage. Duan Ling Tian did not bother to answer Zhao Ji's question. Apart from the initial glance he gave him, he no longer looked at him. How dare you? Zhao Ji's expression turned grave when one of the Heaven Palace's disciples behind him shouted loudly, Ling Tian, didn't you hear young Master De Ji's question? Since when does a dog dare to bark in front of its master? Duan Ling Tian glanced at the Heaven Palace's disciple indifferently as a mocking smile appeared on his face. This caused the latter's expression to turn grave as the veins on his forehead bulged. However, there was nothing he could do since he was not a match for Duan Ling Tian at all. Ling Tian, you're really arrogant. Zhao Ji glanced at Duan Ling Tian coldly and said coldly, do you really think you can be so arrogant just because you're strong and have a high innate talent? You're only at the peak of the refined saint stage. Who do you think you are in the mystical sky mansion? What's the use of having a high innate talent if you can't grow and die halfway? When Zhao Ji reached the end of his sentence, a hint of killing intent could be seen in his eyes. The peak of the refined saint stage is nothing. However, I'm still stronger than you who's only at the intermediate refined saint stage, right? Duan Ling Tian replied indifferently. When he reached the end of his sentence, the mocking smile on his face became even more pronounced, causing Zhao Ji's expression to turn grave immediately. He, Zhao Ji, was usually domineering in the mystical sky mansion. Who would dare to speak to him in such a manner? Good. Very good. Zhao Ji glared at Duan Ling Tian with a murderous gleam in his eyes. You're the first person who dares to speak to me in such a manner in the mystical sky mansion. Ling Tian, I, Zhao Ji, will remember you. Duan Ling Tian shrugged with an indifferent expression on his face. It was obvious he did not take Zhao Ji's threat seriously. This caused Zhao Ji's expression to turn even graver. Ling Tian, you're too impulsive. At this moment, a voice transmission entered Duan Ling Tian's ears. It was none other than Gao Peng. Zhao Ji's background is extraordinary. Even many powerhouses on the mystical sky ranking would flatter him in front of him. Moreover, his father is a vice mansion master, and that vice mansion master has a few eminent saint stage disciples under his command. As for his grandfather, he's one of the two great guardians of our mystical sky mansion. Most of his grandfather's disciples are elders in our mystical sky mansion. When Gao Peng reached the end of his sentence, a hint of dread could be heard in his voice. Although he was not any weaker than Zhao Ji in terms of strength, Zhao Ji had a background due to his background. However, due to Zhao Ji's background, even he had to lower his head when facing Zhao Ji. He did not dare to rashly provoke Zhao Ji. Thank you for reminding me. However, I know everything you said. Duan Ling Tian replied through voice transmission. You know everything? Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words, Gao Peng could not help but be stunned. Initially, he thought Duan Ling Tian treated Zhao Ji in such a manner because he did not know about Zhao Ji's background. It did not cross his mind that Duan Ling Tian actually knew about Zhao Ji's background beforehand. He dares to treat Zhao Ji in such a manner even though he knows about Zhao Ji's background. What's his background? Just based on his monstrous innate talent? The moment Gao Peng thought of this, he could not help but shake his head. Chapter 1749. In the mystical sky mansion, the mansion master had never married. He did accept a direct disciple in his early years, but that disciple died halfway through. Ever since then, the mansion master of mystical sky mansion had never accepted another disciple. Due to this reason, Zhao Ji could be said to be the strongest person among the second generation in the mystical sky mansion. This was because his grandfather was one of the two great guardians of the mystical sky mansion, while his father was one of the few vice mansion masters of the mystical sky mansion. In the mystical sky mansion, apart from the juniors under the mansion master, who else could compare to him? Ha! Soon after, Gao Peng discovered it was not only the vice palace master of Heaven Palace, Xiao Yi. Even Xiao Yi's direct disciple, Wang Pai, had a calm expression on his face from the beginning until the end. It was as though he was not worried about Duan Ling Tian at all. He could not help but feel puzzled. As far as he knew, Wang Pai seemed to have a good relationship with Ling Tian. However, at such a critical moment, why were they not worried about Ling Tian? Don't tell me they think nothing will happen to Ling Tian and Zhao Ji even if they have a conflict? The moment Gao Peng thought of this, his heart jolted. Don't tell me? Soon after, a shocking thought appeared in his mind. In the mystical sky mansion, if there's a disciple among the younger generation who's not afraid of Zhao Ji, it has to be someone who has the mansion master's support. Don't tell me the mansion master has taken a liking to Ling Tian? The moment Gao Peng thought of this, His heartbeat quickened. In the mystical sky mansion, the mansion master was the strongest person in the mystical sky mansion. His words carried weight. He was the supreme leader in the mystical sky mansion. However, it was precisely because such an expert had lost a disciple in his early years that he didn't take another disciple. Some people said that he was afraid that his second disciple would die prematurely, so he didn't take another disciple. Some people said that he was waiting for a young man whose natural talent was comparable to his first disciple. As far as he knew, the disciple of the mansion master of mystical sky mansion had already broken through to the pristine saint stage when he was in his 20s. If he was given another 10 years, he might not be able to reach the peak of the refined saint stage, but it would not be a problem for him to break through to the mastery refined saint stage. Ling Tian's innate talent should be stronger than Lord Mansion Master's disciple back then. Judging from the calmness of Lord Vice Palace Master and senior brother Wang Pai, they probably know something. What they know is that the Mansion Master has taken a fancy to Ling Tian's talent and wants to accept Ling Tian as his personal disciple. Now, even Gao Peng himself did not expect that he would inadvertently guess the truth of the matter. Ling Tian probably knows that he's about to become Lord Mansion Master's personal disciple. That's why he treated Zhao Ji so rudely. The moment Gao Peng thought of this, he calmed down. He was no longer worried about Duan Ling Tian. At the same time, he found out the reason why Duan Ling Tian was so fearless. If Xiao Yi and his disciple knew about Gao Peng's thoughts, they would definitely be shocked since Gao Peng had guessed correctly. However, if Duan Ling Tian knew about Gao Peng's thoughts, he would only laugh it off since he did not plan to acknowledge the mansion master of Mystical Sky Mansion as his master at all. Previously, he did not have a master on Cloud Continent because he had the memory of Emperor Wu, the reincarnation Emperor Wu. There were very few people on Cloud Continent who were qualified to be his master. However, when he arrived at the Dao Martial Saint Land, due to the Supreme Sword Dao mental cultivation method, the Sovereign Heart Sword, he became the successor of the Sword Saint Feng Qingyang whom he had never met before. Due to the great benefit of the Sovereign Heart Sword, Duan Ling Tian also acknowledged the fact that Feng Qingyang was his master in his heart. In his heart, there was only one master, and he could only have one master. Due to this reason, even if the mansion master of Mystical Sky Mansion personally came to look for him and wanted to accept him as his direct disciple, he would still reject him since he already had a master. Fortunately, the people present on the scene did not know about Duan Ling Tian's thoughts at this moment. Otherwise, Duan Ling Tian would have been torn into pieces by them. Who among the people present on the scene did not want to become Lord Mansion Master's direct disciple? Duan Ling Tian, on the other hand, even though Lord Mansion Master had personally asked to accept him as his direct disciple, he still wanted to reject him. Although the conflict between Zhao Ji and Ling Tian was only noticed by the 40 over people in the surroundings, most of them looked at Duan Ling Tian with a hint of pity in their eyes. They did not think Duan Ling Tian would be able to defeat Zhao Ji. In the Mystical Sky Mansion, especially in the Heaven Palace, Zhao Ji was famous for being a good-for-nothing. Even the Palace Master of Heaven Palace had to give face to Zhao Ji's father and grandfather when it came to matters related to Zhao Ji. In their opinion, Ling Tian was merely a Heaven Palace's disciple who had not matured even though his innate talent was good. He was not a match for Zhao Ji at all. With just a casual word from Zhao Ji, there would be many eminent saint stage disciples looking for trouble with Ling Tian. They did not doubt this at all. Perhaps, Zhao Ji's personal influence was limited. However, the problem was he had a vice mansion master father and a guardian grandfather backing him up. His father and grandfather both had quite a few powerful personal disciples. You were too rash earlier. This Zhao Ji is not an ordinary Heaven Palace's disciple. When Zhao Ji left furiously, Wang Fei Xian's voice transmission entered Duan Ling Tian's ears in a timely manner. There was a hint of worry in her voice. What? Our great young Miss Wang is actually afraid of someone? When Duan Ling Tian sensed the worry in Wang Fei Xian's voice, he felt warmth in his heart. However, he did not forget to mock Wang Fei Xian verbally. If it was any other time, Wang Fei Xian would definitely mock him back. However, she did not mock him this time. Instead, she continued to say, I know you're not afraid of Zhao Ji, and he's not a match for you at all. However, Zhao Ji's father and grandfather are not ordinary people. If they join forces, apart from the Mansion Master and the other Guardian, nobody in the mystical Sky Mansion can defeat them. I know about his father and grandfather. When Duan Lingtian saw how worried Wang Feixian was about him, he no longer teased her. Then why did you? Upon hearing this, Wang Feixian was rendered speechless. Then what should I have done earlier? Should I have given in to him? Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. It was as though he did not take what had happened earlier to heart at all. In fact, he really did not take what had happened earlier to heart at all. Zhao Ji was merely a good-for-nothing rich kid, a second-generation rich kid who took advantage of his position to bully others. Why would he, Duan Lingtian, be afraid? It was not that he had not thought about Zhao Ji finding someone to teach him a lesson. However, the person Zhao Ji found would at most be at the eminent saint stage. Perhaps there might be a divine saint stage powerhouse who would stand up for him. However, it was impossible for them to openly target Duan Lingtian. After all, the gap between their cultivation bases was too wide. If such a powerhouse made a move on him, it would definitely cause a lot of gossip. At that time, the other high-ranking officials in the mystical Sky Mansion and even the Mansion Master would not be able to stand by and watch. As for the eminent saint stage powerhouses, if they really provoked him, he did not mind luring them to a secluded place and killing them with the Jasper Celestial Sword. With his current strength and techniques, Duan Lingtian was confident he could kill more than 90% of the eminent saint stage powerhouses with the Jasper Celestial Sword. This included most of the powerhouses at the peak of the eminent saint stage. I really don't know why he's so magnanimous. Those are the Vice Mansion Master and Guardian of Mystical Sky Mansion. Wang Feixian was even more speechless when she saw Duan Lingtian was still able to laugh at this moment. Don't tell me you think his father and grandfather will personally stand up for him and make a move on me? Duan Lingtian was non-committal. There's no need for his father and grandfather to stand up for him. Even among his father's disciples, many of them are eminent saint stage disciples on the mystical sky ranking. Any one of them would be able to make you suffer. Wang Feixian said again. Naturally, if she knew what Duan Lingtian was thinking, she would not have said this. Duan Lingtian has offended Zhao Ji? Isn't he too rash? That's Zhao Ji we're talking about. I think he doesn't know about Zhao Ji's identity. Otherwise, even if he's a martial cultivator at the peak of the refined saint stage and the strongest powerhouse among the younger generation in our mystical sky mansion, he wouldn't be so rash. That's right. I've never heard of anyone who dares to offend Zhao Ji like this in our mystical sky mansion. This Ling Tian is really unlucky. The group of mystical Sky Mansion's disciples who had retreated far away also learned about the conflict between Duan Lingtian and Zhao Ji. They broke out in cold sweat for Duan Lingtian. In their opinion, the conflict between Duan Lingtian and Zhao Ji was no different from a mantis trying to stop a chariot. If Zhao Ji was alone, perhaps the situation would be completely different. However, the problem was he was not alone. He had a huge network of connections behind him. There were many mystical Sky Mansion's powerhouses in this network. Apart from eminent saint stage powerhouses, there were also many powerhouses at the divine saint stage. Perhaps this was just the beginning of the conflict between Zhao Ji and Duan Lingtian. However, to the people present on the scene, after the conflict between Zhao Ji and Duan Lingtian, they were more concerned about the Heaven Palace's competition to enter the Saint Martial Secret Zone. The reason they came here was to compete for the spot to enter the Saint Martial Secret Zone. Now, all the Heaven Palace's disciples who meet the requirements to enter the Saint Martial Secret Zone rise into the air and maintain the same level as me. At the same time, Shao Yi, the Vice Palace Master of Heaven Palace, spoke up. His voice was not loud, but it clearly entered the ears of all the Heaven Palace's disciples, including Duan Lingtian. At once, more than 40 Heaven Palace's disciples who met the requirements, including Duan Lingtian, rose into the air one after another and maintained the same level as Shao Yi. This scene seems a little familiar. Upon seeing this, Duan Lingtian's heart jolted as a stunned expression appeared on his face. Don't you think this scene is the same as the scene we experienced when we first entered the mystical sky mansion? At the same time, Wang Fei Xian's voice transmission entered Duan Lingtian's ears in a timely manner. Don't tell me today's competition is similar to the previous. Before Duan Lingtian could finish his sentence, he saw Xiaoyi had already soared into the air and shot to a higher spot. Not only that, but he also reminded them in a timely manner, "Everyone, get ready. I'll immediately increase the pressure on all of you until there are only 10 people left on the same level. Only then will I withdraw the pressure." As expected. Chapter 1750. Although the pressure test was simple and crude, one had to admit that it was a very efficient test. The results were convincing as well. When they saw Xiao Yi, the Vice Palace Master of Heaven Palace, soaring up into the sky, apart from Duan Lingtian and a few other refined Saint Stage Heaven Palace's disciples, the remaining people had a solemn expression on their faces. The true origin in their bodies surged and covered their bodies as they prepared to deal with the incoming pressure. Soon after, the pressure came. In the beginning, the pressure was not great. However, as time went by, the pressure grew. Due to the fact that the pressure was rising step by step, the onlookers from afar could clearly see that among the 40 over people present on the scene, many of their faces had turned red as though they were under great pressure. After a while, these people whose faces had turned red the earliest were pushed down from the sky. They had also lost their chance to enter the Saint Martial Secret Zone because of this. There were a total of 5 people who were eliminated in the first round. When the 5 of them were eliminated, it was only natural that the remaining Heaven Palace's disciples below the refined Saint stage felt pressured. All of them, including Lu Jian and Ren Fei, had a solemn expression on their faces as they focused on resisting the increasing pressure. As for Duan Lingtian, Wang Fei Xian, Gao Peng, Zhao Ji, and the other refined Saint Stage Heaven Palace's disciples, they stood in the sky as though nothing had happened. It was as though they were not affected by the pressure at all. As refined Saint Stage powerhouses, their strength was much stronger than the others. In the face of this level of pressure, they did not feel anything at all. On the contrary, many of the refined Saint Stage disciples, including Ren Fei, began to turn red. Not only that, but some of them were sweating profusely as their bodies trembled. It was obvious they would not be able to hold on for much longer. Whoosh! Soon after, another Heaven Palace's disciple could not withstand the pressure and fell from the sky. This meant that he had been eliminated and had lost his chance to enter the Saint Martial Secret Zone. This Ren Fei. Duan Lingtian stood in the sky calmly. His gaze swept past the group of pristine Saint Stage Heaven Palace's disciples before it finally landed on Ren Fei. He could not help but frown. With just a glance, he could tell Ren Fei's current situation was not optimistic. "I'm afraid he's going to be eliminated." At the same time, Duan Lingtian heard Wang Fei Xian's voice. Obviously, Wang Fei Xian also noticed Ren Fei's current situation. "I'm afraid he won't be able to enjoy your kindness." Duan Lingtian nodded and subconsciously looked at Lu Jian. After all, he was at the peak of the pristine Saint Stage. Compared to Ren Fei, who was a mastery pristine Saint Stage martial cultivator, Lu Jian's current situation was much better. He was even better than many Heaven Palace's disciples who were at the peak of the pristine Saint Stage. Lu Jian should be able to pass this round. Wang Fei Xian's voice once again entered Duan Lingtian's ears. Obviously, after looking at Ren Fei, she also looked at Lu Jian. "Yes." Duan Lingtian responded. Even without Wang Fei Xian's reminder, he could also see this. He thought to himself, "Looks like I can only return Elder Lu's favor this time. As for Vice Mansion Master Ren's favor, I'll return it in the future when I have the chance." The Elder Lu that Duan Lingtian mentioned was the second elder of Raging Wave Mansion, Lu Hongguang. As for Vice Mansion Master Ren, he was naturally the Vice Mansion Master of Sky Hurdle Mansion, Ren Zhong. Both of them were the hosts of the Rising Sky ranking in the past. They had helped Duan Lingtian a lot during the Rising Sky ranking battle. Originally, Duan Lingtian wanted to join the force behind one of them as a way to return the favor. However, it did not cross his mind that when he was waiting for Renzhong and Lu Hongguang after leaving the Nimble Valley, he suddenly learned that the mystical Sky Mansion was recruiting Saint stage geniuses below the age of 40. Due to this reason, he decided to stand Renzhong and Lu Hongguang up. He had always felt guilty about this, and he always wanted to find a chance to return the favor. This time, the mystical Sky Mansion's Saint Martial Secret Zone had become a good place for him to return the favor. Unfortunately, if he wanted to return the favor in the Saint Martial Secret Zone, he still needed their cooperation. It was obvious that Renfei from Sky Hurdle Mansion would not be able to obtain a spot to enter the Saint Martial Secret Zone. This caused Duan Lingtian to be unable to help him. Just like Duan Lingtian and Wang Feixian had predicted, Renfei was quickly eliminated. After he was eliminated, Renfei had a lonely expression on his face. He looked at Duan Lingtian, who was hovering in the sky, and sighed deeply. He knew he had lost a great opportunity. Originally, if he obtained a spot to enter the Saint Martial Secret Zone, he would be able to work with Duan Lingtian. With Duan Lingtian's help, he would definitely be able to comprehend a high-grade divine ability relic. However, he had failed to live up to expectations and failed to obtain a spot to enter the Saint Martial Secret Zone. He was destined to have no fate with the divine ability relic in the Saint Martial Secret Zone. God is really playing a joke on me. First, he dropped a piece of pie for me to eat, but when I ate it, I realized it was fake. I can't eat it at all. This was how Renfei felt at this moment. However, since Renfei was mentally prepared to be eliminated from the beginning, he did not feel too sad. He only felt a little regretful. Renfei retreated to the side and looked at Lu Jian enviously. Look at how relaxed Lu Jian is now. It won't be difficult for him to obtain a spot to enter the Saint Martial Secret Zone. How enviable. I can imagine he'll definitely benefit a lot if he enters the Saint Martial Secret Zone with Ling Tian and Wang Feixian. The moment Renfei thought of this, his eyes seemed as though they were about to spit fire. It was a burning desire that was mixed with jealousy. He believed with Duan Lingtian's help, Lu Jian would definitely be able to comprehend a high-grade divine ability relic. How useless! Although Wang Feixian was mentally prepared, she still could not help but curse in a low voice when she saw Renfei being eliminated. Duan Lingtian had long experienced the true character of this great young Miss Wang next to him. Due to this reason, he was not surprised by this. Renfei, I remember 2 people from the Sky Hurdle Mansion entered the mystical Sky Mansion. The other person seems to be at the Mastery Pristine Saint stage as well. If you compare your strength to his, who's stronger? He seems to have gone to the mystical palace. Do you think he'll be able to obtain a spot to enter the Saint Martial Secret Zone? Although Duan Lingtian was prepared to return the favor to the Vice Mansion Master of Sky Hurdle Mansion, he would be relieved if he could return the favor in advance after entering the Saint Martial Secret Zone. After Renfei was eliminated, he recalled Renzhong had brought 2 people with him to the mystical Sky Mansion. The other person was also at the Mastery Pristine Saint stage. His strength is slightly weaker than mine. As for whether he'll be able to obtain a spot to enter the mystical palace, I'm not sure. However, I think his chances are higher than mine. Although the mystical palace doesn't have as many spots as the Heaven Palace, the competition isn't as intense. When Renfei heard Duan Lingtian's question through voice transmission, a hint of jealousy could be heard in his voice. Previously, the reason he entered the Heaven Palace was because he was chosen by the Vice Palace Master of Heaven Palace, Xiao Yi. He did not have the right to choose, so he was neither Duan Lingtian nor Wang Feixian. If he had the chance to choose, he would definitely not choose the Heaven Palace. As the saying went, it's better to be the head of a chicken than the tail of a phoenix. That's good. If I meet him in the Saint Martial Secret Zone, I'll do my best to help him. Duan Lingtian replied through voice transmission. Thank you. When Renfei heard Duan Lingtian's words, he quickly thanked him. At the same time, he could not help but ask through voice transmission, Lingtian, Is it convenient for you to tell me why you're helping us? I heard from Lu Jian that you're the one who said you want to repay the favor to our seniors. Is it convenient for you to tell me what favor you owe us? Strictly speaking, it's not me who owes your elder a favor. It's a friend of mine who owes your elder a favor. Back then, because of some urgent matters, he stood your elder up, so he felt very guilty. Half a year ago, when he broke through to the eminent saint stage and left the lower province for the upper province, he told me that if there's a chance, I'll help him repay the favor to your seniors. Duan Lingtian replied. He had reason to believe that his actions earlier had caused Renfei, who was a disciple of the Sky Hurdle Mansion, and Lu Jian, who was a disciple of the Raging Wave Mansion, to be certain that he had a close relationship with Li Feng, the strongest person on the Rising Sky ranking. After all, the Vice Mansion Master of Sky Hurdle Mansion and the Second Elder of Raging Wave Mansion were the ones who presided over the Rising Sky ranking battle. They must have told their juniors about his actions back then, including his sun true origin and his territory that was as hot as the sun. For this reason, he took advantage of the situation and said that Li Feng was his friend. Seems like I'm right. You're really related to Li Feng. Renfei finally understood what was going on. His voice was filled with shock. You said earlier that Li Feng had already broken through to the eminent saint stage half a year ago? Renfei's voice was slightly trembling when he said this. He had already broken through to the eminent saint stage before the age of 40. Such innate talent left him in the dust. A sense of helplessness rose from the bottom of his heart. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded his head. Can you tell me what's the relationship between you and Li Feng? Why are your true essences and domains so similar? Renfei could not help but ask. This was one of the things that puzzled him the most. Strictly speaking, he can be considered as my senior brother. Duan Lingtian replied through voice transmission. Our master is from the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. He came to the lower province a long time ago to live in seclusion and took me and Li Feng as his disciples. We've been together since we were young, and we cultivate the same cultivation method. Even the martial tactics we cultivate are the same. In the end, the territories we master are almost the same as well. Your master must be a powerhouse from the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, Renfei said enviously. Perhaps, however, he has already returned to the upper province 10 years ago. Even for us, we can only rely on our own strength to look for him after we've broken through to the eminent saint stage. Duan Lingtian said. Chapter 1751. Two people had cultivated the same cultivation method since they were young. Even the martial tactics they cultivated were the same. The true origins in their bodies were similar, and the territories they mastered were similar as well. This was not a rare thing in the Dao Martial Saint Land. Due to this reason, Renfei did not doubt Duan Lingtian's words at all. Naturally, not even in his wildest dreams would he have thought that Duan Lingtian's seemingly methodical words were merely a bluff. As time passed by, apart from Duan Lingtian, Wang Feixian, Gao Peng, and Zhao Ji, the rest of the refined Saint Stage Heaven Palace's disciples began to sweat. As for the remaining Heaven Palace's disciples who were at the peak of the pristine Saint Stage, their bodies were trembling non-stop. Even Lu Jian's face was extremely pale. His body had also begun to tremble slightly. Ha! Xiao Yi, the Vice Palace Master of Heaven Palace, saw everyone's reaction clearly. He felt it was normal for Duan Lingtian, Gao Peng, and Zhao Ji to be so calm since the two weakest among the three of them were at the intermediate refined saint stage. It was normal for those at the intermediate refined saint stage to not feel like it was too much for them to withstand the pressure he was exerting on them. However, the problem was Wang Feixian was as calm as Duan Lingtian and the other two. Has she made a breakthrough? Xiao Yi was not stupid. It was easy for him to figure out this possibility. Moreover, based on the current situation, this was the only explanation for Wang Feixian's current situation. Moreover, he had long heard that Wang Feixian's cultivation base was close to the intermediate refined saint stage. It was only natural for her to have made a breakthrough. I can't believe that apart from Ling Tian, there's such an outstanding genius among the new disciples who joined our heaven palace this time. Wang Feixian is younger than Gao Peng and Zhao Ji, but she has such an achievement. This shows that her innate talent is not inferior to Gao Peng and Zhao Ji. Thinking of this, Xiao Yi was overjoyed. This was because whether it was Ling Tian or Wang Feixian, they were all recruited into the heavenly hall by him. Finally, another few Heaven Palace's disciples at the peak of the refined saint stage could no longer withstand the pressure and fell from the sky one after another. When there were only 10 people left on the same level as Duan Lingtian, the pressure disappeared in an instant, and the result was also revealed. If someone were to take a closer look, they would realize that apart from Duan Lingtian, who looked completely fine, Gao Peng, Zhao Ji, and Wang Feixian were all breathing rapidly. The pressure from earlier had also affected them to a certain extent. Of course, it only affected their breathing slightly. Congratulations, Lu Jian. Renfei enviously looked at one of the 10 people standing at the end and congratulated him. Lu Jian, a disciple of the Raging Wave Mansion, was one of Duan Lingtian's partners. He had successfully obtained the opportunity to enter the Saint Martial Secret Zone. Thank you. Although Lu Jian's face was pale, there was a hint of excitement in his eyes when he obtained the opportunity to enter the Saint Martial Secret Zone. He knew what this meant. This meant that he would be able to enter the Saint Martial Secret Zone and comprehend the Divine Ability Relic. With Ling Tian's help, he might even have a chance to comprehend the high-grade Divine Ability Relic in the Saint Martial Secret Zone. The 10 of you will gather here 10 days later. At that time, Lord Palace Master will personally bring all of you to the entrance of the Saint Martial Secret Zone and send all of you in. Xiao Yi's divine consciousness swept out and swept past the 10 people, including Duan Lingtian, memorizing all of them. After he finished speaking, Xiao Yi left as quickly as he came. Wang Feixian. Zhao Ji's gaze had already landed on Wang Feixian. A hint of lust flashed in his eyes that contained a desire to conquer her. In the past, although he had heard about Wang Feixian, he had never seen her with his own eyes. He had always thought the rumors were exaggerated. This was because he did not think a woman with such a high innate talent would have such a devastatingly beautiful appearance. Subconsciously, he felt there would not be such a perfect woman in this world. However, when he saw Wang Feixian today, he realized there was really such a perfect woman in this world. The heavens seemed to have given the best to this woman. Innate talent, appearance, figure. Every single good point about Wang Feixian made him feel a strong desire to conquer her. I, Zhao Ji, want this woman no matter what. Miss Feixian has broken through to the intermediate refined saint stage. Soon after, the people in the surroundings also learned about Wang Feixian's breakthrough. It instantly caused another commotion. Miss Feixian, senior brother Ling Tian, I'm glad I didn't disappoint you. Lu Jian walked up to Duan Lingtian and Wang Feixian. The paleness on his face had mostly faded, and his eyes were filled with excitement. Congratulations. Wang Feixian nodded indifferently. Although Duan Lingtian did not say anything, he nodded at Lu Jian as well. What are the two of you doing? Wang Pai had a puzzled expression on his face. He did not know why Lu Jian would look for Duan Lingtian and Wang Feixian after obtaining the opportunity to enter the Saint Martial Secret Zone. Moreover, he even said such words. Senior brother Wang Pai, the three of us plan to work together after we enter the Saint Martial Secret Zone. Duan Lingtian explained. The three of you will work together? Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Wang Pai's eyes widened immediately. He glanced at Duan Lingtian and Wang Feixian. If the two of you work together, I'm afraid you'll be able to do whatever you want in the Saint Martial Secret Zone. However, with your strength, bringing him along seems to be a burden to you, right? When Wang Pai reached the end of his sentence, he glanced at Lu Jian. Lu Jian did not feel awkward at all since he thought so as well. It was his fortune to be able to work together with Ling Tian and Wang Feixian. Work together? Gao Peng's eyes lit up immediately when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. He looked at Duan Lingtian excitedly. Lingtian, why don't I join the three of you and work together as well? Upon hearing Gao Peng's words, Duan Lingtian was put in a spot. It was undeniable that he had a good impression of Gao Peng. However, this did not mean he would bring another person along with him into the Saint Martial secret zone. Most importantly, he and Gao Peng could not even be considered as friends. In the Saint Martial secret zone, let alone intermediate refined Saint stage martial cultivators like Gao Peng and Wang Fei Xian, even a mastery refined Saint stage martial cultivator would only be a burden to him. There was a reason he decided to work together with Wang Fei Xian and Lu Jian. Wang Fei Xian could be considered as his friend. Lu Jian was brought along by him to repay Lu Hongguang's favor. Senior brother Gao Peng, I'm afraid this won't do. When Duan Lingtian was in a spot, Wang Fei Xian seemed to have seen through Duan Lingtian's dilemma. She looked at Gao Peng and said, if the three of us work together, we'll reach our limit in terms of numbers. After all, nobody knows if the three of us will be able to find more than 3 divine ability relics. For this reason, senior brother Gao Peng, you might not have an advantage if you work with us. Moreover, with your strength, you'll definitely be able to find a good divine ability relic even if you don't work with us, senior brother Gao Peng. When Wang Fei Xian reached this part of her sentence, she glanced at Lu Jian and said, the reason we brought Lu Jian along is mainly because Ling Tian wants to repay his senior a favor. If we come across a high-grade divine ability relic in the divine ability relic, we'll have to give it to him first. Senior brother Gao Peng, I'm afraid you won't agree to this, right? Give him the priority to obtain a high-grade divine ability relic? Gao Peng did not comment on the first half of Wang Fei Xian's words. However, he found it difficult to accept the second half of her sentence. After all, in his opinion, Lu Jian was merely a martial cultivator at the peak of the pristine saint stage. He was destined to be a burden to them in the Saint Martial secret zone. However, such a burden actually had to give him the priority to obtain a high-grade divine ability relic. In the Saint Martial secret zone, apart from the fact that only one person could comprehend a divine ability relic, the divine ability relic would disappear along with the formation after the person comprehended it for a period of time. It was almost impossible to find it again. Chapter 1752. Since Gao Peng could not accept the fact that a burden like Lu Jian would be given priority in comprehending the high-grade divine ability relic, he only smiled apologetically at Duan Lingtian and did not bring up the matter of working together again. From the beginning until the end, he acted as though he was in the wrong when he faced Duan Lingtian. Miss Wang, you're really something. Duan Lingtian nodded at Gao Peng before he looked at Wang Fei Xian and transmitted his voice to her. There was a hint of admiration in his voice. Wang Fei Xian not only managed to get rid of Gao Peng with just a few words, but she even managed to make Gao Peng feel guilty toward him. He could not help but admire her for her actions. If it were you, even if you directly rejected him, he wouldn't dare to say anything. He wouldn't even dare to complain. Wang Fei Xian rolled her eyes at Duan Lingtian and replied through voice transmission. Indeed, with Duan Lingtian's strength, even if he directly rejected Gao Peng would not dare to complain. Duan Lingtian smiled awkwardly when he heard Wang Fei Xian's words. Fei Xian. At this moment, a voice rang in the air. It was no stranger to Duan Lingtian and the others. It was none other than Zhao Ji. When Duan Lingtian heard Zhao Ji's voice, he could not help but frown. However, when he heard Zhao Ji's words, he could not help but look at Wang Fei Xian with a hint of confusion in his eyes. It was as though he was asking Wang Fei Xian, "Who are you? Do you know him?" When Wang Fei Xian saw the confusion in Duan Lingtian's eyes, she shook her head. At the same time, she turned around and looked at Zhao Ji with his 2 followers. "Do you know me? Fei Xian, don't tell me you don't recognize me? I'm your brother Zhao Ji. Do you remember when you were 3 years old? I followed my father to your tyrannical saber mansion as a guest? This time, Zhao Ji completely ignored Duan Lingtian. His burning gaze landed on Wang Fei Xian as he spoke with a smile on his face. I don't remember such a thing, and I don't remember my grandfather mentioning it either. Hearing Zhao Ji's words, Wang Fei Xian did not give him any face at all. She should have been wary of Zhao Ji, but when she saw Zhao Ji trying to curry favor with her, not only did she feel disgusted, she even revealed her dissatisfaction in her words. She only had one thought in her mind, and that was to not let Duan Lingtian misunderstand. Besides, it was true that she did not know this Zhao Ji. She had never heard her grandfather mention Zhao Ji. Of course, she was not sure if Zhao Ji was telling the truth. What? When Zhao Ji heard Wang Fei Xian's words, he turned pale with fright. Didn't your grandfather tell you that there's an engagement between you and me? When you were 3 years old, my father personally made a marriage agreement with your grandfather. Engagement. The moment Zhao Ji's words left his mouth, the entire place burst into an uproar. When everyone's eyes landed on Wang Fei Xian, Duan Lingtian could not help but shift his gaze over as well. He did not expect Wang Fei Xian and this arrogant good-for-nothing rich kid, Zhao Ji, had an engagement. Really? Zhao Ji and Miss Fei Xian have an engagement? Why haven't I heard of it before? That's right. I've never heard of it before. If Zhao Ji really has an engagement with Wang Fei Xian, I'm afraid this news would have spread in the mystical sky territory long ago. How could we not know about it? Don't tell me Zhao Ji is lying? The group of mystical sky mansion's disciples in the surroundings whispered among themselves. Many of them looked at Zhao Ji skeptically. Engagement? Upon hearing Zhao Ji's words, Wang Fei Xian did not get angry. Instead, she laughed. Zhao Ji, are you daydreaming? If I really have an engagement with you, how could I not know about it? How could my grandfather not tell me? What a joke. The moment Wang Fei Xian's words left her mouth, even more people thought Zhao Ji was lying. If I say we have an engagement, then we definitely have an engagement. Faced with the skeptical gazes from the surroundings, a devilish smile appeared on Zhao Ji's face. After a while, when my father comes out of his closed-door cultivation, I'll ask him to personally go to the tyrannic saber mansion to propose marriage. I believe your grandfather won't reject my family's proposal. When Zhao Ji reached the end of his sentence, a hint of burning desire could be seen in his eyes. At the same time, he sent a voice transmission to Wang Fei Xian. Wang Fei Xian, you should feel lucky that I've taken a liking to you. You want me, Wang Fei Xian, to marry you? Dream on. Upon hearing Zhao Ji's voice transmission, a hint of disgust could be seen in Wang Fei Xian's eyes as she expressed her stance. At that time, I'm afraid it won't be up to you anymore. The devilish smile on the corner of Zhao Ji's mouth widened. Based on his gaze that was trained on Wang Fei Xian, it was as though he was certain Wang Fei Xian would be his woman. Upon hearing Zhao Ji's words, Wang Fei Xian's expression turned grave immediately. If Zhao Ji's father insisted on going to the tyrannic saber mansion to propose marriage, it would be difficult for her grandfather to reject him. Once he rejected him, not only would he offend Zhao Ji's father, the vice mansion master of Mystical Sky Mansion, but he would also offend Zhao Ji's grandfather, one of the 2 great guardians of Mystical Sky Mansion. Although it was impossible for the Mystical Sky Mansion to make things difficult for the tyrannic saber mansion because of Zhao Ji's personal matters, her grandfather was not afraid of her grandfather. However, her grandfather was not afraid of Zhao Ji's father. However, her grandfather had no choice but to fear Zhao Ji's grandfather since he was a top powerhouse in the Mystical Sky Mansion. His strength was only inferior to the mansion master of Mystical Sky Mansion. Her grandfather was no match for him at all. Noisy. When many people were looking at Wang Fei Xian with a pitiful expression, a voice suddenly reverberated in the air. In the next instant, everyone only saw a flash before their eyes as though they were being illuminated by the sun. A loud bang reverberated in the air. Whoosh! Under the watchful eyes of the others, a figure appeared at the spot where Zhao Ji was standing earlier like a ghost. On the other hand, Zhao Ji was sent flying far away. As he was sent flying in a wretched manner, Blood spurted out of his mouth and splattered in the air, blooming into dazzling red roses. Silence. Everyone present on the scene shifted their attention to the figure that had appeared at the spot where Zhao Ji was standing earlier. Boom! Another loud bang reverberated in the air as Zhao Ji's body crashed hard on the ground. He rolled a few times before the true origin in his body broke free from the shackles and broke out of his body to help him stabilize his body. When Zhao Ji stood up again, his face was as pale as a sheet. However, his expression was extremely unsightly. His eyes were gleaming with a terrifying light. Ling Tian, how dare you sneak attack me? You're seeking death. Zhao Ji glared at the young man who sent him flying. His eyes were filled with killing intent, and his voice was filled with killing intent as well. Sneak attack. Upon hearing Zhao Ji's words, Duan Lingtian smiled nonchalantly. Does this mean you're not convinced by my sneak attack? How about this? Let's have a fair duel. I'll give you a handicap of 3 moves. What do you think? A fair duel. A handicap of 3 moves. The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, the people present on the scene regained their senses one by one. Many of them looked at Zhao Ji mockingly. In their opinion, although Zhao Ji had a powerful background, he was only an intermediate refined saint stage martial cultivator at most. If he really wanted to fight Ling Tian head-on, he would definitely be asking for trouble. Who was Ling Tian? He was the strongest person among the younger generation in the mystical sky mansion. He was not even 40 years old, but his cultivation base was already at the peak of the refined saint stage. With Zhao Ji's strength, how could he possibly be a match for such a person? Let alone Ling Tian giving Zhao Ji a handicap of 3 moves. Even if he only cast a defensive technique, Zhao Ji would not be able to break through his defense. This was the difference in their strength. The difference in their cultivation base was 2 levels apart. Faced with Duan Lingtian's challenge, Zhao Ji's expression changed rapidly. He was not a fool. Naturally, he knew he could not accept his opponent's challenge. Even if his opponent gave him a handicap of 3 moves, he would still be asking for trouble. Due to the fact that everyone present on the scene had their eyes on Zhao Ji, nobody noticed that one of the 2 Heaven Palace's disciples who followed behind Zhao Ji had already left. After he left the peak, he left the Heaven Palace and made his way to the main mansion. As expected, he still cares about me. When Wang Fei Xian saw Duan Lingtian making a move to avenge her, a warm smile appeared on her face. Her eyes were filled with tenderness as she looked at Duan Lingtian's back. Lingtian, don't be too arrogant. I didn't offend you earlier. Why did you hurt me? Zhao Ji asked in a deep voice as he stared at Duan Lingtian coldly. Why did I hurt you? Duan Lingtian smiled. Don't tell me you still don't know why I hurt you? If you don't give me an explanation for this matter, I won't let this matter go. Don't think you can do whatever you want in the mystical sky mansion just because you have a high innate talent and powerful strength. Let me tell you, there are many people who are stronger than you in the mystical sky mansion. Any one of my father's direct disciples would be able to kill you. When Zhao Ji reached the end of his sentence, his tone was filled with threat. You think you're in the right to bully a weak girl in front of so many people? Duan Lingtian sneered. His expression was calm. From the beginning until the end, not only was he not frightened by Zhao Ji, but he also did not seem to take Zhao Ji's words to heart. As it turns out, you're standing up for her. Zhao Ji's gaze shifted from Duan Lingtian to Wang Fei Xian before he sneered. I've said before that if I want you, I'll definitely be able to get you. I believe your grandfather, the mansion master of Tyrannic Saber Mansion, will agree to betroth you to me. When you're married to me and I'm tired of playing with you, I'll find 100 burly men to play with you. Of course, Zhao Ji was the one who sent a voice transmission to Wang Fei Xian. Even if I, Wang Fei Xian, die, it's impossible for me to marry you. Wang Fei Xian replied through voice transmission without any trace of politeness. Even if her grandfather compromised in the end, it was impossible for her to marry Zhao Ji. She would rather die than marry Zhao Ji. Good, very good. Let's wait and see. This time, Zhao Ji's voice transmission was filled with exasperation. In the end, when he calmed down a little, he added, "My men have already gone to the main mansion to invite my senior brother over. When my senior brother comes, I'll let you see with your own eyes how miserable the fate of this fellow who stood up for you will be." Wang Feixian was not afraid of death. However, if Duan Lingtian was in danger because of her, she would not accept such a thing happening no matter what. "Quickly tell senior brother Wang Pai that you're looking for Vice Palace Master Xiao Yi. Zhao Ji has already sent someone to the main mansion to invite his senior brother over. I suspect the senior brother he mentioned is most likely his father's direct disciple, the eminent saint stage disciple on the mystical sky ranking." Chapter 1753. He was an eminent saint stage disciple on the mystical sky ranking in the main mansion. Upon hearing Wang Feixian's voice transmission, Duan Lingtian's eyes turned cold immediately. Killing intent surged in his eyes when he looked at Zhao Ji again. Initially, he had only wanted to teach Zhao Ji a lesson and let him know that not everyone could be bullied by him. At the very least, he could not bully Duan Lingtian's friends. Although he was unwilling to admit it, he had no choice but to admit that Wang Feixian was already his friend in his heart. Seeing his friend being teased and bullied like that, how could he possibly endure it? If he could, he would not be Duan Lingtian anymore. Whoosh! It was as though a gust of wind had blown past as Duan Lingtian disappeared from his spot. Junior brother Lingtian. Wang Pai's expression changed drastically. He wanted to stop Duan Lingtian, but it was too late. Slap! The crisp sound of a slap resonated in the air. Under the watchful eyes of the others, Duan Lingtian suddenly appeared in front of Zhao Ji. Half of Zhao Ji's face was swollen, and a clear palm print could be seen on it. Ling! Zhao Ji's expression changed drastically, and a murderous gleam appeared in his eyes. He opened his mouth to say something, but before he could finish, another slap sounded in the air. This time, Duan Lingtian had slapped Zhao Ji again, causing the other half of his face to swell as well. The killing intent in Zhao Ji's eyes intensified, but he no longer dared to say anything. He was worried this fellow would slap him again if he opened his mouth again. Endure. Zhao Ji, you must endure now. A wise man knows better than to fight when the odds are against him. You'll definitely be able to get your revenge later. You'll definitely make this fellow die a graveless death. You'll definitely be able to. Zhao Ji comforted himself in his heart as he tried to suppress the anger in his heart. Naturally, he was so enraged that he felt as though he had gone insane. This was the first time he was slapped in his life. Moreover, it was by someone who was around his age. To him, this was a humiliation that was engraved in his bones. As long as the person in front of him didn't die, he would feel uneasy. Hiss! 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 At the same time, a series of gasps sounded from the surroundings. The people present reacted one after another. They were all frightened by Duan Lingtian's actions just now. This junior brother Lingtian is really... Wang Pai smiled bitterly. He did not stop Duan Lingtian from attacking earlier because he did not like Zhao Ji's actions. This time, Duan Lingtian made his move. He wanted to stop it, but it was too late. Isn't this Lingtian a little too valiant? This is Zhao Ji, not an ordinary heavenly palace disciple. Many of the mystical sky mansion's disciples who were watching the scene muttered to themselves in a daze. To them, the scene earlier was not only visually shocking, but it was also emotionally shocking. They knew exactly what kind of person Zhao Ji was and what kind of background he had. In the mystical sky mansion, let alone the mystical sky mansion's disciples, even those mystical sky mansion's elders with lofty positions did not dare to offend Zhao Ji. However, today, Zhao Ji was actually beaten up by a disciple who had just entered the mystical sky mansion who was not even 30 years old. Moreover, he was even slapped twice after being beaten up once. What a guy! Where did this Lingtian get his courage from? Who gave him the courage? He's dead meat for offending Zhao Ji to this extent. I don't think so. Don't forget that this Ling Tian is not an ordinary disciple in our mystical sky mansion. He's the strongest person among the younger generation in our mystical sky mansion. He's the hope of our mystical sky mansion. If he's in danger, I'm afraid even Lord Mansion Master will step in to protect him, right? You have a point. However, don't forget that, in our mystical sky mansion, Lord Mansion Master might not be involved in killing someone. Many mystical sky mansions disciples whispered among themselves. All of them felt Duan Lingtian was digging his own grave by treating Zhao Ji like this. Junior brother Lingtian, you're too rash. Wang Pai said to Duan Lingtian through voice transmission. I can say you have a reason for teaching Zhao Ji a lesson earlier. However, the 2 consecutive slaps you gave him are no different from humiliating him in public. It's unreasonable for him to not be able to raise his head in front of others in the future. The reason Wang Pai said this was because he did not know Zhao Ji had already sent someone to the main mansion to look for the eminent saint stage disciples on the mystical sky ranking to deal with Duan Lingtian. When Wang Fei Xian saw Duan Lingtian slapping Zhao Ji twice, she was shocked as well. When she regained her senses after a long time, she recalled Zhao Ji's background. She broke out in cold sweat for Duan Lingtian. You were too rash when you slapped him twice, Wang Fei Xian said to Duan Lingtian through voice transmission. Her voice was filled with worry. You've completely offended Zhao Ji by doing this. I'm afraid only one of you can stay in the mystical sky mansion in the future. Although Wang Fei Xian knew the reason Duan Lingtian slapped Zhao Ji twice, she still felt Duan Lingtian was a little rash. Naturally, she felt this way because she was worried about Duan Lingtian. Rash. Duan Lingtian was non-committal when he heard Wang Fei Xian's words. He knew Zhao Ji's background was very powerful, but it was not Duan Lingtian's style to just take it lying down. There was no fear in Duan Lingtian's path in the martial Dao. Even if the path ahead was difficult and dangerous, he would still overcome all obstacles and slaughter out a path of blood, and he would directly soar into the 9 heavens. Unknowingly, Gao Peng had retreated further away as though he was afraid he would be implicated and get into trouble. I've been in the mystical sky mansion for so long, but I've never admired anyone before. However, this time, I must say that I admire Ling Tian. Someone cried out. Although his voice was not loud, many people heard it. Agreed. Let's not talk about what Ling Tian will do. Just his courage alone is admirable. Many mystical sky mansions disciples chimed in. Naturally, there were people who admired Duan Lingtian, but there were also people who felt Duan Lingtian was seeking his own death. Does Ling Tian really think he can do whatever he wants in the mystical sky mansion just because he has a high innate talent? Why doesn't he think about his current cultivation base? There are many people who are stronger than him in the mystical sky mansion. That's right. The person he has offended is no ordinary person. It's Zhao Ji. Everyone knows about Zhao Ji's background. If the Vice Mansion Master and the old Guardian find out about the humiliation Zhao Ji has suffered this time, they will definitely not let this matter rest. That's right. The Vice Mansion Master and the old Guardian might not personally make a move, but as long as their subordinates make a move, they'll definitely make Ling Tian pay the price. In the mystical sky mansion, perhaps, the Vice Mansion Master and the old Guardian's subordinates won't dare to kill him. However, who can be sure they won't look for an opportunity to kill Ling Tian? No matter how high one's innate talent is, it's useless if it dies before it matures. Most of the mystical sky mansion's disciples felt it was unwise for Duan Lingtian and Zhao Ji to end up in such a situation. Naturally, Duan Lingtian heard these words as well. However, he did not care about it at all. This was because he knew even if he did not make a move on Zhao Ji earlier, Zhao Ji would not let this matter go just like that due to the conflict between them. He was very confident in his ability to judge people. With just a glance, he could tell Zhao Ji was a petty person. Even if it was a small matter, it would be magnified by him. For this reason, until now, Duan Lingtian did not regret his actions at all. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. All of a sudden, the sound of wind whistling could be heard from afar. In just a few moments, 3 figures appeared on the peak of the Heaven Palace. One of them was the person who had left earlier. He was also one of Zhao Ji's 2 subordinates. At this moment, he was following behind 2 young men. The 2 young men, one was dressed in white while the other was dressed in black, walked side by side in the air. They looked like the black and white ghosts who had come from hell. Zhao Baiju, Zhao He too. The appearance of the young man in white and the young man in black naturally attracted the attention of many people. The first person to react and recognize them was Wang Pai. When he saw them, Wang Pai's expression turned solemn. At the same time, he sent a sound transmission to Duan Lingtian, who was not far away. Junior brother Lingtian, come to my side. Quick! Wang Pai's tone was slightly anxious. At this moment, Duan Lingtian also noticed the newcomers. Since Wang Feixian had warned him beforehand, he was not too surprised. When he heard Wang Pai's words, he did not refute Wang Pai's good intentions. With a flash of his body, he flew back to Wang Pai's side. Senior brother Baiju, senior brother He too. When the 2 young men appeared, Zhao Ji, whose face was swollen from being slapped twice by Duan Lingtian, finally dared to speak. As he spoke, his body moved swiftly and arrived next to the 2 young men in just a blink of an eye. Perhaps he felt safer next to the 2 young men. Zhao Ji looked at Duan Lingtian with a murderous gaze as soon as he arrived next to them. Senior brother Baiju, senior brother He too. It's him. He's that Lingtian. Not only did he hurt me, but he even slapped me twice in public. He slapped me in public. Not only did he humiliate me, but he also humiliated my father. When Zhao Ji reached the end of his sentence, his face was filled with grief and indignation. When the 2 young men heard Zhao Ji's words, their faces turned gloomy immediately. At the same time, they looked at Duan Lingtian fiercely. The one in white is called Zhao Baiju, and the one in black is called Zhao He too. Both of them are disciples that Zhao Ji's father took in outside in his early years. Since both of them are orphans, they took Zhao Ji's father's surname. Although their strength can only be considered as ordinary among Zhao Ji's father's direct disciples, their loyalty can't be compared to other disciples. Wang Pai's voice transmission resonated in Duan Lingtian's ears. Zhao Baiju, Zhao He too. Duan Lingtian nodded. Both of them are eminent saint stage disciples on the mystical sky ranking. Just like me, they're both early eminent saint stage martial cultivators. Wang Pai continued to speak through voice transmission. Early eminent saint stage. Upon hearing Wang Pai's words, Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up immediately. With his current strength, he would be suspected of bullying the weak if he fought with people below the eminent saint stage. He would be more than happy to fight with powerhouses above the eminent saint stage. You're Lingtian? Chapter 1754. Faced with Zhao Baiju's question, Duan Lingtian merely glanced at him indifferently and ignored him. Let alone Zhao Baiju was only an early eminent saint stage martial cultivator. Even if he was a martial cultivator at the peak of the eminent saint stage, Duan Lingtian was not afraid at all. If he really angered him, he would just take out the Jasper Celestial Sword and kill him instantly. It's Zhao Baiju and Zhao He too. Soon after, many of the mystical Sky Mansion's disciples present on the scene recognized the newcomers and exclaimed in a low voice, "They're eminent saint stage disciples on the mystical sky ranking. They usually stay in the main mansion to cultivate. Isn't the person following behind them Zhao Ji's subordinate? When did he leave? It seems like Zhao Baiju and Zhao He too were brought here by him. No wonder Zhao Ji swallowed his anger earlier. As it turns out, he had already sent someone to look for help." At this moment, the people present on the scene could guess the reason Zhao Baiju and Zhao He too were here. They must have been brought here by Zhao Ji to deal with Lingtian. In our mystical sky mansion, only eminent saint stage disciples are qualified to be ranked on the mystical sky ranking. Whether it's Zhao Baiju or Zhao He too, since they're ranked on the mystical sky ranking, Their cultivation base must have already entered the eminent saint stage. Now that they're here, I'm afraid Ling Tian is going to suffer. I know about Zhao Baiju and Zhao He Tuesday. They're Vice Mansion Master Zhao's direct disciples. It's said that they're orphans since they were young and were adopted by Vice Mansion Master Zhao. In their hearts, Vice Mansion Master Zhao is no different from their father. Zhao Ji is the only son of Vice Mansion Master Zhao. They love the house and its crow, and they treat Zhao Ji as their own younger brother. As it turns out, they're Vice Mansion Master Zhao's direct disciples. No wonder Zhao Ji brought them here. Two eminent saint stage powerhouses. I wonder how Ling Tian will deal with them today. Although Ling Tian is strong, and is the strongest person among the younger generation in our mystical sky mansion, he's still far from being comparable to Zhao Baiju and Zhao He Tuesday. That's right. If Ling Tian has a few more years, he might be able to catch up to Zhao Baiju and Zhao He Tuesday. However, he's far from being a match for them. Many people broke out in cold sweat for Duan Ling Tian as they discussed animatedly. Shameless. When Wang Feixian heard the discussions around her, she also learned about the origin of Zhao Baiju and Zhao He Tuesday. Her face suddenly changed and she cursed in a low voice. At the same time, a look of deep worry appeared in her beautiful eyes. She was worried about Duan Lingtian's safety. Speaking of which, the reason why Duan Lingtian had fallen out with Zhao Ji was because of her. Therefore, her heart was filled with guilt. No wonder you dared to hurt junior brother. You're really crazy. Seeing that Duan Lingtian dared to ignore Zhao Baiju, Zhao He Tu's gaze also landed on Duan Lingtian. His eyes were filled with cold killing intent, giving Duan Lingtian the feeling of being targeted by a poisonous snake. However, Duan Lingtian had seen too many similar gazes along the way, so he was almost completely immune to it. Senior brother Baiju, senior brother He Tu, I want him to kneel down and apologize to me, Zhao Ji said through gritted teeth as he glared at Duan Lingtian with a ferocious expression on his swollen face. His eyes were filled with hatred as he spoke through gritted teeth. Although he was extremely furious, he did not lose his rationality completely. Although he wanted Duan Lingtian to die, he knew it was impossible for him to kill Duan Lingtian in such a situation. Otherwise, he would be the one in trouble. Although his background was not insignificant, if he dared to kill someone in public in the Mystical Sky Mansion, he would be violating the Mystical Sky Mansion's rules as well. At that time, even his father and grandfather might not be able to protect him. Even if he was lucky enough to survive, he would definitely be expelled from the Mystical Sky Mansion. To Zhao Baiju and Zhao He Tu, their master who brought them back to the Mystical Sky Mansion was like a second parent to them. He was the person they respected the most. However, today, the only son of their most respected master, their little junior brother, Zhao Ji, whom they doted on the most, was not only injured, but he was even slapped twice in public. It was a complete loss of face for them. How could they not be furious? Due to this reason, the moment Zhao Ji's words left his mouth, Zhao Baiju and Zhao He Tu stepped out in unison. In just a blink of an eye, they arrived near Duan Lingtian. Whoosh! Whoosh! At this moment, the sound of wind whistling rang in the air as Wang Pai and another figure appeared near Duan Lingtian, shielding Duan Lingtian behind them. If you want to touch him, you'll have to step over my Wang Feixian's dead body first. A persistent and resolute voice rang out from the beautiful figure who stood in front of Duan Lingtian. It attracted the attention of the people present on the scene. The owner of the beautiful figure had a devilish figure, an angelic face, and a valiant bearing. It was none other than Wang Feixian. At this moment, Wang Feixian stood in front of Duan Lingtian protectively like a tigress protecting her cub. She stared at Zhao Baiju and Zhao He Tu as though she was prepared to die. Whoosh! At the same time, the people present on the scene finally regained their senses. They did not expect Wang Feixian to be so valiant. She was willing to sacrifice her life to protect Duan Lingtian. One had to know that not everyone had the courage to do so. Do you think you can stop us? When Zhao Baiju and Zhao He Tu heard Wang Feixian's words, they looked at Wang Feixian in shock. However, after they recovered from their shock, They did not take Wang Feixian seriously at all. After probing with their divine consciousness, they could see this female disciple was only at the intermediate refined saint stage. She did not have the ability to stop them at all. I don't have the habit of letting a woman protect me. Just as Wang Feixian and Zhao Baiju were confronting each other, another domineering man's voice rang in the air. Duan Lingtian appeared in front of Wang Feixian and shielded Wang Feixian behind him. He should have stepped forward a long time ago. However, Wang Feixian's actions had taken him by surprise to a certain extent, causing him to be stunned for a moment. Due to this reason, it took him some time to step forward. When Wang Feixian stepped forward and shielded him behind her, the last bit of prejudice he had toward Wang Feixian disappeared as he looked at her slender and graceful figure. He was touched, and at the same time he also acknowledged Wang Feixian as a friend in his heart. I'm the one who caused this. I won't stand by and do nothing. When Wang Feixian saw Duan Lingtian appearing in front of her, she said anxiously, "Don't worry. They won't dare to kill me." Unfortunately, her words were completely ignored by Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian knew very well that even if Wang Feixian was not involved, a narrow-minded person like Zhao Ji would not let him off so easily. The outcome would still be the same. Wang Feixian's matter had only intensified the conflict between him and Zhao Ji. Therefore, from the beginning to the end, he did not think that Wang Feixian had anything to do with the conflict between him and Zhao Ji. Duan Lingtian stood in front of Wang Feixian and looked at Zhao Baiju and Zhao Heitu calmly. It was as though he was not facing two eminent saint stage powerhouses, but two opponents that he could easily defeat. Not bad, you're manly enough. However, sometimes you have to pay a high price to show off in front of a woman. Of course, even if you don't show off, you'll still have to pay a high price today. Zhao Heitu grinned. His smile was so eerie that it made one's hair stand on end. Did you hear what my little junior brother said? Kneel down and apologize. Zhao Baiju glanced at Duan Lingtian indifferently and said in a commanding tone. Zhao Baiju, Zhao Hei Tuesday at this moment. Wang Pai took a few steps forward in the air and stood next to Duan Lingtian. He looked at Zhao Baiju and Zhao Hei Tu with a solemn expression on his face. Both of you should know very well who's right and who's wrong in today's matter. Don't go overboard. What? Wang Pai? Are you trying to stand up for him? Zhao Hei Tu smiled eerily. I remember you were defeated by me, right? Upon hearing Zhao Hei Tu's words, Wang Pai noticed the gazes from the surroundings. His expression turned even gloomier. Zhao Hei Tu, junior brother Lingtian is different from me. If you want to touch him, you better be mentally prepared. What do you mean by that? Zhao Baiju asked with a frown as he looked at Wang Pai. I'm sure both of you have heard about junior brother Lingtian's innate talent. As far as I know, Lord Mansion Master knows about his existence as well. This time, Wang Pai was speaking to Zhao Baiju and Zhao Heitu through voice transmission. Therefore, the others did not know what he was talking about. Lord Mansion Master. The moment Wang Pai's words left his mouth, Zhao Baiju and Zhao Heitu's expressions turned solemn immediately. They all knew what Wang Pai meant by that. Since Lord Mansion Master knew about Lingtian's existence, he would definitely pay attention to him. He might even take him in as his direct disciple or his last disciple. Both of you are smart people. I don't think I need to elaborate on certain things, right? Wang Pai added through voice transmission. Upon hearing this, Zhao Baiju and Zhao Heitu exchanged glances before they looked at Zhao Ji, who was standing nearby. They transmitted their voices to Zhao Ji and told him what Wang Pai had said earlier. Lord Mansion Master? Upon hearing Zhao Baiju and Zhao Heitu's words, Zhao Ji could not help but frown. However, he quickly regained his composure and sneered as he said through voice transmission. Senior brother Baiju? Senior brother Heitu? Both of you don't have to worry about this. Wang Pai has always had a good relationship with Lingtian. It's normal for him to stand up for him. As for what he said, it might be true, but so what? Even if Lord Mansion Master intends to take Lingtian as his disciple, that's a matter for the future. Don't tell me Lord Mansion Master will seek revenge on us after taking Lingtian as his disciple? Zhao Ji continued to speak. When he looked at Duan Ling Tian again, his eyes gleamed viciously. Moreover, if he kneels and apologizes to me in public today, no matter how much Lord Mansion Master thinks highly of his innate talent, he won't have any intention of taking him in as his disciple. How can Lord Mansion Master possibly take someone who has been so humiliated as his disciple? A sinister smile appeared on Zhao Ji's face when he finished speaking in one breath. Chapter 1755. That was right. If Ling Tian admitted defeat and knelt down to apologize to Zhao Ji, this matter would definitely spread in the mystical Sky Mansion. Under such circumstances, no matter how high Ling Tian's innate talent was, nobody would think highly of him. Even if Lord Mansion Master had the intention of taking him in as a disciple, he would most likely change his mind after this incident. Zhao Baiju and Zhao Heitu were instantly relieved. They ignored Wang Pai's words. When Wang Pai saw the murderous gleam in Zhao Baiju's and Zhao Heitu's eyes, horror dawned on him. He noticed Zhao Baiju and Zhao Heitu were not intimidated by his hint. He immediately transmitted his voice again. Zhao Baiju, Zhao Heitu, I know both of you want to protect Zhao Ji, but do you really want to take the risk? Wang Pai, stop bluffing. Zhao Baiju replied mockingly through voice transmission. As long as Ling Tian kneels down and apologizes to little junior brother today, do you think Lord Mansion Master will still take a liking to him when this matter spreads out? Wang Pai did not expect Zhao Baiju to think this way. Horror dawned on his face immediately. Do you think junior brother Ling Tian will kneel down and apologize to Zhao Ji? What a fool's dream. You'll find out very soon whether it's a fool's dream or not. Zhao Baiju smirked. Wang Pai, I advise you not to get involved in this mess. You should know the consequences of offending our Zhao clan. At that time, even if your master is Vice Palace Master Shao Yi, he might not be able to protect you. A threat. A blatant threat. Faced with Zhao Baiju's threat, Wang Pai's face turned pale immediately. He knew Zhao Baiju was telling the truth. Due to the existence of the old guardian and the Vice Mansion Master of Zhao clan, the Zhao clan could be said to be able to cover the sky with one hand in the mystical Sky Mansion. Those who offended the Zhao clan usually did not have a good ending. Wang Pai, you better think this through. Are you going to go against our Zhao clan for a new disciple who has just entered the mystical Sky Mansion? Zhao Heitu looked at Wang Pai and sneered. Senior brother Wang Pai, this matter has nothing to do with you. You don't need to make enemies with others because of me. Duan Ling Tian looked at Wang Pai and said with a smile, no matter what, I still have to thank Senior Wang Pai for standing by my side at this time. However, I'll have to ask Senior Wang Pai to step aside and watch. I'll handle it myself. When Duan Ling Tian reached the end of his sentence, he gave Wang Pai a confident look. However, in the face of Duan Ling Tian's confidence, Wang Pai only thought that Duan Ling Tian was afraid that he would be worried, so he deliberately acted this way to reassure him. Junior brother Ling Tian, do you think that I, Wang Pai, am the kind of person who would abandon my friends and run away? Wang Pai said with a dissatisfied expression. Based on his words, there was no doubt that he wanted to advance and retreat together with Duan Ling Tian. Me too. Wang Fei Xian chimed in. She wanted to step forward as well, but Duan Ling Tian waved his hand and pushed her back. Why are you joining in the fun? Duan Ling Tian turned around and glanced at Wang Fei Xian with a hint of dissatisfaction in his eyes. When Duan Ling Tian saw Wang Fei Xian still wanted to step forward stubbornly, he could only send her a voice transmission helplessly. Don't worry, it's just two early eminent saint stage martial cultivators. I can still deal with them. Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words, Wang Fei Xian was dumbstruck as though she was struck by lightning. It's just two early eminent saint stage martial cultivators? If it was another martial cultivator at the peak of the refined saint stage who said this, Wang Fei Xian's first thought would be, what a boastful tone. However, when it was Duan Ling Tian who said this, she had a different feeling. Although she had not known Duan Lingtian for long, she had gained a deeper understanding of him during this short period of time. She knew that if Duan Lingtian was not confident, he would not have said such a thing in such a situation. A martial cultivator at the peak of the refined saint stage who can deal with an early eminent saint stage martial cultivator. However, Wang Feixian still found it a little inconceivable. This was because she felt it was almost impossible. However, when she saw the confidence in Duan Lingtian's eyes, she could not help but believe him a little. When Duan Lingtian saw Wang Feixian did not insist on going forward, he turned around and looked at Wang Pai again before he said with a smile, "Senior brother Wang Pai, I know you mean well, but these two trash at the bottom of the mystical sky ranking are nothing to me." Trash at the bottom of the mystical sky ranking. The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, the entire place fell silent. If these words were said by a mystical sky mansion's disciple who was ranked at the top of the mystical sky ranking, the people present on the scene would not think much of it. However, the problem was these words were said by a mystical sky mansion's disciple who had not even entered the mystical sky ranking. It gave them a completely different feeling. What a boastful tone. Zhao Ji was the first to regain his senses. He sneered. "You're just a new disciple who hasn't even entered the mystical sky ranking, but you actually dare to look down on the powerhouses on the mystical sky ranking? How arrogant. Senior brother Baiju, senior brother He Tu, since he looks down on both of you, you should teach him a lesson first before making him kneel in front of me and apologize to me," Zhao Ji said viciously as he looked at Zhao Baiju and Zhao He Tuesday. "Don't worry, little junior brother. After I've taught him a lesson, I'll make him kneel in front of you obediently and apologize to you." Zhao He Tu stuck out his tongue and licked his dry lips as a vicious smile appeared on his face. His piercing gaze landed on Duan Lingtian. "Brat, I really don't know where you get your confidence from. Do you really think you're on par with an eminent saint stage powerhouse just because you've broken through to the peak of the refined saint stage and defeated the Luo brothers when they joined forces?" On the way here, Zhao He Tu had learned about what had happened from Zhao Ji's lackey. Zhao He Tu was also a Heaven Palace's disciple, so he had heard of the Luo brothers. Whoosh! The moment his words left his mouth, Zhao He Tu's body moved and shot toward Duan Lingtian, standing in front of Duan Lingtian. Whoosh! Whoosh! At this moment, the sound of wind whistling reverberated in the air. One of the sound of wind whistling was caused by Wang Pai's moving body. He shot toward Duan Lingtian in an attempt to help Duan Lingtian deal with Zhao He Tuesday. Although Duan Lingtian was very confident, he thought Duan Lingtian was just trying to comfort him. He did not think a martial cultivator at the peak of the refined saint stage would be able to compete with an early eminent saint stage martial cultivator since both of them were not on the same level at all. If the latter fought the former, he could easily crush the former. However, although Wang Pai's speed was fast, there was someone else who was even faster than him. When Wang Pai noticed someone had appeared in front of Duan Lingtian, he came to a halt in the distance. At the same time, he looked at the person standing in front of Duan Lingtian in shock. How could it be him? Junior brother Lingtian knows him? The person who appeared in front of Duan Lingtian first was a tall and sturdy young man. The young man's facial features were well defined. He could not be considered handsome, but he gave off a feeling of determination. With just a glance, one could tell he was a tough guy. Senior brother Gu Li? When Zhao He Tu saw the sturdy young man who appeared in front of Duan Lingtian, horror dawned on his face. A hint of dread could be seen in his eyes. You know Lingtian? Gu Li? Originally, Duan Lingtian was puzzled when a stranger appeared in front of him. Moreover, this stranger seemed to be helping him. He did not know this person and was certain he had never seen this person before. However, when he heard Zhao He Tu's words, he finally found out the sturdy young man's name was Gu Li. Senior brother Gu Li. When Zhao Baiju saw the sturdy young man who appeared in front of Duan Lingtian and shielded Duan Lingtian behind him, his expression turned solemn immediately. Senior brother Gu Li. Senior brother Gu Li. At the same time, the mystical Sky Mansion's disciples present on the scene, including Wang Pai, bowed respectfully at Gu Li. When the group of mystical Sky Mansion's disciples faced Gu Li, they were even more respectful than when they faced the Vice Palace Master of Heaven Palace, Xiao Yi. Upon seeing this, Duan Lingtian was stunned. He did not expect this sturdy young man who suddenly appeared in front of him with the intention of protecting him would have such a high position in the eyes of the mystical Sky Mansion's disciples. He could see that when the group of mystical Sky Mansion's disciples bowed to Gu Li, all of them showed respect from the bottom of their hearts. Damn it! How does he know Gu Li? Seeing this, Zhao Ji's expression turned somewhat ugly. Although he was known as the strongest person among the second generation in the mystical Sky Mansion, it was only a title given to him by others because of his background. His grandfather was one of the two great guardians of the mystical Sky Mansion, and his father was the Vice Mansion Master of Mystical Sky Mansion. However, there was one person he was wary of among his peers in the Mystical Sky Mansion. This person was none other than Gu Li. Gu Li was the son of the other old guardian of the Mystical Sky Mansion. Due to the fact that he had a son at an old age, the old guardian of Mystical Sky Mansion doted on his only son very much. As long as it was something he could give, he would give it to his son unconditionally. Gu Li did not let him down and became the #1 genius in the Mystical Sky Mansion for several hundred years. Naturally, that was before Duan Lingtian had arrived. After Duan Lingtian appeared, the innate talent he displayed was even more monstrous than Gu Li. One could say that he had snatched away the title of the #1 genius in the Mystical Sky Mansion for several hundred years from Gu Li the moment he arrived. Gu Li was actually in his early 50s. He was in the prime of his life, but his cultivation base was already at the peak of the eminent saint stage. Not only that, but Gu Li was also the strongest person on the Mystical Sky Mansion's Mystical Sky ranking. In the Mystical Sky Mansion, as long as a Mystical Sky Mansion's disciple broke through the eminent saint stage and entered the divine saint stage, his name would be removed from the Mystical Sky ranking and he would become an elder. The fact that Gu Li was the strongest person on the Mystical Sky ranking was enough to prove his strength was invincible below the Divine Saint stage in the Mystical Sky Mansion. When did senior brother Gu Li arrive? I didn't notice. It seems like senior brother Gu Li intends to stand up for Ling Tian. As it turns out, Ling Tian knows senior brother Gu Li. No wonder he was so calm earlier. As it turns out, this is his trump card. The surrounding Mystical Sky Mansion's disciples whispered among themselves. All of them felt that the reason Duan Lingtian was so calm was because he knew Gu Li would appear to help him. Duan Lingtian was, naturally, rendered speechless when he heard the whispers in the surroundings. Chapter 1756. At the same time, Duan Lingtian began to study Gu Li seriously. Gu Li was a muscular young man who was 1.9 meters tall. He wore a slightly tight-fitting robe that accentuated his perfect muscles, giving off a sense of strength. Apart from that, Gu Li's face was filled with determination. He emitted a manly charm. This could be seen from the infatuated looks in the eyes of many Mystical Sky Mansion's female disciples when they looked at him. The strongest person on the Mystical Sky ranking? He's only in his early 50s, but his cultivation base has already reached the peak of the eminent saint stage? Through the whispers in the surroundings, Duan Lingtian easily learned about Gu Li. He was shocked as well. However, what surprised him even more was yet to come. The only son of a Mystical Sky Mansion's guardian? Duan Lingtian finally realized that not only was Gu Li's innate talent and strength high, but his background was not simple as well. He was actually the only son of one of the two Mystical Sky Mansion's guardians. The two Mystical Sky Mansion's guardians were widely acknowledged as powerhouses who were second only to the Mansion Master in the Mystical Sky Mansion. Although his background was slightly inferior to Zhao Ji's, it was not too far off. After all, Zhao Ji only had a Vice Mansion Master as his father. Naturally, Duan Lingtian knew the reason the Mystical Sky Mansion's disciples present on the scene respected Gu Li was not because of Gu Li's background, but because of Gu Li's strength. Zhao Ji's background was slightly more powerful than Gu Li's, but how many people would treat him with such respect? Senior brother Gu Li? Do you know Ling Tian? Zhao Baiju asked anxiously as he looked at Gu Li. Although he really wanted to stand up for his junior brother and take revenge, when faced with Gu Li, he felt powerless in his heart. If Gu Li really wanted to protect Ling Tian, he and Zhao He too would not be able to do anything. Therefore, he could only pray in his heart, hoping that Gu Li had only come out to watch the show, and not to help Ling Tian. Even though he himself felt that this possibility was close to zero, he couldn't help but think this way. No, I don't. However, Gu Li's indifferent reply made Zhao Baiju's eyes light up. Even Zhao Heitu's eyes lit up. Gu Li didn't know Ling Tian? The moment Gu Li finished speaking, the dark clouds on Zhao Ji's face instantly dispersed, and a brilliant smile appeared on his face. Since this Gu Li doesn't know him, why did he come out for no reason? Do you want to show your presence? Zhao Ji was somewhat dissatisfied. Senior brother Gu Li doesn't know Ling Tian? The moment Gu Li's words left his mouth, apart from Duan Ling Tian, the group of mystical Sky Mansion's disciples present on the scene was stunned as well. Initially, they thought Gu Li was the helper Ling Tian had found. However, it did not cross their minds that Gu Li would actually say he did not know Ling Tian at such a critical moment. It seems like we're all wrong. Senior brother Gu Li isn't the helper Ling Tian found. When senior brother Gu Li appeared, I thought Ling Tian would be able to escape this calamity. However, it didn't cross my mind that senior brother Gu Li didn't come for Ling Tian. Since senior brother Gu Li doesn't know Ling Tian, it seems like there's no reason for him to help Ling Tian. Perhaps senior brother Gu Li only wants to watch the show and has no intention of helping Ling Tian at all. Many mystical Sky Mansion's disciples whispered among themselves as they looked at Duan Ling Tian with a hint of pity in their eyes. In their opinion, since Gu Li did not know Duan Ling Tian, he was definitely not the helper Duan Ling Tian had found. Without Gu Li's help, Duan Ling Tian, naturally, would not be a match for Zhao Baiju and Zhao He too, even if he had Wang Pai's help. Senior brother Gu Li doesn't know junior brother Ling Tian? Wang Pai's expression turned grave. He felt as though he had fallen from heaven to hell like a deflated balloon. Although he had planned to help Duan Ling Tian since the beginning, he knew his own limits. Even if he helped, he would not be able to stop Zhao Baiju and Zhao He Tuesday. At this moment, Gu Li's appearance was like a flame that appeared in the darkness, igniting the hope in his heart. As long as Gu Li was willing to help, junior brother Ling Tian would definitely be able to turn the situation around. When Wang Pai saw Gu Li's appearance, he thought Gu Li knew his junior brother Ling Tian. However, he did not expect Gu Li did not know his junior brother Ling Tian at all. Since he did not know him, there was no reason for him to help. Similar to Wang Pai, Wang Feixian also sighed in relief when Gu Li appeared. She thought Gu Li was Duan Ling Tian's friend and would help Duan Ling Tian. Otherwise, why would he appear for no reason? However, when Gu Li said he was not Duan Ling Tian's friend, her expression changed again. However, when she saw Duan Ling Tian remained calm from the beginning until the end and had an indifferent expression on his face, her expression softened again. Based on this guy's expression, he doesn't seem to know Gu Li as well. In that case, his confidence doesn't come from Gu Li. Don't tell me he really has a way to fight an early eminent saint stage martial cultivator with his cultivation base at the peak of the refined saint stage? When Wang Feixian thought of this, she began to look forward to it even though she found it unbelievable. She looked at Duan Ling Tian as her eyes shone brightly. She muttered to herself, "I hope you're not bragging." As it turns out, senior brother Gu Li doesn't know him. Zhao He too looked at Gu Li and grinned before his expression turned grave immediately. Senior brother Gu Li, this Ling Tian is too arrogant. Not only did he injure my little junior brother, but he even humiliated him in front of everyone. Today, as long as senior brother Gu Li can make things easy for us, our Zhao clan will owe you a favor. Slap. The moment Zhao He Tu's words left his mouth, the crisp sound of a slap resonated in the air. Gu Li did not seem to have made any move. but Zhao Heitu's head suddenly tilted to the side. Half of his face was swollen from the slap. Senior brother Gu Li Yu. Zhao Heitu was furious when he saw Zhao Heitu's day. Zhao Heitu was naturally angry after being slapped for no reason. However, he didn't dare to show it in front of Gu Li. He just looked at Gu Li with a blank and aggrieved face. Who do you think you are? Do you think you're worthy of showing me your attitude? Who do you think you are? Do you think you're worthy of me making things easy for you? Who do you think you are? Do you think you're worthy of representing the Zhao clan? Gu Li said nonchalantly as he looked at Zhao Heitu with a mocking smile on his face. When the others, including Duan Lingtian, saw this scene, they were stunned. They did not know what Gu Li was trying to do. He clearly did not know Duan Lingtian, but he had slapped Zhao Heitu at this moment. Although Zhao Heitu's expression was a little gloomy, everyone knew that he was showing his attitude to Duan Lingtian. However, Gu Li had seized on this point and said that he was showing his attitude to Zhao Heitu and slapped him. He was clearly trying to protect Duan Lingtian. Gu Li, don't you dare cross the line. Zhao Ji's expression darkened as he glared at Gu Li. Although his strength was far inferior to Gu Li's, he was not afraid of Gu Li. After all, he had a powerful background. However, Gu Li acted as if he did not hear his furious roar at all. From start to finish, he did not pay any attention to him. Zhao Ji was instantly enraged. It was as though his eyes were about to spit fire at any moment. Senior brother Gu Li, didn't you say that you don't know Ling Tian? Unlike Zhao Ji, who was fearless, Zhao Baiju's face was filled with bitterness and confusion when he looked at Gu Li. As soon as Zhao Baiju finished speaking, everyone, including Duan Lingtian, turned to look at Gu Li. They were also curious about this. They did not know why Gu Li would stand up for Duan Lingtian and protect Duan Lingtian even though he did not know Duan Lingtian. Who said that I can't help him just because I don't know him? Gu Li glanced at Zhao Baiju indifferently. The corners of his mouth curled up into a mocking smile. What? Do you have a problem with that? Zhao Baiju was instantly speechless. Problem? Of course, he had a problem with that. However, did he dare to say it out loud? He was not Zhao Ji. Gu Li cared about his master and the old guardian. Even if he attacked Zhao Ji, he would not be ruthless. As for him, even if he was killed by Gu Li, his death would be in vain. Although he was willing to die for his master, he wanted to make sure his death was worth it. If he were to be killed by Duan Lingtian now, it would be pointless. Junior brother Lingtian, hurry up and thank senior brother Gu Li. At this time, Wang Pai's voice rang in Duan Lingtian's ears. Wang Pai was reminding Duan Lingtian. When Duan Lingtian heard this, he immediately regained his senses. He looked at Gu Li's back and cupped his hands together slightly. Senior brother Gu Li, thank you. Haha. When Gu Li heard Duan Lingtian's voice, he immediately turned around and looked at Duan Lingtian. He laughed out loud. Junior brother Lingtian, I've heard about you a long time ago. However, I've never had the chance to meet you. Today, the Heavenly Palace is competing for a spot to enter the Saint Martial Secret Zone. I'm here to see you. In the past, I only knew that your martial Dao talent is monstrous and even better than mine. However, I don't know much about you as a person. After everything that has happened, I realized that junior brother Ling Tian is to my liking. When Gu Li reached the end of his sentence, it was as though he regretted not having met him earlier. Then, it's my honor. Duan Lingtian smiled as well. Even if Gu Li did not stand up for him, he was not afraid of Zhao Baiju and Zhao Heitu's. However, Gu Li was unaware of this. Due to this reason, he owed Gu Li a favor. At the same time, the mystical Sky Mansion's disciples present on the scene finally understood why Gu Li would stand up for Duan Lingtian, even though he did not know Duan Lingtian at all. As it turned out, he felt sorry for not having met Duan Lingtian earlier. Gu Li and Duan Lingtian, the former was widely acknowledged as the #1 genius in the past several hundred years in the mystical Sky Mansion, while the latter was widely acknowledged as the #1 genius in the past several hundred years in the mystical Sky Mansion. The moment both of them met, they instantly became friends. It just so happened that birds of a feather flock together. Gu Li. Just when many people, including Zhao Baiju and Zhao He too, thought the matter had come to an end, Zhao Ji's eyes were burning with rage. His sharp gaze landed on Gu Li as he said in a deep voice, "Are you deliberately going against me?" His voice was cold and deep as though it came from an ice cave. Sent chills down one's spine. Little junior brother. Chapter 1757. Although they were not worried Gu Li would cross the line, Gu Li still dared to teach Zhao Ji a lesson. "So what if I'm deliberately going against you? Don't tell me you're going to teach me a lesson?" Gu Li sneered as he glanced at Zhao Ji indifferently. "You!" Upon hearing Gu Li's words, Zhao Ji's face turned green and pale. He was rendered speechless, let alone teach Gu Li a lesson. If he made a move, he would be the unlucky one and not Gu Li. With his strength, he could not even defeat Duan Lingtian, who was at the peak of the refined saint stage, let alone Gu Li, who was at the peak of the eminent saint stage. "If you don't dare to, then stop grumbling in front of me." Gu Li had a disdainful expression on his face. After he retracted his gaze, he looked at Duan Lingtian with a smile. "Junior brother Lingtian, nice to meet you. Let's go. Let's have a drink with senior brother." After he finished speaking, Gu Li stepped up into the air and disappeared into the distance in just a blink of an eye. Duan Lingtian nodded at Wang Pai, Wang Feixian, and Lu Jian before he left with Gu Li, leaving behind a handsome back view for the others to see. Today's farce came to an end. Ah! After Gu Li and Duan Lingtian left, Zhao Ji, whose body was trembling from anger, finally could not help but shout loudly. His voice was filled with anger and indignation. "Gu Li, Lingtian, I, Zhao Ji, swear that I won't let the two of you go. I won't let the two of you go." Zhao Ji continued to roar in his heart. If thoughts could kill, Duan Lingtian and Gu Li would have been killed by him many times. That fellow is really lucky. To think that even Gu Li is on his side. Now that the matter had come to an end, Wang Feixian heaved a sigh of relief. This was the best ending for her. If she really let Duan Lingtian make a move, she still felt a little uneasy. Duan Lingtian followed Gu Li to his residence for a drink. After a drink, they became familiar with each other. Of course, this was also because Gu Li was a sentimental person, which suited Duan Lingtian's taste. "Senior brother Gu Li, are you really helping me today because you find me pleasing to the eye?" After 3 rounds of wine, Duan Lingtian looked at Gu Li and asked with a smile. "Of course." Gu Li hesitated for a moment, then nodded. "Really?" Duan Lingtian didn't even blink. He stared at Gu Li's eyes, as if he wanted to see something in Gu Li's eyes. "That's enough. Stop looking." As the saying went, the eyes were the window to the soul. Even Gu Li could not make his eyes betray his heart. When he saw Duan Lingtian staring at his eyes, he immediately surrendered. At the same time, he said honestly, "The reason I appeared there and helped you is because of Grand Master. Grand Master mentioned you to me before, and he even said that your innate talent is higher than mine. Coupled with the fact that your name is widely spread in the mystical Sky Mansion, I'm very curious about you. As it turns out, Grand Master has a good eye. You're indeed extraordinary." Gu Li said. "Grand Master?" Duan Lingtian had a puzzled expression on his face. He did not know who Gu Li's Grand Master was. Based on what he knew, Gu Li's father was one of the 2 great guardians of the mystical Sky Mansion. He was from the same generation as the Mansion Master, and his seniority could be considered very high in the mystical Sky Mansion. In the mystical Sky Mansion, there were not many people whose seniority was higher than Gu Li's father. As for the martial ancestor that Gu Li spoke of, his seniority was definitely higher than his father. Spirit Pool. When Gu Li saw the puzzled expression on Duan Lingtian's face, he reminded him slowly, "So that senior is your Grand Master." Since Gu Li had already reminded him to this extent, if Duan Lingtian still did not know who the Grand Master was, then his reaction would be too slow. Gu Li's Grand Master was the one-armed old man who was guarding the spirit pool. Then, does this mean that Senior is your master's master? Duan Lingtian asked. He's my father's master. I don't have a master yet. Gu Li smiled. My master should be waiting for me in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Senior brother Gu Li is planning to go to the upper province? Duan Lingtian was slightly surprised. Yes. Gu Li nodded. When my cultivation base breaks through to the Divine Saint stage, I'll go to the upper province. Going to the upper province has always been my goal. Duan Lingtian nodded. He could understand this. In the Wuxia subterranean, Gu Li was not the only one who wanted to go to the upper province. Many powerhouses with high innate talent and confidence in themselves yearned to go to the upper province since it was the place where the true powerhouses of the Dao Martial Saint Land gathered. There were many powerhouses that did not exist in the Wuxia subterranean. Will it be soon? Duan Lingtian asked. 1 year at most. Gu Li smiled confidently. In 1 year at most, he would break through to the Divine Saint stage and head to the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. So soon? Duan Lingtian was even more surprised. It might be fast compared to other people, but it's not fast compared to you, junior brother Lingtian. I believe junior brother Lingtian will definitely be able to break through to the Divine Saint stage before the age of 50. Gu Li admired Duan Lingtian's innate talent very much. He also thought highly of Duan Lingtian. Junior brother Lingtian, do you plan to go to the upper province after you break through to the Divine Saint stage? Gu Li asked. Of course. Duan Lingtian nodded without any hesitation. He would definitely go to the upper province, but he would not go there after he had broken through to the Divine Saint stage. With his current cultivation base, it would take him a long time to break through to the Divine Saint stage. He could not afford to wait that long. He had long decided that once his cultivation base had broken through to the Eminent Saint stage, he would head to the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land to look for Kerr and his child. Seems like our goal is the same. We don't plan to waste time in the lower province. It seems like I'll have to pressure myself and strive to make a name for myself in the upper province before you go to the upper province, junior brother Lingtian. That way, I'll be able to take care of you, junior brother Lingtian. Gu Li smiled. I believe senior brother Gu Li will definitely be able to make a name for yourself in the upper province. Duan Lingtian smiled as well. Some people might not be able to become friends even if they knew each other for a lifetime. Naturally, this was referring to true friends. On the other hand, although Duan Lingtian and Gu Li had only known each other for a day, they quickly became friends due to their similar temperaments. Moreover, they were friends who could open their hearts to each other. Junior brother Lingtian, when we were at the peak of the Heaven Palace, I saw you fighting with the Luo brothers. Your territory and true origin seemed to be similar to Li Feng's territory and true origin that appeared in the Rising Sky Mansions district. Don't tell me you really know him? Gu Li asked suddenly as though he had recalled something. Senior brother Gu Li, how do you know my territory and true origin are similar to Li Feng's territory and true origin? Duan Lingtian asked curiously. If it was someone from the Sky Hurdle Mansion or the Raging Wave Mansion, he would not be surprised if they thought his territory and true origin were similar to Li Feng's after witnessing his territory and true origin. This was because many people from the Sky Hurdle Mansion and the Raging Wave Mansion were present during the Rising Sky ranking battle. However, the person before him was Gu Li, a disciple of the mystical Sky Mansion. He was not from the Sky Hurdle Mansion or the Raging Wave Mansion. When the Rising Sky ranking battle was held in the Rising Sky Mansions district, a friend of mine was present. My friend is a Dao Talisman Master, and he has a deep understanding of the Mirror Image Talisman. Due to the fact that the Rising Sky ranking battle was held in the Nimble chess set in the Nimble Valley, ordinary Mirror Image Talismans can't record the scene at all. Gu Li said, although the Mirror Image Talisman my friend inscribed can't perfectly record the scene in the Nimble chess set, it can record some fragments. In those fragments, I saw Li Feng and saw his territory and true origin. They're almost identical to your territory and true origin. Not only that, but I also heard that when you first entered the mystical Sky Mansion, you told someone that you know Li Feng. When Gu Li reached this part of his sentence, he paused and looked at Duan Lingtian, waiting for Duan Lingtian's reply. Senior brother Gu Li, although we've only known each other for a day, I feel like we've known each other for a long time. For this reason, I won't hide some things from you, Duan Lingtian said. Although they had only known each other for a day, Duan Lingtian had already regarded Gu Li as a good friend whom he could confide in. He was also certain Gu Li would not betray him. Oh! Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Gu Li became even more curious. Actually, the Li Feng who appeared in the Rising Sky Mansion's district that time was me, Duan Lingtian said frankly. What? It was apparent that Gu Li was shocked by Duan Lingtian's words. Junior brother Lingtian, what's going on? As far as I know, whether it's you or Li Feng, there's no sign of disguise at all. I've seen Li Feng's appearance through the mirror image talisman before. His appearance is ordinary, and it's worlds apart from your handsome face. That's because I know a disguising secret tactic that allows me to change my appearance with my true origin. As Duan Lingtian spoke slowly, the muscles on his face began to twitch. In the end, under Gu Li's shocked gaze, he transformed into an ordinary-looking young man. This ordinary-looking face was not unfamiliar to Gu Li. Previously, the Li Feng he saw through the mirror image talisman was exactly this face. I can't believe there's such a miraculous disguising secret tactic in this world. After a while, Gu Li regained his senses and praised him with a thumbs up. Junior brother Lingtian, is there a reason you're disguising yourself to participate in the Rising Sky ranking battle? Gu Li found this a little strange. Senior brother Gu Li, the reason I joined the Rising Sky ranking battle was because, since he did not plan to hide his identity as Li Feng from Gu Li, Duan Lingtian told him everything about Han Shu and I. I see. When Gu Li heard this, realization dawned on him. If that's the case, Sister Shui and I must thank you for killing Su Jing, the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion. That's how she managed to escape from the engagement. Su Jing didn't die. Duan Lingtian shook his head. His eyes flashed coldly as he looked at Su Jing. How's that possible? Chapter 1758. Although Gu Li did not go to the scene of the Rising Sky ranking battle, he had seen the scene through the mirror image talisman his friend had recorded. Although the scene was intermittent, he had witnessed how Duan Lingtian killed Su Jing, the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion, with his own eyes. Even a great overarching celestial would not be able to save Su Jing when the sword pierced through his glabella. Due to this reason, Gu Li immediately refuted Duan Lingtian when he said Su Jing was not dead. Duan Lingtian was not surprised by Gu Li's reaction. He smiled faintly and asked, Senior brother Gu Li, have you heard of the soul congregation technique? Soul congregation technique? Gu Li was stunned when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Then, his eyes widened as he looked at Duan Lingtian in shock. Junior brother Lingtian, you mean Su Jing, the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion, knows the soul congregation technique? Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. But how's that possible? I've never heard of any Devil Dao cultivation method that has a soul congregation technique in the Debussy subterranean before. As far as I know, the Devil Dao cultivation methods that have records of the soul congregation technique are all profound Devil Dao cultivation methods that only appear in the upper province. Gu Li had heard of the soul congregation technique before, but he found it hard to believe there was someone in the Debussy subterranean who knew the soul congregation technique. Nothing is absolute. Duan Lingtian sighed and said, Senior brother Gu Li, since your friend was there, I'm sure you've heard of Su Jing's improvement in just a year. Yes. Gu Li nodded. I heard from my friend that Gu Li has cultivated from the early refined saint stage to the peak of the refined saint stage in just a year. Don't tell me it's because he has cultivated a profound Devil Dao cultivation method that he has such an improvement? As he spoke, Gu Li came to a realization. The Devil Dao cultivation method that he cultivates is definitely not an ordinary Devil Dao cultivation method. However, even if it's the best Devil Dao cultivation method in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, it's impossible for an early refined Saint stage Devil cultivator to break through 3 stages consecutively to the peak of the refined Saint stage in just 1 year if he doesn't take a shortcut. Duan Ling Tian said with a solemn expression. Therefore, I suspect that Su Jing must have cultivated an extremely extraordinary Devil Dao cultivation method. That Devil Dao cultivation method is very likely to be the kind of Devil Dao cultivation method that is universally condemned. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to have such a huge improvement. Of course, this is only my guess. If my guess is wrong, then he must have had some other amazing fortuitous encounter. Duan Ling Tian added. An amazing adventure in the Wuxia subterranean? Gu Li shook his head. Compared to the latter, I'm more inclined to the former. He must have cultivated some profound Devil Dao cultivation method. I don't know much about this kind of Devil Dao cultivation method. I'll ask Grand Ancestor if there's any Devil Dao cultivation method in the lower province that has the soul congregation technique. Grand Ancestor has lived for a long time, so he must know more than me. However, since Su Jing didn't die, why did the Rising Sky Mansion allow the news of Su Jing's death to spread and not refute it? Gu Li was puzzled by this. It's not difficult to deduce. Duan Ling Tian said, Su Jing must have cultivated a Devil Dao cultivation method that has the soul congregation technique. That's why he managed to escape death. If this news spreads, it won't be a good thing for the Rising Sky Mansion. Why didn't I think of this? Before Duan Ling Tian could finish speaking, Gu Li interrupted Duan Ling Tian as realization dawned on him. If the news of Su Jing's survival spreads out, people will definitely link the soul congregation technique to Gu Li's survival. The soul congregation technique only exists in those profound Devil Dao cultivation methods. Once the news of Su Jing mastering the Devil Dao cultivation method spreads out, the Rising Sky Mansion will definitely become a target for everyone. At that time, let alone the other fourth-rate forces, even the quasi-third-rate forces including our mystical Sky Mansion will be interested in the Devil Dao cultivation method that Su Jing mastered. Gu Li was not stupid. When he heard Duan Lingtian's words, he immediately came to a realization. That's right. Duan Lingtian nodded before he scoffed. The people from the Rising Sky Mansion aren't stupid. So what if they're not stupid? There's no such thing as an absolute secret in this world. Even if they tried to hide it, we still found out about it. Gu Li smiled before he looked at Duan Lingtian. The smile on his face disappeared as his expression turned solemn. Junior brother Lingtian, I learned about this from you. For this reason, I'd like to ask for your opinion. Can I tell my father about this and ask him to inform Lord Mansion Master? If that Devil Dao cultivation method is really a heinous and heartless method, it's better for the mystical Sky Mansion to keep it than for it to spread outside. If it's not a cruel Devil Dao cultivation method, it'll undoubtedly be a great gain for the mystical Sky Mansion if it's just a pure top Devil Dao cultivation method. When Gu Li reached the end of his sentence, he looked at Duan Lingtian solemnly. Senior brother Gu Li, before I reply to you, I'd like to ask you a question. Duan Lingtian's expression suddenly turned solemn as he looked at Gu Li intently. Speak. When Gu Li saw how solemn Duan Lingtian was, he became serious as well. I want to know if it's confirmed that the Devil Dao cultivation method Su Jing has cultivated is a heinous and heartless one and the mystical Sky Mansion has obtained it. Would the mystical Sky Mansion allow someone to cultivate the Devil Dao cultivation method? Duan Lingtian asked. Although the Dao Martial Saint Land valued the strong and killing and being killed was a common occurrence, the Devil Dao cultivation method was a heinous and heartless method. However, some deranged demonic cultivation methods had already reached the point of inhumanity. As long as one was a normal person, they would not be able to accept that kind of demonic cultivation method. No. Gu Li shook his head. Junior brother Lingtian, you've just entered the mystical Sky Mansion not long ago, so you might not know this yet. Many years ago, during the battle between the Wuxia subterranean and the inhumane Devil Dao cultivation method, the ancestor of the current Mansion Master of Mystical Sky Mansion was a powerhouse from the righteous sect. Due to this reason, as long as Lord Mansion Master is around, even if our mystical Sky Mansion obtains that Devil Dao cultivation method, nobody will be able to cultivate it since Lord Mansion Master won't allow it. Gu Li added. Upon hearing Gu Li's words, Duan Lingtian finally felt at ease. Since that's the case, I don't have any objections. Speaking of which, this is actually a good thing for me. It's fine if the Rising Sky Mansion cooperates with the Mystical Sky Mansion, but if they don't, I'm afraid they'll be annihilated. Whether they cooperate or not, they'll still be annihilated. Gu Li's eyes gleamed as he said, Huh? Duan Lingtian was stunned. If they cooperate and hand over the Devil Dao cultivation method, we'll still have to annihilate them? Anyone from the Rising Sky Mansion who knows about the Devil Dao cultivation method won't be able to survive. After all, even if our Mystical Sky Mansion obtains the Devil Dao cultivation method, we don't want everyone to know about it. In the Debussy Subterranean, there's still the Mountain Shade Black Market and the Azure Cloud Mansion above our Mystical Sky Mansion. If they find out we've obtained the Devil Dao cultivation method, they'll definitely come and get a share of it. Gu Li continued to say, An ordinary man is innocent, but he's guilty because of his wealth. Junior brother Lingtian, you should know about this. Duan Lingtian nodded. This was also the reason the Rising Sky Mansion was targeted by the Mystical Sky Mansion. Although the Rising Sky Mansion was a fourth-rate force, it was nothing in front of a quasi-third-rate force. Due to the fact that Su Jing had cultivated the Devil Dao cultivation method that contained the Soul Congregation technique, Gu Li was in a hurry to look for his father. For this reason, Duan Lingtian quickly parted ways with Gu Li and returned to his own residence. The Saint Martial Secret Zone will open in 10 days. Duan Lingtian was looking forward to the opening of the Saint Martial Secret Zone in 10 days. Naturally, he was looking forward to the various divine ability relics in there, and the difficulties and obstacles he would encounter in his search for the divine ability relics. In other words, it was a test. As far as he knew, there were ancient formations everywhere in the Saint Martial Secret Zone. The divine ability relics in there were all sorts of tests set up using ancient formations. Only those who passed the tests and made it to the end would have the chance to stand in front of the divine ability relic. If there was more than one person standing in front of the divine ability relic, the person who made it to the end would have to fight for the ownership of the divine ability relic. The Saint Martial Secret Zone is a secret zone that has been passed down since ancient times. It's said that one can even project one's clone in there. If one's clone is killed in the Saint Martial Secret Zone, the clone will be destroyed, and the soul will return to the original body. However, at the same time, the clone will be eliminated. This was one of the reasons Duan Lingtian was looking forward to the Saint Martial Secret Zone. Projecting a clone. What kind of technique was that? Duan Lingtian found it hard to imagine. At the same time, he wanted to give it a try. It said that the existence of the Saint Martial Secret Zone can be traced back to ancient times. Nobody knows exactly what era it was. At the very least, although the books in the main mansion's library in the Mystical Sky Mansion mention the Saint Martial Secret Zone, nobody knows how long the Saint Martial Secret Zone has existed and who created it. Ever since Duan Lingtian left the main mansion's library, he had been looking forward to the Saint Martial Secret Zone. Now that he had obtained a chance to enter the Saint Martial Secret Zone and would officially enter in 10 days, it was only natural that he was excited. Apart from that, it seems like I don't need to deal with Su Jing, the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion. Duan Lingtian muttered to himself when he recalled the matter he had told Gu Li earlier. With the Mystical Sky Mansion's interference, the Rising Sky Mansion would definitely not end well this time. As the person involved, Su Jing would definitely not be able to escape death. When a divine saint stage powerhouse mainly cultivated their spiritual energy and divine consciousness, they would be able to cast the soul-searching secret tactic and easily pry open the mouth of others. Naturally, there were very few divine saint stage powerhouses like that. If it was a powerhouse at the exemplary saint stage or above, even if they did not cultivate their spiritual energy and divine consciousness, they would still be able to cast the soul-searching secret tactic easily. With the soul-searching secret tactic, there was no need to worry about Su Jing not opening his mouth. Chapter 1759. In the mystical sky mansion, even if there were no divine saint stage powerhouses who mainly cultivated spiritual energy and divine consciousness, there was no lack of refined saint stage powerhouses. For this reason, it was not a big deal for the mystical sky mansion to use the soul-searching secret tactic. However, the Saint Martial Secret Zone will open in 10 days. Even if the mystical sky mansion wants to make a move on the rising sky mansion, I'm afraid they'll have to wait until we come out of the Saint Martial Secret Zone. Duan Lingtian had heard that the mansion master of Mystical Sky Mansion would personally oversee the opening of the Saint Martial Secret Zone. Put aside the fact that the Mystical Sky Mansion would not make a move on the Rising Sky Mansion at this juncture, even if the Saint Martial Secret Zone did not open, the Mystical Sky Mansion would still need some time to come up with a plan to deal with the Rising Sky Mansion. Although the Rising Sky Mansion was not as powerful as the Mystical Sky Mansion, as a fourth-rate force it was not easy to deal with. If they fought head-on, even if the Mystical Sky Mansion managed to annihilate the Rising Sky Mansion, they would definitely suffer some losses. Naturally, it would not hurt the Mystical Sky Mansion at all. However, if they were prepared, the Mystical Sky Mansion would be able to annihilate the Rising Sky Mansion without suffering any losses. This was the strength of a quasi-third-rate force. Wait a minute! Just as Duan Lingtian stepped into the room, a woman's voice sounded from behind him. Without turning his head, Duan Lingtian could tell who the owner of the voice was. It was none other than Wang Feixian. Is there anything? Duan Lingtian turned around and looked at Wang Feixian with a smile. After what happened earlier, Duan Lingtian had completely acknowledged Wang Feixian as a friend. Although Wang Feixian was only a woman, her sense of responsibility surpassed many men. When he was facing Zhao Baiju and Zhao Heitu, Wang Feixian knew she was not a match for them, but she still wanted to stand out and go through thick and thin with him. Upon seeing Duan Lingtian smiling at her, Wang Feixian blushed slightly. She naturally noticed the obvious change in Duan Lingtian's attitude towards her. To her, this was something to be happy about. Actually, it's nothing much. I just wanted to ask you, did you know Senior Martial Brother Gu Li long ago? Wang Feixian said. No, I don't. Duan Lingtian shook his head. In that case, what Senior Martial Brother Gu Li said is true. Did he really not know you before today? And the reason why he helped you was because of your talent and because he found you to his liking? Wang Feixian believed Duan Lingtian's words. Because of this, she couldn't help but widen her eyes in shock. That's not entirely the case. Duan Lingtian did not hide the truth from Wang Feixian. You should still remember the senior who guarded the Heaven Palace's spirit pool, right? He's the master of Senior Martial Brother Gu Li's father. He's also Senior Martial Brother Gu Li's Grand Master. That's why Senior Martial Brother Gu Li took notice of me. Today, he came for me because he wanted to see me. As for the reason why he helped me in the end, it's because I'm to his liking as well. Duan Lingtian finished his sentence in one breath. That senior is actually Guardian Gu's master? After hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Wang Feixian could not help but gasp. Her voice was trembling slightly. It was obvious she was shocked. Guardian Gu was Gu Li's father. He was also one of the two great guardians of the Mystical Sky Mansion. In the Mystical Sky Mansion, the position of the two great guardians was only second to the mansion master. Correspondingly, their strength was only second to the mansion master as well. After a while, Wang Feixian finally regained her senses. She looked at Duan Lingtian again and said, There's another thing that I came to look for you about. It's about the other person from the Sky Hurdle Mansion. Just like Renfei, he didn't get a chance to enter the Saint Martial Secret Zone as well. For this reason, I'm afraid you won't be able to return the favor you owe their senior this time. Alright, Duan Lingtian nodded. He was not surprised by this since he was not sure if the other person from the Sky Hurdle Mansion would be able to enter the Saint Martial Secret Zone or not. Since I've already told you about this matter, I won't disturb you anymore. You should focus on your cultivation. See you in 10 days. After she was done talking, Wang Feixian bade farewell to Duan Lingtian and left. Duan Lingtian also returned to his room and immediately entered the third level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. 10 days outside was equivalent to 50 days in the third level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. In other words, it was almost 2 months. 2 months was more than enough for Duan Lingtian to raise his cultivation base and comprehend the Supreme Sword Tao mental cultivation method, the Sovereign Heart Sword. While Duan Lingtian was cultivating, the mystical sky mansion that seemed peaceful was filled with undercurrents. After Gu Li parted ways with Duan Lingtian, he went to look for his father, Gu Xiayun, one of the 2 great guardians of the mystical sky mansion. Li Er, why are you looking for me in such a hurry? Is there anything? If it was someone else who had woken him up from his cultivation, he would have been furious. However, since the person who had woken him up was his only son, not only was he not angry, but he even asked with a gentle smile on his face. Father, I didn't mean to disturb your cultivation, it's just that this matter is too important. When Gu Li reached the end of his sentence, his expression was solemn and solemn. Oh, what's the matter? Gu Xiayun knew his only son very well. If it was not something important, he would not be so solemn. Perhaps, Gu Xiayun was influenced by Gu Li, but his expression turned solemn as well. In front of his father, Gu Li, who had obtained Duan Lingtian's permission, naturally, did not conceal anything. He told his father about Duan Lingtian's speculation in full detail. Su Jing, the vice mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion, the Devil Dao cultivation method that contains the soul congregation technique. After listening to Gu Li's words, Gu Xiayun's eyes narrowed immediately. As one of the 2 great guardians of mystical sky mansion and Gu Li's father, Gu Xiayun's knowledge was, naturally, higher than Gu Li. He had a better understanding of the soul congregation technique. He knew it was a technique that could grant a devil cultivator a second life. In the Dao Martial Saint land, a Devil Dao cultivation method that contained the soul congregation technique was extremely rare. It was almost impossible to find it in the lower province. Usually, it would only exist in the upper province where there were many powerhouses. However, he had learned from his son that such a Devil Dao cultivation method had also appeared in the WCI subterranean. Gu Xiayun's breathing quickened immediately. If that kind of demonic cultivation method was found, it would be condemned by the world and inhumane. Once it was discovered, it must be destroyed. If it was not inhumane, it would undoubtedly be a great opportunity for the mystical sky mansion if they obtained it. Perhaps, with this Devil Dao cultivation method, the mystical sky mansion would be able to produce many powerful devil cultivators in the future. It might even be possible for the mystical sky mansion to compete with the Mountainshade Black Market and the Azure Cloud Mansion and become a top force in the WCI subterranean. In the WCI subterranean, in the opinion of ordinary people, quasi-third-rate forces were the top forces. However, in truth, there were only 2 forces that were at the top of the WCI subterranean. Chapter 1760. P.S. Don't be in a hurry to play after reading it. Remember to vote for the monthly ticket first. From now on, you can enjoy double the monthly ticket for the 515 Fan Festival. You can also take a look at the other activities that give out red packets. This is a serious matter. I must report this to Lord Mansion Master personally. Gu Xiayun said solemnly, Li Er, follow me to see Lord Mansion Master. Yes, Father. Gu Li replied and followed Gu Xiayun to see the Mansion Master of Mystical Sky Mansion. At the same time, Zhao Ji had also arrived at the main mansion of Mystical Sky Mansion. The first thing he did was to complain to his father. Father, that Gu Li has gone too far. Zhao Ji looked at the middle-aged man in front of him with shame and indignation. His eyes were burning with hatred and indignation. That new disciple, Ling Tian, actually slapped me twice in front of so many people. Not only does he not respect me, but he also doesn't respect you, Father. The middle-aged man was dressed in a light green long robe. His appearance was 50% to 60% similar to Zhao Ji. He was none other than Zhao Ji's father, Zhao Deng. He was also one of the vice mansion masters of Mystical Sky Mansion. What happened? Zhao Deng was a protective person. Moreover, Zhao Ji was his only son. Due to this reason, he was furious when he heard Zhao Ji's words. Zhao Ji was excited when he saw his father was angry, because he knew that as long as his father was angry, he would definitely stand up for him. Due to this reason, Zhao Ji quickly told his father everything that had happened today. He told the truth and did not try to hide his good-for-nothing image at all. Of course, the reason why he was so casual was because he knew that even if he told the truth, his father would still stand up for him. In his father's eyes, not to mention bullying, even if he killed someone, his father would still clean up after him and settle everything for him. Gu Li doesn't know him, but he still helped him? Zhao Deng's expression turned grave when he heard his son's story. If it was another Mystical Sky Mansion's disciple, he would have asked someone to call him over and teach him a lesson. However, that person was Gu Li. Not only was Gu Li the strongest person on the Mystical Sky ranking, but he was also the only son of Guardian Gu Xiaiyun of Mystical Sky Mansion. Since Gu Xiaiyun had a son at an old age, everyone in the Mystical Sky Mansion knew how much he doted on Gu Li. If he wanted to lay a finger on Gu Li, Gu Xiaiyun would definitely fight him to the death. Although he was the vice mansion master of Mystical Sky Mansion in terms of status and strength, he was far from being comparable to Gu Xiaiyun. Gu Xiaiyun was at the same level as his father. It's impossible that Gu Li doesn't know him. Zhao Ji said angrily, "Father, think about it. If Gu Li really doesn't know Ling Tian, why would he stand up for him for no reason? Even if it's as Gu Li said, he didn't know Ling Tian and only helped him because he found Ling Tian pleasing to the eye. However, that Ling Tian actually slapped me twice in public and embarrassed me in front of everyone. If he didn't have someone to rely on, would he dare to do that? In fact, he wasn't facing me at that time. He was facing Senior Brother Bai Ju and Senior Brother Hey Tuesday. He's just a martial cultivator at the peak of the refined saint stage, but he's still able to remain so calm in the face of Senior Brother Bai Ju and Senior Brother Hey Tuesday. If it's not because of Gu Li's support, what else could it be? The more he spoke, the angrier he became. "Dear." Zhao Deng looked at Zhao Ji and said in a deep voice, "You should know about Gu Li's identity as well. Even father can't lay a finger on him." "Father, I know about this." Zhao Ji nodded angrily. "It's fine if we don't lay a finger on Gu Li. After all, his father is Guardian Gu." However, when I think about how Ling Tian is safe and sound, I can't take this lying down. Isn't it just because his innate talent is slightly higher? If he doesn't have an identity, won't he be even more unruly in the future when he has an identity? Today he still has no identity, but he dared to slap me twice in public. If he has an identity in the future, won't he be able to trample me under his feet? When Zhao Ji reached the end of his sentence, he looked at Zhao Deng and said worriedly, "Father, don't tell me Lord Mansion Master really intends to take Ling Tian as his direct disciple? If he really becomes Lord Mansion Master's disciple, not only will he crush me in terms of strength, but he'll also crush me in terms of background. Based on his attitude today, I'm afraid I won't be able to stay in the Mystical Sky Mansion anymore if he gains power." When Zhao Ji reached the end of his sentence, he had a bitter and helpless expression on his face as he lowered his head. Zhao Deng didn't notice that when Zhao Ji lowered his head, Zhao Ji's eyes flashed with a cunning gleam of success. "Humph!" When Zhao Deng heard how aggrieved Zhao Ji sounded, his expression turned grave as though it was covered with a layer of frost. He's merely a new disciple who has just entered our Mystical Sky Mansion, but he's already so arrogant. What would happen if he gains power? "Father, I don't want to leave the Mystical Sky Mansion." Zhao Ji raised his head. Tears could be seen in his eyes, making him look extremely pitiful. "Dear, you can rest assured. Since Ling Tian is so blind as to go against you, I naturally won't sit back and do nothing. However, that Ling Tian's innate talent is indeed outstanding. It'll be a pity if we really suppress him." When Zhao Deng reached the end of his sentence, His tone changed. Father. Zhao Ji became anxious when he heard Zhao Deng's words. Based on his father's tone, it seemed like he did not have the heart to suppress Ling Tian. How could he not be anxious? Don't worry. The way he treated you means he's already standing on the opposite side of our Zhao clan. No matter how much your grandfather and I cherish talents, we won't allow him to enter the Zhao clan. If such a genius doesn't enter the Zhao clan, he'll be a hidden danger to us. When Zhao Deng reached the end of his sentence, his eyes gleamed coldly. We must get rid of such a hidden danger. Let's kill him before he grows up. When Zhao Ji heard Zhao Deng's resolute words, he sighed in relief inwardly. Things were finally developing in the direction he had expected. Father, you haven't answered my question. Suddenly, Zhao Ji seemed to have recalled something. His expression turned solemn as he asked, will Lord Mansion Master really take a liking to his innate talent and accept him as his direct disciple? I won't lie to you. There's an 80% chance that Lord Mansion Master will publicly accept Ling Tian as his direct disciple after all of you come out from the St. Martial Secret Zone. In fact, he might even become his last disciple. Zhao Deng said solemnly. Last disciple? When Zhao Deng's words entered Zhao Ji's ears, it was as though a bolt from the blue had struck him. The last disciple of Lord Mansion Master on top of that. He knew very well what this meant. Father, no, we can't let him become Lord Mansion Master's last disciple. Zhao Ji was in a complete panic. He could imagine that once Ling Tian became the last disciple of Lord Mansion Master of Mystical Sky Mansion, his title as the strongest person among the second generation in Mystical Sky Mansion would change. Moreover, with the conflict between him and Ling Tian, would Ling Tian let him go so easily? Don't panic. When Zhao Deng saw how anxious Zhao Ji was, he immediately comforted him. Even if Ling Tian wants to become Lord Mansion Master's direct disciple or his last disciple, it'll only happen after he comes out from the St. Martial Secret Zone. Go and call your eldest senior brother over. I'll make the arrangements. Yes, father. Although Zhao Ji did not know what his father's plan was, he still obediently went to look for his eldest senior brother. Zhao Ji's eldest senior brother was Zhao Deng's eldest disciple. He was also ranked third on the Mystical Sky ranking. Similar to Gu Li, he was also a martial cultivator at the peak of the Eminent Saint stage. Naturally, although they were both at the peak of the Eminent Saint stage, his strength was slightly weaker than Gu Li's. Zhao Ji's eldest senior brother was called Wei Wei. He had the appearance of a middle-aged man with a short and muscular body. His eyes were bright and piercing, and his thick eyebrows made him look majestic and imposing. Master is looking for me? When Wei Wei learned that Zhao Deng was looking for him, he did not dare to be negligent. He immediately stopped cultivating and followed Zhao Ji to see Zhao Deng. Along the way, he did not forget to ask, Little junior brother, do you know why Master is looking for me? Eldest senior brother, Father must be looking for you because he wants you to stand up for me, Zhao Ji replied. Wei Wei's expression darkened. What's going on? Wei Wei's expression turned grave as flames of anger rose in his eyes. Someone actually dared to bully his little junior brother. That person was really seeking death. As Zhao Deng's eldest disciple, Wei Wei respected Zhao Deng so much that he revered him like a god. Due to this reason, he had always doted on Zhao Ji, Zhao Deng's only son, and treated him like his own younger brother. Now that he heard Zhao Ji was being bullied, and this matter had even alerted his master, how could he not be furious? After listening to Zhao Ji's story, Wei Wei's expression turned even graver. I've also heard of that Ling Tian. Initially, I thought our Mystical Sky Mansion would have an amazing person. I didn't expect him to be so arrogant and condescending. Even if such a person grows up in the future, it might not be a good thing for our Mystical Sky Mansion. However, since Gu Li is so protective of him, it's obvious they have a special relationship. With Gu Li around, I'm afraid it won't be easy for me to make a move on him. Although Wei Wei really wanted to teach that Ling Tian a lesson and stand up for his junior brother, he would not be able to do so. However, if that Ling Tian had Gu Li's protection, he would not be able to make a move on him since he was not a match for Guli. Eldest senior brother, I'm aware of what you just said. However, since father has asked me to bring you to see him, I'm sure he must have a plan. Zhao Ji had long thought of what Wei Wei had said. However, he still chose to believe in his father. Yes, I believe in master. Wei Wei nodded. He trusted his master unconditionally. Master. However, just as Wei Wei and Zhao Ji were about to greet Zhao Deng, before Zhao Deng could even speak, a slightly anxious voice sounded from outside. You're right. Lord Vice Mansion Master. Lord Mansion Master has asked for you to come over immediately. The urgent voice resonated in the air. Based on the voice, one could tell it was an urgent matter. Due to this reason, Zhao Deng prepared to go over immediately. However, before he left, he did not forget to look at Wei Wei and Zhao Ji. Ji, both of you wait here for my return. I'll go and see Lord Mansion Master first. Thank you for all your support. I hope you can give your support to the Writers' Hall of Honor and the Writers' Hall of Honor and the overall selection of works this time. Apart from that, there are also some red packets and gift bags. Take them and continue to subscribe. Chapter 1761. Yes, Master. Yes, Father. After Wei Wei and Zhao Ji sent Zhao Deng off, they obediently stayed in Zhao Deng's residence and waited for his return. The wait lasted for an entire afternoon. However, both of them did not dare to complain. Zhao Deng only returned when the sun set in the west and evening arrived. When he returned, Zhao Deng's expression remained the same. One could not tell if he was happy or angry. However, his eyes shone strangely. Father, you're finally back. Zhao Ji was excited when he saw Zhao Deng had returned. Now, can you tell me how you want eldest senior brother to help me deal with that Ling Tian? Let's put aside the matter about Ling Tian for now. However, this was the only thing Zhao Ji received in response to his father's words. After Zhao Deng finished speaking, he no longer cared about Zhao Ji, whose expression changed immediately. He immediately looked at Wei Wei and said, Wei, there's nothing else. You may leave now. Yes, master. Although Wei Wei did not know what had happened that caused his master to dismiss the idea of dealing with that Ling Tian, he still listened to his master's words. Therefore, he immediately left and returned to his residence in the main mansion. When Wei Wei left, Zhao Ji opened his mouth. However, before he could speak, Zhao Deng glared at him and interrupted him. Zhao Ji was not a fool. Naturally, he could tell that his father was worried. At this moment, he obediently kept his mouth shut. However, a hint of unwillingness and curiosity could be seen in his eyes. When Wei Wei's silhouette finally disappeared from his sight, Zhao Ji could no longer hold it in. He immediately looked at Zhao Deng and asked anxiously, Father, what's the matter? Why did you send eldest senior brother away? Also, why did you put aside the matter about that Ling Tian for now? He humiliated me in public. Humiliating me is equivalent to humiliating you. Father. Sir, I know you hate that Ling Tian a lot. In fact, I also want him to disappear from this world. Zhao Deng shook his head and quickly asked, Do you know why Lord Mansion Master summoned me so urgently? Could it be because of that Ling Tian? Upon hearing Zhao Deng's words, Zhao Ji's expression changed drastically. Could it be that Lord Mansion Master has spoken to protect that Ling Tian and forbade you from interfering? That's not it. Zhao Deng shook his head. This time, Lord Mansion Master is in a hurry to look for me mainly because of the Rising Sky Mansion. However, that Ling Tian contributed quite a bit in this matter. If our Zhao clan were to make things difficult for Ling Tian at this time, the Manor Lord would definitely not be happy. Before I came back, I've already discussed this with your grandfather. We won't touch Duan Ling Tian for the time being. We'll talk about this again after the matter with the Rising Sky Mansion is settled. Zhao Deng continued. Grandpa? He knows too? Zhao Ji glared at him. I was summoned by the Lord Mansion Master today. Your grandfather and a few other Vice Mansion Masters were also summoned. Of course, Gu Xiaoyun and Gu Li were also summoned. Zhao Deng said. Gu Li was there as well? Zhao Ji frowned. Although I don't know what the Mystical Sky Mansion is going to do to the Rising Sky Mansion, since the Lord Mansion Master has summoned the 2 Great Guardians and a few Vice Mansion Masters of the Mystical Sky Mansion, I'm sure it's not a trivial matter. How could Gu Li be qualified to be present on such an occasion? This is because Gu Li was the one who told Gu Xiaoyun about this matter. And Gu Xiaoyun told the Lord Mansion Master about it. Zhao Deng said, Father, you're right. I still don't know what's going on. What's the matter that made you temporarily put aside your plan to deal with that Ling Tian? Zhao Ji asked curiously. He really could not figure out what kind of great contribution Ling Tian could make. It's like this. Although the Mansion Master of Mystical Sky Mansion had asked Zhao Deng and the others to keep this matter a secret, Zhao Ji was different from Wei Wei. He was Zhao Deng's only son. Therefore, he did not hide it from him and told Zhao Ji that the young Mansion Master of Rising Sky Mansion, Su Jing, had cultivated a top Devil Dao cultivation method. Soul Congregation Technique? Resurrection from the Dead? Top Devil Dao cultivation method? When Zhao Ji heard about this matter, his breathing quickened involuntarily. If he could cultivate such a Devil Dao cultivation method, wouldn't his strength increase in a short period of time? It would be impossible for him to surpass Ling Tian. After all, Su Jing, the young Mansion Master of Rising Sky Mansion, was able to break through to the peak of the Refined Saint stage from the early Refined Saint stage in just a year because he had obtained that Devil Dao cultivation method. If I can cultivate that Devil Dao cultivation method, it won't be a problem for me to break through to the Eminent Saint stage in just a year. Zhao Ji was very confident about this. When Zhao Deng saw his son's gleaming eyes, how could he not know what was on his son's mind? He immediately reminded him, it's fine if Su Jing cultivates an ordinary Devil Dao cultivation method, since you'll have a chance to cultivate it. However, if Su Jing doesn't cultivate an ordinary Devil Dao cultivation method but an inhumane one, Lord Mansion Master won't allow anyone to cultivate it. Zhao Ji nodded. However, inwardly he did not agree or disagree. It's fine as long as I can become stronger. As for inhumane ones, I don't care. As long as I can raise my strength to the point where I can crush Ling Tian, so what if everyone in the world dies? This was Zhao Ji's true thoughts. As long as he could raise his cultivation base, he would not hesitate to use any means and disregard any consequences. Father, what do you plan to do now? Zhao Ji coveted the Devil Dao cultivation method that Su Jing cultivated. Due to this reason, he kept mentioning the matter of going to the Rising Sky Mansion to snatch Su Jing's Devil Dao cultivation method. Lord Mansion Master hasn't said what we're going to do. We'll have to wait until all of you come out from the Saint Martial Secret Zone. Only then will Lord Mansion Master be free to do anything, Zhao Deng said. Zhao Ji was shocked. Lord Mansion Master is going to personally make a move? Zhao Ji was taken aback. In fact, the Lord Mansion Master of their Mystical Sky Mansion had not made a move for many years. However, he was prepared to make a move this time. Our opponent is the Rising Sky Mansion. If Lord Mansion Master isn't here, even if we strike first to gain the upper hand, we'll still suffer quite a bit of damage. The strength of the Rising Sky Mansion's Mansion Master is not inferior to your grandfather. In our Mystical Sky Mansion, only Lord Mansion Master is able to suppress him completely, Zhao Deng said. However, even if he had the Jasper Celestial Sword, he did not dare to use it in front of others. The temptation of the Jasper Celestial Sword was not any less than the Devil Seal Tablet. Unless it was a matter of life and death, he would not risk using the Jasper Celestial Sword in front of others. If he did not use the Jasper Celestial Sword, he was definitely not a match for Wei Wei. Wei Wei might not dare to kill him due to the Mystical Sky Mansion's rules, but he would definitely dare to injure him. Chapter 1762. In the next 10 days, the mystical Sky Mansion's Heaven Palace and the entire mystical Sky Mansion was engulfed by a shocking news. The true origin in Ling Tian's body and the territory he mastered are exactly the same as Li Fei, the strongest person on the Rising Sky ranking in the Rising Sky Mansion's district. Li Fei is his senior brother who has broken through to the Eminent Saint stage and has gone to the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. When this news spread out, it swept through the entire mystical Sky Mansion like a hurricane. Those who were not in closed-door cultivation were shocked. Then, there were people who questioned the authenticity of this news. However, with the disciples from the Sky Hurdle Mansion and the Raging Wave Mansion present, they quickly obtained the answer. For a time, the entire mystical Sky Mansion was in an uproar. Have you heard? Ling Tian is the junior brother of Li Feng, who appeared in the Rising Sky Mansion's district. Is this true? Of course it's true. Everyone in the mansion is talking about it now. No wonder such monstrous geniuses like Li Feng and Ling Tian appeared in our WCI Subterranean in just a few years. As it turns out, they're senior brothers. That's not all. I also heard that Ling Tian and Li Feng's master is a powerhouse from the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Li Feng went to the upper province to look for his master. Sooner or later, Ling Tian will also go to the upper province to look for his master. What? Ling Tian has a master? Similar news could be heard everywhere in the mystical Sky Mansion. Ling Tian is Li Feng's junior brother? When Wang Fei Xian heard this news, she immediately went to look for Duan Ling Tian. However, she discovered Duan Ling Tian was in closed-door cultivation. She suppressed the curiosity in her heart and turned around to return. I'll have to ask him when the Saint Martial Secret Zone opens. When Wang Fei Xian heard this news, it was only natural that the others had heard about it as well. Junior brother Ling Tian is actually Li Feng's junior brother? Wang Pai was shocked by this news. Ling Tian actually has a master? Xiao Yi, the vice palace master of Heaven Palace, frowned. He knew the mansion master of Mystical Sky Mansion intended to take Duan Ling Tian in as his direct disciple or even his last disciple. However, once this news spread, the mansion master of Heaven's Mansion, the mansion master of Mystical Heaven Mansion might mansion. After all, the mansion master of Mystical Sky Mansion wanted to take Ling Tian as his disciple because he hoped Ling Tian would be able to strengthen the Mystical Sky Mansion. However, now that they found out Ling Tian would head to the upper province to look for his master just like Li Feng, it was not realistic for them to ask Ling Tian to stay in the Mystical Sky Mansion and help out. Moreover, Ling Tian already had a master. Moreover, his master was a powerhouse from the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. The mansion master of Mystical Sky Mansion would definitely take this into consideration and not take Duan Ling Tian in as his direct disciple, let alone his last disciple. What a pity for such a genius. Xiaoyi sighed. While Xiaoyi felt that it was a pity, on the other side, someone was wild with joy. Father, have you heard? Ling Tian is actually Li Feng's junior brother. Moreover, he has a master from the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. It seems like Lord Mansion Master won't take him in as his disciple anymore. After Zhao Ji learned about this, he immediately went to look for his father, Zhao Deng. I can't believe that Ling Tian has a master from the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. His master must be extremely powerful. Otherwise, it's impossible for him to nurture two monstrous geniuses at the same time. Zhao Deng sighed. So what if his master is a powerhouse from the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land? As long as we do it discreetly, his master won't be able to find out about us at all. Zhao Ji said fiercely as his eyes flashed fiercely. Indeed, Zhao Deng nodded. After this matter with the Rising Sky Mansion comes to an end, I'll arrange for Ling Tian to be killed. At that time, we'll just create an illusion that he's missing. Nobody will investigate a dead person. No matter how high his innate talent is, he's not completely loyal to the Mystical Sky Mansion. At that time, even if his master leaves the upper province and comes to the lower province, it'll be a long time later. Even if his master wants to investigate, he won't be able to find out anything. Zhao Ji smiled sinisterly. Naturally, Duan Lingtian was unaware of the commotion in the mystical sky mansion and the collusion between the father and son from the Zhao clan. It was only until the day the St. Martial secret zone opened that Duan Lingtian left the third level of the Seven Treasures exquisite pagoda and returned to his room. He opened the door and walked out. "You've finally come out of closed-door cultivation." As soon as Duan Lingtian walked out, a familiar voice entered his ears. Without looking, he could tell it was Wang Feixian's voice. "So early." Duan Lingtian looked at Wang Feixian and greeted her with a smile. "It's not early anymore. The sun is already out." Wang Feixian looked at the rising sun in the horizon and said to Duan Lingtian, "Oh, right." Suddenly, Wang Feixian's eyes gleamed as her expression turned solemn. "Recently, there's a rumor in the mystical sky mansion. It's spreading like wildfire. The rumor says you're Li Feng's junior brother, and you have a master in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Is that true?" "That's right." Upon hearing Wang Feixian's words, Duan Lingtian nodded. "You don't seem surprised at all. Don't tell me you already know this news has spread in the mystical sky mansion? Haven't you been in closed-door cultivation for the past 10 days? Wang Feixian asked in bewilderment. "I didn't know this news had spread in the mystical sky mansion. However, since someone knows about this, it's only a matter of time before it spreads." Duan Lingtian shrugged and said with an indifferent expression. Previously, he had told Renfei about this because he wanted Renfei to spread the news. The main reason he did this was because he did not want the mansion master of Mystical Sky Mansion to accept him as a direct disciple. Apart from that, he also wanted the mansion master of Mystical Sky Mansion to know that he would not stay in the Mystical Sky Mansion for long. He would leave for the upper province to look for his made-up master. Naturally, his master was a made-up story. However, it was true that he was going to the upper province. However, he was not going to look for his master. Instead, he was going to look for his fiancée, Kerr, and their child. How can you be so calm at such a time? After the two of them appeared, their eyes shifted to the other side of the sky in unison. "Welcome, Lord Palace Master." Following that, Xiao Yi and Wang Pai bowed in unison. Their voices were filled with humility. "Welcome, Lord Palace Master." At this moment, the others present on the scene finally regained their senses and bowed in the direction of the sky in the distance. The Palace Master of Heaven Palace. Chapter 1763. Under the watchful eyes of Duan Lingtian, a figure finally appeared in the sky in the distance. The Palace Master of Heaven Palace was an old man with a medium build and white hair. Apart from his white eyebrows, he had a goatee on his chin. He looked kind and amiable, but his eyes gleamed brightly as though they were telling others that he was not simple. The Palace Master of Heaven Palace wore a long gray robe as he hovered in the air. No matter how the wind blew, his robe did not move at all. "You're Ling Tian?" Under the watchful eyes of the others, the Palace Master of Heaven Palace looked at Duan Lingtian. A hint of gentleness could be seen in his eyes that were gleaming brightly. "Palace Master." Duan Lingtian nodded his head slightly. "That's right." The Palace Master of Heaven Palace nodded as a smile appeared on his face. Then, he retracted his gaze and said nonchalantly, "Since everyone is here, let's go." Under the lead of the Palace Master of Heaven Palace, Vice Palace Master Xiao Yi and his disciple Wang Pai followed closely behind. As for Duan Lingtian and the others, they followed behind Xiao Yi and Wang Pai as they made their way to the main mansion. The entrance to the Mystical Sky Mansion's St. Martial secret zone was in the main mansion. It seems like Lord Palace Master values Ling Tian a lot as well. That's right. There are so many Heaven Palace's disciples, but he only called out to Ling Tian. He didn't even bother with the others, including Zhao Ji. As expected of the strongest person among the younger generation in our mystical sky mansion. He's really extraordinary. Apart from the Heaven Palace's disciples who were watching the show at the peak of the Heaven Palace, many of the Heaven Palace's disciples who followed Duan Lingtian to the main mansion could not help but whisper among themselves. Hearing those whispers, the others were still fine and did not show any abnormal reactions. However, that Zhao Ji's expression turned completely gloomy. He was the son of the Vice Mansion Master of Mystical Sky Mansion, and his grandfather was one of the two great guardians of Mystical Sky Mansion. If it was in the past, he would be the one favored by the heavens, the focus of everyone's attention. However, due to the appearance of Duan Lingtian, he had become the target of neglect. For someone like him who was extremely prideful, this was undoubtedly unacceptable. Thus, when Zhao Ji looked at Duan Lingtian again, the hatred in his eyes deepened. Although Duan Lingtian did not deliberately pay attention to Zhao Ji's gaze, he could still feel it. However, he didn't care at all. To him, the current Zhao Ji was like a mad dog that was biting people by the roadside. If he were to argue with a mad dog, it would make him look inferior. Fortunately, Zhao Ji did not know what Duan Lingtian was thinking. Otherwise, he would have vomited blood in anger. Under the lead of the Heavenly Palace Master, Duan Lingtian and the others arrived at a spacious area behind the main mansion. When they arrived, they saw that there was already a group of people there. Duan Lingtian had an impression of the person behind the leader. It was the Vice Palace Master of the Yellow Palace. Senior Brother Zhu, your Heavenly Palace is very early. It was obvious that the leader of the group was the Palace Master of the Yellow Palace. When he saw the group of people from the Heavenly Palace, he took the initiative to greet them. The person he greeted was none other than the Palace Master of the Heavenly Palace, Zhu Luqi. Junior Brother Qian, your Yellow Palace is even earlier than us. Zhu Luqi said with a faint smile in front of the Palace Master of the Yellow Palace. Qian Pingsheng. This must be Ling Tian, right? I've long heard of your great name. Now that I've met you today, you're indeed a man of striking appearance. Soon after, Qian Pingsheng's eyes landed on Duan Lingtian. Although he had never seen Duan Lingtian before, the Vice Palace Master behind him had seen him before. Therefore, with the Vice Palace Master's reminder, he easily knew who Lingtian was. Thank you for your compliment, Palace Master Qian. The other party was the Palace Master of the Yellow Palace after all. Naturally, Duan Lingtian did not dare to slight him. Seeing this scene, Zhao Ji's eyes turned red with jealousy. He, Zhao Ji, was, after all, the son of a Vice Palace Master, the grandson of a protector. Yet, this Yellow Palace's Palace Master acted as if he simply did not see him at all. Instead, he was showing a lot of favor to this unknown country boy. Naturally, although Zhao Ji was angry, he vented all of his anger on Duan Lingtian. Not only was the Palace Master of the Yellow Palace a Palace Master in the Mystical Sky Mansion, but he was also a Vice Mansion Master. In terms of status, he was not inferior to his father. In fact, his father's status was even lower than the Palace Master of the Yellow Palace. In the Mystical Sky Mansion, the Palace Masters of the Heaven, Earth, Mystical, and Yellow Palaces were also Vice Mansion Masters. Apart from guarding the Mystical Sky Mansion, their responsibility was to govern the four palaces. The four palaces were the foundation of the Mystical Sky Mansion, and they could not afford to lose them. For this reason, they were all managed by the four Vice Mansion Masters with the highest seniority and strength. These Palace Masters were from the same generation as Zhao Ji's grandfather. Although they were not as strong as Zhao Ji's grandfather, they were stronger than Zhao Ji's father. Among the four Palace Masters, Zhu Luqi, the Palace Master of Heaven Palace, was the most senior and the strongest. In the Mystical Sky Mansion, Zhu Luqi was also widely acknowledged as the fourth strongest person in the Mystical Sky Mansion. His strength was only below that of the Mansion Master and the two Guardians. You're really respected. Even the Palace Master of Yellow Palace took the initiative to greet you. Wang Fei Xian's voice transmission entered Duan Lingtian's ears. If it was in the past, Wang Fei Xian would definitely feel jealous when she said this. However, she felt happy for Duan Lingtian from the bottom of her heart now. 10 days ago, when they were facing two eminent saint stage powerhouses at the peak of Heaven Palace, Duan Lingtian was like her guardian angel as he shielded her behind him. At that moment, Duan Lingtian's actions had touched the softest spot in the depths of her heart. Nobody had ever touched that place before. Duan Lingtian was the first person to touch that place. Perhaps, he was the only woman she had ever met in her life who was able to touch that place. Lingtian, one day, I'll definitely enter your heart and become your woman. Although Wang Fei Xian was a straightforward woman, her beautiful cheeks could not help but blush when this thought appeared in her mind. Naturally, Duan Lingtian was unaware of this. He only treated Wang Fei Xian as a friend who was worth befriending. Soon after, the people from Earth Palace and Mystical Palace arrived one after another. The people in the lead were the Palace Master of Earth Palace and the Palace Master of Mystical Palace. After they arrived, they greeted the Palace Masters of Heaven Palace and Yellow Palace before looking at Duan Lingtian curiously. They were curious about Duan Lingtian, who was widely acknowledged as the strongest person among the younger generation in the Mystical Sky Mansion, even though he had just entered the Mystical Sky Mansion not long ago. After seeing him in person, they couldn't help but sigh in their hearts. Why wasn't such an outstanding genius in the palace under their command? When he saw the Palace Master of Earth Palace and the Palace Master of Mystical Palace were fighting to greet Duan Lingtian, he was so angry that his body began to tremble. It felt as though his heart was going to explode at any moment. Exactly 30 people. Duan Lingtian glanced at the lineup of the Earth Palace, Mystical Palace, and Yellow Palace and discovered there were a total of 20 Saint Stage disciples from the three palaces. Including the 10 people from the Heaven Palace, there were exactly 30 people. At this moment, the Saint Stage disciples from the other three palaces were also sizing up Duan Lingtian. Many of them had dread in their eyes, but there were also many people who had jealousy and envy in their eyes. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. As the four palace masters turned to look at the sky in unison, Duan Lingtian and the others followed suit and looked into the distance as well. In the distant sky, everything was calm in the beginning. However, after a while, the white clouds began to stir before a few figures appeared. One of them was in the lead while the other four followed closely behind. The person in the lead was dressed in a white long robe with golden edges. He had the appearance of a middle-aged man with a jade-like face. When he walked in the air, it seemed as though the air was trembling. Every step he took seemed to be opening up a path that belonged to him. Moreover, the middle-aged man's body emitted an incomparably majestic aura. This aura was even denser than the aura of the four palace masters. His arrival gave people the feeling that he was a monarch arriving at court. At this moment, there was no need for anyone to introduce or explain. Duan Lingtian and the others who had never seen this middle-aged man before had already guessed his identity. He was the mansion master of Mystical Sky Mansion, Meng Qing. As the leader of a quasi-third-rate force, Meng Qing's reputation was extremely high in the WCI subterranean. Before Duan Lingtian came to the Mystical Sky Mansion, he had already heard of his name and knew he was a top powerhouse in the WCI subterranean. His strength was only inferior to the leader of Mountain Shade Black Market and the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion. Such a person was someone who could make the WCI subterranean tremble 3 times with just a stomp of his feet. Due to this reason, even Duan Lingtian had to stop joking around when he faced Duan Lingtian. His expression was solemn. However, when he saw one of the 4 people following behind Meng Qing, he could not help but be stunned. Senior brother Gu Li? Why is he here as well? Moreover, he even came with Lord Mansion Master. Duan Lingtian had long noticed that although the surrounding area was vast, he could not see anyone else. At that time, he had already guessed it must be to prevent others from coming close. If that was not the case, many people would have come to watch the show. Initially, he thought he would not be able to see Gu Li. However, he did not expect Gu Li would come with Mansion Master Meng Qing. Junior brother Ling Tian. At the instant Duan Lingtian noticed Gu Li, Gu Li's voice transmission entered his ears in a timely manner. Senior brother Gu Li, why are you here? Moreover, you even came with the mansion master. Duan Lingtian replied through voice transmission, slightly surprised. Gu Li replied through voice transmission. Speaking of which, it's all thanks to you. Me? Duan Lingtian was confused. It's precisely because of your deduction that after I reported the matter of Su Jing, the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion, to my credit, Lord Mansion Master immediately agreed to my request to join in the fun on the day the St. Martial Secret Zone opens. See, I followed Lord Mansion Master here. I followed him. Gu Li replied through voice transmission. I see. Duan Lingtian finally understood. Ha! Chapter 1764. With just a glance, Duan Lingtian could guess the identity of the middle-aged man who was glaring at him with hostility. It was Zhao Deng, the vice mansion master of Mystical Sky Mansion. He was also Zhao Ji's father. The reason Duan Lingtian was able to recognize him with just a glance was due to his 60 to 70% resemblance to Zhao Ji. It was difficult for him not to recognize him. After guessing the other party's identity, Duan Lingtian did not find it strange that Zhao Deng was glaring at him with hostility. He and Zhao Ji were already like fire and water. It was only normal for Zhao Deng to be displeased with him. As for the other two middle-aged men, Duan Lingtian could guess their identities as well. They must be the other two vice mansion masters of external affairs other than Zhao Deng. There were a total of 9 vice mansion masters in the Mystical Sky Mansion. Other than the 4 vice mansion masters who were the palace masters of the Heaven, Earth, Mystical, and Yellow Palaces, there were another 5 vice mansion masters who were in charge of the Mystical Sky Mansion's external affairs. They were usually stationed outside and would only return to the Mystical Sky Mansion to rest and guard the main mansion when they were on duty. Zhao Deng was one of them. Lord Mansion Master. Soon after, with Zhu Luqi, the Palace Master of Heaven Palace, in the lead, everyone bowed at Mansion Master Meng Qing one after another. Some of the Saint Stage disciples, in particular, were so excited that they could not stop trembling when they found out the middle-aged man before them was the Mansion Master of Mystical Sky Mansion. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian was extremely calm even though this was his first time meeting Mansion Master Meng Qing. Yes. Meng Qing nodded his head nonchalantly when faced with everyone's greetings. Then he shifted his gaze to Zhu Luqi. To be more precise, he was looking at Zhu Luqi and the people from Heaven Palace. Who's Ling Tian? Meng Qing asked after a while. The moment he opened his mouth, he was looking for Duan Lingtian. At once, many pairs of eyes could not help but shift to Duan Lingtian as though they were telling Meng Qing who he was. This is the Ling Tian you're looking for. Mansion Master. Duan Lingtian stepped forward and nodded at Meng Qing as a form of greeting. Previously, he had addressed Zhu Luqi as Hall Master. Now, he addressed Meng Qing as Manor Head. This was a habit that he had developed at some point in time. In his heart, the people that appeared before him were all people that he would surpass one by one. When facing these people, it was truly difficult for him to respectfully address them as Lord like the others. How dare you! All of a sudden, Zhao Deng, who was standing behind Duan Lingtian, shouted furiously. His sharp gaze landed on Duan Lingtian. If his gaze could turn into a blade, he would have cut Duan Lingtian into pieces. Lingtian, how dare you address the Lord Mansion Master as Mansion Master? When you see him, don't tell me you don't know any etiquette? It was not easy for Zhao Deng to find an opportunity to openly make things difficult for Duan Lingtian. Naturally, he would not let it go. Or are you saying that you, Lingtian, have no respect for the Mansion Master at all? Whoosh! The moment Zhao Deng's words left his mouth, the entire place burst into an uproar. Many people felt Zhao Deng was nitpicking. However, there were also many people who felt Zhao Deng's words made sense. It was inappropriate for Duan Lingtian to address Duan Lingtian as Mansion Master. Vice Mansion Master Zhao Deng is Zhao Ji's father. Usually, it's not appropriate for him to lower himself to make things difficult for Lingtian. However, now that he's seized this opportunity, I'm afraid he won't let it go so easily. This should be considered as using his position to avenge a personal grudge, right? Not really. After all, it's indeed inappropriate for Ling Tian to address Lord Mansion Master as Mansion Master. That's right. Lord Mansion Master is the leader of our mystical sky mansion. It's indeed a little disrespectful for Ling Tian to address him as Mansion Master. Regardless of the whispers in the surroundings, there were even more people who looked at Duan Ling Tian with pity in their eyes. This was because Zhao Deng's words were perfectly justified. Nobody could refute it since it would be considered as disrespectful to the Lord Mansion Master. This fellow, junior brother Ling Tian, Wang Feixian and Wang Pai broke out in cold sweat on Duan Lingtian's behalf. This was because Duan Lingtian was currently in a dire situation. Due to Zhao Deng's actions, to a certain extent, he had the moral high ground. Coupled with the fact that he had struck first in front of the Lord Mansion Master, it was extremely disadvantageous to Duan Lingtian. Lord Mansion Master, junior brother Lingtian is definitely not like what Vice Mansion Master Zhao said. Gu Li was also anxious at this moment. He quickly tried to defend Duan Lingtian. Humph! Before Meng Qing, the Mansion Master of Mystical Sky Mansion, could even speak, Zhao Deng had already snorted coldly. Gu Li, I know you're close to Lingtian, but you've crossed the line by defending him at this moment. Don't tell me you're the one who taught him to be disrespectful to Lord Mansion Master? Zhao Deng's words even dragged Gu Li into this matter. It was truly vicious. Gu Li was so infuriated that his expression turned grave. His eyes gleamed fiercely. What a great disrespect to the Mansion Master. What a big accusation. At this moment, Duan Lingtian opened his mouth. He looked at Zhao Deng with a mocking smile on his face as he said unhurriedly, Vice Mansion Master Zhao, right? I'd like to ask you, which rule in the Mystical Sky Mansion states that one must address the Mansion Master as Lord Mansion Master instead of addressing him as Mansion Master? Humph! Even if there's no such rule, it's only right to address Lord Mansion Master as Lord Mansion Master. That's basic courtesy. You're disrespecting Lord Mansion Master by addressing him as Mansion Master directly. Zhao Deng snorted coldly again as he said in an overbearing manner, Vice Mansion Master Zhao, since you keep saying I don't respect the Mansion Master, I'll let you know that I really don't respect the Mansion Master. Duan Lingtian laughed out loud before he continued to speak in a carefree manner. Silence. The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, the entire place fell silent. Only Duan Lingtian's laughter could be heard. Apart from Meng Qing, the Mansion Master of Mystical Sky Mansion, everyone, including Zhao Deng, was stunned. They did not expect Duan Lingtian would suddenly say such a thing. Meng Qing looked at Duan Lingtian quietly. His expression did not change at all. No one knew what was on his mind. What is he trying to do? Wang Feixian was so worried that she was flustered. When she regained her senses, horror dawned on her face. She was so anxious that her heart almost stopped beating. Junior brother Lingtian. Gu Li's face was pale as well. He did not expect his junior brother Lingtian to be so valiant. He actually dared to say something like, I really don't respect the Mansion Master. Wasn't this the same as asking for a gun? In his opinion, such an action was no different from suicide. Even the palace masters of the Heaven, Earth, Mystical, and Yellow Palaces and the vice palace masters behind them could not help but frown. They could not figure out why Duan Lingtian would say something so disrespectful. Duan Lingtian did not seem like a reckless person. Disrespectful. Disrespectful. At this moment, Zhao Deng finally regained his senses. Initially, he thought Duan Lingtian would refute him. He did not expect Duan Lingtian to cooperate with him. It was as though Duan Lingtian was afraid he would not die quickly enough. Lingtian, you're disrespectful to Lord Mansion Master. You're no longer qualified to stay in the Mystical Sky Mansion. Zhao Deng looked at Duan Ling Tian with an indignant expression on his face. It was as though he had done something righteous. Vice Mansion Master Zhao, it doesn't seem like it's up to you to decide whether I'm qualified to stay in the mystical sky mansion or not. Right? Moreover, I haven't even finished speaking, and you're already in a hurry to say that I'm disrespectful. Don't you think you're being too presumptuous? Duan Ling Tian interrupted Zhao Deng with a mocking smile on his face. You even dare to say that you don't respect Lord Mansion Master. Don't tell me you think you'll be able to stay in the mystical sky mansion? Zhao Deng sneered. I've already said that I haven't finished speaking. Duan Ling Tian glanced at Zhao Deng indifferently before he looked at Meng Qing, the person in question, and said confidently, It's true that I don't take the Mansion Master seriously, but I do. Otherwise, I wouldn't have provided such important information to Lord Mansion Master. Don't you think so, Mansion Master? When Duan Ling Tian reached the end of his sentence, he looked at Meng Qing with a smile on his face. You're twisting words. Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words, Zhao Deng's expression turned grave. He did not expect Duan Ling Tian would bring up the matter of the Rising Sky Mansion. Although he knew he had managed to get past Duan Ling Tian, he was still a little unwilling. All right, that's enough. Just as Zhao Deng had expected, after hearing Duan Ling Tian's words, the Mansion Master really did personally stop this farce and said, It's just a title. Some people keep calling me Lord, but they don't seem to respect me at all. Some people don't call me that, but they treat me as a big deal more than others. Based on Meng Qing's words, it was obvious he agreed with Duan Ling Tian's words. At the same time, it was as though he had given Zhao Deng a tight slap. Damn it! Originally, Zhao Ji thought his father would be able to expel Duan Ling Tian from the mystical sky mansion by making things difficult for Duan Ling Tian. However, he did not expect Duan Ling Tian would bring up the matter of the Rising Sky Mansion. He knew very well how important this matter was to the mystical sky mansion. It was definitely a great merit. With this great merit, Lord Mansion Master would definitely not allow his father to expel Ling Tian. However, although he knew this, he was still unwilling to accept this. Information? What's that? I'm not sure. However, it must be some important information. I don't know what it is exactly. Among the people present on the scene, apart from Meng Qing, the Mansion Master of Mystical Sky Mansion, and the 7 Vice Mansion Masters, only Duan Ling Tian, Gu Li, and Zhao Ji knew what was going on. The others, on the other hand, did not know anything. They could not figure out what the information Duan Ling Tian was talking about. No matter what, the farce ended peacefully. Even most of the people present on the scene found it unbelievable. However, this was how it ended. At the same time, the people who were worried for Duan Ling Tian sighed in relief one after another. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. At this moment, along with a series of noises that resonated abruptly, the clouds above everyone's head began to disperse, revealing a vacuum. And in this vacuum area, a small vortex appeared. As the noises grew louder, the tiny whirlpool grew bigger as well. Then, the 3 of them relaxed their bodies and allowed the vortex at the entrance of the St. Martial secret zone that looked like a giant beast's mouth to swallow them. After being swallowed, Duan Ling Tian felt his vision darken. His divine consciousness trembled as it was pulled out of his body by a mysterious force. It shot toward an unknown place at an extremely fast speed. After an unknown amount of time, Duan Ling Tian discovered his divine consciousness had returned to his body. When he opened his eyes, Duan Ling Tian sensed the clone that was exactly the same as his main body. He did not notice anything amiss at all. If it was not for the fact that the spatial ring on his hand was no longer there, he would not have been able to tell if this was his main body or his clone. Everything was so natural. He did not feel anything was wrong at all. Before entering the St. Martial secret zone, Duan Lingtian already knew some of the things that would happen after entering the Saint Martial secret zone. This included his clone being projected and the fact that the spatial ring would not appear on his clone. The fact that the spatial ring would not appear on his clone meant that he could not rely on any external forces in the Saint Martial secret zone other than his own strength and techniques. Naturally, if he obtained any Saint weapons or Dao talismans in the Saint Martial secret zone, he could use them. As for the substantial benefits he obtained in the Saint Martial secret zone, such as Saint weapons and Dao talismans, they would appear next to his main body when he wanted to leave the Saint Martial secret zone. The moment he returned to his main body, those items would also leave the Saint Martial secret zone with his main body. Naturally, if he died in the Saint Martial secret zone, no matter how he died, he would not be able to bring out the substantial benefits he obtained. If one wanted to leave the Saint Martial secret zone, there were two other methods other than dying. One of them was to stand still on the spot and try to communicate with the Saint Martial secret zone with his divine consciousness so that the Saint Martial secret zone would send him out. The other method was to stay in the Saint Martial secret zone for 3 months. At that time, no matter where he was in the Saint Martial secret zone, he would be forcefully sent out by the Saint Martial secret zone. This is the Saint Martial secret zone? After looking around, Duan Lingtian realized he was in a forest. All he could see were towering trees. Under the towering trees, there were dense shrubs. Occasionally, there would be some strange noises coming from behind the shrubs, as though it was warning him of the danger in this place. Roar! In the blink of an eye, accompanied by a roar, a swift black shadow pounced out from the bushes and headed straight for Duan Lingtian. With just a glance, Duan Lingtian saw the red eyes of the black figure. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was a ferocious black wolf. Naturally, it was not an ordinary black wolf. Based on Duan Lingtian's judgment, the Black Wolf's speed was comparable to an early pristine Saint stage powerhouse. Based on its appearance, it was obvious it was a savage beast. Naturally, a savage beast at this level would not pose any threat to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian did not even make any movements. With just a thought, the true origin that surged out of his body transformed into more than 10 golden sword rays that soared across the sky and left fatal bloody holes on the Black Wolf's body. Bang! The Black Wolf's body fell to the ground, causing dust to fill the air. Roar! Roar! As soon as Duan Lingtian killed the Black Wolf, a series of howls reverberated in the air. It seemed to come from all directions. After a while, black figures leaped out from the shrubs around Duan Lingtian. They were savage beasts that looked similar to the Black Wolf that was lying on the ground. A pack of wolves? Duan Lingtian was a little surprised. He did not expect the death of the Black Wolf would attract a pack of wolves. Moreover, the wolves in the pack were all at the pristine saint stage. The weakest one was at the early pristine saint stage, while some were at the intermediate pristine saint stage. However, to Duan Lingtian, there was no difference between the early pristine saint stage and the intermediate pristine saint stage. As the sun true origin in his body surged out, rays of golden sword rays swept across the sky. The black wolves fell one by one, and their blood flowed like a river. The death of these black wolves did not scare the rest of the black wolves away. Instead, it stimulated the bloodlust in their bones, causing them to become even crazier as they charged toward Duan Lingtian one after another. However, no matter how crazed they were, there was only one ending for them, and that was death. In the end, even the Wolf King appeared. It was a black wolf that had a lot of golden fur on its body. Its size was 3 times bigger than an ordinary black wolf, and its cultivation base was at the peak of the pristine saint stage. However, so what if it was at the peak of the pristine saint stage? With Duan Lingtian's current strength that was even stronger than an early eminent saint stage existence, killing a wild beast at the peak of the pristine saint stage was as easy as killing a chicken or cutting grass. Whoosh! With the death of the Wolf King, the battle had finally come to an end. Are these real savage beasts, or are they illusory savage beasts in the illusory formation? This was something that even Duan Lingtian was not certain about. This was because he felt that everything that he came into contact with earlier did not seem fake at all. As for his clone, he did not think that it was fake. This was the reason why he had such doubts. Let's look around and see if I can meet them. When Duan Lingtian thought of Wang Feixian and Lu Jian, he soared up into the air and flew above the forest. He found a direction and moved forward rapidly. Along the way, there were many bird-type savage beasts that attacked him. However, all of them died in his hands in the end. The weakest bird-type savage beasts were only at the peak of the pristine saint stage. They were not a threat to Duan Lingtian at all. I wonder where the rest of them are. When he finally left the forest, what appeared in front of Duan Lingtian was a boundless grassland. A wry smile appeared on his face immediately. How big was this Saint Martial secret zone? While the 10 Heaven Palace's disciples, including Duan Lingtian, were wandering around the Saint Martial secret zone, the 30 Saint Stage disciples from the other 3 palaces had also entered the Saint Martial secret zone one after another at the entrance of the Saint Martial secret zone in the main mansion of Mystical Sky Mansion. At this moment, only the group of Mystical Sky Mansion's high-ranking officials were left outside. Zhao Deng, I heard there seems to be quite a conflict between your son and Ling Tian. If they meet inside, I'm afraid your son will be in big trouble. Qian Pingshang, the palace master of Yellow Palace, looked at Zhao Deng and chuckled. Although they were both vice-mansion masters of Mystical Sky Mansion, Qian Pingshang was from the same generation as Zhao Deng's father. For this reason, he usually treated Zhao Deng as though he was facing a junior. Upon hearing Qian Pingshang's words, Zhao Deng's eyes widened immediately. Meng Qing glanced at Zhao Deng indifferently, causing the latter to feel as though he was sitting on pins and needles. 3 months passed in just a blink of an eye to the Mystical Sky Mansion's high-ranking officials present on the scene. For this reason, they were not in a hurry to leave. Instead, they sat cross-legged in the air with their eyes closed as they waited for the Mystical Sky Mansion's disciples to come out of the Saint Martial secret zone one by one. In just a blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. During these 3 days, no Mystical Sky Mansion's disciples were eliminated from the Saint Martial secret zone. Lord Mansion Lord. At this moment, a voice sounded from afar. After a few moments, an aged figure appeared. It was none other than one of the Mystical Sky Mansion's elders. This Mystical Sky Mansion's elder was the one who was patrolling the main mansion recently. Since he had appeared here to look for the Mansion Lord, he must have something important to tell him. For this reason, the group of Mystical Sky Mansion's high-ranking officials, including Meng Qing, the Mansion Master of Mystical Sky Mansion, opened their eyes one after another. Their gazes landed on the Mystical Sky Mansion's elder, causing him to feel uneasy. Although he was a Mystical Sky Mansion's elder, apart from Gu Li, the person with the lowest status among the group of people before him was the Vice Mansion Master of Mystical Sky Mansion. In front of these people, he did not even dare to breathe loudly. Lord Mansion Lord, someone from the Azure Cloud Mansion is here. Faced with the attention of the Mystical Sky Mansion's high-ranking officials, the Mystical Sky Mansion's elder immediately looked at Meng Qing, the Mansion Master of Mystical Sky Mansion, and reported respectfully, Azure Cloud Mansion? Upon hearing the Mystical Sky Mansion's elder's words, Meng Qing was not the only one who raised an eyebrow. Even the others could not help but narrow their eyes. The Azure Cloud Mansion was a quasi-third-rate force like the Mystical Sky Mansion. Perhaps, in the past, the Azure Cloud Mansion's strength was not much weaker than the Mystical Sky Mansion's strength. However, the strength of the Azure Cloud Mansion today was completely above the Mystical Sky Mansion. Not only that, but it was also comparable to the Mountain Shade Black Market. All of this was because the Azure Cloud Mansion had a new Mansion Master with monstrous strength. Under the leadership of the new Mansion Master, the Azure Cloud Mansion had been rising steadily until today. It had even reached a point where it was comparable to the Mountain Shade Black Market. Ever since the Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion appeared, nobody from the Azure Cloud Mansion had taken the initiative to visit the Mystical Sky Mansion. Due to this reason, the group of Mystical Sky Mansion's high-ranking officials, including Meng Qing, the Mansion Master of Mystical Sky Mansion, found it strange. Why did the Azure Cloud Mansion send someone here all of a sudden? Moreover, it was at this moment. Who's the person who came? Meng Qing asked in a deep voice as he looked at the Mystical Sky Mansion's elder who came forward to report. It's Kumi. When the Mystical Sky Mansion's elder mentioned Kumi's name, his voice trembled slightly. Kumi. Upon hearing the Mystical Sky Mansion's elder's words, other than Meng Qiu who only frowned slightly, horror dawned on the others. Kumi was a notorious person in the Azure Cloud Mansion. Together with another powerful person in the Azure Cloud Mansion, they were known as the Azure Profound Duo. They were the right-hand men of the current Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion. In terms of strength, Kumi and the powerhouse from the Azure Cloud Mansion, Rong Yuan, were not inferior to the two great guardians of the Mystical Sky Mansion. In fact, they might even be slightly stronger. Since Kumi had personally come to the Mystical Sky Mansion, it was definitely not a simple visit. There must be something important. Meng Qing and the others could guess this as well. Go and invite him here. Meng Qing looked at the Mystical Sky Mansion's elder who came forward to report and ordered. If it was the Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion who came personally, Meng Qing would have to personally welcome him. However, the person who came was Kumi. He was not qualified for him, the Mansion Master of Mystical Sky Mansion, to personally welcome him. Yes. The Mystical Sky Mansion's elder responded and left. After he left, apart from Meng Qing and Gu Li, the other Mystical Sky Mansion's Vice Mansion Masters on the scene could not help but discuss among themselves. Kumi from the Azure Cloud Mansion is a ruthless person. Why did he come to our Mystical Sky Mansion? In the Azure Cloud Mansion, Kumi and Rong Yuan's positions are equivalent to the two great guardians of our Mystical Sky Mansion. There must be something important for him to personally come to our Mystical Sky Mansion. Our Mystical Sky Mansion and the Azure Cloud Mansion don't usually have any interactions. I wonder why he came here. Amidst the discussion, the group of Mystical Sky Mansion's Vice Mansion Masters had a hint of dread in their eyes. Even the strongest among them, Zhu Luqi, the Palace Master of Heaven Palace, was filled with dread when he mentioned Kumi. Although he was from the same era as Kumi, he could not help but shudder when he heard about Kumi's ferocious name. In the Mystical Sky Mansion, most likely, only Mansion Master Meng Qing was capable of defeating Kumi in a one-on-one battle. Soon after, the Mystical Sky Mansion's elder returned. Following him was a skinny old man who was completely covered in a black robe. Wherever the black-robed old man passed by, the air seemed to have turned colder. Apart from Meng Qing, the Mansion Master of Mystical Sky Mansion, the others could only feel chills running down their spines when they saw the black-robed old man. This was because the pressure the black-robed old man gave them was too great. It was so great that they could not bear it. Greetings, Mansion Master Meng. The black-robed old man cupped his hands slightly at Meng Qing and nodded indifferently as a form of greeting. Elder Ku, it seems like your strength has improved a lot since the last time we met. Meng Qing exclaimed as he looked at the black-robed old man with a gleam in his eyes. Mansion Master Meng, please don't tease this old man. Even if I've improved in these few years, I'm still not a match for you, Mansion Master Meng. The black-robed old man was Kumi from the Azure Cloud Mansion. As he stood there, he emitted an oppressive aura. Meng Qing was the only one who could ignore this aura. May I know the purpose of your visit, Elder Ku? Meng Qing asked with a smile. He did not take Kumi seriously if he was alone. However, the Azure Cloud Mansion behind Kumi was something he did not dare to offend even if he had a powerful force like the Mystical Sky Mansion under his command. For this reason, he was polite and did not dare to be negligent when he spoke to Kumi. Mansion Master Meng. I know you're a straightforward person, so I won't beat around the bush. The reason I'm here is to meet the new disciple your Mystical Sky Mansion has recently recruited. Kumi did not beat around the bush and did not beat around the bush. New disciple? The moment Kumi's words left his mouth, Meng Qing and the others were stunned. After a while, a figure appeared in their minds simultaneously. The owner of the figure was none other than Duan Lingtian. Naturally, in the eyes of Meng Qing and the others, the owner of the figure was Lingtian. Elder Ku, are you here for Lingtian? Meng Qing asked bluntly. Yes. Kumi nodded. May I know the purpose of your visit for Lingtian, Elder Ku? Meng Qing asked again. Chapter 1767. Mansion Master Meng and everyone present here. If I'm not mistaken, all of you must think I'm trying to poach your mystical Sky Mansion's disciple, right? The moment Kumi opened his mouth, one could see he was a straightforward person who did not like to hide anything. Isn't that the case? This time, before Mansion Master Meng Qing of Mystical Sky Mansion could speak, Zhu Luqi, the Palace Master of Heaven Palace, had already spoken first with a mocking expression on his face. In fact, Ling Tian was a member of the Heaven Palace. If they wanted to poach his disciple, they would have to ask him, the Palace Master of Heaven Palace, for permission. That's not it. Faced with Zhu Luqi's vigilance, Kumi shook his head. Then, under the stunned gazes of Meng Qing and the others, he said nonchalantly, I came here this time just to meet that genius in your mystical Sky Mansion. I don't ask for anything else. As long as I meet him, I'll definitely turn around and leave without any hesitation. Kumi, with your lofty position in the Azure Cloud Mansion, we should believe your words. However, since this concerns Ling Tian, we have to be cautious. You keep saying you only want to meet Ling Tian, but how would we know if you're secretly trying to recruit Ling Tian to your Azure Cloud Mansion through voice transmission? Zhu Luqi was not courteous at all when he spoke. At this moment, there was no need for him to be courteous. When Kumi heard Zhu Luqi's words, he snorted coldly. At once, the temperature seemed to have dropped by a few degrees. I, Kumi, am an upright person. I won't stoop so low to do such a thing. Elder Ku, please don't be angry. Palace Master Zhu didn't mean it. After all, he doesn't know you very well. Meng Qing stepped forward in time to smooth things over. Although he was not afraid of Kumi, he had to be wary of the colossus behind Kumi, the Azure Cloud Mansion. Elder Ku, you're a guest from afar. By right, I should receive you properly. However, I can't leave for the time being. I'm sure you know that since 3 days ago, the Mystical Sky Mansion's St. Martial Secret Zone will open in the next 3 months. According to tradition, we'll have to guard this place. Meng Qing added, It's fine. I only need to wait for that Ling Tian to come out and take a look at him before returning to the Azure Cloud Mansion. It was obvious that he planned to stay here with Meng Qing and the others. You? Upon hearing Kumi's words, Zhu Luqi's expression changed drastically. He wanted to say something but was stopped by Meng Qing. Meng Qing replied through voice transmission, I'm sure you've heard a little about Ling Tian. He has a master in the upper province, and he won't be able to stay in the lower province for long. Even if he decides to join the Azure Cloud Mansion, it won't be a huge loss to us. In fact, we even formed a good relationship with him. That little fellow is a righteous and affectionate person. Meng Qing had specially sent someone to verify the matter regarding Ling Tian. At the same time, he also found out about Renfei from the Sky Hurdle Mansion. He found out that the news Renfei told him was personally told by Duan Lingtian. Apart from that, he also found out that Duan Lingtian wanted to work together with Renfei in the St. Martial Secret Zone in order to help Li Feng return the favor. Unfortunately, Renfei did not live up to expectations and did not manage to obtain a spot to enter the St. Martial Secret Zone. He missed a good opportunity to comprehend a high-grade divine ability relic. Upon hearing Meng Qing's voice transmission, Zhu Luqi fell silent and did not say anything else. Just like that, another person was waiting for the 30 Mystical Sky Mansion's disciples to come out of the St. Martial Secret Zone. Currently, Duan Lingtian was Naturally, unaware that one of his father's capable subordinates, Kumi, had already come to the mystical sky mansion and was waiting for him to come out with mansion master Mengqing and the others. 3 days have passed, and I've only met a few people. Moreover, they're not from the Heaven Palace. After wandering in the St. Martial secret zone for 3 days, many wild beasts had died in the hands of Duan Lingtian. He had also obtained some gains. However, he did not care for those gains. He found them cumbersome, so he did not bring them with him. This was because he was currently a clone. Not only did he not have his spatial ring with him, but he also did not have his 7 treasures exquisite pagoda with him. Due to this reason, no matter what he obtained, he had to personally carry it. It was extremely inconvenient. All of a sudden, Duan Lingtian seemed to have noticed something. He narrowed his eyes and looked into the distance. He saw a figure flying across the sky in a hurry. In just a blink of an eye, he met up with another person in the distance. After the two of them met up, they seemed to be talking about something. Then, the latter quickly followed the former in the direction the former came from. Due to the distance, they did not notice Duan Lingtian at all. The reason Duan Lingtian was able to see them clearly was, naturally, because he had activated his strange pupil. Activating his strange pupil to look into the distance would not cause too much of a burden to his spiritual energy, as long as he did not spend too much time doing it. That person seems to have discovered something. Duan Lingtian could tell something was amiss. Driven by his curiosity, he followed the two of them from afar, wanting to see where they were going. In the beginning, it was still normal for him to follow them. However, after he had followed them for a distance, a gigantic bird-type wild beast shot out from the clouds with a loud cry. Its target was Duan Lingtian. With just a glance, Duan Lingtian, who had activated his divine eye, discovered it was a bird-type wild beast at the Mastery Pristine Saint stage. With just a wave of his hand, he killed it. I've been discovered. When Duan Lingtian killed the bird-type wild beast, he also noticed the two people in front of him had turned around and were rapidly approaching him. Naturally, the two of them only reacted when the bird-type wild beast appeared. Soon after, Duan Lingtian was exposed in front of the two of them. Lingtian. When the two of them saw Duan Lingtian, their eyes narrowed immediately. Initially, they thought they would meet someone they could work with. It did not cross their mind that they would meet this monster instead. In terms of partners, none of the people who entered the St. Martial secret zone with them could be compared to this person in front of them. However, with this person's strength, there was no need for him to work with them at all. Did the two of you discover something? Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow and asked with narrowed eyes when he saw the two of them approaching. And no. When the two of them heard Duan Lingtian's words, their expressions turned unnatural. However, they still denied it in unison. What a joke! If Lingtian found out that they had discovered something, would they still have a share in it? Duan Lingtian was not surprised by the two of them's responses. However, he was not angry. Instead, he smiled faintly and said, "If that's the case, I'll send the two of you out of here." Initially, when the two of them saw Duan Lingtian smiling, they thought the matter had come to an end. However, before they could heave a sigh of relief, they heard Duan Lingtian's words again. Their faces turned green immediately. Send them out? They knew very well what Duan Lingtian meant. He was planning to kill them and send them out of the St. Martial secret zone. Once they were sent out of the St. Martial secret zone, it would mean that they would no longer be able to obtain the good things in the St. Martial secret zone. This was especially true for the divine ability relics. They would no longer have anything to do with them. Lingtian, we remembered wrongly just now. We did discover something. Soon after, the two of them looked at each other and saw the helplessness in each other's eyes. After reaching a tacit understanding, one of them quickly looked at Duan Lingtian and tried to salvage the situation. What is it? Duan Lingtian asked. It's a very strange place. There seems to be more than one formation in there. I suspect there's a divine ability relic in there, the person replied. There's a possibility. Divine ability relic? Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow, slightly surprised. At the same time, he glanced at the two of them indifferently. Lead the way. Yes, yes. Although Duan Lingtian spoke to them calmly, they still felt pressured in their hearts. This fellow in front of them was not a kind person. This could be seen from how he had slapped Zhao Ji twice in public not long ago. Who was Zhao Ji? He was Vice Mansion Master Zhao's only son. He was Guardian Zhao's grandson. In the mystical Sky Mansion, Zhao Ji was definitely the strongest person among the second generation. However, such a person was slapped twice by Ling Tian in public. Based on this, one could see how ruthless Ling Tian was. Faced with such a ruthless person, they had no choice but to accept it. Due to this reason, the two of them did not dare to play any tricks as they continued to lead the way. They knew if they dared to play any tricks, they might be killed and kicked out of the St. Martial secret zone in the next moment. This was not something they wanted to see. Tell me what you all know in detail. Duan Lingtian asked indifferently along the way. I'm the only one who has been to that place for now. As soon as I entered, I encountered 3 powerful wild beasts at the peak of the pristine Saint stage. Moreover, they knew how to attack together instinctively. If it wasn't for the fact that I managed to escape in time, I would have died there. The person who spoke earlier continued to say, after I escaped, I started to look around to see if there's anyone I can work with. Then, I met Peng Xian. Peng Xin is also a mystical palace's disciple like me. Our cultivation bases are on par with each other. For this reason, when I saw him, I immediately explained the situation to him and convinced him to work with me. As he spoke, he looked at the other young man next to him and introduced himself to Duan Lingtian. I'm Hu Rui, and I'm also a mystical palace's disciple. Isn't that Zhao Ji? At this moment, Peng Xin's gaze landed in the distance. After being stunned for a moment, he could not help but exclaim in a low voice. At the same time, he instinctively retracted his gaze and looked at Duan Lingtian, who was standing nearby. He thought to himself, don't tell me this Lingtian killed Zhao Ji? The moment he thought of this, he felt chills running up his spine. Zhao Ji. As soon as Peng Xin's words left his mouth, Duan Lingtian followed his gaze and looked over. With just a glance, he saw Zhao Ji, who was flying past in the distance. When he looked over, Zhao Ji happened to notice him as well. Horror dawned on him immediately. Damn it! Why did I encounter him? When Zhao Ji saw Duan Lingtian, he did not have time to think about anything. The first thought that came to his mind was to run. Damn it! Why am I so unlucky? The St. Martial secret zone is so big, and I've only been here for 3 days, and I've already encountered this fellow. You're tuning in to the Legend of the Vagabond YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.